Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was a Feral Animal Hybrid? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Did I cheat on Hitoshi and forget? Inko thought upon hearing what her son's quirk was. It made absolutely no sense. Maybe there was a secret aspect to it that they didn't know yet? Honey, I'm homie, she yelled upon getting back. Little Izuku was quick to run to the Bakugo's house. She tried to make him stay so they could at least tell Hitoshi the news, you know, like a family, but she supposes friends are more important than family? Well, where is Aizu? He asked after giving her a kiss. Ran off to tell Katsuki where else. So? What is it? Before I say, sit. Why? Honey, I think I cheated on you. Peef what? It makes no sense. I don't remember cheating on you, but what else could it be? Are you hiding another secret quirk or something? The white-haired man's sweat dropped. No? What's his quirk, dear? He can shapeshift. I know, right? The man stood up. He looked at his wife, then at the picture of the three on the wall, then back at his wife, then he sat back down. I have a secret quirk dash. Huh. It's dash. Shapeshifting Kaken. Zuko. You have green hair. Yes. He tilted his head. And you have a shapeshifting quirk. I don't see where you are going with the dash. Beast Boy. You are Beast Boy. Shocked. I know. Does that make you Starlight? No, stupid, he flicked his forehead. Hi. I wanna see. Okay, he made a face, the face of someone who was either farting, pooping, or concentrating. All of these instances could be considered the same. Then poof. He became a kitten, slightly green and mostly black. His clothes were disposed on the ground. Oof, this would be a problem. While Kaken laughed, he jumped on the blonde's hair. It was comfy. Oi nerd, get off. Mo. Don't move on me. He stretched on Katsuki's hair, causing his face to fall in front of Bakugo. For Izuku it was an incredibly amusing sight. His eyes were so big. He fell from there. Bakugo catched him before he hit the ground. He was so small that his whole body fit the little bridge Katsuki made with his hands. He set the kitten down in front of him. Switch back, nerd. He did, being quick to put his clothes back on. Kaken, your hair is so comfy. Shut up, stupid, he oh so eloquently said, face turning red. Hi. Mitsuki watched the scene from inside the house with fondness in her eyes. She decided to call Inko. And you never thought it was important to tell me that because? Well, I never intended to drag neither of you to this mess. At least you recognize it's a mess. She crossed her arms. Why, you are not leaving me, right? She stared his soul. The freaking underground boogeyman. I dash. All Might's nemesis. It's dash. And how old are you again? He sighed. 200. Cammy. The phone started ringing. She picked it up. What? Wow, someone is grumpy. Just called to invite you over to dinner. The brats are being all cute on my backyard. Oh yes, that'd be lovely. I have so much to catch up with you. You must have noticed Aizu's quirk doesn't exactly match neither mine nor Hitoshi's. Did you cheat on him? Honestly, girl, kudos on you if you did. I wish I will tell you over when we get there. But sayonara. You can't tell her. Like hell I can't. Cammy, I should have listened to her when she told me not to marry you. Inko. I love you so much. Me being a villain. Cammy. Doesn't change who I am. I'm only a villain because one for all users consider me one. I even saved a kid from the streets when he was 5 and raised him. You did what? What? You have a secret child. Do you want to meet him? That shouldn't be a question. Aizu. Kaken. You know what has to happen, right? They immediately got into battle stances, as stancy as 4-year-olds can be, and started circling each other. Gasp. Not my children. It's over, villain. Either you surrender or I will eat your children. And explosions, so? You won't get away with this, hero. Even if you kill them, my super deadly death laser will eat the earth. Masaru had no idea what was happening. Why is the hero eating the villain's child? Why is the death ray eating the earth? What's with them and eating stuff? Are you too hungry? He asked. That was the only logical thing. I'm hungry for justice. And death. The AI. Yes, he had no idea. Inko, meet Tamura. Tamura, this is my wife. The blue-haired boy was really confused. You have a wife? Honey, is he treating you well? She asked, crouching to his level. Yes. Where are you living with him? You are so skinny. Are you feeding him right? I have places around, and well, my sloth servant is responsible for his feeding. And education. And anything he needs. You were going to say SLV, weren't you? No, he looked away like a guilty man. TSK, this won't do at all. I can't be married to a guy who calls people their slaves. Please don't divorce me. Sensei? Here sweetie, eat this, she gave him a cookie. His eyes lit up, it had been a few weeks since he had a cookie, he liked cookies. Hisashi, his skin is awful, go grab some of my lotions to give the poor boy. Wise. She turned back to the child. If you need to run away from him, just give me the word and he will never look at you again. No. Sensei saved me, he's all I have and oh poor boy, it's alright sweetie, I was just making sure. Okay. I want another. Sure. She gave him another cookie as Hisashi came back with lotions. Izuku was back in kitten form while he and Katsuki watched TV. It was strange and comforting at the same time being a kitten, maybe he should try some bird later. Yeah, flying would definitely be cool. Katsuki was petting him and yeah, if he stopped he would bite his fingers, maybe it was because of Kaken's quirk but he was so warm and comfy, he doubted anyone else would feel like this. The time passed and it was getting late, almost time for dinner, and Kami, the smell of the food Masaru was making was godly. When the movie ended he transformed back into a human and they went to play in Katsuki's bedroom. He had so many cool toys, Izuku loved playing with his toys. Boys, dinner is ready. Mitsuki called after a while. They hurried down and noticed Inko was there alone smiling. Mommy, where is daddy? Little Izuku asked upon seeing her. Oh sweetie, your daddy is going on a very nice and long vacation. Why? He tilted his head asking, he was so cute, she squeezed his cheek and picked him up. Because he did bad and lied to me about a lot of things, so we are taking a break to think things out. Oh. Dummy dad, you can't lie to mommy. Exactly my little bush. While they ate they told them everything about their day. The three adults weren't really sure what any of their nonsense meant but they still acted like they did. After dinner Inko sat with Mitsuki to tell her everything and the boys went back to playing. How they had so much energy was a mystery. When they returned to their house, most of Hisashi's things were still there, so she tucked Izuku in his bed giving him a good night, and started putting everything on boxes. If he wasn't going to get the hint, she'd throw the hint in his throat and make him choke on it. Yes, Inko Midoriya was many things, merciless was one of them. Izuku knew it was dangerous to stay late on the streets. He was 12 now, which meant he wasn't stupid. His teachers were very keen in telling him that. They even moved him up a grade because of his smarts, and he loved to learn. He did. There was a thirst for knowledge within him that no one knew how to explain. Katsuki always joked he had a second quirk for being smarts. Don't take away my accomplishments, Kaken. You are just jealous you are stuck in your grade, he always answered. It usually earned him a few hours of Katsuki ranting how, no, I'm not jealous, shut the F up nerd, you don't know anything, at least I have friends besides you. He does, but Izuku rather call them lackeys instead of friends. Seriously, they just agreed with everything Kaken said or did. That couldn't be healthy. And well, Midoriya wasn't the most popular, being a grade above and having a quirk that made him behave like an animal did that to you, but it was fine, because he had learned through the years that he didn't need anyone besides his human heater anyways. Who even needs friends? What even are friends? Besides, if he had any more than he currently does he wouldn't be able to spend his days flying around as a pigeon. Honestly, being a pigeon was fun, they were always plotting something, and Izuku more than once joined in their schemes to take over the world. He knew what he was doing was technically illegal quirk use, but oh well, it's only illegal if he gets caught. He joined a pigeon gang. Their current target was a pigeon teen human with red wings that was trying to claim their territory. They'd have none of that. The sky where there's Mr. Pigeon Dude. Pru, shoo, go away. They all chanted. Wait, I got sidetracked. Back to his nights. He liked to be a cat during the nights. Why, you might ask? Because he once walked in a cat assembly. They were all singing, yes, singing about jellicle cats. He wanted to be a jellicle cat even though he had no idea what that meant, so during nights he snuck out to be one. Usually it was uneventful, but sometimes the siblings would show up and they always took him to the best adventures. After a year of showing up to these assemblies he earned a jellicle name, Skimblianiates. It was low-key his proudest moment in life. Which did say a lot about his life and personality, but he'd rather not dwell on that. This night, however, he was strutting over where they would meet, when he noticed a man, all dressed in black, leaving food for them in their spot. He wouldn't take the food, he had it at home. Besides, Big Tanta Brutus had already claimed it. He ate and didn't die, therefore man dressed in black equals good person. He saw Anne Merclary get near the man and sniff him. He did the same, which earned them both head pats. Damn, if the man kidnapped him right now with the promise of head pats forever, he would absolutely not care. His self-proclaimed mom, Ms. Gumblebum, showed up and hissed at the nice man. He strutted over Bum and she gave him head licks. Heaven. Anne Merclary copied him. How dare she? But Bum would not tolerate any fighting whatsoever. The man laughed at them and next up he was talking. Zashi would kill me, but Cammy, I want to take you all. Who was this Zashi? Why would he kill the good man? So many questions. Welp, it looked like there wouldn't be any meeting tonight, so he went back home. He made sure no one was around to see him changing into a bird and flew away. It was faster to fly than to walk. Izuku Midoriya, where were you at 3 a.m? His mom said upon noticing he was back home. He cursed himself internally. She used his full name. He was in trouble. Wow, he couldn't even think of an excuse, but in his defense, he was still in cat mode. Fun fact, the more time he spent in a certain form the more the antics of such form passed to his human one. I don't want excuses, I want you promising me this was a one-time thing. Well, that would be hard since it wasn't. She shook her head. She wasn't angry, she was disappointed. That was honestly so much worse. Do you want to be robbed? To get kidnapped? We don't live in a safe area, hun. I'm just worried about your safety. I know. He hugged her, snuggling against her chest, taking in her scent. She smelled like home. It was warm, but not as warm as Katsuki. I'm sorry, but I'm never out as a human, and who would think of kidnapping a cat anyway? He strategically forgot about how he'd let himself get kidnapped for pats. A lot of people would take you thinking you were a stray to help you, or to a kennel to take you off the streets. I worry, hun. Please don't go out at night anymore. I can't promise you that. I'm a part of this important organization that requires my attention at night. She raised her eyebrow, distrusting. Say what now? I can't explain further. It's a secret organization. Of cats. Don't worry. Nothing to worry about or see. She sighed. You take too much after your father after all. He let go of her. It was rare for her to talk about his dad. He had 1 or 2 memories about the man, so he'd take the chance to know more. Really? What was he like? Kind, a crybaby, a villain. You know. Now go to bed. I'm sure you are tired. I know I am. He nodded and walked away. Did she say villain? Today was one of those rare days Izuku didn't spend part of his day as a pigeon. That was because Katsuki wanted them to join a dojo. It was smart, and it showed Katsuki was still strong about his dream of being a hero. Izuku wasn't so adamant on being one anymore. But he also didn't know what else he could be that would allow him to use his quirk without the possibility of getting arrested, so he'd follow his heater's footsteps. Ms. Ritesu reminded him of Ms. Gumblebum. They both had white fur, well, in case of Ms. Ritesu hair, and they both looked at anyone younger as if they were their kids. Katsuki did all the talking while Izuku got distracted with this cool light. It was lightsaber-shaped, so cool. After they were done talking, Kaken called him over. They were doing a test drive. It was mostly so she could access their levels, but still, she made them do drills. They had to run 10 laps around the thing. It became a race. Izuku won. He was used to running to get to places, and no quirks were allowed, but even as a human he still had feline instincts. I say felines, but it's mostly cats and not another, because even though he could become anything, he settled with the boring cat form. Maybe because it was the first thing he ever became, but still. Then they did a grip strength one. Katsuki won. Even though it wasn't a competition, that much was obvious. Then a flexibility test. Izuku won. Then a rope climbing one. Cat won. Then she told them to go against each other. Still no quirks. And they did. It was sloppy and wild, and neither of them got hurt because as they were about to do something that would hurt the other, they felt an invisible force separating them. It was a draw. After everything, she told them what they would focus on, and that they should go back every Tuesday and Thursday. And thus began their journey to become fit. Izuku hated it, he just wanted to sleep. Izuku didn't want to make his mom worry, but well, he was a jellicle cat, and jellicle cats meet when the moon is high. As he was walking to their spot, he saw the good-dressed and black man slumped over by a wall. There was a strong smell in the air, a smell of blood. He rushed where the man was, and yet he was bleeding out. He started panicking. Should he turn back? The clothing problem had been solved for a while thanks to his mom scaring the sheet out of a certain brand he liked, so he wouldn't be a naked child in an alley, but he would still be a child in an alley in the middle of the night next to a bleeding man. The man noticed him and smiled weakly. Hey little one, he coughed. Don't mind me, this is nothing. It definitely looked like something. He got closer to the man and he petted him right behind his ear. He loved that spot. God damn it, Zashi, where are you? He breathed out. It really looked bad. He should turn right? The man somehow noticed his distress. Don't worry little one, my friend is on his way. Oh, if that was the case then he should be fine, right? Yeah, he should be fine. It's not that he didn't trust the nice man to turn in front of him, it's just. No, yeah, he did not trust him, even hurt he could be a kidnapper. So he stayed next to him until his friend came, and once he did he was loud. Cammy, they were alerting every criminal out there of their location. Sho. And you here. He did first aid on the now named Sho, and then noticed the cat slowly retreating away. Izuku wasn't going to stay near loud, no sir. Don't worry little one, Zashi would never hurt you. He wanted to argue that there is no reason for him to trust anything he is saying besides that one time he fed Big Tantabrutus but only a mo came out. He stayed with me until you got here. So cute. So. Fine. Come here little kitten. He doesn't know why he did, but when he was picked up by the loud blonde, he jumped on his hair, as he always did with Kaken. Next up the blonde helped the show up and they walked away. After they got inside a car, Izuku noticed that wait. Why am I going with them? But he couldn't escape while being in the car, and the whole way he was receiving ear scratches which really made all his sense of logical thinking be thrown out the window. Once the car stopped and the door was open, he yeeted himself out of there, and the loud yelled for him to come back, but he noped, and once no one could see he became a bird. There was just one problem that he did not take into account. He had no clue where he was. It was already morning and Izuku was not home yet. Inko liked to think she was calm, a good mother, and most of all logical. Well, she was absolutely none of those things, as she called Mitsuki, questioning if he was with Katsuki and just forgot to tell her. But he wasn't. In 1 hour everyone she knew was informed that Izuku was missing and to be on the lookout for the kid or a green animal. There were some iguanas found but none were Izuku. When midday came and he still hadn't showed up, she went for the police station. It hadn't been 48 hours but she did not care. That was her baby boy, and she'd be mad if a time restriction kept her from finding him. They filed a missing person report mainly because she threatened them, but nothing was found. It was night again and not a single clue. Katsuki was panicking, and the whole neighborhood grabbed their flashlights and went on the streets yelling for his name like a lost pet, and yet, he wasn't found. He was scared and hungry. He tried turning back human to ask for help but he couldn't. He was way too panicked for that. There were no landmarks he could tell, no point of references. He knew he was completely lost. He tried going back to the cat's meeting spot but he also had no idea where that was. He tried asking for any animal that would hear him for help, but they had no idea what he was talking about. The night was cold to make things worse, and the air smelled like blood. He wanted to go back. He wanted his mom. He wanted anyone. He curled in himself whimpering, and it was the most heartbreaking thing Toya had ever heard. "Hey kitten, are you hungry?" More cries. He'd take that as a yes. He couldn't just buy cat food. He could barely buy food for himself, but still, he offered the kitten a piece of the sandwich he was eating. The kitten ate, trusting him immediately. He picked the kitten up, who didn't even fight, and noticed it was quick to sleep on him. Akami. He couldn't just leave it alone. He had no idea where he was, but it was warm. He woke up in his human form next to some random scarred guy. He yelped away, making the guy move. The F dash. Toya squinted his eyes. The F dash? Why you do you have more food? The F dash? Toya had no idea why there was a kid there, and honestly he wasn't sure he wanted to know. He looked around looking for the kitten and realization hit him. You are the kitten, aren't you? Sorry. Kami kid, are you homeless? What were you doing out there? I got lost. A man tried to take me home with him, and I panicked so I ran away but I didn't know where I was and Akami I ended up being taken anyway. Calm down. He looked at the kid and then he heard a grumble coming from his belly. I will make us food. Okay. He couldn't believe this. He didn't want a kid. He didn't even want a cat. Just why? You do one good thing and then suddenly the universe shoves you in a hole. And you can't get out because you know this is karma. Do you have a home? He asked while making them breakfast. Izuku sat on the couch. He was visibly uncomfortable. Why yes. Mom must be worried sick, and Kami Kaken is gonna kill me. Here, he gave him a plate with food and sat next to him on the gray couch. Once upon a time it was white. What's your name, Squirt? He shouldn't say. Mom always said you couldn't give your name to strangers. Well, it probably couldn't get any worse. Izuku Midoriya. What about you? Shidi can't just give him his name. Names. Dobby. Really? You don't have to ask like that. I had a time limit. You don't believe me, Greenie? No. Where are we? I mean what district? Hosu. That's so far away. How even? Where are you from, kid? Emustafu. Wow, that really is far. I don't really know how to go back. Dobby looked up as if asking the heavens why. I can take you back, just give me an address. Why are you helping me? I'm asking that myself. They had been walking for a while. He was getting tired, so he did the logical thing. Can I sleep in your coat? He asked Dobby. The man in question looked at him like he was insane. Well, perhaps he was, because he said yes, and suddenly there was a snake climbing him up, then a hamster in his pocket. He never wants to be climbed by a snake ever again. It took a few hours to get to the address Izuku gave him. He knocked on the little apartment's door, but no one answered. Hey kid, wake up. He shook his pocket. We are here. The little hamster climbed his hair, then turned into a cat, then jumped to the ground and turned human. He yelled. Silence. Well kid, do you have a way to go inside or? He started crying. Yeah, he'd take that as a no. Calm down, don't worry H. There. He patted him. Next thing he knew the kid was hugging him. He isn't paid enough for this. Actually, he isn't being paid at all. Should he ask for payment? Probably he needed money. Kaken, I need to go there. He will know where she is. Okay. He started walking to this Kaken house with the kid. He had no idea why he hadn't left yet. Well, he knew. He just didn't want to admit he wanted to make sure the kid was okay. Upon getting there, the kid knocked and a loud "come in" came from inside. It was like all the breath he was holding in left his body. A blonde woman opened the door and without a second thought she hugged Izuku. We were so worried, brat, where were you? I got lost. He sniffed and held her as if he'd die if he let go. Where is mom? She had to work. Oh. Of course she mobilized everyone to look for you beforehand. She noticed Dabi just standing there not knowing how to exist. Who are you? Sup. He helped me. Oh. Then thank dash before she could end the phrase a yellow blur appeared. Zuko where you loser? Ah, what a healthy friendship. Kakin. He transformed into a cat midair, settling on the blonde's hair. The blonde seemed satisfied because he simply walked back inside talking non-stop about how worried sick he was, and that next time he'd even dare do anything like this again he'd kill him. Well, I'll be going then. Nonsense. Stay for lunch. She could tell he needed real food in his system. Since you insist, she didn't. Inko showed up 10 minutes later. It was a teary reunion. Dabi felt like he was intruding, but also, free food. So as they ate, it soon became an interrogation. Not only they wanted to know everything that happened to Izuku, but they also wanted to know everything about him. He doesn't know why, but it was hard to lie to them. What's your name, sweetie? Why was she calling him sweetie? He was 20 for Cammy's sake. Dabi. Just that. Why did no one believe him? Those look like they hurt. Not really, they did when it happened, but not anymore. How did they happen? My body can't handle my quirk, he shrugged. Oh no, don't worry, I'll help you, Izuku said. Thanks, but no need, it's fine, I can't feel pain anymore. I don't care, he looked determined. He would give him that. He had no idea how he'd plan on helping him, but oh well, as long as it didn't make things worse. Fine. His smile was blinding. After a while Inko and Izuku went back home and Dabi went back to his, but after a lot of insisting left his phone number. Why they wanted it was beyond him, but still. A few days later Izuku got his own phone which had exactly 6 numbers. Dabi was one of them. Inko didn't like the idea of giving him a phone at a young age, but it was necessary given that he was way too irresponsible. She had a special phone case made from the same material as his clothes so that it would stay with him after he changed forms. But either way, he was grounded from staying out late anyway. A little bit unfair in his honest opinion. But oh well. As long as he doesn't get caught. Midoriya loved exploring. After he got a phone with a magical thing called GPS, he had set markings for places he liked visiting. For instance, he found Dabi and out of nowhere he would pop in his place. The first time he did it was as a crow and it had scared the shit out of him. You would be scared too if the bird you were feeding suddenly turned into a cat and threw himself into your hair. He had no clue why the boy decided to go back. Well, the first time it was an accident according to him. Said he got lost again and recognized his scent. Dabi just knew that was bullshit. The boy deliberately went looking for him. But he had no idea. But well, he didn't really mind the company. He did wonder why the boy wasn't out with friends and stuff, but upon further inspection he learned that he didn't have friends, and that he had finished middle school a year earlier and was just waiting for his UA exam results to return. He was recommended by the school so he had a good chance. He said he wanted to wait a year so he'd be in the same class as that blonde brat if he got in, but the blonde brat in question convinced him otherwise. The exam wasn't challenging at all. They made us do a race, quirks allowed, so I just became a hawks and flew to the end. It was boring, maybe I should have tried other things, but I also wanted to win so meh. Oh, but the test portion was fun. Never in his life he had heard a kid describe doing a test as fun. The questions were hard. I had trouble solving them, so fun. He was convinced the kid was a sociopath. Dabi had to be honest, the prospect of him being buddies with a hero student left something sour, but he couldn't get himself to have any negative feelings towards the little kitten. He was way too kind for his own good. Besides, he started learning about how to treat old burns just for him and well, it was helping. It was scratchy though. Maybe he was allergic to the burn creams? Either that or his skin was actually rebuilding itself, but that'd be impossible, right? Dabi, stop scratching. It will get worse. But dash. No buts. Hebuts. Anyway, no buts. I'm thinking. Another week and we will be able to take the dead skin off. Wait, what? Yee, this is a quirk-made cream to restore skin cells. Cool, right? Wah, a thing like that exists? Yep, so stop scratching. Another thing that happened was that one time Izuku stayed up a little too late with him and a concerned Inko showed up. She had put a tracker in Izuku's phone apparently. Well, he couldn't blame her. He'd done the same if it was his child that got in trouble all the time. She took one look at his apartment and said, well, this just won't do. He suddenly was receiving a lot of invitations to stay over at the Midoriya's. He'd always accept because, well, free food. But it was SUS. Why did they care? People usually didn't care. The Midoriyas did way too much in his opinion. He could be a murderer, he could be a criminal, and yet they gave him a room at their house. He just couldn't fathom why. A day after he spent his first night there and the kid's letter came in, him and the Kakin kid, now that he thinks about it, he still doesn't know his name, were practically vibrating on their seats, and when the midnight hologram said he got in, they were way too happy. He is pretty sure that if he became deaf one day, this would have been the starting point. You are going to you. Kakin yelled. I'm going to, Izuku answered back. It went like that for a while. Later that day after the little party they had, Izuku removed the dead skin from Dabi, and while it really was regenerating, he would still have scars, but he wouldn't be a walking scar anymore. He thought he would have stayed like that for the rest of his life. He would have cried if his crying glands weren't destroyed. Damn it, he would have to tell the kid who he was wasn't him. Kid, I'm going to tell you my tragic backstory now. Shocked. How the f did you say that? I'm ready. The little fucker ignored him. My name is actually Toya Todoroki. Kaken, I'm changing my goal in life. Who? I'm going to destroy Endeavor's reputation, career, and make him suffer in hell. Izuku. Yes, I need a plan. For fuck's sake, explain. I don't think stealing his position is enough. I should make his life a living hell. Oh, you ignoring me, you little sheet? Is it illegal to shoot someone with a fire extinguisher? You are doing this on purpose, aren't you? Oich, I could. Yes, it's perfect. It will be just like the animal revolution. He had enough. He jumped towards Izuku, popping explosions on his hand. The BSRD had the nerve to laugh. Tomorrow would be his first day at UA, so naturally he couldn't sleep. Not being able to sleep meant one thing: he would explore the world. So he turned into a bird and started flying around. There was this dude jumping around from roof to roof. He noticed it was the food guy. So he started following him around, and oh, wasn't that illegal? He was beating up some shady people. Was he a vigilante? Maybe he was an underground hero. That would explain why he was all bloody and dying months ago. In the passing months he did try to kidnap Izuku a few more times, but he had learned how to get back home, because he failed to resist head pats every time. After he finished fighting with the shady people, he tied them up and called the police. He stayed to give his testimony, and Izuku watched with interest, so that is what being an underground hero is about. He kept following the hero until he realized he was following him to his house. Whoops, and his house wasn't that far from you. How the hell Izuku didn't notice this that day was a mystery. It was probably the stress that made him not think. Well, either way, he turned into a human and marked the house in his phone. It could be useful to know where a pro hero lived. Especially one who feeded cats. Any cat-friendly individual was a worthy human in Izuku's not-so-human eyes. He turned into a cat and decided to scare the man by jumping on his head. It was effective. The man yelped and hit his back on the other end of the hallway. The noise was enough to wake up a kid that looked like Izuku's age and the loud man. As they left their rooms to inspect what the loud noise was, Purple noticed him and started taking pictures. Hitoshi, I swear to Kami, if these pictures get to your aunt. Too late. I'm regretting all my life's choices. Show. It's the same cat that keeps fleeing from us. DMN, the man had good memory. This wasn't in Izuku's plan. Well, he wasn't actually sure what his plan was in the first place, so he simply left the man's head and started heading to the nearest window. However, his path was blocked by Purple Kid closing the window before he could get there. Okay, new plan, leave through the door he came in. He ran to that, but it was closed by Blonde. Crap. He was trapped. There were 3 other cats on the house, and he explained to them how he needed to leave because he had to return to his human. The cats all argued that these humans were great, but after selling them high they realized they didn't really want to share, so they agreed to help him escape after the humans went to sleep. It was all futile though, because what was wrong with these people? Purple stayed the rest of the night talking to him, preventing him from leaving, and Sho stayed with them reading stuff. Well, if they weren't going to sleep, he might as well. After waking up he realized that oh shit, his mom would kill him. He wasn't with his UA uniform, he was at a stranger's house. There'd be no time for him to return home, to change and then go back to UA. His only option was to go uniformless. Thank Kami he had solved the clothing problem, otherwise he'd need to go naked too. Loud was dressed as Present Mike, and wait. Loud was Present Mike. Holy shit, he was being held captive by Present Mike. To be fair, he did put himself in this situation, but still. The moment the window was opened, he yeeted himself from Purple and flew to UA. Kami, he didn't have anything with him, not his backpack, not his uniform. Would he even be able to get inside the school? Well, if he flew in, he could also simply not. Yep, people would think it was odd, but he could always lie and say it was part of his quirk that he was sometimes stuck in it. It was not like anyone could force him to change back. Yeah. Nizu watched as a green hawk flew inside the barriers. The camera identified him as Izuku Midoriya, a first year. He was intrigued, so he pulled his file and grades, and was pleasantly surprised he'd have a word with him later. For now he would simply watch the chaos. Miscalculation from his plan: if he was an animal he couldn't make friends. Well, it's not like he wanted any anyway. He thought like a liar. He saw that a classmate from Aldra got in. She was his green-haired buddy. Her hair was a lighter green tone than his and she wore blue round glasses. Her quirk was light manipulation. It was really cool. He was minding his business as a cat, in his seat when she got near him. Why? He didn't even remember her name. Wow, he was a terrible classmate. You are Midoriya-kun, aren't you? Mo. Yeah, I thought so. Aren't you going to change back? He should. They had time, they were both a few minutes early so he started walking to a secluded area, she got the hint and followed him. Once they were alone, except for the security camera that had a chimera watching, he changed back. I got stuck in a pro hero's house. He thought I was a stray and kept me captive, so I didn't have time to get my uniform. Oh, she laughed. Well, that was fair, he'd laugh too if he was hearing the explanation instead of having lived it. I have a spare one here, bought just in case. It's the girl's uniform but it's better than nothing, right? Shocked him and now he felt bad for not knowing her name. Thank you so much, I owe you one. He bowed. Oh, there is no need for that. Just turn back and we will grab it in the classroom, it's in my bag. He nodded and became a cat again. When they returned more people were there and well they did think it was strange for a green cat to be there, especially after the girl pulled clothes from her bag and gave it to the cat. He strode to the bathroom and changed. He decided to strategically leave what he was already using underneath the blazer and skirt, a black turtleneck shirt and a purple short, and returned back to class. Once he did people were even more confused. Thank you again, Hikari. Her blazer had her name in it, it was honestly his salvation. It's fine. Why are you wearing the girl's uniform? A guy with red vibrant skin and purple hair asked him. Stuff happened. Oh yeah? It's good on you, This was not the place where he thought this conversation would be going. Thanks. I'm Buduchiri. Izuku Midoriya. Sweet. What's your quirk? Mine is Dash. If you are here to make friends, then leave. Eraserhead said, shutting everyone up. It took you all 4 minutes to even notice I was here. In a life-death situation you would all be dead. Now put these on, we are having a small test. I'm Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher, Pfff. Oh no. Sir, what about the welcome ceremony? A girl with floaty orange hair asked. Here in UAS teachers have full reign on what we do with our class, that means I can skip that DMN useless thing. That also means I have full liberty to expel you from the hero course if I see fit. Now go, we are all losing time, meet me at Gymgama. Izuku was the first to get there, because he followed Aizawa's scent to get there without getting lost, alongside a girl with bluish hair, who followed him after she realized he looked like he knew what he was doing. The rest of the class was quick to follow and he found his friends? Are they his friends? And stood near them. There were 7 square blocks of cement in the gym. I'm going to put you all in groups of 3, the objective is to escape the rooms in 10 minutes, quirks are allowed. Use any means necessary to escape. Ooh, sounds fun, a guy with pink hair and purple skin said. Fun you say? How about this, if you don't do well enough you'll be expelled. They still thought it would be fun. Izuku was paired with that girl with bluish hair, Maada Fuwa, Quirk Foam, and Furimu Ringu, Quirk Transform. There was nothing inside of there, it was just 4 plain cement walls. I can become a cannon and blast the wall, Ringu said. No, I think this isn't really about pure strength, it has to have some kind of logical way to solve this, Fuwa said. I agree, Izuku, I can check if there is some kind of mechanism to this thing, he said, and after the two nodded he became a dog. As he was sniffing water started peering in from above, they all understood, by the ratio the water was pouring in 3 minutes the square would be full. Fuwa filled the hole from where the water was leaking with her foam. This won't hold for long but it can give us some time. He heard something weird coming from one spot and turned back into a human. I think there is something here. Without a second thought Ringu became a lightsaber. It was a weird sight, a floating lightsaber moving on its own. He made a hole in the wall where Izuku said there were some wires and a button. Fuwa clicked the button and even more water started pouring and breaking her foam. Oh no, she started laughing. Izuku and Ringu did too. To be fair, it was pretty funny. After a while laughing the water reached their faces, so Fuwa made a foam bubble around the 3 and Izuku said, "Can you destroy the wall following the path of the wires?" Ringu nodded and started doing just that. After a while it reached a panel with 3 buttons. Izuku's instincts were screaming at him to go with the last one, so he did, and upon doing so all the walls fell down, water exploded everywhere setting them free, except that no. Because the one above them was also free falling above them, they would be crushed. A lot happened in those few seconds. Izuku turned into a cockroach. He doesn't like to turn into one because it hurts, but these things are immortal. A bunch of foam exploded from Fuwa keeping the cement ceiling from reaching her, and Ringu turned into a pebble and rolled away following the cockroach. Eraserhead used his scarf to pull Fuwa out of the way, then he looked around for his other students and noticed they were standing next to him with stupid smiles on their faces. Kami, these kids would be the death of him. Also the green problem child was naked except for his boxers. You all failed. What, Keno? But we left the room. It's not our fault it exploded. What was the solution then? The 3 exclaimed at the same time. He sighed, then on the other corner of the room another block exploded. He ran to help them not die crushed, pulling them out of the way with his scarf. A few meters from there a girl punched her way through one of the walls making water, again, fly everywhere. Did no one look down? After everything Eraser was soaked, he would never listen to Samantha's suggestions again. Next year would be a simple quirk test, nothing more, nothing less. The entire class was dripping wet on the floor, not a single one of them managed to do this the right way, they all used their quirks in an obvious way, no one thought outside the box, most of them took this as a joke, he was utterly disappointed. Was this the future of heroes? Not on his watch. In my 2 years of teaching I have never watched a class so in sync when it came to failing. But we left the room. You said any means necessary. What else were we supposed to do? This was stupid. I had fun. Everyone yelled at the same time. Enough. There was a drain in the floor that all you all had to do was unclog. And the door was unlocked, no one even thought of checking the door, nor looking down, you all used your quirks in obvious ways, no one took this seriously, except for one group most of you didn't even think of working as a team. Honestly, I'm disappointed. I see no potential this year. In fact, I'm transferring you all to other courses, I'm not teaching a class with no potential, that is you are dismissed, expelled, get out of my face, he wasn't going to do this, but they annoyed him. What? You can't do that, but we passed the entrance exam, what do you mean expelled? Where are we supposed to go? Please give us another chance, sir. What do we have to do for another chance? Fine. I'm giving you all exactly 1 week to give me a reason to let you back in, meanwhile you are all expelled from this course. No buts, no whines. Gather your things and go talk to Nedu about what course you can transfer to, if not schools. Izuku was shocked, they all were. As 21 students walked soaked towards the principal, the other courses watched. This was known as the Walk of Shame of 1A. Nedu watched through the cameras amused and a little said, Eraserhead really wanted to give him paperwork, huh? Well, he supposes this is some kind of revenge for invading his personal life, but all the rat ever did was help the adoption of his boy to be faster. Well, he opened the door before any of them had the chance to knock. I will be seeing one at a time, make a line. They did. While most of them waited, they went to the nearest bathrooms to dry themselves. To all those seniors who needed to pee, it was quite the strange view. Since Izuku was purposely last on the line, he rushed to the locker so he could put back his Hikari's clothes. When he came back, there were only 5 people left before him. He sat where they all were, he was kind of self-conscious about wearing a skirt. A few people looked at him strange, but most didn't care and some even looked like they were jealous. He wanted to text someone to tell them what was happening, but he also rather have something definitive to say rather than, Eraserhead expelled me, so they are transferring me somewhere, I don't know my future yet. Also, did I mention he is the person who keeps trying to take me home and that last night he actually succeeded? Yeah, he wouldn't be texting anyone so soon. After what felt like ages he was finally called in, he was intimidated by the chimera. Am I a mouse, a rat or a bear, who knows? I'm the principal, the chimera said while he was sitting on the comfy armchair. I'm aware, he said before realizing that was incredibly rude, wasn't it? I see. You want some tea? He accepted. Well, Midoriya, and I must say, Aizawa has really surprised me with his little stunt. Does he usually expel people? Yes, he does, but not the entire class at once. You bunch must have really set him off. I guess. He gave the boy the tea. I must say this does give me an opportunity. You intrigue me. Thanks. You are 14, are you not? Yes. And they advanced you because your schoolwork was too easy for you, did they not? Yeah, he scratched his neck. They wanted me to finish middle school when I was 10, but I insisted on staying because I liked going to school. Really intriguing. May I propose something for you? Sure. I have a test here I'd like for you to make. If you pass, I'd like for you to become my personal student and go to the support course. Okay. He liked tests. Tests were easier to understand than people. The chimera gave him a tablet. Ready? Oh, you want me to do this now? Indeed. What was his alternative really? Okay. And start. He clicked his wristwatch to time it and Midoriya started the thing. When Aizawa noticed what was happening, it was too late. What have I done? Extra. Why didn't Inko go looking for him when he didn't return home? Inko Midoriya was above all else a mother, and a mother that worries, so the second time Izuku dared to not return home, she followed the tracker on his phone, and what she saw. Never again. She would never look for him during the night again. She couldn't understand exactly what was happening, but she wasn't quite sure she wanted to know. There were a group of cats wearing dark capes and witch hats circling a fire and meowing to the moon. One of those cats she noticed was green. Izuku did not notice her, but honestly she didn't want him to. Maybe she was a bad mother to have simply turned and walked away, but she refused to stay to watch cats doing a satanic ritual, and worst of all, she had half a mind to think if she had stayed she would have become the sacrifice. The reality of that situation actually had nothing to do with Satan nor demons, but neither Midoriya mentioned the incident and Izuku was simply glad his mother suddenly stopped worrying about his night outings. So how was your first day? Inko asked. While setting the table, Toya was stirring the food. He wanted to deny it, but he was considered part of the family now whether he wanted it or not. And he didn't. But he wasn't given much of a choice. The Midoriyas could be very persistent. I think I made a friend? Kami. What else, hun? I got expelled from the hero class. What? Then the principal asked me to do a test and then he asked me to be his personal student along with support classes. How dare they expel you from hero classes? I will burn them, Izuku. I will, Toya said, setting the food on the table. OH and Aizawa-sensei, the one who expelled the whole class, was also the underground hero who keeps trying to adopt Katmi. So, yeah. Kami Izuku. I will be having some words with that man. Don't worry, Mom. Niza said he's going to help me get back to the hero course. Aizawa-sensei said we had 1 week to show him we deserve to be there. So this isn't the end. Oh, in that case I'm sure you will, hun. Thanks. Now tell me about this friend you made. Oh sure. She was actually from Aldra. Good morning. Did you have a good night's rest? No. Aizawa-sensei managed to kidnap me again. Thanks for the clothes, by the way. I'm thinking I should leave a stash here if this keeps on. I have no idea how he found me this time. I wasn't even anywhere near his usual patrol. Niza-sensei, does he have cat senses? I believe he does. Have you tried revealing to him you are the cat? Well, no. Then don't. I'm curious to how long it takes for him to figure it out. Alright. Why don't we start with some lessons on human psychology and how to manipulate it? He nodded and pulled a notebook Niza gave him. So, describe to me what you feel when you fear something. My Jima-sensei? Izuku asked upon entering the support class. He noticed a few of his hero classmates already there. Yes. Oh good, then I'm in the right place. I'm Midoriya Izuku, Niza sent me. Oh god no, he smiled ever so sweetly and Powerloader just knew he was trouble. Just sit anywhere. Okay. He hopped near his former classmates. If they ended up back at 1A it would be good to have connections. If they didn't it would also be good, but anyways. Right, let's continue the lesson. I was about to start talking about lab safety. First rule, no running in the lab. I had a student once that ran with a vial full of stuff, tripped, and then half my class was gone. He earned a few chuckles at that. Next, no eating in the lab. 3 years ago we were doing this experiment about the effects of certain substances on food, and a genius, note the sarcasm, more laughs, student thought it was a good idea to eat it. The substance that was used in the bun was invisible, and had no effects on it, therefore the girl that ate didn't actually think there was anything on it. Long story short, she had diarrhea for days. Long story long, I had to deal with a very stoned man who had no idea what I was talking about even though he was supposed to be able to answer if it was deadly to her or not, and a very distressed parent trying to kill me, that earned him the whole class laughing. A stoned man? Someone asked, and he was happy to interpret. Imagine me, desperate, saw the number of the company that made the substance in the bottle and called them, a long and tired he answers my call, so I said, I student 8XXXX. Is it deadly? What do I have to do? The answer I receive, Dom, that's whack. I dunno, man, have you tried calling the company? Yes I did. That was what he was. This is the number on the bottle. Fuck man, what is the name of the thingy? So I told him again. The man goes silent for a few minutes and when he returns I hear a, he, Muma Pharmaceuticals, how can I help you in this grand day? From the same man, so I repeat myself because I'm thinking, maybe is someone else, but it wasn't, for he said, fuck man, that's whack, what's the name of the thingy? At this point the student was crying thinking they were going to die, so I got nervous and threatened them. Even so, it took 20 more minutes so he would tell me that no, they wouldn't die, just be sick. At that people exploded laughing. Sensei, have you thought of doing stand-up comedy? Someone asked and he very seriously said. But this isn't a joke. People laughed even more at that. Midoriya was even crying of laughing so hard. Next, people with long hair must always put them up. I had way too many students with hair on fire. If your hair is not tied as a bun, then you won't step inside the lab. Next, always wear a lab coat. There was this time a previous class had used the place and they were studying acids, and they didn't clean the stand. A student saw that it was wet but thought it was just water since it has the same coloration. He wasn't wearing a lab coat so his arm got affected instead and bam, he had third-degree burns. He went on telling rules for a while. At the end of the day the whole class was dying of laughing too much from his stories. Kakin. What do you want, nerd? Gimme attention. Unlike you I still have to get in UA, so I need to study. But you know all those things already. It doesn't hurt to review. Yes it does, I'm hurt. I don't care, go annoy the homeless man you and auntie adopted. He's working. Since when has that stopped you? Tongue sticking out. He pouted and turned into a cat. If he wasn't going to hear him, then he'd make his life hell. He jumped on top of the book and sat there. Oh I nerd, I have only 1 year, this is not time for games. W. He booped his nose. Katsuki slapped his paw away. Zoo, for F's sake I need to review this. He liked his own pawn and scratched behind his ear. Zoo, get off. He turned away from him, still over the textbook. Katsuki had enough. He grabbed Izuku's back, and dragged him off, putting him strategically on his lap. I will give you one hand, the other I have to study. Mo. Yeah, you little sheet, you win. He started patting him with one hand while the other he used for the homework. He did not dare to stop. for if he did he got claws digging his skin, it hurt, he would never admit it hurt, but it did. Hitoshi did not understand the green cat. Well, he doesn't understand any cat, but that one in specific was a mystery. He started to show up sometimes there but wouldn't eat the cat food they laid for him, then he would demand pats, and so far yeah that's okay, but during the day he would just vanish, and it was not like he returned every night, so he was curious, where did the cat go to after he left the house in the mornings? And where did he spend the night if not with them when he escaped? Unfortunately for him, he couldn't follow him because he had school and he wanted to get into UA. His dad said he could do it, but when your classmates keep telling you to your face you can't, it kind of makes you doubt if you truly can. He trusts his dads, he knows the people at his school are just tyrant bullies, but still. Maybe he should have transferred schools. Too late now, at least he had only 1 year in this hell. Yeah, he could handle 1 more year. UA would be different, right? Midoriya was simply walking to his support classes. He had just ended Nezu's lessons once again. He swears he's going to leave there knowing how to take over the world one day. Not that he wants to, but still, what's the deal with him? And he's now 75% sure Nezu was only interested in him because he has an animal quirk. But oh well. Anyways, where was I? Oh yes, he was simply walking down the UA halls not paying much attention to the world, when suddenly he heard a hey, way closer to his ear than should be allowed. Could this be considered harassment? If he was in cat form he would be stuck in the ceiling right now, but since he wasn't he simply jumped away and hiss. Hi. He turned to the direction of the voice, and saw a face in the wall. He was ready to attack. What? Are you a ghost? Am I dead? Nope. The face developed a body. I'm your senpai. The name is Mirio. Okay? He dropped his fighting stance. He was still weary, but if this was an assassin sent to kill him he would already be dead. I heard Aizawa-sensei expelled your entire class. Yeah. He did that with us too. Well, not our whole class, but some people he thought didn't have potential. Nezu-sensei did say it was normal. So are you the kid Nezu took in as a student? He never does that. You must be special. Not really. And humble too. Say, what's your name? Izuku Midoriya. A pleasure to meet you. Come eat with me during your breaks from now on. Okay, senpai. A flush of pride stilled in Mirio. He managed to get someone to call him senpai. Yes. He could die happily now. Good. Us that got expelled on the first day gotta stick together, right? Shocked. You did too? But he let me in again after I challenged him to a duel. Did you win? Nah. He chuckled. I lost hard. I didn't really have good control over my quirk. Still don't actually. Another chuckle, but he saw potential. What's your quirk, senpai? Hi, why don't we spar later and I'll show you? Can we do that? Of course. As UA students we have full access to the facilities at any time. With the supervision of a teacher, of course. Which I know. We could ask Aizawa-sensei to supervise. Maybe you end up impressing him. Nezu did say to avoid the man. What the hell, it couldn't hurt. Sure. Here is my number, Kohai. Okay. Hi, laughing face. He saved his number as Ghost Senpai. Alright, I'll text you a day and time for our spar. Sure. See you later then, Kohai. He slipped back to the wall he came from. CYA. What a strange senpai. But he smells like a good person. Hey Midoriya-kun. Ikari called him. She ran to where he was standing after that strange encounter. He was never going to get to class today, was he? Me and a few other people decided to get together to form a plan to impress Aizawa to take us back. Do you want in? I'll think about it. Can I answer you tomorrow? Yeah, for sure. We are thinking of going forward with the plan a day before the last. Okay, do you already have a plan? Well, not really. But we are rallying at my house after school tomorrow to make 1 inch. Cool, well I'll tell you. Alright, HM. Do you want my number? You know, so you can tell me yes or no. Sure. It's smart. They should create a group chat as a class at some point. Great. They traded numbers. Well, I'll be going then, adios. Bye. How? Powerloader did not know if he was sad, shocked or impressed at the green-haired boy. I don't know, sensei, it just exploded. But there weren't any explodable materials. Just clean this up and don't do whatever you did again. Okay, sensei. What were you even trying to create? This, he slid the blueprint to him and started cleaning the balcony. Majima looked at the thing, then looked at the boy, then looked at the thing again. What do I have to do for you to stay in the support course? Wah. I have never seen someone design something like this. Can I help you with this project? I want to help you. I'm sure? But I get to keep my baby after it's done. You're what? His face got red. Well, inventions are like babies, right? You make them and when they are ready it's like they are born. And since you can keep improving them, it's like a kid growing and it's stupid, just ignore me. No. It makes sense. Let's build your baby. Yesh. Through a great deal of determination and insight the two managed to explode the workstation again. Majima was horrified. He had made an explosion after berating the green-haired boy for doing the same. The people near them who had heard the discussion before could not hold it in and laughed their butts off. Even Midoriya, the traitor, laughed at their burned faces. "Why?" Amajiki asked. He was not looking forward for tomorrow. "I don't know, I just wanted to meet our Kohai." "No. I mean yes, but why did you invite HM for a spar? And to sit with us?" It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but come on. It's been a while since we expanded our circle, this will be good for us. I thought Nijire was enough, expansion. No silly, too much is never enough. He hit his head on the table. A couple people at the cafe they were in looked at him strange. "I don't like this." "It will be fine, you two will get along great." "Hey Squirt," Toya called from the door. Can you do me a favor?" He immediately dropped everything he was doing and jumped near the man. Yes. His eyes were literally shining. "Kami kid. Sorry, it's just you never ask for stuff, we always have to help you by force." Yeah, anyway, can you deliver a letter for me?" "Huh. I've been thinking and I guess I should let my siblings know I'm alive at least since you and your mother forced me to become a productive member of society. I trust your mother enough that if Endishit somehow finds out she'll do everything so he doesn't get near me so." Toya would never forget the day a doctor had the audacity of saying to Izuku's face he shouldn't be a hero because his quirk wasn't suited for it. Let's just say the man won't be working anymore anywhere. Izuku was practically vibrating. "Are you sure? You blame them, don't you? Even though it's not there." "I blame Shoto, not Natsuo and Fuyumi." Can't you send it through mail?" "Why have me deliver it?" "They can track mail, they can't track an animal." "Fair enough, what will I get out of it?" "My gratitude." "PFF, I already have that. You are not a burnt nugget anymore, you don't live in a house falling apart, you don't have to pay rent, you have a steady supply of food, mom even got you a job, you owe me your life Toya and I hate you brat, and since when I'm Toya, and I? Since you started living here. It wasn't my choice. Are you leaving then?" Michim. "So what will I get out of it?" "You are becoming a mobster, you know that?" Hi. What do you want?" "Can I sleep with you in cat form?" "Why?" "Because. You are warm." "Kami, fine. We have a deal." "Where do I have to go?" "Here." He gave him the letter. "Gimme your phone, I'll type it the address." He did. "You are looking for either the boy a little younger than me that has white hair or the girl with white hair with red streaks. Do not give it to a boy with half red, half white hair. I'm assuming the last one is Shoto?" Okay, he saw the address and noticed it was really far from everything, but he knew how to get there. He turned into a peregrine and Toya tied the letter to his feet. "Don't stay out too late, your mother will kill me." "I'll take that as you will be back before midnight, right?" Toya opened the window and he flew away. Izuku loved flying almost as much as he loved being a cat. There was this feeling of freedom that came with it that he really couldn't find anywhere else. As he flew, a few birds gathered around him and he felt proud. Being at the center meant you were recognized as the guide. He felt kind of bad since he wasn't really guiding anywhere, so he told them, "Kaok cock," and the answer he received surprised him. "Cock cock, cock, cack cack." He answered them back, "Kaok," and it was settled. They all flew together to the Todoroki estate. Natsuo wasn't one to believe in signs or the divine, but to say a flock of birds suddenly descending from the sky in his direction didn't make him think this was some kind of divine punishment for cheating on his test, would be a lie. The leader of the flock got on his shoulder and really he thought he'd die. "This is it. I die without ever having left my SPRM donor's house. What a cruel fate." After a few minutes of him having a mental breakdown and the bird not moving but cocking loudly on his shoulder, he finally saw there was something in the bird's feet. After untangling, he noticed it was a letter. He read it and a moment later he was on the ground shaking. He looked at the green bird, who was looking back at him all-knowing. "Is this for real? It can't be real. What the F dash? It has to be some sick prank, right?" Sheet. "Cock cack," was the answer he received. Really insightful, he thought. "Sheet, I need to show this to Fuyumi. Birdie, don't leave, okay?" He was sure the bird would not listen to him. So after 20 minutes when he returned with Fuyumi next to him, he was sure the bird wouldn't be there anymore, but it was, so he got surprised. Maybe this is a quirked animal? He thought. Or simply all animals are smart and we are the dumb ones for thinking otherwise. Yeah, that made more sense. I don't know if this is a prank or not, but if it isn't, we have an answer. He tied the answer back on the bird's feet and he once again flew away with his flock going after him. He quickly flew back to his house, left the letter there and flew away again. He had some soldiers to train. "If this is a prank, I will hunt you down and kill you, you son of a bitch. But if this is real and you are actually our brother, then meet us tomorrow at the ice cream place we used to go as kids." Natsuo and Fuyumi. "Good morning, Nizu-sensei," he said after transforming back from a bird and walking down from the window in Nizu's office. "A lovely morning, isn't it, Midoriya?" Sure, Fichum, before we get into anything. Yes. But anyway, before we get into anything, there has been some new developments I'd like to discuss with you. Does it have to do with the request Togata put on for using the gym later today with Aizawa's supervision? Yes, but it's not only that. Oh. Hikari, she is someone that was in my class in Aldra. Anyway, apparently she and some other students are going to formulate a plan to have Aizawa-sensei have them back, and she asked if I wanted in. What should I do? People will only drag you down, Midoriya. Take it from me, I did not become the principal of this school by depending on other people. Right. But I think your spar with Togata is a great idea. If Aizawa doesn't take you back in through that, then just use what I'm teaching you and that will do the trick. Nizu-sensei, if I get back to the hero course, would this we currently have to end? Absolutely not. You have already proved there is no need for you to be in regular classes, so you would only take hero-related ones. What about the support ones? Are you enjoying them? Yes. Power Loader Sensei and I are building something together. If you had to choose between support or hero, what would it be? Hero. If I'm in support, I won't be able to ruin Endeavor. Is that so? Yes. He shouldn't be a hero. It's quite the feat you are trying to accomplish through the law. Most people with that goal would have gone villain. Then everything I claimed would be shut down because I'm a villain. No, this has to be done through the law. Interesting. In light of this topic, how about we continue your lessons? Today we will talk about how to manipulate the media. This will be of great help for you. So grab your notebook and let's resume. Hi. Okay, Tamaki tried to hate Midoriya, but he couldn't. His smile was as bright as Mirio's. Maybe it was an extrovert thing. And then Snipe-sensei took us all to the gym just to prove him wrong. He didn't have to, but it was so cool. Did he win? Obviously. What was Tamaju even thinking by claiming that? He probably just wanted to miss. Plus, right? Why didn't I think of that? See, Midoriya-kun, Maki has the only brain cells between us 2-inch. No, I don't. Anyway, I managed to reserve Gym Gamma for us this evening. I hope you don't mind a few of my classmates will also go. We needed a certain number of students so they could validate the thingy. Oh, it's all good. I don't mind at all, he smiled. So bright. I was thinking. We are friends now, right, Midoriya? We are. Yes. Anyway, me and Tammy are going on a small trip to a pool house this weekend if you want to go. Oh, I wouldn't want to intrude. He looked between the two kind of desperate. You wouldn't. We are friends. Friends do this kind of thing with each other. Ah, Tamaki noticed what Togata was doing. Midoriya wasn't actually an extrovert. He was just an introvert disguised as one, and Mirio's must-friend introvert and protect Kohai senses must have gone off with him. This is probably the weirdest and fastest friendship I have ever made. Tezuka thought, alright, then I'll go. Just pass me the address later. Of course. Midoriya. After spending the entire night thinking about what we did wrong, I'm positively sure this won't explode anymore. Alright, sensei, I believe you. And I changed the design a little bit. I couldn't change much because my Onaizen had me do something for him right when I was messing with the version 2.0 of the blueprint, but the changes I made will probably optimize the device. Good. Let's continue then. Alright. After a while it exploded again. My Jima felt like a fraud. Don't worry, sensei, I'm sure we will get it right eventually, he patted the hero. I'm not letting you go back to the hero course until we finish this. Oof, I don't want to leave either actually, but I really want to be in the hero course. This is a tough choice. Maybe it doesn't have to be one at all. I'll talk with Nizu and Aizawa. Alright, sensei. Good luck. Aizawa was just chilling in his cocoon. Hitoshi had been pestering him asking if he could follow the green cat to see where he went after running away in the mornings. Aizawa really should say no, it was irresponsible, and what if it took him to a slum, it could be dangerous. So he agreed because he is soft, under the condition that he'd do it with him. He didn't have any class to teach this week anyway, and so far no one was able to convince him to let them back in. If he was being honest, he was curious to what they'd do. It was almost a game to him. Was it bad to play with these kids' futures? Would it help them in the long run? Also yes. So if his rest, however, was interrupted by Power Loader grabbing him. How was he so strong for a guy so skinny? And dragging him to Nizu's office. Once he was put down on the chair, Majime sat next to him. To what do I owe this visit? Cut the crap, I want Midoriya, but he will want him too, and Midoriya will choose him, so we have to sort this out. I'm not giving up on his mind. Aizawa crossed his arms. How are you so sure I will even want him back? He's just a brat with an animal quirk. That's a load of bullshit and we both know it. So, Nizu, since you are breaking the rules so he will keep being your student, you have to break once more so he can be both ours. Oh my, Nizu chuckled. It seems my cub has made quite the impact. Ah, what the F, why does he call him his cub? He did. So work something out. Because I'm not losing him to Aizawa. Maybe Aizawa was starting to regret expelling the brat. What a headache. What do you mean he will keep being Nizu's student? Nizu chuckled, Midoriya is more advanced than where your class is at, the only one who can properly SDMLT his brain is me, so instead of having regular classes, he will keep having lessons with me during that time. What a pain. Keep him, you freaks, he hasn't proved himself yet. Nizu, you and I both know he will. So when he does, work on a schedule for him to be in both courses. We will see, he sipped his tea, was that all? Yes. Majima stood and Aizawa followed him slumping. Kami he hoped Midoriya was sheets so he wouldn't have to deal with Majima anymore. A deep part of him knew it wasn't the case. Aizawa knew this was karma. Yeah, he shouldn't have kicked everyone out in that spur-of-the-moment decision. Next year he definitely won't expel anyone, what a pain. This Midoriya kid was such a pain. First he became Nizu's student, then Majima didn't want to let go, and now he somehow became friends with the second years enough so that they asked him to supervise their use of the gym while they spar. He could be sleeping, he could have already gone home to be with his kid but they had to choose him of all people to supervise. This was definitely karma. As he watched the spar between the two all he could think of was, Kami someone give these kids special made gym clothes. Izuku was once again in gym clothes, he knew they weren't going to last long, they weren't made of the magical material that stayed with him when he changed, but it seemed Togata had the same problem. They'd be naked buddies. Wait no, that was weirdly phrased. Anyway. 2 seconds in the small fighting circle they created and Togata had disappeared, the only evidence he was once there was the clothes on the ground, that was interesting. He felt a sudden smell behind him, boo, the smell said, he barely had time to react out of the way of a punch. When he turned there was nothing there again. Teleport? He was inside the wall that time. So he passes through things? He looked down and turned into a kite flying high to observe, his clothes stayed on the ground. As he thought Togata ascended from the ground ready for a punch, he was confused when his target was no longer there, then he saw the little birdie in the sky, and grinned, you sneaky bee, you already figured me out didn't you? Kekik. It wasn't a laugh, but it sure sounded as one to Mirio. The blonde took a big breath and descended again. This time when he resurfaced he managed to go as high as Izuku was flying, thanks to his instincts and Togata's small hesitance to hurting a bird he flew away before the other even had the chance to do anything. Kekek. There was a problem, this wasn't really a fight. So Izuku turned back human, he kind of wished he had the bird's eyes, he should try to partially transform one day, why didn't he ever think of that? To the people watching it sure was an interesting sight seeing the two fighting, one was practically naked and the other completely naked. When Togata resurfaced again he was looking for the bird and missed the green cheetah that clawed him, he swayed to the side. And went down again, Kami Togata was a pain to fight against. He needed to fight smarter if he wanted to win, or even hit him at least once. Hey senpai, he said, going back to human. Togata resurfaced and he swayed to the side avoiding the aimed hit, so I was thinking, this isn't going anywhere. How about first hit wins? This was quickly becoming the dance of the naked, the one student who was recording it, was going to name the file exactly that. Togata grinned, fine by me, good, now he just needed to get a hit in it, easier said than done. Mirio went down again and he started counting, when he got back up he was almost hit sheet that was close, 30 it took 30 seconds between going down and up again, does he have a limit? His theory was destroyed by him staying 40 the second time, and 10-20 the last one. Okay so he's changing it, crap that's smart, a fist passed right by his ear, damn it he was getting distracted, he grabbed the arm and was about to twist it when it passed him, making him lose his balance, that small 1 second lost is enough for Togata to win by tripping him. I had fun, Mirio said helping him back up. Me too. Oh you lied to me. The two started putting back their clothes. Huh? You said you didn't have good control over your quirk, but that was amazing. I still have room to improvement. Wow. He had stars in his eyes, what an inspiration. When I was fighting you I realized I should try to partially transform. I had to do that kind of with my quirk when I was starting, do you want help? Yes. Thank you senpai. Hee, anything for my favorite kohai. He ruffled Izuku's fluffy hair and Izuku melted. Togata noticed how this was a weak spot and abused it a little. Izuku couldn't even think. He was almost turning cat just to get the maximum level of enjoyment, but he couldn't do that with Aizawa in the room or it would give it away. Tamaki brought them both water bottles and they sat on the ground. Well, more like Tamaki and Togata sat. Izuku was full on laying on the ground with his head on Mirio's legs while the older played with his hair. Maki, he's purring like a little cat. Ah really? This is so cute. Why you should stop, what if he actually doesn't like tea that but can't say no? He did and Izuku shot him a look that said with his eyes, how dare you stop, Patsuvi? So he continued patting him because he feared for his life. I don't think I can. Oh no. Hey Midoriya, are you listening? Okay, then let me tell you about what I did for my quirk. Ah crap, yeah Aizawa wanted him. Nizu saw the shine in Aizawa's sadistic eyes from the camera, seems my plans won't be needed at all, he slurped some tea. How amusing. That makes exactly one student that he has taken back. DMN people, up your game. After Togata finished explaining what he felt and what was his thought process to make a partial permutation, Izuku began trying to do the same. He was going for crow wings. Since flying as a human would probably be awesome, it kind of reminded him of that red-winged teen that he and some pigeons fought over territory a while ago. Yeah, he was cool. Wonder what happened to him. Oh, whatever. He got up and started concentrating. He became a full crow a lot of times. Maybe he needed some adrenaline to make it work, so he flew up to the ceiling, found a place where he could transform back into human and simply started free-falling. Nope. Aizawa was not going to have a suicide on his hands. He rushed to prevent the problem child from falling to their death when blam, suddenly problem child had wings instead of arms. Wings that weren't used to his weight yet, so he still fell to his death laughing. Aizawa caught him with his capture weapon, but the boy didn't even notice the situation he was in, because he was too busy fretting over the fact that, why is it worked Togata-senpai it worked. If falling to his death was considered something working, he did not want to know what failure was for the boy. What were you thinking? You could have died, he said after letting Midoriya down from the capture weapon. But I didn't. He smiled and Kami, it was so cheeky. Togata, the headache he has already gotten rid of, came rushing with Tamaki behind. If I wasn't here you would have. But you were. Midoriya, you are insane. Togata yelled, picking the boy up and spinning him. It was harder than he thought it would be. Hidden by a thin exterior were muscles. It's not insanity, senpai. It's the ingenuity to go plus ultra. Can he take it back? He doesn't want him anymore. Kami, what a pain. Throwing yourself from high places is just stupid, Midoriya. Kami, that mindset of yours is going to have to change in my class. Wait, does that mean I'm back in? He would regret this. Yes. Congratulations, you are the first. Triple thank you, sensei. I won't disappoint you. He wanted to argue he already did, but he felt the murderous stare from Mirio that if he did say that, there would be blood, so he kept quiet and instead deadpanned. No, he wasn't afraid of students. But he did know how a pain in the butt they could be. Especially since they know he prefers peace and quiet. After another hour of Midoriya trying to fly as a human hybrid and failing, and the second-year kids killing each other and Aizawa stopping them from doing so, Shota was finally free. He would finally be able to go home. Sweet liberty. As soon as Izuku stepped foot at his home, he ran as fast as possible to Toya's room. How did it go? He asked in a totally calm and constricted tone. Calm down, kid Kami. Sorry, it's just, as the owl a hisholde gineagle, I have the right to know. He decided to simply ignore whatever it was that he absolutely did not understand. Fine, wanna sit? This will take a bit. He sat on Toya's bed, it was bouncy, and grabbed the pillow to hug it. Right, so, I step into place, right? It was still the same as 10 years ago, and there they both were eating their stupid ice creams, being all normal siblings and sheet, and that made me realize I can't have that with them anymore. You didn't leave, did you? Toya. Now they'll think this was a prank. Okay, I may or may not have gone away, but I did ask the ice cream person to send their favorite pie to their table and I wrote a little note with it saying, I'm not ready yet. So, Akami, they'll definitely think this is a prank. He sunk his head on the pillow Izuku was holding. The green boy in question started patting his hair. No, at least you did something. It would have been worse if you just left. Besides, who else would know what they like besides you? HNG. Do you want me to deliver another letter? I don't deserve you. Nope, you don't. Speaking of not deserving us, Mama asked me to ask you if you want to be officially a Midoriya. Waff. She accidentally. It was totally on purpose, by the way, bought green hair dye, so you know. Oh. If I could, I'd cry. PFF. Oh, also you could legally change your name, if you actually want to make it official. It's not like Toya Todoroki is legally alive anyway, so who would question it? Oh shit. Language. Why does the blonde BSD get a pass and I don't? He's a lost cause. So am I. Can I really do that? Yup, Mom gave her your blessing and so am I. Besides, you became a part of the family the moment you brought me back a year ago. Shitsu. Hee, I know. How did it turn out like this? He was so sure he was on the path of becoming a vigilante villain, and then suddenly blam, a green cat. The world really works in mysterious ways. Aizawa was getting smart, he knew where to find him. Thank Kami, he had already delivered his share of letters between the Todorokis today. Yes, he did went as an owl this time. It was funny watching the confused face of Natsuo. Does he have an army of different birds or something? And why are they all greenish? Was the question. It was a fair question. Honestly, thanks to this question, Izuku decided to go as a different bird every time, maybe even different animals, and see how long it takes for Natsuo to realize they are actually the same one with a quirk, which would probably bring the question, is he an animal with a quirk? And if so, what is his original form? But these are questions for the future, and the present is much more concerning. This was one of the days Izuku did want to go home after the Jellicle meeting. Toya had promised him he'd teach him how to play cards, but Aizawa had to ruin that for him. Sorry Toya, I'll try to flee fast tonight. Hitoshi was quick to pick him up to pat him. Good he understood his place as his padding SLV. As Hitoshi and Aizawa sat down on the couch, skimbly anidots between them. Hitoshi crossed his legs and Aizawa spread a bunch of papers on the desk. Did you take someone back? Yup, Nizu's kid, he's becoming such a pain. Apparently Maijima wants him in his class. Nizu wants him as his student. He barely will get any actual class time with me. He actually cares. PFF, as if you don't actually think that's good. Less chances for them to annoy you if they are barely in your class, right? I think it's bad. He won't be able to completely focus in one task. Why is he even becoming an exception? He caught people's interests, he is your age and already got in UA, is way more advanced than regular classes and apparently has a knack for support. Wow, well I feel useless now. Oh no. No deprecating thoughts in my household. Thanks Greenie. What's his quirk? Shapeshifting. Now that I think about it, he becomes green animals. They both looked at the cat. Sheet. Any animal? According to his file. There is no way, right? There is only one way to know. Oh no. He jumped away. Right as Aizawa used his quirk on him. It didn't get him. This little sheet, he stood to look for him. Hitoshi stared at his hand. Was I patting a human this whole time? The answer would be no, and yes, no because when Izuku is an animal, he is an animal. He might have his memories and understandings, but that doesn't change the fact that he goes full animal mode. Come here kitty kitty, I'm not going to hurt you, Aizawa sing-sang trying to get the kid attention. The cat answered. Hitoshi always wondered if his quirks worked on animals. What a better way to find out. Kitty, don't you want more pats? Oof, tough choice, mew, he did. It didn't work. Either way the cat appeared and jumped on Hitoshi, thus believing he was safe. The traitor however held him a little far from his body. Dad. Aizawa used his quirk on him, where once there was a cat was now an Izuku. Mo, he said, tilting his head. Hitoshi dropped him. What the F, problem child? Don't blame me. You are the kidnapper. Kidnapper. Hey, he jumped away from Hitoshi. I thought we were friends. Traitor. Hitoshi was almost cat, hobbiedom tss, a tonic. His cat was a human? You I thought who? If I knew you were the freaking problem child I wouldn't. Well, it's not my fault really, I couldn't change back in front of the cats, I'd lose their trust. Besides, I tried running away multiple times. You should have just gotten a clue. Wait no. Stop, this is too dumb, my brain is frying. Hi, he pulled his phone out of nowhere and snapped a picture of Aizawa's confused face and Hitoshi's catatonic estate, then he sent it to Nedu. Nedu then proceeded to forward it to the teachers group. This is illegal quirk usage, problem child, you could be arrested. Not really, I'm not using it against anyone, besides it's not like anyone could prove it. Well except you. But you weren't supposed to find out, ever. Kami, problem child. Well anyway. Hi Toshi, he jumped towards the boy, it's so good to finally be able to talk to you. You know I'm on my path to ruining the kneecaps of all those ass and dash. Hitoshi stopped him from talking by shoving his hand on Greenie's mouth, which earned him a confused stare from both the former cat and his dad. You weren't a cat, he liked Hitoshi's hand away. I am a cat. After concentrating a little, he gave himself cat ears and a tail, becoming a proper cat boy. How can you prove I'm not catchily an animal with a quirk that makes me human? Aizawa simply sighed. Oh my Kami, I told you so much, Hitoshi realized. Please don't be mad. I wanted to tell you but all I knew before classes started was that Aizawa was a kidnapper who was married to Person Mike and had a kid who gave really good pats. Just so you know, you are Pat SLV number 4. I'm what now? Midoriya. Aizawa started, I'm expelling you again. 30 please don't. Consistence is fertile. Kami, you like Star Trek? Yep. There are so many cool lights. Don't get me wrong, he sat on the couch as a lady with his legs crossed. Lights are my mortal enemies. Hitoshi suddenly had the mental image of human Izuku chasing a cat light. He snickered, but I make some catceptions when they impress me enough. In Aizawa's opinion this was a lot to unpack. Wait, he realized, you are wearing clothes? And have your phone with you. How? These mesh with my skin when I'm an animal, they are made of special stuff, and I'm always with my phone, it has a tracker so mom knows where I am when I don't come back home. Is it normal for you not to go home? You tell me kidnapper, how many times have you catnapped me and kept me here against my will? Anyway Toto? Are you taking the recommendation exam? He asked Hitoshi, deciding to ignore the kidnapper's mental breakdown. I know. Why not? I want to get in by my own merits. PFF, that's stupid, I got in by the recommended one and it was all merits. Well, the practical was stupidly easy for me, it was boring even, but that was me. Your quirk is so cool by the way. You tried using it on me, right? I was honestly surprised it didn't work on me. Oh well, this purroves my brain also changes. Oh by the way, we should cat change numbers. Since we can finally be proper friends. Sure, he still wasn't entirely there. Nice. I thought you were going to shut me down or something when you knew the truth. Lucky me, right? Hey, I'm homie. Hisashi called upon entering the house. He noticed the state Hitoshi and Aizawa were in, and then the green cat boy on their couch. He started laughing, almost dropping the bags he was holding in the process. Is that food? The cat boy asked. I'm starving, I hope it's food. Why? Loud said, so they finally figured it out? Wait, finally? You knew? Aizawa asked, searching for the nearest weapon. It's not hard to make the connection show. He's a green cat, and he becomes green animals. You didn't see it because you didn't want to. 30 I didn't know that you knew. And you didn't think to tell me? Aizawa was incredulous. Would you have told me if the roles were reversed? No, he would not. Thought so. Shame on you. Shame on your cow. On your family. Hitoshi said, still trying to get over the fact that he had a friend. His cat was a human his age? Brain fry. You are my family. Yes. Shame on us for not noticing. About that food, either feed me or I'm going home, Izuku said, ignoring the mental breakdowns he was causing. Of course, little listener. Hisashi set the food, they were more snacks than food, on the table and started grabbing plates. Midoriya saw that Hitoshi's hand wasn't doing anything. How dare? He lay down on the couch with his belly up, head on Hitoshi's lap facing Hitoshi. The boy stared at him. He stared back, neither were moving. Tisk, your hand goes her. He put Hitoshi's hand in his hair right behind the cat ears. Now scratch. He did so, not because he was told to, but because he was still a little absent-minded and working on automatic. That's better. You are a cat. He closed his eyes and started purring. Kami. In the kitchen, Hisashi was heating food for everyone, and Aizawa decided to help by grabbing stuff for them to drink. He turned to Hisashi with an unreadable expression. We have to take him home, don't we? Probably. How would I even introduce myself? Hi, sorry I kidnapped your son, I thought he was a stray. That's a great way to do it. They walked back to the room and found Midoriya laying down on Hitoshi while the other patted him. Maybe he is a cat with a quirk that turns him into other animals. Imagine giving birth to a cat. He'd be adopted. Hey Midoriya, what are your parents' quirks? He answered, really helpful he'd say. Hisashi considered the food was in the oven enough and called them to eat. Midoriya reluctantly went, losing his pat SLV in the process. At least the snacks were really good. We are taking you home. Ah, does that mean I can't come here anymore? Do you enjoy being kidnapped? Hitoshi asked, starting to come back to the land of the living. I enjoy the pats. Mom doesn't like when I'm only a cat, so I have to stay human most of the time at home. But Tinai has agreed to let me sleep with him after I'd cat his letter owl. He's comfy to sleep with. And there is cat always cackin'. Mom doesn't even get mad when I go there because it is really close to our house, but he gets all pissy if I stay cat all the time too. So I guess I enjoyed being catnapped here. And your mom knows about your nightly outings? Oh yeah, she gave up on trying to stop me. We are still taking you home. I can get there quick air alone. It doesn't matter, it's our responsibility to make sure you get there safe. 5 yen. It was 2 Inko usually went to bed at 9. This was way too early for her to wake up, so she didn't. She ignored the doorbell and hoped that whoever it was insane enough to ring it at 2 in the first place would just go away and die. She heard footsteps coming from Toya's room, and then a grunt. It was for things like these that she pseudo-adopted him. Toya tossed his 5th letter in the garbage when the door rang. He dragged himself to answer it, thinking, it can't be Izuku, he'd just fly in. Is it some kind of robbery? But then why would they ring the doorbell? Did my siblings somehow find me? He grunted. It was too soon. He didn't want to talk to them yet. He didn't want to explain where he'd been and what he had to do to survive. He took a big breath and opened without even asking who it was. Sue him, he was tired and not thinking straight. There was a homeless man and a green boy. Wait, a green boy? Aizu, why are you using the door? He made me. I said he didn't have to bring me all the way here, but he just wouldn't listen. Anyway, Nizan, this is my catnapper sensei. Aizawa huffed and slapped the back of his head. Did you have to introduce me like that? Right, he found out then? Yeah. He glared at the hobo. Man. You should have just kept him. Now he's going to make me wake up early because he has to wake up early. See what I have to deal with, catnapper sensei? We feed them, we give them a roof, we cat-adopt them into our catmally, but they just keep cat-planing. I'm not gonna question that. Aizawa thought. Yeah, come here. Izuku did so, positioning himself strategically so Toya would hug him from behind. Izuku wasn't the tallest, but by all means he wasn't that short either. His head, hair, if put up, almost, it was closer to his elbow, hit Toya's shoulder. Stop selling yourself taller, Izuku, you aren't. Do you want coffee or something? Toya asked, completely supporting his weight on Midoriya, just as the brat wanted him to. No. I'll be going. I'll see you in class, kid. All right, catnapper sensei. Good night. Night, the man said before going away. The two stared at where he was for a while until Toya closed the door and started laughing. So you got caught. I wasn't caught per se. They just so happened to use their brains and put two and two together. So caught. Hitoshi had a brain catnerism for so long. I'm not gonna lie, it's really unnerving to find out your cat is actually a kid. You are all just weak. No, he started walking pushing Izuku in the process. You are just insane. 3P. They walked back to Toya's room, and Izuku hopped to the desk. The older had been writing letters trying to get it right. He just didn't know what to say to them after what they sent back. He plopped on the bed deciding he'd deal with this tomorrow. Midoriya was one to prize, so he did. Are you living well? Do you need anything? I'm going to visit Mom tomorrow. You could come if you wanted. I miss you. Ever since you died, he's being harsher on Shoto. Maybe if you came back we could be a normal family again. Fuyumi. You little sheet, what's so scaring about meeting us that you sent a FNG pie in your place? Either be here, or don't. Don't get our hopes up for nothing. Natsuo. He looked at the pile of discarded half-finished letters in the trash, then back at Toya resting on the bed under the mattress with his eyes closed trying to hide from the light. Izuku turned the lights off and snuggled into him. Night Niken. Night brat. Just because Midoriya wasn't participating in his classmates' plans to return because of his dumb luck, it didn't mean that he wouldn't watch what they would do. He was kind of excited, so as the small mass of students gathered to the student's office, he followed. He even took Mirio and Tamaki with him because they got curious to what was happening. Chiri knocked on the teacher's office door, which was opened by a confused Vlad kind. What do you all want? Is Aizawa-sensei here? He asked. Vlad grunted and opened the door. Aizawa was sleeping inside his cocoon. Razor, your dejects are here. Vlad kicked him. The tired man grunted and opened his cocoon just enough for his face to show. Aizawa-sensei, you will take us back. We won't leave until you say yes. The man deadpanned. Is this the grand plan? I was expecting more. Hikari grinned. We will see. They all started talking chaotically reasons why he should take them back. He got so annoyed he even left his cocoon to grab some coffee. The moment he did that, the real plan went into action. T-shirt signed, go, to Hikari. The aura around her changed, but Aizawa did not notice anything different because of his growing headache. Then T-shirt activated his own quirk. Time pause. Midoriya isn't sure what happened while he was there. He didn't even notice time was freezed at all. All he noticed was one moment there was a tuft of blue hair quiet and grinning, and the other he vanished. Aizawa-sensei, he started cocky. Phase 2 starts now. Good luck. As he said that, most students ran out. He was visibly confused. Midoriya and Mirio were too until Tamaki said quietly. They stole his capture weapon. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, the illusion Hikari made in Aizawa's neck disappeared. Hobo man grunted, but they could tell he was holding a smile. Midoriya, he said, if you want to stay in this class, help me get it back, and you too. He pointed at Tamaki and Mirio. Go eat your lunches. Aye kidnapper-sensei. He shifted into a wolf and started sniffing. Mirio and Tamaki left back to the cafeteria, and Midoriya started guiding Aizawa through the halls. In 2 minutes he caught a smell trail and ran to it, not caring if Aizawa was following him or not. He was. They found a student. Toburo, he smells like plastic to Izuku. The boy simply smiled at them and said, not it. He ran away again, and Izuku picked up another trail, once again guiding him to a student. T-shirt simply shook his head. Just past it, sensei. Izuku whined, but it came more as a growl. In Teishi's and Aizawa's opinion, it was fairly intimidating if you forgot who the boy underneath the wolf was. He kept running, but the smell was everywhere, so he changed back. They knew you were going to make me help you, sensei. The smell is literally everywhere. It probably hit the vents. It's alright, problem child. Go eat your lunch, I'll take it from here. He was a little sad from having to leave because he wanted to see how it would end, but he was hungry. So he went back to the cafeteria and told the second years what happened after they left. They kept talking about what they thought could happen, and eventually the conversation shifted to what they would do during the weekend. Just as the bell was about to ring, Hikari hopped over their table with the capture tape around her neck as if it was a fashion choice. Everyone stared her as if she was crazy. Even across courses, everyone knew it was basically suicide to take a racer scarf. I see it's going well, Mirio joked upon seeing her. Oh yeah. He actually thinks he got the real one, but it's actually Ringu on his neck. That must be uncomfortable, Taki whispered. Izuku chuckled but agreed. Anyway, Midoriya-kun, what time do you have class with him? I have no idea. I'm kind of just going wherever I want to go while they decide on an official thingy. Why? Oh, we wanted to barge in the middle of his class, but I suppose we can go right after the bell. Then I'll also go. 3. The bell rang. Speak of the devil. Please record it for us, Midoriya-kun, Togata pleaded. Okay. She disappeared as soon as the bell rang, and he went back to Yue's classroom. He was pleasantly surprised to see another student was there, and she wasn't even a part of the group plan, so she managed to impress him by herself. Good on her. He shot her a little wave. She ignored him and stared at the board waiting for Aizawa. Well, that was rude. He sat down in his own seat and started recording discreetly. Aizawa walked in the room surprised to see Midoriya there. Problem child, aren't you supposed to be with Maijima right now? I have no idea. Nezu just said I should roam around today. I see. Well, that's fine. Change into your gym clothes. I'm teaching you too the basics of fighting. Hi. As they said that Ringu as the capture weapon, jumped from Aizawa's head and plopped on the floor. Aizawa sighed and was about to use his quirk on the scarf, but the boy transformed before he could, landing in a T-pose, CK. Midoriya barely could hold his laughter in. Meanwhile, the girl looked angry that they were joking at something like this. Hikari appeared along with the group and his actual capture tape. We win, she said with a smile. You did. Even though you did it while playing a joke. I'll have to think about whether I'll let you all back in or not. Even though you all showed ingenuity for reaching your goal, you did not take this seriously. But we did, sir. Taburu said, we did have fun during it, but don't take our enjoyment and playfulness as us not taking this seriously. If we didn't, do you really think we would have won? As I said, I'll think about it. You will have your answer tomorrow after school. For now, go back to your classes. Hi, sensei, they said and dispersed. Izuku stopped recording and sent it to Nezu and the group he had with Mirio and Tamaki. Once again, Nezu forwarded to the teacher's group, and a loud hysterical laugh coming from Hisashi could be heard across the halls. Aizawa, upon hearing the blonde, glared at Midoriya. Why? Was all he asked. You stole my pat time with Todo. The girl decided to ignore them both and actually do as Aizawa instructed her to. Aizawa and Midoriya ended up leaving the classroom together. I didn't steal anything, I simply took you back home. Same thing. Go change, problem child. Do I have to? What difference will it make if I'll end up naked anyway? He considered that for a while. His eyes would appreciate it if he didn't have to see his student half naked. What the hell, you already break a bunch of rules of this school. What's one more? That's the spirit. He did a little jump and started a fist bump. Aizawa did not return it, he simply stared at it, then walked away. He had a new goal in mind, to get a fist bump from that man. He was doing homework with Kaken when a notification rang loudly on HS phone. It was always on mute with exactly one exception, so he quickly picked the phone up, startling the blonde a bit. His eyes light up so wild Bakugo thought they'd leave his face. What is it, nerd? The revolution has started, Kaken. The F-. On the phone there was a single article open. It read, "It's raining poop." On this afternoon, the number 2 hero Endeavor was on his way to his agency when bird poop started falling on him. We have caught it on camera the exact moment he burns the poop away from his face just for another to fall on his shoulders. He just kept on burning the poop, but it kept on failing until he was entirely covered in poop. Attached to the article there is a video file of Endeavor screaming at some birds. Is Endeavor an animal hater? Last week he was also spotted yelling at a fan, so the question remains. What is he like after all? He tossed the phone at Katsuki's face. The blonde's face shifted from confusion to amusement. You did this, didn't you? What do you mean, Kaken? I've been here all day with you. However, his words, his eyes were betraying them. Yeah, you did this. What's next? Hi, just wait and see, Tsuuki, just wait. See. Later that day, as soon as Toya got home, he tackled Izuku into a hug. The greenie wasn't complaining, no sir. Aizawa, demon idiot, I love you. Hehehe, love you too, Nizan. That's it, I'm changing my name to Midoriya. Shocked. Finally. Can I dye your hair too? Sure, he'd regret that. He regretted that. Midoriya had no idea what he was doing, but he was having way too much fun nonetheless. Toya actually knew how to dye hair, and so did Katsuki, who was watching the chaos and giving sarcastic comments from time to time, but it didn't matter what they told Izuku to do. The boy simply ignored them and did as he liked. That seemed like a key component of his personality. Surprisingly enough, after they were done, his hair was actually green. The same blackish green the Mayurias had. From all the colors he has dyed it, this felt the most like it actually belonged to him. You look absolutely ridiculous, Bakugo said like a brat. Shut up, Kaken, it's great. One more broccoli in this world, what have we become? Soon, Kaken, they'll all join the broccoli cult, just you wait. He looked at the blonde contemplating something. Bakugo did not like that face. Blonde hair is easy to dye, you know. Oh, hi. I like it, Toya said, shutting them both up. Of course you do, Toenai. Izuku hugged him from the back. It was easy to do so when the other was sitting down. He had to take these rare opportunities. Right now I only need to change my name. I have no idea how to do that. Don't worry, Mom can help you. Yeah, Auntie is scary good with the law. I'm aware. So now he just had to wait for her. As soon as she was home, her green bean came rushing to her, Toya and Katsuki walking calmly behind. Mom, he wants to change names. You have to help him change his name. She looked from the excited boy to Toya, noticing the green hair. Then the Midoriya tears came in, and she brought him to a hug. Of course I'll help you. These days these kind of things are doable online, so we can do it even before dinner. Yes. Izuku yelled. Kami Zuko. Katsuki grabbed Izuku's hand, dragging him to the couch while Inko and Toya grabbed the computer. Why are you even so excited? It's just a name change, nerd. Names have power, Kaken. Inko froze for a millisecond. That was something Hisashi used to say. Where did you hear that, dear? She asked him, setting the computer down and sitting near them on the couch. Toya sat right next to her and Izuku. No, he shrugged. The process was quicker and more anticlimactic than they all expected it to be, so to turn into an event they ordered some cake and pizza and decided to turn this day into a tradition. After all, this was the day Toya Midoriya was born. Izuku was surprised to see there were more people in the class now, no one he personally knew, but still, he was kind of afraid of the black-haired girl. She just growled at him every time he tried to make conversation. Today Nezu had specifically told him to stay at 1A for starters, so he had high expectations for this class. Alright, we have 7 students now, I think that's enough for a trip. Sir, I don't mean to interrupt, and yet you still did, but there are only 6 of us here. At that they all looked around. Yeah, they were 6. He sighed and looked at the list. As he did that, a really short boy with light green sparkly skin and pointy ears rushed in. He was wearing round glasses and looked extremely flustered. Sorry I got late. He was breathing hard. He must have been running. The bus was late. 7, was all Aizawa said. Take a seat. As I was saying, we are having a small trip today. You can either go in your gym clothes or your hero ones. Either way, get changed and meet me at the parking lot. Midoriya can take you there if you don't know the way. Hi. They all rushed out to change. Obviously Midoriya chose hero clothes. He didn't want to be naked. The skin-tight suit was a dark green tone with purple stripes on the sides. They went from his neck to the sole of his foot. He was wearing black combat boots from the same material that merged with his skin, and the long sleeve worked also as a fingerless glove. Not only his clothes merged with his skin, but they were also made of fibers that rebuild themselves if they were cut open. The real fun part was what went above all this. A black hoodie jacket with cat ears holes on the hoodie. A black split skirt that worked a bit like Eraser's capture weapon, and a face mask that built itself, sort of like Peter Quill's one, except a black screen instead of metallic mask that recognized the facial expressions and replicated them with purple neon lines, so it wouldn't have to neither stay on his neck nor his face all the time. The only thing that would have to stay there all the time was the small button in his ear that to anyone else looked like a comm device. And since it also worked like that, it was. If anyone saw it, they'd think the costume belonged to a villain and not to a literal ball of sunshine, but he thought it was perfect. He was aiming to be an underground hero. The less attention on him, the more he could neglect his work. Cammy, he shouldn't think things like that. Oh well. He felt he was being stared at, so he moved away quickly to the parking lot. He wasn't sure if they were following him, at least not until Elfo Boy got near him. Hi, he put his glass up. We hadn't had the time to talk yet. But I'm Kasa Denkyu. I know you know nothing about me, but I know lots about you, he chuckled. Midoriya was startled. Are you a stalker? He asked seriously, but if he thought about it, they wouldn't let a stalker inside a hero school. Would they? Cammy, he hoped not. And he waved his hands frantically. I can hear animals. They talk a lot about you. You can talk to animals? His eyes were shining. Maybe someone would finally be able to understand him while he was in an animal form. No, he scrubbed the back of his neck. I can understand them, but they can't understand me. Well, that's just tragic. I've learned that animals are better than people. Denkyu had heard pigeons talking about overthrowing the government. He wasn't really sure he agreed, but he nodded anyway. Well, anyway, I guess I just wanted to meet you, Hi, well, we've met. They arrived at the parking lot where Aizawa had been waiting for them, black-haired serious girl. He should really learn her name someday. Tried to make them form a line, but it just didn't happen. They were all behaving like little kids. It was making Aizawa visibly sad. Everyone inside the bus now, the man said with a huff. They all did. Midoriya wasn't sure who he should sit next to, so he didn't. He turned into a cat and sat on Aizawa's lap. Off, problem child. Mo. Sir, Kasa started really shy, he said. And I quote. Perish. He started purring, the little sheet. I need to drive. Mo. Aizawa turned to Kasa. He said you can figure out a way, because you are smart fella. Shota took a deep breath. If you get off, I'll let you come over to the house later. Immediately the cat left his lap and instead clinged on Green Boy, demanding pats. Once upon a time he'd be embarrassed of doing this in front of his class. But then once upon a time he didn't poop on Endeavor as a bird this very same morning on the way to you. After pooping as a bird in public, nothing shame-worthy affects him anymore. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the USJ. Once they got there, Izuku returned to human. Universal Studio Japan? Someone asked. Unforeseen simulation join, Aizawa corrected. Behave, problem children, we have a guest today. Inside it was huge, but it made sense, since it was also huge on the outside. What would be surprising was if it was small on the outside, like the TARDIS. But anyway, 13 started talking about dangers of quirks. Midoriya sort of tuned out, not because he didn't care, but because it was quite hard to focus when so much was happening around him in the distance. There was snow, fire, buildings crumbling down. How did they expect people to focus with all that was happening? Alright, I'm taking you to each zone and we'll go over protocol for each one and save some dummies, 13 said once they were done with the speech. They went to Storm Zone first. Before they got inside the small dome, they explained protocols and laws. Once they got inside, Midoriya understood why they decided to explain before going inside. The winds were so high it was hard to hear anything besides the whooshes. There are several dummies spread around. Your mission is to safely bring them back here. As they said that, a huge chunk of a building flew above them. Midoriya felt that he was going to be essing up at any time by the wind, and not waiting to be caught in the storm, he turned his feet into bear claws and dug the ground a bit. You all have 10 minutes until everything collapses and everyone dies. It's unknown how many people are trapped. They continued. Treat this as the real thing. Aizawa added. They all nodded and started moving. Izuku turned his nose into a bear snout and started following the odd smells. The out-of-place smell took him to a collapsing building where the entrance was blocked, and he just knew there was a dummy inside. The wind was extremely strong there, and the rain was loud. It would be quite dangerous to turn into a small animal in this situation because he could be blown away. There were windows that didn't seem blocked on the second floor, so he turned his hands into claws like his feet and started climbing the building. He punched the window, splattering glass everywhere, and got inside. The building swinged as he moved. He found the dummy under a collapsed ceiling. Sheesh. He turned into a full bear and moved the ceiling part away from the body, picked the dummy up and ran out of there just in time for the building to start collapsing on itself and then being blown by the high winds. He jumped out of the window he came in from and turned back into a human. As they were free-falling, he tossed the dummy on his back and used its arm as a rope around his neck, then turned his arms into wings and used the direction of the wind to take him to where his teachers were. Once he got there, Deku was doing first aid on the dummies, and a girl he didn't know the name of was giving off instructions to 3 of his classmates. I saw a lot of people trapped in one building. I'm going to need help bringing them all here. The building is about to collapse, so we need to be extremely careful. Midoriya let the dummy near Casa and ran off again. For people could handle one place themselves, there were more places to check after all. He found rude black-haired girl on the way to one of the odd dummy smells. A huge wall chunk had just flown away right beside her, but she didn't seem too troubled by that fact. There is a dummy on the 3rd floor of that building, he said to her. I'm leaving it to you. And then ran off to find another. He found one almost being hit by a flying car and swooped in to take them, then a kid dummy behind a counter in a fake ice cream shop, then another one near there trapped behind a door that was stuck close in a way that just wouldn't have opened if he hadn't kicked it in. He couldn't. He ran back to the checkpoint to deposit the dummies and found another 2 in the way. If these were real people, he probably wouldn't have been able to carry them all at once, but they weren't, so he wasn't too worried about that at the moment. Before his teachers could say what they wanted, he ran off again. Next time when he returned with more 3 dummies, the rescue party was coming back with a lot of dummies. The weather disaster stopped gradually while they came closer until there was nothing happening anymore. Okay. Let's first talk about what you all did wrong, and then what you did right. He was already exhausted from running so much, and they had only been to one zone. This wasn't normal. He barely heard about everyone else until it got to his turn, and Midoriya, in real life you wouldn't have been able to carry that many people at once. But you did good in not butting in when there were other people that could do the job besides you. Most heroes would steal saves instead of doing the smart thing for fame, so you did right. I have no interest in fame, Kidnapper-sensei, so I wouldn't do that. 13 started laughing. Wah hot dai he hid he kahal yuhu? Don't call me that, problem child. Whoops, he didn't have the face of someone who said it by accident at all. Next zone is the flood zone. But before we get to that, you are probably all tired, so we are first going to the plaza, have some water and a quick snack to replenish your energy. Hi. When they got there, they did get water and healthy granola bars as promised, but they also got to talk about healthy habits that lasted longer than there was any need for it to last. A boy with pink hair even had the time to take a nap, and when they finally went for the flood zone, Pinky was startled awake by Aizawa smacking him in the back of his head with the capture weapon. Midoriya was certainly glad he didn't sleep too, even if his body was screaming at him for it. Right, so, the flood zone, except for 3 of you, I doubt any of you be called to these type of disasters, so I'll be quick. A ship that has been taken hostage by villains, a villain that can control the water and is threatening to flood the city, ship heists, modern pirates, wreckages, all these types of things a hero that specializes in water should know how to deal with. Midoriya, you are one of the people who'd be called. What would you do if a ship was taken hostage by villains? I'd turn into some marine animal and swim to them and then flank them when they least expect. Hato, what about you? A boy with blue skin and fish scales answered, I'd probably do the same, without the turning part, he chuckled. Queso, he asked the plants nicely for a help. To do that? Right, that's what most people think, but the sea has other regulations. They went on a tangent about territory and making sure they don't leave borders, and working with the Coast Guard, air support and stuff. To finish with a practical example, they put a bunch of dummies in a sinking ship and told the 2 of them to save them. Midoriya had never tried to become a sea hybrid before, he did now. It was weird being a shaman, but it did the job. By working together, Hito and Midoriya managed to rescue everyone while Keiso kept the ship from falling apart at a safe distance with minimal effort and obeying all the rules 13 had set for them. On land, the students who didn't participate had the job to analyze what they were doing right and wrong, and once they finished there was this whole debate on what they observed which was quite useful for them to improve. After the exercise, Keiso and Hito stayed near Izuku and he learned his name was Second Hito, and his quirk was that he was basically Aquaman. He was really curious about Keiso's quirk, but when he asked the other quickly changed the topic. Next was the fire zone. It was hot. Literally. As soon as they stepped foot in there they started sweating. 13 gave their set rules, do's and don'ts and proper victim care speech and then set them free to roam and save dummies. Midoriya turned into a Rupel's fox because they could handle the heat and had a great sense of smell and other things. He honestly just turned to one because of the heat, but no one needed to know that. He found a few dummies and took them back. He even worked with a rescue group this time because they needed someone small to get inside and tell the situation. What better than an immortal cockroach to do the job? But shit was hot. He wanted to take a nap. Naps were great in steamy locations. The fourth trip he made back, he could still do at least 5 more but instead curled up on himself near the familiar smell known as Aizawa and started sleeping. Shoyuta tried to wake him up but he was long gone in dreamland. He picked Midoriya up and took him with them until he woke up. Next was the mountain zone. He was sure that by bringing the problem child here he'd wake up from the cold, but if anything it just made him sleep harder. If you are curious as to why, it's because he had been a bear for a long time not too long ago. It was sleepy time for bears in the cold, and sleepy time for cats in the hot. At least that's his interpretation of the situation. He wouldn't wake up anytime soon. When he did wake up he was in Nizu's office sleeping on the couch with a blanket above him. He woke up very confused as to why he was there. When did you get here, Nizu-sensei? He sat up not removing the blanket from him. It was comfy, and it smelled like Aizawa. I've always been here for this is my office. You slept quite the disturbing amount of time, Midoriya. It's already the end of the day. Did you sleep well last night? Surprisingly, yeah, Twin II officially became a Midoriya, so we celebrated and I ended up not going out. Kaken forced me to go to bed early. He pouted and sipped the tea that somehow made its way into his hand. Maybe Nizu had a secondary quirk to summon tea. I see. It would be quite the dangerous situation if you fell asleep on duty like that. I know. Why am I in your office though? I had Aizawa send you here so you could rest in peace and quiet without people wanting to disturb you. Oh, thanks. It was my pleasure, cub. But don't worry, I shall teach you how to ignore your animal instincts, okay? Do you have to do that? All the time. You have no idea how many times I've wanted to bite someone and simply sip tea instead. Concerning. But same. He nodded in a way that told Nizu he knew exactly what he was talking about. Alright, let's talk about control. Night came and with it the teachers' meeting. Eraserhead hated them, not only because it forced him to interact with Vlad kind and not kill him, but also because it prevented him from getting family time with Hitoshi and alone time with Hisashi when Hitoshi had his stuff. So he was sulking and not aware that when Nizu walked in he wasn't alone. A yawning Midoriya was next to him holding a bunch of tablets to hand off like he was Nizu's assistant. He only took notice of this fact after Midnight said very loudly, why is Midoriya-kun here? That made him look at said problem child and sigh. He looked tired. We simply lost track of time. The Chimera said more happy than it should be allowed to, so I simply told him to come with. After all, I couldn't in sane conscience let him walk back home alone this dark. Midoriya stared at him, then back at the teachers and said, he's just using me to carry stuff around. Nizu sat at his seat not denying and Midoriya put all the tablets at the long table and then looked around looking for a place to sit. Upon seeing Eraserhead he turned into a cat and jumped on the man. You have his seal of approval, Zawa. Nemuri could really be a pain in the butt sometimes. Yeah. He even started coming back to our home sometimes on his own. Hisashi said, why are you taking a kid home, Eraser? Vlad asked, should we call the police on you? I thought he was a stray. It's a long story, can we just get this meeting over with? Of course. I'm sure you all know why I called you here today. The sports festival. Snipe said, indeed. Is it wise to discuss this with the kid here? Vlad asked, of course. If anything, I'd like his opinion on things if he'd be kind to turn back. If looks could kill, the look dots shot Nizu would have been enough. I'm taking that as a no. Anyway, he won't spread around. So, let's discuss the events. Aizawa absent-minded started patting Midoriya while the teachers discussed around them. The green cat didn't mind that at all. After a long discussion they were finally free. Aizawa had a problem though, and that was that Midoriya was asleep on his lap. He could turn him back to a human but that'd make moving him harder, so he picked the cat up and decided to take him back to the problem child's home until he received a text from Hitoshi saying, do you think Greenie is gonna come back on his own? I want to talk to him, so he decided to once again kidnap the cat. Look, he was soft for his kid, it couldn't be helped. His husband didn't let it go though as he changed directions from where he was driving back to their home. Upon getting there, Hitoshi was laying down watching some anime about boys in a band. It looked gay in Aizawa's professional opinion, but who was he to judge? W.Ari Humi, Hizashi ran to Hitoshi and let himself fall on top of him. Af pops get off. Kid, how was school? He asked, ignoring the scene in front of him, but covering Izuku's tiny ears so he wouldn't get startled from the commotion. It was fine. Seriously, Pops, get off. Hizashi gave him a squeeze before letting himself fall on the ground. In 2 seconds he was hoarded by their cats. Hitoshi laughed at the scene and finally looked to where his dad was. Dad. Did you kidnap Greenie again? Don't give me that look. And here, he put the cat next to Hitoshi. He's sleeping. He walked to the bathroom to take a shower and Hitoshi started petting Greenie. The cat started purring. That was until he woke up at least. Hitoshi saw it in his eyes that he freaked out about where he was for exactly 2 seconds, until deciding that yeah, this was his life now and snuggling closer to Hitoshi while closing his eyes again. I still can't believe you are not actually a cat. Greenie purred. Hizashi decided he had enough of the floor and got up to make them food. What do you want? Fifth. Anything. Be careful what you wish for, Toshi, the blonde Sing said. Hitoshi was quick to turn to him, glaring. Anything but chicken. You are not making me eat chicken for the 5th night in a row. Finny. As the blonde turned his attention to the kitchen, Hitoshi turned his to the cat. Can we talk? He didn't seem like he wanted to, but he turned into a human anyway. It was still surreal for him. We should go to my bedroom. Okay. Midoriya had never been to Hitoshi's bedroom as a human before, as a cat? Yes, multiple times, but as a human it felt. Would? Well, he liked the smell. He sat on the chair while Hitoshi sat on the bed. Why were you pretending to be a cat all this time? I feel better when I'm an animal. It's just natural for me to be a cat at this point in life. But why? Animals are better than people. Oh, I'm sure of that. Purple looked pensive and sad. He knew why. It was impulse that made Midoriya sit next to Hitoshi and take his hand to comfort him. What are you doing? You don't deserve what those JRKs tell you. Your quirk is so amazing. And you'll be an amazing hero with it. I have never been so sure of anything my entire life. And look, I have pooped on Endeavor, so I know what's like to be certain of something. Just trust me, okay? You have pooped on Endeavor? Don't change the topic here. Didn't you were the one to dash? He saw those big green eyes shining at him. Never mind. He turned away. You are just saying all those things because you are taking pity in me. You don't actually believe what you are saying. That earned him a smack. OWW. Toto. I don't waste my time on people. As I said, I don't like people, I prefer animals. So why would I ever say something I don't believe to a human of all beings? I'd lie to a cat to make them feel better, absolutely. But not to a person. Toto? Why do? You even want to be a hero if you don't like people? Piff if I don't. Didn't you hear I pooped on Endeavor? Why would someone who wants to be a hero do that? Nah, I just want to be able to legally use my quirk. Don't let Dad hear you say that. Which part? The law abuse part. The Endeavor pooping, he'd respect you for it. Hi, I've always knew he was a good human. You say that like you aren't. They were still holding hands. He didn't notice nor mind that. I don't feel like one sometimes. Do you want to talk about it? Nah, we are here to talk about you and the bad tendency you have of putting yourself down and believing people who know nothing. He looked back at the green eyes. Do you really mean what you said? Yes. He was looking for any sign of deceit in his eyes but couldn't find anything. He let himself relax and ended up crying, not of sadness but of relief. Izuku knew the difference but he hugged him nevertheless. I have a senpai who doesn't believe in himself either. I should introduce you two so you could start a club. He rubbed his hand up and down Purple's back. That made the sobbing teen chuckle. What a shitty club. That's because self-doubting your own worth is a shitty habit to have. I guess you are right. He let go of the hug, but kept his hand on his. I know this won't vanish because I said these words to you, but you have me, you have Zawa, and you have Mike. And then next year you'll have UA. I don't know how your class will be, but if it's anything like mine you'll be fine. I wore a skirt on the first day and besides saying I was hot, no one said anything. You wore a skirt on your first day? Why? Is that judgment I hear? If I want to wear skirts, Toto, I will wear skirts. I'm not judging, I'm curious. Oh, in that case it was because you kept me here the whole night so I didn't have time to go back home to change into my uniform, so I decided I would just attend a class as a cat and not turn back, until a girl from my old school recognized me and lent me her extra uniform she had. After that Nedu kept a stock of uniforms for me to change in his personal bathroom. He has a freaking personal bathroom, it sparkles, anyway and I never wore the uniform I bought now that I think about it. Sorry for keeping you here. I don't mind at all. As I said, you are Pat SLV number 4. I love your pats. You are so weird. I've been told. Who are the other slaves? Kaken, Tenai, Zawa, my mom, Mirio and then Tamaki, but those two are always together so it counts as one person? Ah, and there is this dude in my class who can understand me while I'm an animal. He's so short though. Hitoshi laughed. Any remnant that he had been crying gone? Is being short bad? Extremely so, Toto. It's harder to cuddle if they are smaller than you. Right? Is that sarcasm I detect? I'll have you know, I'm quite the picky person. Be glad I chose you. Hitoshi was full on laughing now. How he managed to look so bratty and cute at the same time was a mystery for Hitoshi. Stop laughing. Izuku started laughing too. I'm serious. Surya. Stop. He gave Hitoshi a light slap that had no stray put into it all, and it still made Hitoshi fall backwards on the bed. That was the scene Aizawa walked into to call them to eat, the two laughing like insane idiots on Hitoshi's bed. It made him smile. He was glad Hitoshi had a friend, even if his friend was a pain in the butt for Aizawa to deal with. Food's ready, demons. We ha ha hair go ho hoin hi hiing. Hi Hitoshi. We ha ha havi toho sto hop laughy hiing. They spent another 5 minutes laughing until they were finally able to stop. Before they left the bedroom, Izuku stopped him though. We are good, right? Yeah. Hitoshi ruffled Izuku's hair. It's so freaking fluffy. We are good. Good. Izuku was blushing. Not that Hitoshi noticed. His parents however did and silently agreed to not say anything. The food is cold at this point, you two took too long. We were having a crisis, Hitoshi said with a serious expression. We heard. Midoriya ignored everything and served himself. He was freaking starving. Thank you for the food, he said before digging in without a care. After dinner he was planning to have a sleepover there until he got a message from Toya saying, come back. Come back now. His stomach turned into a knot and he felt sick. Everything in him was screaming for him to rush. So he did. Something happened, I need to go, he screamed before tossing himself from their window. He didn't even hear the shouts behind him asking what was wrong and telling him to not jump. He just turned into a bird and tuned everything out until he got home. Except home wasn't there, just ashes and fire. He found Toya in the middle of the crowd of noisy neighbors, firefighters, police officers and transformed back. Tears were already rolling down his face as he clinged on Toya as asked in a broken voice, where is mom? For his mom wasn't there, and if the smell coming from the house was any indication, she wasn't going to be so soon. He didn't understand. He couldn't understand. Why was this happening? How did it happen? What was going to happen now? Everything felt numb. Was that Toya? He hoped it was because he clinged to the voice and cried his eyes out. Where is mom? Where is mom? He kept asking because deep down he already knew the answer. Aizu. She. They dash. Toya hugged him. The man couldn't cry, but he was crying without tears. Thanks to Inko he had a home. He had a family, he was happy. She made the word home have a meaning. She made it possible for him to have a life again that wouldn't end in prison. Sir. A police officer appeared. She had a pained expression. We found your mother. She's not dead. They are taking her to the hospital right now. Do you want to go with? Yes. He picked Izuku up, not even caring he was heavy for him. He was running on hysterical strength at the moment and rushed inside the ambulance. She was so burned. She looked dead. It should have been him. She pushed him out of the way when the fire started. She trapped herself so he could live. Izuku was still crying loudly on him, completely unaware of their surroundings. The paramedics were rushing to keep her alive. They were speaking terms he didn't understand, in rushed voices so he wouldn't. When they got to the hospital they were quick to take her somewhere away from them, and when they tried to follow they were stopped. Izuku had finally stopped crying, but was still clinging on to him. She'll be fine, right? She'll be fine, right? Aizu. She can't die. We still have to take you to do normal family things you were never able to do. She can't die, she promised. He stopped clinging to him and looked at his face. He saw how badly he was trying to cry and it clicked, twin eye. Why did this happen? It was Endeavor. He spoke with so much hate. There was a fight. The gal wasn't even a villain, but he burned her and the house anyway. Please don't leave me to do something stupid. All the thoughts of revenge he was having went away when the boy said that. He was right. He had bigger things to worry than to hunt his father down, like taking care of Izuku. They were going to need a new house and he would have to take a few other jobs, but he could do it. I want Aizu. I promise. He kissed Izuku's forehead and the boy went back to hugging him. They stayed the entire night there, unable to sleep but also not entirely there. It gave Toya a lot of time to think. Things weren't clicking. That wasn't Endeavor's usual patrol route. So why was he there? Was it for Toya? But then why didn't he confront him? Nothing made sense. Around 9 AM they were finally called in. You two are here for Midoriya, right? They nodded. Right. There is no easy way to tell you this. Toya felt the hand around his tighten. He brought his arm around the boy. She's in a coma. She's alive, but chances of her waking up are very slim. How slim? He asked in a hoarse voice. The woman shook her head. Slim. All the air was SCD away from both Midoriyas. I'm sorry, I'll take you to her now. They nodded numbly and followed the nurse to a room. Inko Midoriya was looking like a corpse. The only thing keeping her alive was the huge tube on her mouth. She was covered in bandages, and if he had to guess, her skin probably looked even worse than his when Aizawa found him. The sight of her made Izuku start crying again, and Toya sank. He literally sank, squatting down and hiding his face in his legs. Izuku held her hand. She was so cold. Mom. Hitoshi and I are officially friends. I made a friend, Mum. Hearing that broke Toya's heart once again. He got up and held his hand out for Izuku to take it. He took it without hesitation, still holding his mother's with the other. He's also going to UA next year. We are actually the same age, but yeah. I was going to the pool house with my senpais this weekend, he chuckled, but he wasn't laughing. I guess I won't anymore. He shut his eyes. More tears came down, Mum. They said chances you'll wake up are slim. But you have to. You have to. Okay? Otherwise you'll miss all this stuff that I don't want you to miss. Like the sports festival is in a few weeks, and I'm pretty sure Nezu is making the way he is just so I can shine brighter. We still haven't destroyed Endeavor's career. We said we were gonna do that, so you'll have to wake up to watch when Toya gets his siblings back. Aizu. I don't need them, I have you. Mom. You have to wake up, otherwise you'll miss Kaken's first day at UA. You'll miss so much, so you have to wake up. You have to wake up. Toya hugged him from behind. The nurse there had been silently crying along with them. She couldn't even answer when Blue Eyes turned to her and asked, how long until it's deemed she won't wake up anymore? He had to ask again, how long? There isn't a set time. She cleaned her throat. It's up to the patient's family. In this case it's up to her husband. I don't know if he'll come. Izuku's frail voice said, they never officially divorced, but it has been 12 years since we've seen him. The most he does is send cards and call sometimes. But their relationship wasn't really one. Hasn't been one for a long time. If that's the case, the decision goes to the eldest son. The woman turned to Toya. That'd be you, correct? Why, yeah. If you think there is hope for her to wake up someday, then don't turn off the machines. It's in your hands. Okay. He felt small. He didn't want this responsibility, but he couldn't pass it on to Izuku. He'd be even more crushed, like he was at the moment. Izuku let go of his mother's hand and turned around to hug Toya properly. Can we leave now? Yeah, they left holding hands. The nurse turned the lights off and closed the door, leaving the sleeping woman and the machines, keeping her alive alone. At some point, a purple portal opened and a man stepped out. He held Inko's hand in his and started sobbing. I'm sorry, he didn't have a quirk to save her. In his 200 years of life he never felt so useless like he did now. I shouldn't have listened to you. I should have stayed. He put some flowers, Adonis, on the bedside table, and left through the same portal he came from. Going back to the street he lived his whole life, but seeing the big chunk of the familiar place missing made him cry again. Toya hated seeing him suffering so much. Izuku watched something that wasn't there, remembering his mother chasing him around the house pretending to be a villain, or he rushing to save her as she hid under a blanket. The wall full of pictures of happy moments, of him, Kaken, Toya, nothing existed anymore. They were all ashes under a dead space. Toya took his hand and they started walking towards the Bakugos' house. Besides the Bakugos, they had nowhere to stay now. The Bakugos were lucky the fire didn't reach them. If the fire department had arrived 5 minutes later it would have. As soon as Mitsuki opened the door she hugged both boys and kissed their temples. She didn't even have to say anything. As soon as she closed the door Katsuki was hugging Izuku's life out. He wasn't much of a hugger, but he wasn't blind to the situation. Then Masaru appeared with a cup of hot cocoa for the two of them and they sat on their sofa. Katsuki sat next to Izuku and didn't let go of him, and Masaru did the same for Toya, albeit less touchy. Mitsuki went upstairs to prepare a room for them. We are going to visit Auntie later. We tried to go yesterday but they didn't let us in because we weren't family. They didn't let us in either until an hour ago. Toya's voice was hoarse. Izuku kept quiet. He was staring at nothing. His eyes had lost their shine. Silence went over them. When Izuku finished his hot cocoa he turned into a cat and snuggled into Katsuki. The blonde gave the cat little kisses on his face and held him tight as if he didn't he'd lose him. You both can stay here for as long as you like, Masaru said, breaking the silence. I'll try finding some place for us as soon as possible, but thanks. I can help you. Thanks. It was silent again. No one was moving, no one was doing anything, until Katsuki stood up and took him and Izuku to his bedroom. When they got there he started talking about anything and everything to divert the nerd's attention. He thought he was doing a good job until the cat turned back into a boy and said, stop. The blonde shut up in a matter of seconds. Then he was being hugged again and Izuku's frail voice said, you have pictures, right? We lost pictures. Yeah, we have a copy of almost everything you had there. Good. Izuku pushed him away lightly. Kaken. Why did this happen? Aren't heroes supposed to be good? Why did Endeavor have to be so bad? His eyes looked dead. I don't know, Zu. Is this karma for pooping on him? I wasn't even in the house. I was laughing with Hitoshi while she died. Zu, she's not dead yet and you didn't know, and it's not your fault, okay? Karma doesn't work that way. I'm afraid of holding on the hope she'll wake up just to be disappointed. I'm afraid of Toya leaving me to do something stupid against his sperm donor. He had so much anger in his voice. I'll kick his butt if he does. Kaken. What should I do now? You keep living and try to find happiness again, Zu. She wouldn't want you to be sad for the rest of your life. You shouldn't be sad. Do you hear me? Cheer up. He rubbed his eyes and shook his head. Does it even matter if she's not going to be here to watch? Of course if FA does. I'm here. That homeless BS you adopted is here. The hag and dad are here. Your dad left and you lived on just fine, right? Why should it be any different? 'Cause this time I don't have her, Kaken. Yeah, but you have other people. This is still soon for you to stop grieving, I know, but she isn't dead, so don't act like she is. Keep living, keep being happy, live for her, live for yourself. Don't let her not being here define your whole life. You said you were going out with those senpais this weekend, so you finally have friends beside me. You were on the right track. Don't let all your progress die because of an obstacle. Kaken. How can you be so insightful sometimes but so stupid another? Oh I. Who you calling stupid? But Izuku chuckled, so he couldn't be mad at him, not really. Kaken, you'll stay with me, right? Of course, nerd. Together forever, right? He held out his pinky, as he said the lines they used to tell each other all the time when they were little. Yeah, he put his pinky around the others, together forever. He smiled, even though it was messy and shaky, it was still a smile in Katsuki's book. Aizawa was what you can call a concerned parent, so when Midoriya flew away looking desperate that late at night, he jumped to the conclusion something terrible had happened, and by the look in his eyes it had something to do with his family, so they were quick to put shoes and leave in their pajamas to the Midoriya household. It took 30 minutes for them to get there by car, and once they did, there was so sign of the Midoriyas, but there was also no sign of the house, only ashes, fire people, police officers and a lot of citizens in their pajamas on the streets looking terrible. They looked around for the kid, but even after splitting up they weren't able to find him. What happened? Aizawa asked some random grandma. They said it was an accident. Little Aizu was so broken, you should have seen the way he was clinging on that Toya fella. He did not like the sound of that at all. Where are they now? Inko didn't make it out, so they rushed her to the hospital as soon as they found her. The boys went along. It's such a tragedy, Marlene said. She pushed the boy out of the way. She must have cared for the boy deeply as her own to do that. He isn't. Oh no, around a year and a half back little Aiza got lost. The whole neighbor got along to find him, however we weren't able to. In the end Toya was the one to find him and bring him back. Such a sweet boy he is. It's no wonder Inko practically adopted him. So that's what he meant that day. After that, it didn't take long for sweet Inko to let him stay with them. Marlene said that she heard that he was homeless, that he had ran away from home at a young age from abusive parents. There even is a rumor around he is a Todoroki. Oh, but you didn't hear it from me. Another lady appeared out of nowhere and said, oh, but I hear it is true. Can you imagine having your life destroyed by someone and when you finally get back on track they F with you again? Oh Marcia, don't say those bad words in front of the lad. But it truly must be horrible. If it were me I'd hunt that motherfucker down. Who is saying the bad words now, Habani? Marcia asked. Well, excuse me, but you said it first. Anyway, let's just hope he stays on track. Michaelo said he's such a great help in the shop, Bonnie said. Oh, I heard that too. He helped me once with my groceries. So sweet. He doesn't deserve all this pain, Marcia said, shaking her head. Thank Kami they have the Bakugos to help, Bonnie said, nodding. Oh, sweet Mitsuki must be in shock. Inko and her go wally back, Marcia said, grabbing Aizawa's arm. He was trapped. Quite. I heard they even had an affair. Mitsuki even tried to stop her from marrying that Hisashi fella, Bonnie said. He was quite the gentleman himself. Such a shame he disappeared when little Aizu's Quirk came in, Marcia said, remembering the past. I heard it he left because Inko had an affair. After all, little Aizu's Quirk has nothing to do with Hisashi's, Bonnie said. No. Inko kicked him out, Marcia said. Another lady appeared. See, that's why Aizawa didn't live in a small neighborhood. There are no secrets in these types of places. But he wouldn't lie and say this isn't useful information for him at the moment. Kami bless old ladies and their big mouths. It was none of that. I was passing near their house the day she kicked him out. The truth is he's a villain. She kicked him out for lying to her about that, Severina said. Oh. I'd kick my darlings but too if she suddenly said she was a villain all this time. Bonnie said, can you even imagine Constantia being a villain? Marcia said, no I cannot. She is even nice with the plants, Severina said. Yes, and she's my wife, ladies, back off, Bonnie said. Aizawa looked around and found Hitoshi laughing at his face. He mouthed, help me, which made Hitoshi laugh even harder. He turned to the old ladies and asked, what will happen to little Aizu and Toya now that the house is gone? Oh, they'll definitely stay with the Bakugos, Marcia said. Right, little Aizu and little Cat have been glued to each other since they were born. Bonnie said, oh, and Mitsuki is little Aizu's godmother, so if Hisashi doesn't appear, she is his official guardian, Severina said. I hope Hisashi appears though, he was such an eye candy, Marcia joked. You have no shame. Oh, you do the same. I've seen how many times you've asked Robert for help. It's not my fault they are kind people. Oh, speaking of it, did you hear about how Ringo bought a guitar? Apparently he made a new friend, some fella called Jayu. He's all sorts of obsessed with learning to play the guitar now. Oh, tell me about it. You two don't live next door. He has been practicing any time he's at home. Where do the Bakugos live? He asked, and for the first time they looked at him. Why do you want to know? Are you going to snatch little Izus away? We won't let you. You here. Get your pedo but out of our neighborhood. He was shoved away from the gossip circle, and never his homeless looks have been less and more helpful than now. At least he was free. He met Hitoshi and Hizashi at the rendezvous point. Okay. He told them everything he managed to gather from the old ladies, then Hizashi did the same. The things he heard were quite similar. Apparently he talked with Marlene, she had the most loose mouth, and invited them for lunch later today. Hitoshi found where the Bakugos lived by accident by walking near someone who was talking about it. So the next stop was the Bakugo house, but when they got there was no one there. They should have guessed. If they were truly as close as the rumors said, then they would have gone to the hospital. They didn't know which hospital, so it was useless. We should go home, rest, keep trying to contact Midoriya, and tomorrow we come back. Right? We have lunch with Marlene. So we can eat lunch and then come. I can't believe you talked your way into having lunch with a complete stranger. She lives alone with 12 cats. Show. What time do we have to get there? Katsuki fell asleep while he was playing with Izuku's hair, which meant Izuku was stuck, unable to fall asleep, under his friend being used as a pillow. That left him with only one thing to do, use his phone. He had missed calls and unread messages from a lot of people. He didn't really feel like talking to anyone though, so he simply installed the first shooting game he saw and started playing it. He wore headphones so he wouldn't wake Kaken up. He'd play with no sound at all, but it was suicide not being able to hear footsteps in these kind of games. After completing the tutorial, he realized it was an online game. He didn't like those because it meant having to interact with people, and people on the internet were all pervs, his mom used to say. The realization that she wouldn't say that anymore made him click start and play a match. He SED, but the game put people together in accordance to their levels, so everyone SED, and since everyone SED, the one who SED less would win. In this case it was him. He has no idea how long he stayed there playing, but it was nice. Until now no one had opened the mic to speak, so he didn't as well. Maybe online games weren't that evil as his mom painted them to be. He should stop playing, it would make her worry. These games were even rumored to make people violent. He reached silver. Just a few more games. Katsuki woke up to Izuku screaming at his phone. Well, if you had gone left when I told you to, we wouldn't be in this situation. The blonde poked him and it almost made him drop the phone. Aizu. Why are you screaming? Sorry Kaken, I got carry, and I's not my FD, is my Shut up. Katsuki raised an eyebrow but decided to question it later. He removed himself from above Izuku and went to the bathroom. He shouldn't have fallen asleep in that position. His back was hurting. If this game had friendly fire, he'd shoot that guy. Scratch that. He turned around the guy in his screen and shot him. Either way, there was no damage done, but it helped calm his nerves. Now you are just wasting ammo, he said when the guy shot him back. Fine bish, let's go. Once the match was over, they lost. By the way, the guy sent a friend request for him, which he accepted. The game announced the 1v1 and they started their hunt for each other. He was quiet, really quiet, and concentrating on his phone. Katsuki didn't think what he was doing was healthy at all. He was obviously using that as a distraction. Maybe a distraction was what he needed though? It didn't matter. He sat next to the nerd's side, hugging him and making Izuku lay on his chest. Greenie did without saying anything and kept playing. Bakugo watched the game from above. At some point he was helping Izuku by shouting every time he saw a movement on the screen. It didn't help at all, and it actually made him lose, but it made him laugh when Katsuki thought a flying paper was the player he was against. After the game was over, he sent a message to the guy saying, "This isn't over, but I have to go." The annoying guy messaged back, "Oh? Is your non-boyfriend making you stop?" "For your information, no. I'm going because I want to." "Whatever." And with that he closed the game and snuggled deeper on Katsuki, who asked, "What was that?" "I don't know. I just didn't want to answer anyone because I don't want to think about it, and I downloaded the first game I saw." "No. I don't care about that. I meant what was all that shouting?" "Oh, that's because, player 1. That's his game tag, by the way, was being an absolute idiot. It was like he was having a slide while playing. I swear he must be missing some fingers, and he had his microphone on screaming about how everyone else was shit. I just couldn't take it. He was ruining the game for everyone. I didn't know you were this passionate about games." "I'm not. This was my first time playing anything. I just got said." He pouted. "We can play later together. I have that game on my phone." "Really? I kind of want to invite that guy to show what actual teamwork is. You don't even know if I'm good." "Oh, of course you are, Kaken. You don't half but things. Besides, even if you aren't, we work good together." "How did it go from me comforting you to you reassuring me? I'm incredibly selfless." "Yeah, right. What time is it?" Izuku shrugged and turned to be even more comfy against Katsuki's side. The blonde sighed and checked it. Himself, it was almost noon now. Well, it explained why he was hungry. Zoo, go take a shower, I'll nag the hag to make something for us to eat. Right? He didn't move. You have to let go of me for that. Oh, right? He unklinged himself and it was suddenly cold. It made him think that he wouldn't be able to hug that mother that way anymore, and that made him think of Toya. He had been so busy clinging on Bakugo that he completely forgot that his brother could want cuddles too. He moved to the bathroom to take a shower. He didn't even notice that Katsuki went inside the bathroom while he was showering to leave him clothes and a towel. It made sense he couldn't see, thanks to the ducky-themed curtain, and that he couldn't hear because his thoughts were screaming at him. That shower took 10 minutes longer than it usually would have taken him to shower, and he cried several times. When he was finally done, he put on some of Katsuki's clothes. They were big on him, but he didn't mind. Katsuki's scent was really comforting. As soon as he stepped in the living room, he noticed how bad Toya was looking, and for him to be looking like he had eaten poop, he was probably feeling that way too, so he quickly jumped on his pseudo-brother and hugged him. A quick glance on the laptop screen he was using showed he was searching for houses near there. He squirt. His voice was hoarse and broken, but he tried not to show. Do you want to help? Where do you want to live? Token, please don't worry about that now. He ruffled Izuku's hair and closed the laptop. Okay. It will do us good to stay with them for a while. We can move after we are certain that she won't. Oh Aizu, he dug his face in Izuku's hair. We won't ever be. Token. Did you spend the entire morning since we got here searching for houses? Yeah. You didn't sleep, you should sleep. You didn't either. I slept the entire day yesterday in school. I'm fine. But you didn't, so I won't be going anywhere. Token, please take care of yourself. Mom would be mad if you neglected your health. Zoo. I promise I'm fine. His mouth was saying that, but his eyes were betraying him. Then let me cuddle you. Okay. Let's eat first then. And you need to shower, you are still smelling like hospitals. It's a deal. They sat at the table where Katsuki and Matsuki already were, and Masaru came from the kitchen wearing a cute apron with food for them all. The food didn't have a taste for Izuku. Usually Uncle Masaru's food tasted so strong, but now, it was just bland. Even so, he ate everything. After that, Toya went for a shower and Masaru lended him some clothes. Izuku took some sleeping pills because he wouldn't sleep otherwise, and laid in the bed in the guest bedroom that would be theirs for a while. It only had one king-sized bed, but everyone knew that Izuku wouldn't sleep alone anyway. He was already asleep when Toya got inside and laid next to him, snuggling him close to his chest. 1 hour later, the Aizawa were knocking on the Bakugo's door. Hitoshi blamed his bad luck. Maybe he had a secondary quirk that attracted it. I'm sorry, who are you? The man asked. Right, I'm Shota Aizawa. This is my husband, Hisashi Yamada. We are Midoriya's teachers. This is our son, Hitoshi. Right. How did you know how to find him? He closed the door a bit more. Izuku was going to sleep over our house last night. When he flew away looking desperate, we went looking for him at his house. Then Marlene told us he would be here. Oh, he closed the door a bit more and yelled to the house. KT, has you ever mentioned a Hitoshi and Aizawa or an Yamada to you? Huh, why do you want to know? Because there is a Hitoshi here with his entire family looking for him, and I need to know if I call the police or if I invite them in for coffee. Is it a purple fucker? Call the police. I swear I'm Zoo's friend. Hitoshi was on the verge of tears here. Masaru looked at them and sighed. Cat. We are pro-heroes. If that's any reassurance, Hisashi said, grabbing his hero ID. Oh, sorry, I'm not much of a hero fan anymore. Anyway, would you like some coffee? He opened the door for them to get inside. Coffee. Please. Aizawa said like a zombie. We just spent 1 hour listening to Marlene talking about her cats, but on the good side, we brought pie for you. Hisashi added. Oof, you got stuck in the Marlene trap. They all sat on the couch and Masaru went to the kitchen to make them coffee. Katsuki didn't move from his place at the sofa, which earned him a smack in the back of his head from his mom. Go grab some plates for our guest brat. Def hag, but he went to do as she asked either way. When he came back with plates, his mother was in the middle of telling them the full tale of the night. We rushed out when we saw the fire, but then half the neighborhood also did. It was impossible for us to find them. When we heard from the gossipers that Inko had been taken to a hospital, it was already too late. What happened to her after all? Too much smoke inhalation. The ceiling fell above her, 3rd-degree burns all over her body. It wasn't pretty. They put her in an indefinite coma. Where is Izuku? Hitoshi asked, trying not to cry. He's upstairs sleeping with Toya. The two barely got any sleep at all yesterday. He's slept plenty during classes, Aizawa said, shaking his head. That's good to hear. He has a lot of trouble falling asleep by himself. Yeah, the nerd sleeps either with me or Toya when he comes home, Katsuki added, putting down the plates on the center table and sitting back where he was. His mother started serving them the pie and Masaru appeared with the coffee. So you are the fucker that kept kidnapping him, huh? Brat, that's no way to speak with them. What? But they fit the description. No, it's fine, Ms. Bakugo. Yes, Shota was the one to kidnap him, Hisashi said. Aizawa shot him a look that said, traitor. I didn't know he wasn't a cat. He has mentioned. Funny, he never mentioned you, Hitoshi sassed. Well, that's because you have met him exactly twice in his human form. See, Perpy, I know him my entire life. Brat? His head was smacked. It isn't a competition. Remember, we are glad he has other people in his life. Anyway, would you like to stay until he wakes up? I don't know how long it will take, but we wouldn't mind. We were actually going to visit Inko while they slept, so it would be good to have someone in the house in case anything happens. You fucking trust our house with strangers? They are pro-heroes. Brett. So is Endeavor, and look at what he did. He has a point, Hitoshi said. We can come back later. Shota said. Yeah. We really only came here to make sure he's good. We can always wait until Monday morning to talk to him. Ah, you are sweet. Mitsuki pinched Hisashi's cheek. The man felt like a little kid getting the parental approval he always dreamed of. We honestly have no idea how long they'll stay in bed for, but I did see him taking a sleeping pill, so it might take a while, Masaru added. Don't worry, we will go. I'll leave my phone number with you. Could you please text me when he wakes up? I really worry for the problem child. Of course. I'll let you know. Bye. Sayonara. Once they were gone, Mitsuki sank in the couch. Katsuki had to watch his mother crying, something she never did in front of him before. Hun, what's wrong? Masaru asked, sitting next to her and hugging her. The reality of the situation just kicked in. We should go see her. Kat, do you want to go? He shook his head. Someone has to stay here to look over them, right? Besides, I have homework. He was just avoiding. He didn't want to let the situation sink in. He also wanted for Izuku to be there when it did. You can be quite surprising sometimes, Suki. Yeah, go see auntie. We are going. The two left and silence ran over the house. It was sort of lonely, but he liked it. He went upstairs to check on the Broccoli clan and they were both sound asleep. Going back to the living room, he cleaned the mess that having unexpected guests generated and then grabbed him something to eat. He put on some movie he had already watched and grabbed his phone to play the game Izuku had been playing earlier. It had been a while since he played, but if the nerd wanted to play with him, then it was fine. He'd just relearn how to play and become the best. When his parents got back, they seemed more tired. Izuku and Toya were still asleep and the day was getting darker. How was she? He asked his mom while his father went upstairs to check on the boys. Peaceful. There were some Adonis next to her bedside table. What are those? Flowers. They represent a loving memory. Do you think it was? Might. He really loved her despite everything. Do you think he'll try to take Aizu away from us? Over my dead body he will. Mom? Crap, he never called her mom. I want to go next time. Of course, Suki. What did you do while we were out? She sat next to him and started playing with his hair. He usually slapped her hand away, but now he didn't really feel like it. A little bit of everything. She hummed and they stayed like that until Masaru came down. They are still sleeping. I don't think they'll wake up today. It's that DMN sleeping pill he took. It's better that way. They both need a good rest after the shock they just went through. He's gonna be so annoying in the morning. I doubt that. He's probably not going to be the same for a while, Cats. You say that because you didn't hear him get frustrated over a game yesterday. When Izuku woke up, the sun was up again and it was the next day. He glanced up to see Toya awake playing with his hair and using his phone and decided to tactfully dig himself deeper into him. Morning Zoo. What time is IW? Around 7. HNNG. I'm not happy either. But think of it like this, all the time we lost yesterday because of sleep we regained by waking up early. Too early. On a Sunday. This is criminal. You know I agree with you, but Zoo, we slept over 12 hours. HNG. Alright, what are the plans for today? I won't let you just stay inside moping. I had that thing with my senpais. You should go. It doesn't seem right I go out to have a fun day when she's there stuck in a coma. I know. But you and I both know she would hate if we just decided to never leave again. But isn't it too soon? It's never going to be late enough. Fine, I'll go. But I get the right to simply leave if it gets too much right. Of course. When and where are you meeting with them? Around 10, I think, at Togata's senpai house. Good thing you woke up early then. You get to plan, and your super brother will help you. Out of the goodness of your heart, huh? Of course, this has nothing to do with you skiing at being organized. Token. I just realized we don't have any clothes anymore. Steal Katsuki's, he won't mind. I know he won't, but we have different tastes and circumstances. We'll buy some later for both of us, okay? But for now we should just accept the Bakugo's generosity and save some money. Right? That's a thing. Do you need me to pick up a job? No. You focus on your education, okay? I'll take care of you, Zoo. I promise. I trust you. He stared at the address Togata had sent him. He looked around wondering if this was the right place. It smelled nothing like Togata-senpai. He checked his phone again to see if he was at the right place, and yeah, it was. It was hard believing Togata lived in a house like this. It was practically falling apart. Tamaki approached him having arrived a few seconds ago. He had been mentally preparing to talk to Izuku, his anxiety was trying to think of what to say, it decided on a high. He was distracted by his thoughts. Tamaki. San. Kuin. Tamaki-kun. Amajiki laughed, and found himself ruffling Izuku's hair before he even noticed what he was doing. Once he noticed he stopped, he heard a small gasp coming from the boy. It sounded pained. Tamaki-kun, I don't think I can do this today. He nodded. Mirio won't mind if we reschedule. Before he had time to say anything else, Togata appeared with his bright smile. You came. I wasn't sure you would. I heard what happened 2 days ago. How? Someone recorded Endeavor killing that innocent woman and burning your house and published it online. It made the news. When they said the name Midoriya, I had a mini slide. He asked silently if he could hug him, and when he received confirmation he hugged the boy. I promise I'll do everything today so you won't have to think about it. Tamaki was lost. What the hell happened? He wasn't used to watching news channels. Upon noticing how lost Tamaki was, he signaled him to see his phone. Upon getting it, Mirio had sent him a message about the fire that Endeavor caused to the Midoriya household. W can still reschedule though if you don't feel like humaning today. Midoriya let himself be patted by Togata and shook his head. No, it's okay, senpai. I promised my brother I would try. He pushed Mirio away lightly and turned his head from. Taki to Togata, I'll be in your hands. Okay, so remember when I said the pool house? Yeah, that's closed, but I found this laser tag place with really nifty prices. Tamaki sighed. Does it have to be laser tag? That's so. Midoriya nodded, agreeing with what Amajiki was saying. He wasn't too fan of loud. We could always go have a picnic on a park away from civilization. The two antisocials' eyes shined at that suggestion. Togata sighed, laughing. You two are so predictable. He ruffled Izuku's and Tamaki's hair. Amajiki was baffled at the action, and Togata seemed to realize what he did a little too late. He seemed as lost as Amajiki felt. Right, let me grab the baskets. He returned 1 second later because he already knew they were going with that and had everything ready for it. They walked for a while until they got to a park that looked like it had seen better days. It was completely deserted if they ignored that one kid with a dog running around. They set down everything and sat in a small circle. For a while they just ate in silence. Occasionally Togata would make some joke and they would laugh, but that was it. After they ate, Togata said he was going to check something and let Tamaki and Izuku there. The two decided to lay on the glass and watch the clouds. At one point they started saying what they looked like. A rabbit that had way too much grass. A lion that cheated on his husband and is now guilty. A bird in disguise as a cloud. A dragon trying to. Oh no, he's trying to eat a puppy. There is a mortal battle going there between Greeks and Trojans. Oh, that one looks a bit like with you with the pointy ears, Izuku said. He blushed. He was very self-conscious about them because people used to make fun of him. That one looks like you. He pointed to a broccoli-shaped cloud. Izuku made some offended broccoli noises but laughed. In Tamaki's opinion it was a cute laugh. What ya both doing? Togata appeared in their vision, blocking the sky. That one looks a lot like Togata-senpai. It's quite the phenomenon. Mirio smiled. It rivaled the sun. I found something really cool. Do you want to see? Sure, they both said at the same time. The blonde helped them up and started guiding them up to the cool thing. They walked for a while, until they got to a closed-off area. They stared at the wall quizzically. Mirio squatted down and put his hands together in front of him. Tamaki understood what he wanted and jumped across the wall with his help. Izuku had to do the same because he wasn't wearing his non-naked clothes, and then he helped Mirio up because of the same problem. Once they were all on the other side, they started walking through the woods. Upon getting where Mirio was leading them, what awaited them was a big steamy lake with crystallized water. It was so pretty and clean. Mirio was taking off his clothes. I don't know about you two, but I think this is fate. What if there is something bad in it? Tamaki asked, his anxiety going through the roof ever since the trespassing. I'll eat it, was Izuku's response, and then his clothes were gone and he was getting inside. You'll eat it. He turned to Togata. Eat it? He wasn't expecting that answer. Yeah. Mirio and Tamaki looked at each other. The blonde shrugged and got inside the water with Izuku. It was really warm. Tamaki was the last one to get inside, taking off his clothes with less vigor and staying close to Izuku once he was inside. He had nothing against the blonde really, but he just shrugged against the threat of a threat, so he would stay near the one who would eat the threat away. Thank you very much. Or at least he planned to stay near him, until Izuku had turned into a merman and decided to explore the deep. He hoped it wasn't too deep. It was very deep, more than it should be allowed to. Izuku at some point had to turn into an anglerfish hybrid to be able to see. It was scary being so deep. Okay, he wasn't liking this. It was too quiet, too dark. He could feel that something big was down there and that it could eat him with no difficulty at all. He should go back. He should go back. He was going back. Izuku, no, that isn't the way back. That's deeper. Don't poke the suspicious rock, Izune. Oh no. Tamaki was low-key worried. It had been 10 minutes now and there was no sign of Izuku. Then they heard a guttural sound and everything shook. They were out of there in a matter of seconds, fully clothed and climbing a tree. Tamaki doing it while also holding Izuku's clothes, it was a challenge. It was an eye, not an huge rock and eye. He started swimming back up, trying not to look back. When he did, that was a mouth. What was this? His quirk supplied that it was a sea dragon. His mind went nope. He closed his eyes and tried focusing on what he remembered from studying sea creatures. He opened them again and started shifting. He had never turned into something this big. He screamed when he noticed the thing was still trying to eat him. Everything shook with his scream. He saw more clear water. Getting closer to the light, his skin started hurting, but he didn't care, and finally he was out of water. He couldn't breathe, so he shifted again midair into a proper air dragon this time. It was quite a sight to see a freaking green dragon coming out of the lake they had been inside a few moments ago, then an eldritch abomination following it. It tried to eat the green dragon, but upon not reaching him it retreated back to the deep. Tamaki screamed. So did Mirio, but his was more of a hysterical scream. Then the green dragon was gone and in its place there was a bird. Then the bird flew to them and turned into a Izuku. I couldn't eat it. He had a haunted expression and Tamaki patted him. And next time. We will just wait for the pool house to open. Agreed. Meanwhile Togata was still hysterical. He turned to Izuku with admiration in his eyes and asked, kind of yelling, "You turned into a dragon?" I didn't know I could do that. I was running for my life down there." "That's amazing. Not the running for your life part, but you can turn into a dragon." "Tita was one down there. I think upon my quirk learning they were real and not made up unlocked it. Now that I think about it, I always had to learn about an animal before I could turn into them, so maybe it works the same? Maybe that's why if I don't know things for a while I feel hungry. Could you turn into other mythical creatures if we convinced your quirk they are real?" Maybe." Tamaki felt that Izuku was shaking under his hand and started dressing him up. The green-haired boy didn't seem to mind the babying. "Hi-yi-yi," Mirio laughed like a fangirl. He was giggling so much Tamaki was worried he would fall off the tree. Once he was done dressing Izuku up he hugged him. "Thanks Tamaki-kun." "Why ya?" "No problem." Mirio fell. He reached over to try and stop it, but it was too late and now he was falling. Next to fall was Izuku. It was such a dumb way for them all to fall that once they were on the ground, which didn't take long since the tree wasn't tall, they all started laughing like crazy people. Well, one thing was for sure, Mirio kept his promise. Upon seeing Izuku smiling, Mirio found himself with a proud senpai feeling. When they got back to their things, Izuku's phone was blowing up. He picked it up when he saw it was Nizu calling. Why would he call? He never called. "Nizu-sensei? What's wrong?" At the mention of the name, both Tamaki and Mirio stopped what they were talking to pay attention to the conversation. "I know this is sudden, but could you please come over to my house? I'll send you the address. Come flying, I have clothes for you." "Oh, you can bring Tamaki and Togata with you if you wish. Just be quick." What's happening?" "I'll explain when you get here." Sayonara cub. He hung up, and Izuku stared at his phone which now had an address set on it. Surprisingly they weren't that far from there. "That was freaky," Togata said. "Weiss, Nizu is scary," Tamaki added. "Do you want to go?" They both nodded. Even if it was scary they would endure for Izuku. They had a feeling he would need backup for whatever was about to come. Okay, well he said to go flying, but I can't take you both with me. So walking it is. It's not that far from here. Right as they started walking, Izuku's phone rang once again. He picked up, but they resumed their walk. He could walk and talk at the same time. This time it was Toya. "Izuku, was that you?" A lot of things could be related to me. You'll have to be more specific." Tamaki snickered next to him. "The freaking green dragon at Corellia Park." Yeah. "How did you dash?" "Someone caught it on camera. It's viral on the internet. Some people are saying it's fake, others not so much. I'm worried. I don't trust people to not try to find you and use you as a zoo animal. When are you coming home?" "Nizu-sensei just told me to go to his, so I'm going there, and then I can go straight there." "Okay, keep me posted." "Of course, Niken." He hung up. Another person called, but he declined that one, and they started walking faster. 10 minutes later they got there and knocked on the door. The chimera rushed them inside and locked the door. He asked. No one accepted. "Right, I'll go straight to the point then, cub. You have to become a ward of UA." "What?" They got to a room full of books. Nizu sat at a chair and ushered Izuku and his self-proclaimed temporary bodyguards to do the same. "The commission knows who you are, and that your caretaker is currently unable to care for you. They won't pass up such a perfect opportunity to try to take you away." "Nizu-sensei, what are you saying?" "Now that your mom isn't in the picture, they'll use any means necessary to have you under their control. They'll promise you a sea of roses, but the commission isn't all what they sell. They are dangerous, and they'll use you for things you won't want to do. The only reason you decided to be a hero is to be able to not be arrested while using your quirk, is it not?" "They'll work you to the bone, cub." "What? What does being a ward of UA mean?" "That they'll have no way of removing you from your life, that I'll provide for you as a temporary guardian." Will I have to move in with you?" "What about Token?" "You won't, cub, I won't force you." This is just a title for your safety. Because trust me when I say, I have my doubts that Endeavor's accident was an accident at all. He started shaking, Togata put a hand in his and Tamaki grabbed the other. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. Then it's my fault my mom is in a coma? Of course not, Cub. It's the commission's. Izuku started crying. Toya should be here. I can't make this decision alone. I understand. Tell him to come here right now. When Toya picked up, there was shouting in the background. Token, what's happening there? Some people came here looking for you. Mitsuki has been trying to kick them out. You see what I mean, Cub? Token. Is it the commission? Aizu, what the hell is happening? He started crying even more and sought Tamaki and Togata for comfort. Aizu? Hello, Mr. Midoriya. I'm Nezu, the principal at UA. I'll summon things up for you. He did, explaining everything in the most succinct way possible. Izuku wanted you to decide and to be here to make this decision, but I believe that if you leave they'll follow you, that is if they don't realize what I'm doing and come here either way to try to stop me. They are finally leaving here. Nezu, do you promise that if we sign this nothing will change for us? I promise. The only thing different will be that on paper I'll be his guardian and that I'll financially support the both of you in the future. Why are you doing this for us? I'm doing this for my cub. After all, he's my personal student, and he wouldn't be if I hadn't taken a liking to him. Unlike the commission, I only seek his well-being. Sign it. If this ends up being something bad, I'll burn that rat myself. And then he hung up. Izuku shakenly signed the paper. As soon as he was done, there was a knock on the front door of Nizu's house. They all went to open up. Togata was standing in front of Izuku in a protective way. Tamaki was standing at his side, not letting go of his hand. How may I help you? He asked innocently. We are not here to play games, Nezu. Izuku Midoriya, by the authority of the commission we are putting you under our guardianship. Tamaki's hold on his hand tightened. Oh, I'm afraid you cannot do that. Nezu said with a cheeky grin. You have no say over this, Nezu. Oh, but I do. Given that he just signed his guardianship to me, which means I have all the say about his future, wouldn't you think? The woman held a finger up and went to the side. Meanwhile, the guy kept staring at Izuku like he could take his soul away. Maybe he could, who knew in these times of quirks. You shouldn't have done this, Nezu. The woman said, and then she and her partner walked away. Izuku felt like a huge weight had left his body. Now that's done. He closed the door. Are you all hungry? After a while, Tamaki and Togata had to leave, so he ended up alone with Nezu. Taking advantage of the situation, the Chimera went over some things. I'll be providing you with a bank account. Do not worry, I have enough money to give you a comfortable life. I will also be giving you a black card. Don't abuse it. The guardianship you signed is temporary, so the commission may still be able to take you if they try hard enough, which seems they are quite committed to it. The ideal situation would be if either your mother woke up or your father appeared. He's a villain, Nezu-san. Oh please, drop the san and villains, heroes, they are all just titles. Anyway, your special clothing, I'll have more for you. I know how important it is for you, so don't worry about that, Cub. I appreciate all you are doing, but I still don't get why. Oh Cub, humans have failed the both of us. I'm simply trying to keep what happened to me, he pointed at his scar, from happening to you. I see. I can still go out as an animal, right? As long as you don't shift in a public space, and be aware of cameras, they'll use everything against you to claim you. Why do they even want me so bad? I'm already on the path of being a hero. But they can't control you. What does that even mean? Brainwash. I'll teach you how to resist in just in case though. Okay. You must be tired from overusing your quirk today. How about I take you back home? Yes, please. Upon getting there, he body slammed into Toya. You must be the Bakugos. It's lovely to meet you, Nezu said, already on the couch with tea in his hand. No one is really sure how he got the tea, nor when he got there, but that was happening. I can't say the same under the circumstances, Masaru said, sitting next to him with coffee in his hand. They also have no idea where said coffee came from. That's completely fair. Well, it was lovely to meet you. I'll be going then. I'll see you tomorrow, Cub. And he was at the door again. He hummed against Toya, and then Nezu was gone. Zu, I was so worried, you have no idea. He was freaking out, Katsuki added. To be fair, we all were, Masaru said. Brat, you cried, Toya said, and then started patting Izuku's hair. The boy simply hugged him deeper. As if that was possible. Who the hell does the commission think they are trying to take our Izuku away? Izuku turned those dovey eyes to Toya and said quietly that only he was able to hear. Nezu said the fire wasn't an accident. You believe him? There's no reason for him to lie. That's really concerning. If I stay here with you all, I might be putting you in danger. Oh, nerd, don't you even think what you are thinking. I know how you think, so don't. Shove it. We are all literal bombs. We can take whatever they throw at us. Got it. He turned those eyes to Kakin and nodded. Got it, Kakin. Good. Wanna crush that loser who calls himself player one in that game. Izuku was at his side in a matter of seconds. Toya suddenly felt cold without a body pressing against him. Izuku was like a heat stealer, he swears. Yes. In the end the guy was a lot more subdued and actually worked with them. No doubt he got impressed by our teamwork, or the possibility Katsuki liked the most. Maybe his parents yelled at him for yelling at strangers on the internet. Whatever possibility it was, it didn't matter because they ended up bonding, which was weird, but Izuku did always have the secret quirk of taming people to do his bidding. In the middle of the game Itsuki appeared next to them and ruffled their hair. Then she asked, "Did you talk to your friend Hitoshi about what happened? He was really worried yesterday. Even came all the way here." Izuku had. He had been ignoring Hitoshi's text, to be honest, not because of anything, he just forgot to answer. So to hear he even came all the way there just for him, it really made him feel bad. I forgot. With everything that happened I dash. She smiled and asked, "Do you want to invite them for dinner?" "I could just go dash. You are not effing going anywhere with the commission hunting your but, dim nerd." "Yes, please invite them over." Usually he would have just ignored him, but he liked when Katsuki got all protective of him, it reminded him that he cared. After a while Hitoshi and his dads arrived. Katsuki glared at him hard while the two hugged. "I'm sorry I forgot to text, the day was insane." "It's fine Zu. We saw you in the news, problem child. What in the heaven's name possessed you to turn into a dragon midday where anyone could see?" He broke the hug and smiled at Aizawa innocently. "I was being chased away by a monster, it was either a dragon or death." At that everyone shouted, "You were what? Chased by a monster? Gee, what part of that you didn't understand? Explain." After he explained the situation without actually explaining anything and left them with more questions than they started, Toya took over explaining that the commission was after him. Those news made Shota's blood boil. "Don't worry problem child, you did good signing the thing with Nizo." He hated those words, but it was true. As of now he was his only line of defense. You should become a public figure," Hizashi said, earning him different kinds of looks from everyone there. He'd like to think those were happy faces that were delighted by his suggestion, but they were all mostly disgusted by it in different ways and for different reasons. Think about it, if you had the support of the people, they wouldn't be able to make a move on you. The kid wants to go underground Zashi, he can't go underground if he's recognizable. What if you start a conspiracy blog telling people the truth? What? Why would he do that? To expose the commission. Take them down. It's anarchism now. Aizawa stared at his husband with a face that read, "I married an idiot." Hitoshi had a similar expression, at least he did until he heard Izuku murmur, "Anarchism could be fun." With that new information Hitoshi's face did a complete 360 to agree that yes, anarchism was great. Because ladies and gentlemen, he was what you might call a simp. Far from their newly released from their hero program, Hawks received a new mission. You are to observe and friend Project Broccoli. As your relationship advances you will receive new orders. We have great expectations of you. Here are the details. She handed him a folder, and the blonde male gave a whistle at how thick it was. "I'll do it, but why is it called Project Broccoli?" "You'll see." Her response was ominous. It would have given him chills if the project name wasn't so healthy. When Monday morning came, as usual Izuku flew to, changed in Nizu's bathroom and was about to leave when the rat stopped him. Then he had classes with Nizu about how to resist brainwash, and to do that, he had to learn something quite painful in his opinion, how to shift only his brain to that of an animal. At the end of it, he was numb, so he decided to do a strategic withdrawal to cat form. "It's his comfort form, okay?" "I know it hurts, cub," Nizu said while petting his fur. He heard a painful mew and reached for behind the cat's ears. "But now that you know how to do it, you can shove this ability in a box and only use it if it's absolutely necessary, okay?" Another painful whine. "Do you wish to eat anything? It's near break time, and using your quirk like that must have made you hungry." The cat shook his tiny head and closed his eyes. "I see. I'll let you sleep for now, but once break is over I was considering sending you to Powerloader's class." He heard a yowl, and continued patting his cub with one paw, while working with the other. Izuku fell asleep comfortably on the Chimera's lap. It didn't take too long to Aizawa to barge in. He wanted to know why wasn't the kid in his class so close to the sports festival. "Nizu, why I dash? Is the problem child sleeping? What happened?" "Why hello to you too, Aizawa-san. He's currently recovering his energies from a harsh but necessary training." Aizawa's expression darkened in seconds. "What kind of training?" "Don't do that face. It's simply something he can do to avoid getting brainwashed." "What did you do?" Nizu grinned. My, you really worry about my cub, don't you? He's not yours. It's temporary. And I do. So tell me and stop stalling. It's nothing you need to worry about, Aizawa-san. It's really for his own protection. I don't trust you. I don't expect you to. If the commission wasn't in his tail, I'd tell him to burn those papers." Nizu sipped his tea, grinning, "But they are." Aizawa tapped his foot. Something was fishy here. Something was wrong and he didn't know what. "Send him to my class when he wakes up. He has to train for the festival." No can do, he's building the most interesting thing with my BGMI you see. I'm hoping he'll be able to finish it in time for the festival so he can use it. It won't matter if he isn't fit enough to win. Aizawa-san. He has more advantages than all your students combined. They can catch up. And when they do, he'll already be ahead again. Fine, he huffed, arguing with the rat was a lost cause. I'll be off. Have a good day, Aizawa-san. He waved while the man closed the door. The rodent's smile faltered for a few seconds, but upon looking at the sleeping cat it was back again. He had big plans for his cub. Midoriya, I heard what happened so I know you won't have modifications this time, but I've devised a plan and I'm 65% sure it won't blow up again. I really hope it doesn't, my BGMI-sensei. I have a headache right now and an explosion really wouldn't help. Oh, you poor thing. Power loader ruffled Izuku's fluffy hair. If you want you can take the rest of the day off, go see her, maybe she can help dash. No thanks. This isn't really something she can help with and I've already slept and rested enough. I'm looking forward to devote myself entirely to this. Alrighty if you say so. But let's do this. It didn't explode. Success. But they still had a long journey until oh, the prototype is done? Oh Cammy damn it, I was in the middle of this speech about how long it would take. DMN geniuses and their minds. Anyway, the prototype was ready, which meant they had to test it out, and to do that, they would need some open space. So they hit the school garden because all the facilities were being used at the moment by either other students or other teachers. They might have caused a fire. But the object itself didn't explode, it was meant to do that. Now they just had one tiny little problem. All the trees were on fire. It's fine. This is fine, said the kid whose most trauma in life was caused by fire. Ah, it works. Power Loader was screaming like a little girl who had just gotten the best gift ever on Christmas. Sensei, the fire. It's so beautiful. This is some groundbreaking career-changing invention. Midoriya, I'm so proud. Your future will be so bright. Bright like the trees on fire, I might add. There goes another tree. Midoriya. He grabbed the boy's hand. I will fully support you and your future, you can count on me. I appreciate that. But the trees are dying. Who cares about the trees? Gasp. I care about the trees. The fire was almost reaching UA walls at this point. There is nothing I can do anymore to put it out. Come on, Sensei, we are two of the brightest minds in this school, we can figure something out. H&G. The fire reached the wall, the fire alarm went off. The second, first and third years of all courses that had windows turned to where the fire was watched and recorded with their phones the two support idiots freaking out about a fire themselves caused. Then they watched as Nedu berated the two about causing fires while a few students with water quirks put out the fire. It was quite an amusing scene. In a few days the video was the most watched in the school's own social media, and that day it was quite the news in UA's newspaper. The newspaper was controlled by the business kids and it had the sole objective of making fun of students and teachers that were caught doing stupid things, so you can imagine it's not a place you want to be the front page. At least if you aren't Izuku, because he loved the idea of being on the front page there. I want to hear you two say it, Nedu asked for the 5th time with his arms crossed. We were stupid, Izuku started. We should have waited for a testing room to be available, Maijima continued. Anxiety isn't an excuse for setting the school garden on fire. Next time we will run by you first. But now that it's clear you understand, go back to class. You have one to teach and you have a ring to improve. Yes, Nedu. The two said at the same time and walked back. It was really a walk of shame. The second one Midoriya had walked in his first month at UA. He low-key feared what the rest of his UA life would be like if in 2 weeks he had already walked 2 walks of shame. Extra. Toya has a traumatic experience. Midoriya Toya wonders where his life went wrong. Maybe it was when he was born. Yes, that seemed like an accurate estimation. But then it got better, because he was forcefully adopted by broccolis. But then it got worse again because his pseudo-broccoli mama got in a coma. Even so, none of these things are the cause of his trauma. The cause of his trauma is one Bakugo Katsuki. He was simply minding his own business after having returned home from his job at Mikelo's shop, which meant he was smelling like flowers from having been near them all day. His housemate, also known as the BSTRD spawn of Satan, no offense Mitsuki, that Satan didn't want to keep took notice of that fact. It started simple. Oi Scarface. You know flowers, right? Don't call me that, brat. But yes I do. What flower do I give someone if I want them to wake up? PFF, you are so obvious. Just tell me. Almond flower. The blonde huffed and went away. Toya innocently thought that was the end of it. Oh, how wrong he was. Oi, Scarface. I have a name. Whatever, hobo. What do I give someone if I want them to leave me the F alone? He heard Mitsuki yell that she was home right as he asked that. Yellow carnation. Once again the blonde huffed and went away. You know, a thanks wouldn't hurt. Please, Scarface. What Bakugo? He shoved his math book in front of Toya and sat next to him. That made the green-haired man arch his eyebrow. What was happening? Help me with this. He took one look at the contents of the book, then looked back at Bakugo. I'm good. Oh, I'm effing asking you for help. Aren't you supposed to be good at everything? I am. Then you don't need help. But not with FNG this. The hag is busy and the old man is still at work. I don't like this either, but you are gonna have to do. Bakugo. I never finished school. The blonde blinked. Do you want me to end a loser who sells flowers like you? Yes. Huff. Yes, please leave. The blonde did for about 5 minutes, then returned with his old math books. If you call me Scarface again, I swear I'll kill you. Oi, Scarface. Effendi, damn it. The blonde grinned. He has the power of Izuku's friendship protecting him, and they both knew that. I'm gonna teach your loser but how to math. I'm good. Then once you learn, you are gonna teach me what I don't understand. I don't want this. Tough luck. He took one look at the book Katsuki laid in front of him, and next he knew the book was on fire, blue flames dancing around it. Oh, I'm still gonna teach you. You just lost your reference. Ah, come on. Use the internet, you are a teen, you shouldn't rely on books. Huff. Please let me. Toya has had many hardships in life. Getting rid of Bakugo Katsuki was the worst of them. Hey little bush, the voice on the phone said. It had been a while since he heard it. But he supposes it makes sense he would call? That he had been calling. Maybe he shouldn't have declined the other times he called. Well, too late now. Dad, do you want to come live with me? Mom didn't want us to meet. She didn't want us to talk either. Like that stopped us before. You're my son and I want to take care of you. I miss you, my bush. The commission is after me. What if they find you because of me? They already got Mom. Aizu. I can take care of myself, and you, I can take care of both of us. I'll think about it. For now I'm living with Kaken and Token. Oh, and Nedu kind of has my guardianship. I don't like that. You don't like heroes. Parody. Well, yeah, but I don't like that you are so far away and that they have their hands on you. Hi, Dad, I know you'll destroy the heavens and earth before they actually put their hands on me. I'm glad you know that. Love you, Bush. Yeah, love you, Dad. He hung up and stared at his phone, until he sighed and put it in his pocket. It was nice to know his dad had his back should he need it. But he should only talk with him if it was extremely necessary. That was the rule he imposed on himself when he got the number behind his mother's back. Who is he kidding? He already broke that rule so many times. How the hell he wasn't caught was beyond him. He was sure she had him that day when he slipped that names have power bullshit his father says all the time. Yet somehow she believed him. Or maybe she wanted to believe. Toya was going to murder the Bakugo brat. He tried to be patient, he tried to get along, he tried all that and more. But he couldn't anymore. He needed to move. If he had to deal one more time with him and his mother yelling back and forth, and the questions. Cammy the questions, he doesn't know trigonometry, he doesn't want to know trigonometry. Why in the heaven's name did Bakugo think he did? When Izuku got back home that night, Toya grabbed his pseudo-brother and took them to their bedroom. Look, I know you and Blasty are friends. Bestest friends. He is Pat SLV #1. Not even Mom is. Was that high on the list. Anyway, I know you have this weird relationship with him, but I can't take it anymore. I've been here for 3 days and if I have to stay one more I'll go insane. So, tomorrow you are skipping school and we are house hunting. Oh, okay. Why do you look dejected? At your age, if I had gone to school I would kill to skip it. No, it's fine. It's just me and my Jima-sensei are building something really cool and I wanted to get ready until the sports festival. When is that gonna be? Next week. Cammy, doesn't UA give time to the students to learn basic hero stuff before shoving them in a festival? Oh, they do. But my class missed 1 week because Kidnapper-san expelled everyone, so now the ones that did manage to convince him to get back only have 1 week of training. I gotta say they are rushing. Okay, I'll let you go half PRD then. Do you want to skip in the morning or in the afternoon? Morning. This doesn't mean sleep, kid. It only means we will house hunt then and that maybe you'll be able to go later. Echi. Okay, let me tell Nedu. Why do you have to tell him? He's the one paying for the house, right? Toya looked away embarrassed. I'd rather not, but we don't really have a choice. We can always stay her dash. No. Then Nedu it is. Ugh. I know. Izuku patted him. But he's a rich rat who decided to support me. So, let's just take advantage of that fact for a tad. I don't like feeling like I own him. I assure you, you won't. He dialed the phone. Why hello there, cub. This is a surprise. Hi. I just called to warn you I'm skipping school tomorrow morning. Usually. You don't tell teachers these kind of things. But I'm telling you as my guardian. Anyway, me and Token are going to see a few houses. He and Kaken don't really get along. Alrighty, cub. If you find one you like, feel free to tell me and I'll buy it in your name for you. Okay. Thank you, sensei. It's no problem, cub. Have a good night. You too. He hung up. I think he's sketchy. You think everyone is sketchy, Token. And I'm usually right. Well, I trust him. I know. And that's what worries me. Izuku was dragging himself, barely awake, through the house. The lady who was showing them the place was talking and talking and talking. Did I mention she was talking? He yawned and leaned into his brother. And since this is close to the station, it's perfect for youngsters like you to go to school and college and even work. It's a perfectly safe neighborhood, the people here are silent, and unlike most apartments, this one has everything you might need for a small additional price. They do shopping for you, maintenance, cleaning, everything you can imagine. Who is they? Toya. She grinned. Ashi, turn off the lights. The room went dark. Perfect for nap time, Izuku's mind told him, but Toya's hand on his shoulder kept him awake. Ashi, turn them on. They were back on. Izuku yawned again. The woman took that as a sign they weren't impressed, so she said, Ashi, start cleaning mode. A small squared robot appeared and started vacuuming the place. Then the woman purposely dropped her keys. The plain square robot suddenly opened up and robot hands came out, picked up the keys and handed it to her. What if they turn on us? Izuku tiredly asked. I can guarantee you that has never and will never happen. I don't know, I've seen things. If you don't want its services, you can always turn the service off. Does it cook? Yes. I think we've seen enough, we will be in touch. He started walking off, taking Izuku with him. Have a good day, the woman yelled right as they closed the door. You good? You've been more tired lately. Yeah, he yawned. I don't know what's happening to me. Maybe it's because I'm emotionally exhausted? Could be. We should schedule you a visit to a neuro though, just in case. All right. But anyway, what did you think of the house? It's large. It has 4 bedrooms. We don't need that much. What would we even use 4 bedrooms for? 1 is an office. The other 3 is for me, you and Inko. Toya. She'll wake up. And when she does, she's gonna need a room, don't you think so? Okay. He closed his eyes, took a big breath and opened them again. I like it, it has a nice view, it's close to bus stops, the train station and the subway. Plus the robot. It's gonna kill us while we sleep. It can cook, neither of us are good at it. We shouldn't call it though, it might hurt their feeling. It's a robot zoo. Yes, and I don't want to be the reason they revolt and start a revolution, thank you very much. Fine, we will think of a name. Kara. Why? Because they will basically be our babysitter. Okay. He stared at Toya's soul. Haven't you watched or played DBH? What's that? Oh my Kami. In what world do you live? A non-game nerd one. Hey. I'm not a game nerd. But it's impossible not to love this game. I have never played, but it has been a dream of mine to do so. It's that good. I'll show you a video when we get home. Don't call that place home. I don't want the word home to be associated with the Bakugos. Izuku yawned again. Seriously, what happened? I don't want to talk about it. Why? It gave me even more trauma. When Izuku got to Yue, Nedu was quick to offer him tea, and he was quick to accept. Seriously, he was addicted to this tea. Izuku, how wonderful of you to join me in this afternoon. I need to finish the project. Yes, it's quite the determination. But for now, how was your house hunting? Anything you and your brother liked? Oh, yeah, actually, there was this nice house inside a closed-off community apartment similar to my old one that has everything we need plus a nanny robot to take care of us. Oh. Yeah, we would never in a million years be able to pay for a place like that before you, so thanks Nezu-sensei. Oh Cub, it's my pleasure. After all, I have too much money and nothing to spend on, don't worry about it. Should I start the buying process then? I guess? I don't know how this works, but if we find a place we like, we should buy it, right? In my experience, it's better not to look around too much, otherwise you'll lose what you liked and realize all houses are quite similar. Well, that would SCK. Indeed. Trust my word, Cub, it's best to go with your guts with these things. Alrighty, then buy me a house, sensei. That's a phrase I never thought I'd say. Nezu chuckled. I'm glad to see you excited. Hey, yeah, I'm trying to stay positive even with everything going on. In my experience, it's not good to shut things in, so if you are not actually feeling good, there is no need to pretend. I guess. No, I mean you are right. I'm not going to pretend, sensei. Good, now let me ask you, my Cub, how are you feeling? Tired. You've been tired a lot lately, huh? The Chimera eyed his own tea. I guess. Token said I should go see a neuro. I'd hardly think that's necessary, you are probably just emotionally drained. I thought that too. But it's better to be safe than sorry, right? I suppose so. Your Token really cares about you, huh? Yes. He is the bestest. After Kakin, of course. I see. He clapped his paw. Well, I'm wasting your time enough, you've already lost most of your day, we wouldn't want to waste more time here. Why don't you go to the lab? Run along now. Oh. All right, sensei. Siwae. Yes. Midoriya. I wasn't expecting you to come, Numa said upon seeing the boy. Hi, I would never lose lab time, sensei. The man narrowed his eyes. There was something different about Midoriya. He couldn't quite place a finger where or what. All right then, take a sit. Your magical ring won't build itself. You won't help me this time, sensei? He asked, tilting his head. No. Nedu was quite firm in reminding me I can't play favorites and have to pay attention to what everyone is doing. But I don't think you need my help anymore, kiddo. Of course, if you do need anything, I'm a call away. Oh, okay. He went back to his invention. Weird, he was feeling more hyper ever since leaving Ned's office. He felt like he could finish this. Today. Actually, he felt like he could take over the world. But he had no interest in doing that. People near his workstation had exactly two types of reactions to what he was doing. The first type of people couldn't look away from him and focus on their own projects. The second type got a little further away from him and focused even harder on their own projects. Both types believed he needed an exorcism. Midoriya couldn't take his eyes from the invention. Everything was going surprisingly well. He opened his notebook and started doing a bunch of calculations for a new function he wanted the thing to have. It was impressive and scary to watch. He looked like he had done some cane before going to class thanks to his maniacal face upon noticing things were going the way he wanted them to go. Oh, that's what was different about him, Majima noticed. His pupils were a tad more dilated than usual. That was probably a quirk thing, right? Yeah. Definitely. At the end of class, Midoriya asked his teacher for a bunch of new materials. Majima had no idea what they were for, but he was excited to see what his student would make. This time when the bell rang, he went straight home. He was really hungry. Katsuki watched the nerd working on a new blueprint from behind his back. He was so focused. Oh, that reminded him. The nerd. He didn't look up. I want to go see Auntie tomorrow after school. Oh, he stopped moving his hand for a second but then continued whatever he was doing. You have to go with me. Yeah. His breath was kind of shaky. Okay, Kaken. The blonde narrowed his eyes. You sure you good to go so soon again? You want to go so? Good. The thanks was left unsaid but it was unneeded. The two kept silent after that, Katsuki simply watching as Izuku worked, which made Izuku a little bit nervous. Anything else, Kaken? Nope. Not even going to tell me to sleep? I know you won't. You're wrong. I absolutely will. Once I finish this, of course. The blonde got near him and watched him drawing and doing math. Yeah, he had no idea what he was designing. What even is this? A storage ring. What? Storage ring, Kaken? Pay attention, will ya? Maybe if you do I'll give you one copy when it's ready. It will explode. Nah, the only fire that can destroy these rings are the flames of Mordor. And you say you aren't a nerd. I never said that, I only said you are one too, mister. I get pissy if I don't get perfect scores. Oh, that was one time, and the teacher was wrong in the end. Don't me. Extra. Human? Sometimes Izuku felt more like an animal pretending to be a human than a human pretending to be an animal. When these things happened, he would usually go to his mom and ask her to tell him stories of his childhood that he didn't remember anymore. Except he couldn't do this anymore, and he was facing a new type of problem. He had failed the MIA robot test. Now, this usually wouldn't have affected him. After all, he was usually quite sure of himself not being a robot. But he was in the middle of an identity crisis. So he tried again. And failed. Am I a robot? He asked himself, murmuring. No, you dumb idiot, came the answer from the beyond. Funny, the beyond sounded weirdly like Kaken. That's because it's me, you stupid nerd. Oh, hi, Kaken. I didn't notice you there. Look at me, he did with a haunted look. You aren't a robot, you dumb F-. How can we be sure? I've failed the sacred test, Kaken. I'm not having this discussion with you. Go to sleep. And oh, hisses. Izuku. Hisses. He turned into a cat and ran. The blonde didn't even try to run after. He simply shook his head and did the captcha on the nerd's computer for when he returned. Meanwhile, Izuku was running through the house. He was definitely a robot. A robot with a shape-shifting quirk. Or maybe a shape-shifting program? His day only started after a teacup at Ned's office. Technically, he didn't have to go there first. Nedu already had told him what classes he should watch for the rest of the week, but he liked not only Ned's company because he always had something to teach. Like today, he started talking about law loopholes he could explore should he want to, but also for the tea. Nezu always knew exactly what to brew for him. With just one cup of tea, he would leave there hyper or calm. They were truly magical teas. Oh, by the way, Cub, I began talking with the real estate agent about closing the deal. Oh, how did it go? I think in 1 month max you can move. Izuku frowned. Couldn't it be sooner? Token has been moody lately. Sure. I'll try to speed up the process for you. I went to the house to have a look. It was a good choice. I thought so too. May I suggest some modifications for the robot though? Sensei? He chuckled. We haven't even moved yet. But eventually you will. I'll give you the basics and let you figure out the rest. How about that? Sure, he was still giggling. Speaking of this, how is your project going? After we caused the fire alarm to go off, I started thinking of ways to reverse the power and not only make fire go out, but also go back in. That way it would also solve the issue with refueling. It would be quite the feat. Yes, so I did the math and I found that the same tech, well, not exactly the same, it would have to have a few modifications, but anyway, the same tech could be used for a storage ring. I assume you are thinking of shrinking and resizing objects? That and a pocket dimension, sensei. The Chimera chuckled. That'd be impossible without a quirk. Izuku shot him a cheeky grin. Maybe, he shrugged. I'll never know until I try. Well, I wish you good luck. I'll look for academic materials you can use for the pocket dimension research you wish to accomplish. Right? Thanks, sensei. It's my pleasure. Oh, by the way, you might want to check the hero class today. Really? I thought I was going to support for the rest of the week. You were, but Aizawa has made a lesson plan that could prove to be fun for you. What PRD do I have to be there? Third, you can have lunch and go straight there. Alrighty, sensei. For now I can go support, right? Indeed. I'll see you later then, he said, rushing off. The Chimera waved even though he couldn't see. After spending hours listening to Majima-sensei's lessons, it was finally break time. He rushed to his usual spot with Tamaki and Mirio and grabbed food for them all. He sat and waited. It didn't take long for the two senpais to arrive. Izuku. Mirio ruffled his hair. You didn't have to grab food for us. I know, he flushed red, but I got here quickly and had nothing to do. So. Thanks. Right, let's dig in. They sat down and ate while Mirio told Izuku about their morning so far. They were training hard for the sports festival. Togata seemed excited that both classes were doing stuff together. It's one of the rare moments we actually have class together, he said excitedly, to which Tamaki nodded. What about you? Togata finally asked after retelling tales of bravery and stupidity. Mechanical stuff. Me, Midoriya-kun, Tamaki started, and not that we mind, but W noticed you never sit W with your classmates. Are we getting I in the way of you building friendship? Izuku's expression was one horrified with the implications of his phrase, so Mirio was quick to cut in. We obviously would be sad if you ditched us. But we don't want to be the thing keeping you from being with your friends. I'm sure you'd rather sit with them than with boring senpais, right? He looked down. I'm kind of a wild card. Huh. The two simultaneously tilted their heads slightly. He looked back up, meeting their confused expressions. I'm not exactly in the hero course, neither the support one. I just roam to whatever class is going to be more interesting that day. So I didn't exactly have time to bond with people. And I like spending time with you. Even if you are, he chuckled, boring senpais. Which isn't true, boring senpais wouldn't have taken me to a near-death experience. Don't remind me of that, ugh. Mirio dug his head in his hands in shame. Even so, he was smiling. I really thought it was going to be just a safe lake. Everything about it was sketchy. Taki was quick to observe. Izuku nodded, agreeing. I'm sorry, okay? I'm an optimist. That made the two introverts chuckle. They were quite aware that he was one. Oh, Izuku narrowed his eyes at them. But what about you? What about us? Wouldn't you rather be with your classmates than your boring kohai? No, came Tamaki's quick answer. Mirio chuckled and scratched the back of his head. We don't really get along that great with our classes? Izuku tilted his head. Huh. I told you right? Aizawa expelled me the first day. I got back after a long while. After that, groups were already formed. So it was just the two of us. Then after a while they transferred me to the other class. Not because I was disruptive or anything, but both classes were saturated when he took me back, and then two students from 1B transferred to other courses, so since I got in later they transferred me, so it would be an even number on both classes. The groups were definitely formed there too. And Maki is just a lost cause. I do interact with Nijira sometimes. But I'd rather not. She can be. She has Haken. Mirio pointed to the brunette talking loudly with some pink-haired gal a few tables away. Oh. Izuku smiled. Then we are stuck with each other. Look at this little sheet, Togata said, smiling. He is smiling at our disgrace. Why, you are too, Tamaki observed. Mirio let out a dramatic gasp. Whose side you on? He didn't even hesitate to point at Izuku. Mirio had an expression that just screamed that Tamaki was a traitor. The purple-haired elf smiled at the blonde's face and said, Nedu is his official guardian. He can have us expelled. Besides, he has fluffy hair. That made Izuku laugh. He won't expel someone just because I asked. But then he thought about the way the sports festival was built and how he let him hear everything, or maybe he will. He definitely will. I'm on the side of the powerful and fluffy. Traitor, Mirio huffed away, but it was playful. Izuku patted him. I can't help it, I'm just everyone's favorite. Mirio's grin turned feral. Look at this little sheet. OHNO. ITGOTTOHISE, Tamaki shakily said. Mirio turned to Izuku. We just have to shake it out of him, and started tickling him. He was weak to tickles. A lot of people looked their way as Izuku began screaming for mercy mid-laughter. He was dying here, folks. They shouldn't laugh, they should help. They all heard the click of a camera and knew they would be in the next edition of UA News. But besides Tamaki, who got very self-conscious and decided to tactfully hide himself by trying to merge with the table, he did not succeed. For his despair, they didn't care. Mirio just kept on tickling him until he was out of breath and on the ground, still laughing even though the tickled had stopped. It took him 10 minutes to fully calm down, and once he did, he demanded pats from the blonde. "It's the least you can do after trying to kill me twice now." The blonde looked guilty for exactly 2 seconds until Izuku turned into a cat and snuggled into him. Then all guilty thoughts went away and he decided to just enjoy the fact that he had a cat on his lap. When the bell rang, Izuku didn't turn back. He just jumped on Tamaki's shoulder and hoped they would understand that he was skipping class to watch their class for the rest of the morning until 3rd PRD came. In theory, he knew he shouldn't. But Nedza didn't teach him about how to abuse loopholes for no reason. Hizashi couldn't help the squeak that came from his mouth when he saw Shota's green problem child clinging on his student's shoulder. What followed was a fit of giggles and then more happy noises that made the second years think he was having a slide. "Midoriya, you can't be here." Even though he said those words, his tone betrayed him. People were very confused, for they had yet to notice the cat on Tamaki's shoulder. The boy was really good at hiding his presence, and he did it all the time to avoid attention. He specially picked up that technique just so people wouldn't talk to him. Genius, I know. They only noticed when a voice they didn't recognize said from Tamaki's desk direction, "It doesn't say anywhere I can't." Mike-sensei, said voice, wasn't wearing a uniform, and seemed quite amused that after he said those words a bunch of people jumped from their chairs. Mike can't tell if they were ready to attack him or to run from him. Hi. If it doesn't, then I can't really stop you, can I?" The class turned to Mike with betrayed and confused expressions. Someone brilliantly said, "Isn't he the support kid who set UA's garden on fire?" Taki snickered hard at that. Izuku sighed. "Of all things, this is what people will know me for." "You reap what you sow," the purple quietly said to him. He was about to answer with something snarky, but then suddenly Nijire was on his face. "What are you doing here? Why can you be here? Are you really Nedzu's protege? Is it true you are both a support student and a hero course one? Are you really 14? Can you turn into any animal? Can you turn into mythical creatures? Does it hurt? Did you really wear a skirt on the first day? But why aren't you wearing a uniform now? Does it have to do with your quirk? Do you get naked like Togata-kun? Could you turn into a leech? Or a mosquito? Would you be easier to kill if you were a mosquito? Have your teeth always been pointy?" She kept going, but he got lost, so he turned back into a cat and retreated to Tamaki's lap. The purple sighed and started patting him. "Why you are overwhelming him." She stopped talking and covered her mouth abruptly. "I'm sorry. It's just that there are so many rumors. Well folks, it seems Greenie will be just a silent watcher today. So let's focus on the sports festival." "Tio ground gamma," Hizashi said like a cartoon character. People seemed more excited now that they would have an underclassmate watching. At ground gamma, as Mike yelled, all the students were split into groups of 4 and the other heroics class was also there for a showdown between second years. He had just finished explaining the exercise and then turned dramatically to the cat. "Midoriya, how would you feel about participating?" The cat turned partially human again and said with his head tilted, "Sure." His tail swinged around him, showing that he was excited. "Great. We have 1 student less on 2B, so with you the groups are even." "But sensei," someone called, "wouldn't it be unfair to the group that has him? He is still in his first year. And is a support student." The blonde laughed. "He might be a first year, but he is also Nizu's personal student. Don't underestimate him just because he is cute." "Can I get my hero costume then, sensei?" the cat boy asked. Mike finger-shot the camera, watching them. "I'm sure it's on its way." "All right, A versus B, first groups. Go." His costume arrived in the middle of the first match. It pained him to have to go change and stop watching because DMN they were good. He didn't have much ground to compare because he had yet to go to a heroics class that involved fighting, but from what he knew about himself, they were better. So, as he watched the fighting and strategies, he couldn't help but learn and silently improve. He has always been a fast learner after all. When Tamaki's turn came, he snuggled near Togata. Amajiki's team was the winner. He hadn't seen him fight before. Even though he was shy 90% of the time during the match, he was anything but shy. When Togata's turn came, he snuggled back to Tamaki. Togata was also the winner, but that he was expecting. So far it had been 1 point for each class. Then his turn came. The game exercise was simple. 1 group was in charge of playing villains and creating a strategy that would hinder the heroes whose goal was to save the hostages, dummies, but they didn't have to only use the building with the hostages, and they could choose which building it would be, so the heroes would have to look for them in the huge fake city. If the villain team wanted, they could hunt the heroes themselves, but if the heroes found the hostages and they weren't there, it was a default win. For the villain team to win, they would have to constrain the heroes. For the hero team to win, they would have to do the same and also take them to jail. If neither team won by the buzzer, then both would lose. He joined his team, they were playing the villains, and they explained their plan. He had one of his own, but hey, this wasn't his class and he wasn't even supposed to be here, so he was fine with going with theirs. It was solid. Surprisingly, they didn't ask him to only guard the hostages and actually gave him somewhat of a big role. He was supposed to do recon and prevent the heroes from getting near the dummies. The second years really were on another level. After he told them his quirk, they were quick to figure out the best role he could have at this. Once they got to the city, they had 5 minutes to prep. They chose to have 4 different hostage places around, and no one was going to stay stationary. That was because they didn't have to, thanks to Bomb Gal. Soon the buzzer rang and he was quick to turn his mask on and disappear from sight. He jumped around the shadows, picking up the smells and noises that the other team was making. He spotted them quickly and reported back. In 2 seconds, a fellow teammate appeared next to him and laid out a plan of attack. He noticed at the other side of the street the other 2 were doing the same. The 4 then began trailing after the heroes as they seemed a little lost. From above, a hero yelled before the teammate from before was dropping lava on them. After that, the other 2 villains engaged the heroes there, but Izuku noticed one of the heroes slipped out, so he decided to follow them. The girl was jumping around trying to be sneaky and find the hostages. She was close to one of the places. He wished his ring was ready. It would be perfect for sneaking long distance on her now. She did a flip and disappeared. Suddenly he felt her smell coming from behind him and barely had time to dodge a kick. It hit the ground and the ground cracked. He grinned and used a skirt piece to restrain her leg. "Ha, you are gonna be problematic," she said and wanked her leg from the skirt. It didn't budge, so she went for another attack. He dodged again and kicked her back using one skirt piece to propel him and a few others to grab her other leg. She dodged and the 2 went back and forth for a while exchanging blows until she jumped high hoping to bring him with her, and when that didn't happen she kicked his back. He however used that opportunity to disappear from her sight and where once he was. There wasn't anything anymore. He turned into a snake mid-turn and tangled himself around her neck and body, thus restraining her. He bit her neck. She froze and fell to the ground. No, he didn't kill her. This snake was known for paralyzing, not killing. He untangled and turned into a human again. "Should I toss her with the hostages?" "Nagai is out," Mike announced. After that, a few robots appeared out of nowhere and carried the girl out. Suddenly he heard a voice on his comm, "Do that thing now." There were several things they had agreed to do, so it would have helped if they weren't so vague, but still he gave himself rabbit legs and hopped to the thing he guessed they wanted him to do. He arrived at one of the decoy buildings and found his way to the little bomb one of his teammates had planted thanks to their quirk. He activated it and moved to the next building. After doing it in all buildings, he shot back, "All activated," in the comms. "Could come to section 4. He flew there and saw the standstill. "Either you release my partner or the hostages go bye-bye." Boom. She yelled, holding a button in the air. One of the heroes shot the button and yelled, "It's a believe." She began crackling, especially when the several buildings started exploding around them. The partner was released for now. The heroes had other things to worry about. Short BOM girl was insane, but he liked her. She hopped to where her colleague was and gave him a hand. The boy said to Midoriya, "They managed to capture one of us. They probably didn't get to the prison yet since Mike hasn't announced, bring them back. We will regroup at section 6". "K" was his response, and then he was flying away. The student in charge of taking their teammate was loud and fast, but the Peregrine Falcon was faster. He shot at the fast boy, and once he surpassed his speed, he stood a bit in front of them and turned into a blue whale. A huge but whale. Fast boy stopped confused, and then cursed loudly, "Come on, that's so extra." Izuku turned back into a cat boy and went for an attack. The boy was scared. And he wasn't given a choice. Izuku was simply ignoring the possibility of hitting his own teammate to attack him, so either he dropped the boy and fought back giving his all, or he would lose. The moment he dropped the boy, Izuku's arms turned to wings and his legs into claws, and he picked his teammate up and flew away with him. "That son of a bitch," Fasty cursed. Midoriya flew back to Area 6 and turned back fully to a human. His teammate stared at him in awe and he said, "I don't think I can do that again." Boom girl laughed maniacally, "Greenie, that was amazing." Anyway, they are currently looking for the hostages in the wreckage of the buildings. It won't take them too long to realize there is nothing there, but it will be enough time for us to take them down, the boy with the plan said. Wait. Are we fighting them inside the burning buildings?" "You and Mono are. Me and Katon will be support." Katon in question woke up coughing after the boy with the plans slid something on his mouth. "Greenie got you before I got you to prison," Boom girl said. "Oh, so what's the plan?" Katon asked. "Make the 2 immune to fire." "Right-o boss." He touched both Midoriya and Boom girl, all done. Truth be told, neither of them felt anything different and narrowed their eyes. "I promise you won't burn." The boy with the plan sighed. "It will be a trust of faith. Anyway, you both should be going. I'll provide recon and keep Hai from getting anywhere. He loves to talk after all." 2 people, 2 buildings. Izuku turned into a snake and went for a more sneaky approach. Boom girl did the exact opposite, creating a bunch of bombs and exploding her path in. If Aizawa was there, he would probably have berated them all, telling how dangerously stupid this plan was. It didn't take long for Midoriya to find his prey and bite the human in the neck. Because of the heat, they didn't even notice a snake climbing them up. After the boy dropped on the ground, Mike announced a little less cheery than the first time, Endo is out. He turned back into a human and rolled the boy up his capture skirt. He tried avoiding the flames even though Katon supposedly made them immune to it. When he finally got out of the building, the robots were already waiting for them. He deposited the boy on the bot just in time to look up and see Boom Girl and the boy from the other team in an intense battle in the air. He decided to ignore it since she didn't seem to be in trouble and returned to his team. Upon getting there, he heard Fasti and his team arguing. They didn't seem to be fighting though. Boy with the plan seemed to have noticed him, and without turning or acknowledging his existence he signed to him. He didn't know sign language, but he could guess what he was saying, so he turned into an ant and passed them all. He climbed Fasti as an ant, and once he was near his neck he turned into a snake again and bit him. Hi is out. He turned back into a human and saw the grinning faces of the 2 second years. They heard another boom and went outside to watch. Mono. Stop toying with them, Plan Boy yelled. They all heard the girl laugh, and then another blob started falling. Boom Girl catched the other in the air and used her bombs to descend from the heavens carrying her victim. Class B takes the win. Mike announced, looking dejected. Snipe was grinning proud of his class. Once they returned to the observation deck, Izuku felt everyone's gazes on him and tactfully turned into a cat and hid himself in Tamaki's hood. As he did that, both classes exploded, everyone talking at the same time. Sensei, is he really a first year? Damn, he's got moves. I wanna go against him someday. How is that even fair? And they kept going until Snipe shot the air. Literally, he grabbed his gun and shot. This should be illegal, right? Y'all. Sheet up. Immediately they all did. Oh, thank Cammy, Mike said, and then his smile was back. Alright, since the other team was completely knocked out, we will discuss their match next class. For now you are all dismissed. Go rest and eat your lunches, little listeners. And 2A, I have a surprise for you all. The news. This morning there was sudden panic when a beacon of light suddenly appeared from Endeavor's agency. Our reporters went there to investigate and found that Endeavor's agency had a rat manifestation. They were on the walls, on the food, on the papers, and apparently the fire-based heroes in the agency freaked out. After all, they might be heroes, but rats are rats. The cherry of the cake, however, was that when Endeavor showed up to work they focused on him. That was why there was a sudden beacon of light that illuminated the entire city. Apparently Endeavor let something similar to a supernova at the building after evacuating everyone. It's yet unknown when the reconstruction of the agency will occur and if the rats are in fact dead. But one thing is for sure. First pigeons, now rats. What's next? And why is nature attacking Endeavor? Izuku was starving and it showed. He also had a terrible headache, but that one he was trying to ignore. He could just nap and it would probably go away, right? Tamaki was honestly impressed about how much his kohai could eat, and his quirk depends on him eating. He still has flashbacks of Hell Camp where the teachers made him eat the weirdest things repeatedly. It gives him nightmares. Mirio didn't seem all that affected by it if his sunshine smile was of any indication. You know, Maki, that's now 2 times in a row your class loses against mine. Just a fluke. You got lucky Izuku was there. The blonde had a sheet-eating grin on his face. Is that so? Weiss. He looked away. Leave me alone. I don't know. Think. You were just bad. Zoo, what do you think? He simply stared at him and kept eating. Nom nom. He agrees with me. She didn't say anything. Oh, he totally agrees with me. Taki slumped on the table. Fine. Your class is better. Izuku patted him. This just serves to show that there is still room for improvement. I say we should book extra gym time every day from now on. I say you are insane. What do you think, Zoo? The boy shrugged. Thumb. I don't think I can stay every day, but it could be fun. Why, you are both insane. No, Maki. Not insane, we have vision. And determination. Right. He made a fist. Right. Izuku fist bumped him. Oh, but I can't go back with you. Nedu wants me to take heroics with Aizawa this PRD. That's our code. Mirio ruffled his hair. We will see you on our next break, or tomorrow, right? Yep. For now though, do you want to take a nap? Becoming something that big must have taken up a lot of energy, right? Yeah, I know I overdid it. But I didn't want to be known as the support student that set fire to Yue's garden, you know. P-huff, that won't change anything. Why ya? Sorry Izuku, I doubt it will. He frowned. How are you so sure? Oh, that's because no matter how many fights I win, I'm still Nakey Boy. That's, Now it was his time to slump and for Tamaki to pat him. I'm going to sleep, wake me up when lunch ends, and with that he closed his eyes. Both Tamaki and Mirio snickered. We know a secret spot you can sleep without all this noise, Mirio said, and Izuku immediately was back up. Lead the way, senpai. His headache didn't go away after the nap. But he could handle it. He was leaving school earlier today to go see his mom with Kakin anyway. When he got inside the 1As classroom, he was glad to see that there were 10 students now, one of the new ones he knew. Phewa. You are back. Midoriya, right? So are you. Oh, you're not really, huh? Alright everybody, sit down and shut up. Aizawa said before letting him explain, then he locked eyes with problem child number. I see Nedu sent you to me today. Yep. Good. Since the whole class is here we can finally choose a damn rep. I don't care how you do it, just be quick, we have other and more important things to do today. Ignoring the request everyone turned to him. Hato, fish boy, was the one to ask first. Dude, what happened to you after you passed out? Why did you only come to class today? Pinky guy asked right after. Are you not an official student of this class? You were watching support classes, right? And today at lunch I heard a second-year student saying you crashed their lesson. So what are you? Serious black-haired girl asked, narrowing her eyes. Wait, he was supposed to be here all this time? A girl with floaty orange hair asked before he had the time. She was new. Yup, he was with us at the blonde skeleton-faced girl he recognized as the one who led everyone to the collapsing building said. She had blue hair now. It fit her. Fua laughed. Guys, if you don't stop talking he won't be able to answer. They all shut up again and turned to him, so he started. Well, a lot happened after I passed out actually, but mostly personal stuff. I'm Nedu's personal student and he kind of determines where I'll have classes for the day, and up until today he had me going to the support ones. What else? Oh yeah, I was with the second years earlier today, 2 senpais kind of. Adopted me? I think that's the more accurate word. So I was with them during recess, and after a very inspirational lesson from Nedu-sensei about loopholes I just decided to explore a few and crash their class. I think this summons up. Damn. Pinky said, so from what I gathered, the lessons you appear will be the cool ones, right? I guess. But what's so cool about choosing a class rep? Aizawa-sensei did say we had more stuff to do today, Fua added. Oh, we should just decide on a rep quickly then. Who wants to be it? To Aizawa's surprise no one wanted the job. It was usually the other way round. What an odd class. Does anyone have straws? We could chose by them. Why would anyone have dash? I have straws, a redhead said, making everyone turn to him with curious expressions. What? It's part of my quirk. What the hell is your quirk? Hitoshi. I'm basically a cactus. He did look a bit planty now that they stopped to think about it. And cactus have straws? Pinky asked unsure. No. I have thorns but I can control the size of them. He made 8 thorns the size of regular straws and cut 2 in half. Honestly, he seems reliable. Why don't you be the rep? Skeleton girl said. Cammy, please no. I don't want the responsibility. That's why this class is odd. They are all lazy people who only want to have fun. That didn't change from one week to another. The straws were drawn and serious black-haired girl and Fua got the short ones. I suppose we should properly introduce ourselves, serious girl said. Right, I'll go first then. My name is Maada Fua. My quirk is that I can create foam. Hana Sunkei, my quirk is that I'm lucky. Immediately Izuku perked up and said, like domino. She was taken aback at that, because usually people said that wasn't really a quirk. So she smiled and nodded, like domino. Triple it, that's so cool. Domino is low-key my favorite Marvel character, Pinky said, and once again she was surprised. Maybe she shouldn't have been so hasty to believe they would be the same as her former classmates. This was UA after all, and her quirk led her to this. Wait, but if your quirk is luck then why did you get the straw? Hato questioned. It was a fair question. It has a life of its own to be honest. I'm used to just going with the flow to what it thinks it's best for me. This must have been it. What a crazy quirk, dude. You are so crazy lucky, Pinky said, and then realized what he said and started laughing. Aizawa chose that moment to arise from his cocoon. Good, you were quick. We can discuss your obligations during recess. Now, go change into your gym clothes. He was in the middle of leaving but then he stopped and turned. Not you problem child, I don't want you naked in my class, and then he left. They moved as a unit, ready for whatever Aizawa had planned for them. Only if they had realized sooner their teacher never told them where they should go after changing. Once they were all ready and met back in the class, they realized the issue. Guys, where are we supposed to go? Skeleton girl asked. Zawa never said. Maybe we are supposed to find him. Pinky guessed. We should all follow Sunk. Maybe with her luck we can find him quickly, the girl with the orange floaty hair said. Oh for sure, between Sankei's luck and Midoriya's tracking mode, we can find him. Skeleton girl said again. But tracking mode? Yeah. That thing where your nose turned into a bear snout at the cactus boy said. Ichininji didn't pay attention to their quirks nor their names, but these people knew both about him. He really felt bad. A girl none of them had noticed was there this entire time quietly said, we should all tell each other our quirks. And names. Before anything. Oh, yeah. Skeleton Blonde happily agreed. I'm Raiza Shaku and my quirk is called Underneath the Skin. I have X-ray vision and can use my bones as weapons. What about other people's bones? Pinky asked. Her answer was a smile. Right? Pinky turned to the others. I'm Ichigo Hakimitsu and my quirk is Gooseberry. How does that work? Cactus asked. I can like shoot gooseberry from my hands. Things get really sugary and they can serve as glue and stuff. Cool, alright me next, floaty orange-haired girl said, I'm Juryoko Orenji, and my quirk is called Gravity Twist. What does it do? Riza, it's so good to finally be able to put a name to the faces, asked. Gravity stuff. Really specific, quiet girl sassed. Yeah. Right, I guess I'll go now. I'm Mori Denwa, and my quirk is shushishuish. What was that? Once again she spoke too quietly for anyone to understand. Just one more time, Cactus asked with a pained voice, and this time Izuku turned into a catboy and was able to hear. Shadows. I can use shadows as weapons. Okay, that's cool, me next. I'm Izuku Midoriya and my quirk is shapeshifting. I can shift into any animal. Right? I'm Kakase Akage, and as I said before, my quirk basically makes me a cactus. Second Hato, my quirk is Aquaman, but because my mom said I was being uncreative when naming it, it's officially called King of Fish. Sunkei looked around. Alright, I think that's everyone. Now, Midoriya, can you sniff Aizawa out? It wasn't everyone, but the last person was too shy to say anything, and their anxiety was through the roof. Of course. He shifted back into a complete human and then turned his nose into a bear snout and thus began his sniffing. People were following him move and then out of nowhere he turned into a wolf instead of a bear and started running. They struggled to follow him and were led to a dead end. At least they thought it was one until Hana accidentally stumbled upon a piece of the wall that was actually a secret door. Lucky, Ichigo said, chuckling to himself. Inside the door was a recording from Eraser. Somewhere in this school there are 28 hidden objects. In front of you there are images of what you are looking for. Find them and bring them to me. I'll be at room X 23 inch. Should we split up or stay together? Akage asked. UA is too big, we should split up. Fua said. Hana agreed. Let's all decide what we are hunting for so we don't go after the same objects and split. If you got yours then I guess either Aizawa gives us our next quest or we are free to go to recess earlier. You are just saying that because you are lucky. I bet you are gonna find yours in a few minutes, Hato said. And? We all have to use the weapons we got. Not fair, Jurioka said. The world isn't fair. Fua said. Look, there are 28 objects, I can search for the extra one, how about that? You don't have to do that, Sanki-san. No, it's fine, I'll do it. They all chose their objects and left. Midoriya's were a bagel and a specific phone, one with a sheriff's star case. Both of which he had smelled before. The bagels he smelled when he was in present mix class, and he did say he had a surprise for 2A, so he would just have to crash it again to steal bagels. Izuku is sure Mike will understand he is taking 3 since one of them is for his husband. The other object one would be Tricker. But he also saw it today when Snipe used his phone during the joint training between the second years. How the hell was he supposed to get that? Maybe he could ask Mirio for a distraction. Or he could simply ask Snipe for it. But first, bagels. Maybe I could use the bagel. He hopped to 2A quick on his feet but once he got outside the door he realized, well, this is too simple. There must be a trick. So he turned into a fly and got inside the vent. Once inside he turned into a cat and walked to the exit inside 2A's classroom. He assessed the situation and noticed it was just a normal class celebration, no traps, no nothing. Maybe Mike didn't even know what was happening. Just to be sure he turned into a fly and dropped down. He avoided people because he didn't want to die. And once he was near the bagels he turned back into a human-cat hybrid. He quickly grabbed 3 bagels and before anyone could say anything he ran off yelling, I'll take one to Zawa. And thus he was gone. He ate one of them because he was feeling kind of tired even with his nap and concluded he needed sugar, but this of course was all an excuse. The truth is, he wanted to eat the freaking bagel, so he did. And hopped to 2B next. This time he opened the door normally and said, Snipe-sensei, I brought ya a bagel. The entire class turned to him and he heard Mirio whine, why only he gets one? The man narrowed his eyes, distrusting. What do ye want, Midoriya? Your phone. I promise you will have it back later. Why? Zawa asked. Why? I don't know. Look sensei, we can do this the easy way and not only you get a bagel but also the information of where it came from or I'll have to use the big guns. I don't want to. But I will. What big guns were ye talkin' bout? Izuku grinned, got on his tippy toes and whispered something in Snipe's ears. The man sighed and gave his phone for the kid, leaving everyone curious to what the hell he said that would have caused that response. Oh, the bagels are in 2A by the way, he said before leaving completely. He had a kidnapper to see. He trotted over to room X23 and upon getting there he saw Aizawa was sleeping so he did the sensible thing. He turned into a fox and screamed bloody murder in Aizawa's ear. The man jumped. He literally jumped and fell off from the couch. Izuku was quick to transform back and put an innocent look on his face. You little sheet, the man with bleeding ears said. I brought my things, what's next? He looked at the 2 things safely deposited on the table. He took the bagel first and ate it, then the phone. How the hell did you manage to convince Snipe? I have my ways, he shrugged. Which are? Redacted. The tired hobo sighed. Izuku took that as an opportunity to look around the room. It was an ordinary room, with a window which had its curtain closed so it would be dark, a desk, 2 couches. What was the big lesson of this class? He asked, genuinely curious. To use diplomacy, and when everyone eventually doesn't, the teachers would fight back. I didn't use diplomacy with Mike, I used a surprise attack. On the bagels, I didn't even talk, actually I did, I said I was bringing one of the bagels for you. But those are just insignificant details, the important part is, he didn't fight me. I grabbed 3. Why? 1 for diplomacy and the other for me. Brat. Hey, I deserve them too. I beat his class in training today. Yeah, he mentioned. Oh, he sat beside Aizawa, you talk about me? We talk about all the problem children. But I'm like the biggest problem child, right? That's not something you should be proud of being. Aizawa watched him, he seemed fine even with all that happened over the weekend. You are in a good mood. Why? Can't I be? No, it's just, with everything that has happened. Immediately the kid curled to himself and he cursed himself internally, of course it was a mask. He patted the kid behind his cat ears which caused the boy to lean into him, trying to stay positive that she will wake up. Token and Kaken both said I shouldn't treat it as if she was already dead. Yeah kid, it's fine, you should be in a good mood, you beat your seniors, that's a big accomplishment. He laid his head on Aizawa's lap and the man continued to pat him. You remind me of my dad sometimes, Zawa. He wasn't expecting that. How so? He also has no tact. He gave Izuku a gentle smack in the back of his head, brat. And here I was thinking you were gonna say something positive. Hana chose that moment to get inside. She had the 3 objects in her hand as she asked, am I interrupting something? At the same time Izuku and Aizawa answered, no, just some pseudo-father-son bonding. You can guess who once said what. She raised her eyebrow, right? I'll just leave this here then. She left the objects and left the room. Aizawa cursed which caused Izuku to start laughing. I didn't even say what she was supposed to do now. Are we supposed to do something? 'Cause I was planning on just going home earlier. Oh no you won't. Hitoshi wants to have dinner with you. Ah. Yeah. Not today. Kaken wants to go visit mom. And I have to be there with him. You have to or you want to? Because if you don't want to, you know you don't have to, right? We are like brothers, Zawa. I had my breakdown in front of him and he was the one to calm me down. And it's the same with him, the only person he will allow himself to break in front of is me. We made a promise to always be there for each other. So that's what I'm gonna do. I had a friend like that once. Had. He died. Oh. He hugged Aizawa from the side. What are you doing, problem child? I'm comforting you. He patted him in the head and started saying, it's alright, you can cry in front of me. It was a long time ago, problem child. He sat on his own legs and said, staring at his soul, if Kaken died I'd never get over it, no matter how much time it passed. Another knock on the door, this time it was Riza. The 2 turned to her and she looked confused at them. I brought the things. What now? Just leave them there and you are free to study as you want. After recess I'll give you all another thing to do. Hi. She left and he turned back to Midoriya, who was still staring at him like he could read his soul. I got over it. No you didn't. I know myself, problem child. Izuku narrowed his eyes and sat back down. I think that yeah you are happy you have your husband and your kid, but you also dig yourself in your work and does odd hours staying till way too late at night chasing criminals when you should be home sleeping, and you barely sleep when you are home, that's why you are always in your cocoon. And I think you do all that as a distraction, because it never went away. Because that kind of pain never does. And the best you can do is try to move on and distract yourself, because if you think too much about it, you'll get sad again, and we are taught that being sad isn't good. Aizawa turned his head away. Since when are you a psychologist? Nedu taught me how to psychoanalyze people. I hate you. Anyway, if you want a grief, I'm here. Aizawa looked at him and sighed. It was over 10 years ago. Do you know the exact number? 11 years. Demon, I was 3. How is that relevant? It isn't. Brat. So I've been called. We are not having a therapy session right now. Did you go to any when they died? Why are you asking me this? I'm wondering if I should go because of my mom. You should. Did you? Suddenly the floor was really interesting. Hypocrite. I'm old, I get the right to be one. How old are you? 29. You are not even that old yet. How old do you have to be one? Izuku laid back down with his head on the man's lap. At least my father's age. And how old is he? Last time I checked he was like 235 or something. What? Well, gotta go. I'll see you tomorrow, Zawa. The little sheet said, leaving the room by freaking jumping off the window. When he got home Kaken was already waiting for him. Took you long enough, nerd. Sorry Kaken, I ended up almost giving my kidnapper sensei therapy. Right. Can we go now? I just want to get this over with. Yeah, we can go. He offered his hand and Katsuki took it. They didn't let go of each other as they walked to the bus, they kept holding as they walked to the hospital, continued holding as they grabbed visitor passes, continued holding as they got inside the bedroom. They opened the door and they were so shocked they let go. There was a person there. One that by all means looked like they should not. Kaken walked to their face, Izuku rushing beside him, set the flower he brought on the bedside table in a not-so-gentle manner and shouted. Who the f are you? The person was not wearing nurse's clothes and was way closer to Inko than they should. A face neither of them recognized turned to them and said smiling, "Ah, so nice to finally meet you properly. I'm Dash. Player 1. Izuku asked, shocked. Because he freaking recognized that voice, the moment they said, he freaking knew. The figure was shocked for about 10 seconds until it started laughing maniacally, and in the middle of the laughter they managed to get that he was saying, ha ha hali shihad, I he kahahant behahaliv the hee-hee-hees fuckahihing coincidhehens. They took a big breath and stopped laughing. He turned back at them and said, I'm your secret half-brother. Nice to finally meet you, Otudo. Okay, so, I have like reference pics of the class NPCs, and I've decided to share the ones that appeared in this chapter with y'all. Bear in mind that I do not own this pics at all, also have no idea who does cause they were mostly on Pinterest besides the Picru ones and the gal who is canon. And one more thing, they are just references, so they aren't exactly like this. I was gonna draw 'em but my hand is currently sheet so I'm avoiding doing that until it heals. Moada Fua Quirk, Foam. Hana Sunke, Quirk, look. Mori Denwa Quirk, Shadows. Kaasu Akage Quirk, Cactus. Kasa Denkyu, thy forgotten NB Quirk. Oh, Z hasn't said it yet. Second Hato, Quirk, kind of fish Aquaman fish BOI. Ichigo Hakimitsu, Quirk, Gooseberry. Raiza Shaku Quirk, Bones. Jurioku Orenji Quirk, Gravity Twist. Katsuki wasn't buying it. All he heard was, I'm a stalker that came to kill you, even though no words even near those came from the teen's mouth. So he did the logical thing and moved to attack them, or at least that was the plan until the nerd held him back. He looked past Bakugo and straight to the stalker, explain. The lean figure sat down at the visitor's chair basically tossing himself. Your dad adopted me after I accidentally killed my entire family, he said with ease. Once again all Katsuki heard was, killed my entire family, and decided to attack again. Once again Izuku stopped him. Why haven't I ever heard of you? I dunno. Ask her. He pointed at the bed. We can't. He sassed but his voice was broken, not crazy broken, sad broken. PNGBSD Katsuki was once again ready for murder. Izuku once again stopped him. Cat not here. The explodey blonde stopped, turned at Inko and yeah, not here. Sheet that wasn't how this was supposed to go. You sure he isn't your boyfriend? He seems whipped enough. Gross, was Katsuki's answer. When you see someone as your brother it is kind of weird to see them as anything else. Izuku agreed. Whatever. He rolled his eyes and stopped them at Izuku. So Otudo, did she really never mention me? He seemed ready to cry, or like he had been for the past hour. Probably both were true. He shook his head. No. Beatty, don't call him that. Well, Dad talks about you all the time. Guess we know who the favorite child is, Bakugo sneered. And yet I'm the one who lives with him. Can we not do this here? Both blonde and stranger made the same noise, then looked at each other and away again. If the situation wasn't tense, Izuku would have laughed. Tenko. Right. Tenko. Well this is awkward. You effing believe this fucker? He isn't lying cat. F-N-G. So you are his secret brother. What do you want? Nothing really. I just came to see her. Dad was great but she really was the one taking care of me. Oh. Yeah, also I guess it would be nice if we had like a brotherly bonding moment. Katsuki laughed. But with Blondie here we can't. So, he got up and a purple portal opened behind him. I guess I'll see you in game. Player 2" and then he was gone. Well that was something. They both turned to Inko. Sorry Kaken, why are you apologizing to him? Why are you apologizing to me? Because you just wanted to see her, and now you are going to have to deal with my drama again, because Kaken I have a secret brother. Half-brother. Kakshin. Yeah nerd whatever. He grabbed the nerd and hugged him. Why would she not tell me? Like it doesn't make any sense? And if she took care of Tenko then does that mean she saw Dad? So why the hell could she see Dad but I couldn't? Don't get mad at Auntie Zu, I'm sure she had her reasons. He let go of the hug and turned to his sleeping mom again. Yeah but she won't be able to tell us. Katsuki grabbed his hand and moved next to him. He used the shorter's head as support for his own and said, yeah. Maybe the hag knew. He heard a sniff and then a maybe. Nerd, I'm the one supposed to be having the mental breakdown here, remember? Yay, he turned his blonde and hugged him. Go ahead, he whimpered. Peef, how the F, do you expect me to have one when you are like this, huh? Oh, just ignore me Kaken, I'll be fine, he said trying to pretend he wasn't about to cry. Fine my butt. I'll go first then since he sniffed. Since you don't wanna, he turned back at his mom. He was feeling really betrayed. He had to go through such lengths to get his dad's number because he wanted to hear from the man himself why he abandoned him, only to find out he didn't. He left because Inko commanded him to and prohibited him from reaching Izuku. And now he learns from a third party that the two had a secret son together who Inko took care of behind his back. He wondered what else she was hiding from him. Mom, he started, I wish you could explain. But why did you never tell me? Now I have to deal with the fact that I apparently have a secret brother, that the commission is after me. The sports festival is in a week and damn it there is just so much happening right now. They both watched as nothing happened. So Katsuki took that as his cue. Hey auntie. What could he say to the woman who was like his second mom? Honestly, he just wanted to talk about his day and end it with a hug, a kiss and reassurance everything would work well for him because she got his back. We had a surprise test yesterday. I aced it. As always. It was that subject you taught me. Oh, I tried teaching the hobo you two adopted some math the other day, but he is a lost cause. I can't believe the BSRD is content with being a florist for the rest of his life. He helped me pick the flowers we brought you though. If he didn't F with me they are supposed to wake you up. Wish Kaken, wish for the person to wake up, they aren't magical. You don't know that you DMN nerd. Well anyway. Oh, my birthday is in a week. Can you wake up by then? That would be great. Thanks. Izuku's a big breath, Chic Cat it's your birthday. Yup. He turned to the blonde, Chic Cat your birthday falls on the same day as the sports festival. Yup. It has been so every year. Yeah, but we usually watch it together. Weird. Katsuki put a hand on the nerd's hair. Don't panic Zu, I know. But it's your birthday, I can't freaking be away on your birthday. Zu. It's fine. It's anything but fine. I will just not participate in it. It's fine. Don't be stupid. But. Cat put both his hands on Izuku's cheeks and squeezed them. Zu. I want to watch you. Do a show and remember that I'm watching, so you have to perform 10 times better than you normally would. But. Purple fucker is also gonna be watching. Don't you want to impress him? What are you talking about? The fact that you are obviously crushing on each other. He maneuvered out from the hands on his face squeezing him and said, That's not. We are not. And I'm not blonde. Ugh shut up, he started walking away, and Bakugo followed crackling. Neither of them noticed the silent tear coming from Inko's closed eyes. When they returned home Izuku found his brother and tossed himself at him saying, You were right Kaken's mean. What happened? He asked worried. He keeps insisting that I have a crush on Hitoshi, which I do not. I don't. So I don't know why he keeps pestering me about it. Toya rolled his eyes, he thought it would be something actually worth breaking their friendship off forever. Is he a bad person for wishing that? But he never promised a sea of roses. Just ignore him. Easier said than done. That's true. Oh and guess what token? What? I apparently have a secret half-brother. You. Huh. Yep, just great right? He left hands waving in the air. If Toya didn't know any better he'd think Izuku was about to break something just to let steam out. But he wasn't one to do that. He ran off to see that he was jumping of a window. Yep, that's more like him. Don't be back late. Ki. The bird answered and then he was gone. He didn't know where he was going, just that he needed a bit wind on his face. He started going higher and higher until he couldn't tell what was up and down. He did a few flips, going up and down like he was swimming in the air. Well, that was a stupid analogy. Wait, Izuku watch out. A plane passed right beside him. If he had been 5 meters off he'd be hit. He wasn't really digging the experience of being hit by a plane today, so he dived back down, and upon reaching a good enough hay he glided. His gliding involved more flips and absent-minded tricks. At least it did until he almost hit a building, then he began paying attention to his surroundings. He flew for a few hours, sometimes even shifting mid-air because it was dark enough, right? No one would even see him. At some point he flew to the tallest building there. He shifted back upon reaching the roof. He stood on the edge taking in the view and wondered why he hadn't done this before. It's a nice view, right? A voice coming from behind him said. He wasn't expecting someone to be there, so this came to him as a big surprise. In short, he almost fell, or better he did fall, but didn't. A single red feather kept him from doing so. Wow, sorry birdie. I didn't mean to scare you. He was turned around and, Red pigeon trespasser? He asked tilting his head. Hawks choked with. The kid giggled, I never thought I'd see you again. He was so confused. We've met. Why doesn't he know this? Oh, right, I suppose you wouldn't know. He walked a step leaving the feather behind and stood on the edge again, this time looking the other way round. Anyway, it's good to see you alive, I guess. Wait, what are you doing here? He deadpanned, this is my building. The kid looked down, putting one leg up and looking extremely close to falling in Hawk's opinion, and then back at him, this entire thing? Yup. Aren't you a bit too young to have an entire building in your name? He put his arms up to balance himself and started walking slowly, taking one leg off the edge and then another. I mean, he scratched the back of his head. I earned it. How? By being a good birdie boy? He turned. Hawks was sure he was going to fall, but he didn't. He simply faced the other side and started walking like he was before to the other side. I guess. So what kind of job does one have to do to have a building this tall this young? I'm a hero. He stopped walking altogether and turned to Hawks. Really? Why do you sound like you don't believe me? Well, I'm technically trespassing, and you probably know how I got up here, so the fact that I wasn't chased out yet is sus. I'm not the type of hero to just get in the way of a kid playing with his quirk. I'm not that young. Really? He crossed his arms and leaned on the vent exit. Yep, I'm almost 15. So you are 14. Details. A kid. How old are you? Details. He smirked and the boy showed his tongue and then crossed his arms. Come one red pigeon, work with me here. 21. He shook his head and let his arms fall. I wouldn't have guessed. How old do I look? 18 at best. I'll take that as a compliment. Do as you want, Pigeon Dude. He turned around to watch the city. Why do you call me that? Pigeon Dude walked near the edge. I mean, isn't it obvious? He was smiling, not that Pigeon Dude could see. I'm not a pigeon. He stood next to the boy, the wind making their hairs float a tad. A chicken then. I'm a hawk. Look, Pigeon Dash. Hawks. Whatever, I've met hawks, I've been a hawk before, you are just pigeon material. No, I'm not. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem like the laid-back type, the type that goes out of your way to make pranks and jokes and doesn't really want to work. What does that has to do with anything, Dash? Pigeon, he whispered, doing jazz hands. He looked at the kid, then at the edge, and then he pushed the kid off. He fell laughing. Hawks walked away, but he was smiling. The kid appeared in front of him, laying down above the vent with a tail swinging from side to side. This is attempted murder, you know. I mean, is it really? You are still alive after all. Woo, he turned his head upside down and Hawks was able to see the cat ears in his head for the first time. What hero school did you go to that you don't know the basic murder laws and how to evade them effectively? How bold of you to assume I went to a hero school. The cat gave him a Cheshire grin. What is it? Hi. Pigeon, again with jazz hands. And he could see his logic, which only made things worse. He groaned and face-bombed. I'm leaving. He opened the door leading inside, but then stopped before actually getting inside. Do you want pizza? Huh. We ordered pizza. Do you want it? Are you a pedo? What? He turned to stare at the cat, except he wasn't there anymore. He was standing next to him with a sheet-eating grin. I mean, why else would you invite a brat inside your building? The kid started walking inside because he has no sense of self-preservation. What is wrong with you? At least you know you are a brat, he followed. Oh, I've been told multiple times. We tend to learn. He chuckled and ruffled the cat boy's head. Oh, keep doing that and we are gonna get along just great, Pigeon Dude. It's a deal. Life at Hawk's agency was always chill, so his interns and employees didn't even question when they saw him stealing an entire box of pizza from their small welcome party for the new intern and sitting in a corner. Then he started talking by himself, and people got a little concerned, but that still wasn't enough for anyone to question it. But then they heard a voice answer back. And then the voice became a freaking cat boy. And then the cat boy called their boss Pigeon and lived to tell the tale. Then they grabbed a piece of Hawk's pizza box and lived to tell the tale. Then Hawks gave him a feather so he could analyze it, and the kid gave it a bite with his pointy teeth, then looked at Hawks with the most evil eyes and said, so you feel it, huh? And he freaking lived. They had no idea who the kid was, but it was obvious he was a Hawks whisperer, and they had another level of respect for him. But let's ignore those extras and focus on our pigeon and cat boy. So you feel it, huh? Not enough for whatever crimes against nature you are planning to do with it be worth it. I'm only wondering how much fire resistance it has. Please don't. Answer me a question then and I'll consider it. Shoot, are you working for the commission? Hawks didn't stiff or show any kind of obvious sign, but he had to admit he wasn't expecting that. Why, you ask? Because, Pigeon Boy, you weren't surprised at all about me. You've been friendly to a stranger that trespassed your building and called you pigeon multiple times. You said you didn't go to a hero school and yet you are a hero with a tall agency. So, did the commission tell you to keep an eye on me? Or friend me? Or both perhaps? You both. Hawks didn't think he gave away with his body language. So how the hell? I have Nedu as a teacher, Pigeon Dude. And I can tell ya, he doesn't teach me math. Welp, thanks for the pizza. As he said that, he got up and simply left using the front door, leaving a stunned Hawks behind staring at his own pizza. The boy took his feather, which meant that he had a way to find him. So you're telling me you want me to SCK this feather? Toya sighed. No. But Tuchian, he'd be so uncomfortable. Put it on a bucket of water or something. I don't want to put my mouth on this. It's not that bad, Token. I already bit it and it was finny. He stared at his brother as if he was staring at an alien. This gives me even more reason not to do it. Takon. He looked at his brother, then at the feather he was holding. He took the feather and burned it. Taken. He then proceeded to walk away and try to erase this from his memory. He tuned out Izuku's drama about being betrayed by his own clan, and for the first time he regretted having become a Midoriya. Later that night when the two slept cuddling together, though all the thoughts of regret had escaped his mind. Extra. Endeavor is a hard worker. Endeavor truly was a hard worker. Since his agency was rebuilding, he took his paperwork home. He would lock himself in his office for hours and only leave when he had to train Shoto, and of course take care of his basic needs. And one day in particular the training with Shoto took longer. The boy refused to use his left side now for some reason, and he wasn't okay with that at all. He went harder at him, to prove he couldn't possibly be that reckless. It had been years since Shoto cried and puked his gut out, but he couldn't hold it in today. Which meant he was weak. Endeavor stomped to his office, said at his masterpiece, he was behaving just like that defect. So as I was saying, he madly stomped to his office and didn't notice at first the squeaking. He sat at his chair with the vigor of someone mad, and it broke, making him go straight to the ground and even break it in the process. We might even say he was one step closer to hell. Smiley face, gravity and inertia were beaches. Then he tried to push himself up with the help of his desk, only for it to also break down and crumble to pieces, making all his paperwork that was neatly organized fly everywhere. He screamed at no one in particular, cursing loudly, which made his children react in different ways. Shoto took cover in fear, Natsuo rolled his eyes and left the house, and Fuyumi sighed and went to him. However, she was at the other side of the house, so it'd take a little while, for she had no rush. After he was done with his tantrum screams, he decided to be productive and grab the papers. Only a bunch of squirrels showed up, and not only they laughed at his face, at least he is considering those noises laughter, and it absolutely was, but also stole his paper and fled quickly through the window. He got up and shot a ball of fire at them, but they were quicker and it hit the tree. Later, Endeavor was retelling the story to the firefighter. And the lady did not look impressed. After all, from one tree the fire was quick to spread to the rest. Can't believe he's the number 2 hero. What kind of hero burns down trees? He heard the people putting down the fire say, and that hurt. But they were right. He would need to work on his precision more. Squirrels and Broken Wood idea by Goalie Chick 06, laughing face. Izuku was frustrated. And it showed in the fact that he kept blowing stuff up at the support lab. At the 4th explosion, Power Loader decided he had enough. What's wrong with you? We already went over the explosion phase. His answer was another explosion and a long sigh. He looked up to his teacher, not even having the energy to move his head, and gave yet another sigh. Maijima crossed his arms and kept staring him down. Aren't you gonna say anything? Another sigh. Sensei. Hypothetically, if you found out you had a secret brother, and he kept messaging you non-stop in a game, what would you do? That's oddly specific. It's just a hypothesis though. Sure. He said, unbelieving, and sat next to the boy. I talked to them. Okay, but there's a lot going on with you at the moment. And you feel like there isn't enough time to do everything you like, but at the same time you feel like you aren't doing enough. And then you get stuck in this endless cycle of not knowing what to do and panicking about everything, and your mom suddenly is in a coma, and Endeavor burns your house down, and then you meet a nice pigeon only to find out they are actually a spy, which, I guess it makes sense, and on the top of everything your rat guardian taught you how to gather evidence against people, and you ask yourself, should I actually do something? Because if I did, the world would probably collapse, but then I have the right? To try and do something? Anything even. But wouldn't that make me a villain? In the arms of an angel. Fly away from here. He sang that last part, completely distracting himself. Maijima understood more of his rambling than he was comfortable to. I'd say, if that hypothetically happened to me, I'd talk to someone I trust about it. Izuku only moved his eyes, turning to him, then he hummed, turned into a cat and left the classroom. All the students looked at Maijima with pity but also joy. The explosions were really annoying. And then you meet a nice pigeon only to find out they are actually a spy, which makes sense, and on top of everything your rat guardian taught you how to gather evidence against people, and you ask yourself, should I actually do something? Because if I did, the world would probably collapse, but then I have the right? To try and do something? Anything even. But wouldn't that make me a villain in the eyes of the general population, and my comfortable life that I always wanted, not having to worry about anything, would end? But if I do nothing, it might end anyway. So what do I do? Aizawa digested everything he was just told. He had no idea how to answer that. Look, kid. Shiny big cat eyes looked at him, because the problem child didn't just dump all his problems on him. No, he did it while being a cat boy laying on his lap, but carrying on. You should do what you feel is right. If you think holding the people who have wronged you accountable is the right thing, then go ahead. But if you think that will only bring you more trouble than it's worth, then just let it be and wait to see what happens, I guess. But what if they make things worse? He patted the nuisance. What if they don't? The cat boy shook his head. You are being awfully positive. What the hell do you want me to say, problem child? Ugh, I don't know. He hid his face in his hands. I want a magical solution to all this. What does your brother think of all this? He's trying not to freak out for my sake. Maybe you should talk to him. Speaking of brothers, did I mention the freaking secret one I found? Zawa, why is my life such a mess? There, he patted the cat boy. Izuku was obviously not entirely there during lunch, not entirely there when going back home, and not entirely there when Hawks appeared in front of him and started talking animatedly. He did get back to his own body, however, when he almost fell inside a gully and Hawks prevented him from doing so. For the first time he realized Pigeon was there. So he asked, since when have you been here? Since you left UA. He looked around and sheesh, they were really far from UA. Oh, what's on your mind, birdie? Wouldn't you like to know, Pigeon boy? I would. Izuku stopped walking. Pigeon did the same. He stared at Hawks for a while, and then he sighed. What does the commission want from me? The same thing they wanted from me, I'm guessing. And how did that work out for you? Great. He started walking again, sighing. Kigo followed him. You are not convincing at all. You don't have a choice, do you? In doing what the commission tells you to, you can't disobey, right? What happens when you do? Stuff. Tell me. Why? He shrugged. I want to know. Let's just say they discipline me. That sounds bad. I'm used to it. You know, Pigeon, the only reason I decided to become a hero is because it would allow me to use my quirk freely. From what I've heard with the commission, I wouldn't be able to do that at all. And I don't want them in my tail for the rest of my life. Hawks patted his head, remembering how he said he liked that. Sorry, he said, he was used to doing these kinds of jobs, the ones that made him question his own morality, so used that he had forgotten that people have feelings. No need to apologize, Pigeon boy. You are just a pawn. Anyway, I have to go, thanks for the talk. And from keeping me from dying in that hole. Before Hawks could stop him from going, he turned into a bird and flew away. Oh great, the window was closed. He tapped it with his beak, 1, 2, 3 times, and when nothing changed he tried another tactic. He flew to the ground, turned back into a human cat, found a rock and was about to throw it when a hand on his wrist stopped him. He looked back and smiled. Hey loud sensei. He coughed, chuckling. Mike sensei. Greenie, why are you in the middle of throwing a rock on my window? I needed a way in, he smiled innocently. I can open the door for you. The blonde smiled back. That works. So they walked together inside the apartment, talking about 2B, more specifically how psychotic Boom Girl was. When they got inside he looked around as if the place was his. Where is Toto? Mike looked at the clock above the doorway. He should be arriving any time now. Oh okay. So, not that I mind, little listener, but why did you come? Well, he sat on the couch. Zoa said Toto wanted me to come. So after like 3 days, here I am. Speaking of Toshi. Hizashi sat on the couch near the boy. He doesn't really have a lot of friends. Me neither. He spoke enthusiastically as if it was completely. No, I mean besides you he doesn't have any. Oh. Yep. I guess it's selfish of me to ask, but could you be more present for him? I can try. The blonde shot him a blinding smile. That's all I ask. As if on cue the door opened and a wild Hitoshi arrived. He was wearing his middle school uniform, which did not do him justice. It was a beige coat with a black or dark blue, Izuku couldn't tell, shirt underneath, and a red tie loosely tied. He looked like he had seen better days. Toto! Izuku shot from the couch the same time Hizashi asked, did you come running? Izuku? What are you doing here? He dropped his bag on the floor and took his shoes off, then he looked at his dad. Endurance training. I'm here to see you, of course. Don't overdo your training, Toshi, it could harm you, you know that. Don't worry, I'm fine. Except he didn't look fine. Actually it looked to Izuku that breathing hurt a lot, so he left the couch, grabbed Hitoshi by the hand and said to Mike, we will be in his bedroom. And then left, taking a confused purple boy with him and leaving behind a chuckling blonde. When they got inside the bedroom, Izuku shut the door and tossed him over his bed. The teen winced, and Izuku got concerned. Sorry. It's fine, Zu. Let me see, he said, sitting on Hitoshi's bed next to him. Hitoshi in return looked away from him and put his shirt up. It was the same shade as purple as the other's hair. Izuku's blood was boiling. I want names and addresses. He looked back and put the shirt down, wincing the whole way through. Zu. Don't worry, I'll just have them have a friendly talk. With my friends from the underground. He didn't mean the criminal underground, he meant the literal one. Hitoshi, however, didn't know that. You have underground connections? But for now, Toto, what do you need? There should be a cream for this stuff in the bathroom, it has a blue lid. Alrighty. He left and returned after what felt like an eternity for Hitoshi. You have a lot of creams. Dad is very careful with his skin routine. Pops calls him a queen. Mike. Nope. I can't picture it, he said, sitting back down next to his friend and motioning for him to put the shirt up again. That's because you haven't seen him in a cat cafe wearing a blue, I love cat sweatshirt with his hair on a bum, yellow sweatpants and heart-shaped mug, smiling like a hiss. The hiss was because Izuku started applying the cream. Sorry, he winced. Smiling like an idiot because the guy. Stop talking. Why okay? They were silent for a while, just hearing each other's breathings until Izuku realized the pained face Hitoshi was making and decided to talk. Me and Kaken visited my mom last night. The plan was to no talk to her, vent a little to her corpse, cry our tears and stuff. How did H&G, how did it go? As I said, that was the plan, but when we got there, someone else was in the room. Tingy and the pilot thickens. Izuku giggled, stop talking you dummy, I don't like seeing you hurt. I need to turn you. Fine. I've done this alone multiple G times. Well, I'm here now, so let me take care of you. Hitoshi blushed, looked away, nodded, and then turned around with Izuku's help. As the teen started spreading the cream gently on his back, he started talking again. So we get there and there is this weird teen. He looked a little older than us, but anyway. Then Kaken asked, who the heck are you, in his Kaken way? And guess what? He is apparently my half-brother that mom and dad took care of behind my back. Hitoshi coughed. You're what? I know, right? And to make things more freaky, he's also a person me and Kaken are used to playing a shooting game with. The plot really thickens. So I don't know what to do. He felt the hand leaving his back and it was suddenly cold. What are your options? He put the shirt back down and turned to look at Izuku. Well, I could meet him, but there must have been a reason that mom didn't want us to meet, right? I could also call my dad and ask, but... Since when you could call your dad? Didn't your mom make him leave or something like that? Oh, okay, so... One day I got curious. It was the first time mom had caught me arriving home late and she mentioned something about me being like my dad, and then she said he was a villain and left it at that. I tried asking for more information, but she just wouldn't give me more no matter what. So, I have this neighbor. Her quirk is that she sees, hears, and practically knows everything. She's like a freaking oracle. Let me guess, Marlene? I don't even want to know how you know that, but yes, Marlene. So I went to her house. I didn't even have to ask her about him because she started talking. She said he and mom were happy, but when my quirk came in she kicked him out because that was the day she found out he was a villain with a secret quirk and stuff. And not only a villain but the villain like he is over 200 years old and stuff. Anyway, so she kept talking stuff and then I asked if she had his number. She did. He paused, looked at Hitoshi. He had his complete attention. This made his heart beat faster for some reason, but he swallowed it and continued talking. I didn't call him at first. It actually took me a while to do so. 12-year-old Izuku stared at the phone like it held either a curse or the answer to life, the universe and everything. He chuckled upon realizing that in a way there is, if only the 4 and the 2 were side by side. We are getting off track here. Today was going to be the day. It had been a month since he got it. It was ridiculous that it took all this time. Well, part of him was actually glad he kept stalling, otherwise he would have to use the house phone for it and his mom would probably recognize the number and... Would she be mad? He couldn't tell, but now he had a cell phone, which solved all his problems really. So he put the number in and dialed. As it rang, all thoughts passed his mind. What if the man didn't want to hear from him? What if he had changed numbers? What if they didn't get along? What if he was evil? He was a villain after all. All thoughts came to a halt when a voice picked up. Who is this and how did you get this number? Very good, Izuku, that's a great phrase. Okay, now try again with words. Look, if this is that DMN telemarketing again I already told you, and I'm telling again. I already bought your demon card. What else do you want from me? Izuku chuckled. He couldn't believe a villain would fall on card scams, but here he was hearing that, and because of that all his anxiety went away. No, hi, I'm not those things are scams. Anyway, hi. Are you Hitoshi Midoriya? The line got silent for a while. Who is this? Izuku. He heard a big breath being issued on the other side of the line. Am I Aizu? Bush? Little Bush? He giggled again. Yeah. Hi. Dad. Did your mom let you call me? Did she forgive me? A fair question. No. Sorry. I just wanted to, I guess, talk to you, so I got the number myself. Oh my Bush, I'm so proud. I miss you so dang much. You do. Just every freaking day. I have some pictures of you Inko sent me throughout the years. I talk to them sometimes. No wait, that must sound creepy. I swear I'm normal. That made Izuku chuckle again. He couldn't believe the conversation he was having right now. She almost never talks about you. Oh, he could practically hear the sadness. I guess that was to be expected. What did she tell you? She actually just talks about you when comparing you to me. She said you are also a disaster in the kitchen, and that you are as clumsy as I am. And stuff like that. Oh, she also told me you were a villain. Funnily enough, she was also comparing me to you. So, there is that. Oh my bush, I'm so gosh darn happy right now that we have things in common. I'm crying I am. He could hear the sobs. Sorry? No, it's just, I never thought I would talk to you again. At least not so soon. It makes me so happy you have no idea. Guess he also shares the Midoriya's tears. I don't know what to say. The man giggled like a little kid on Christmas. You could tell me about your day. It was such a normal and homely thing to ask that he didn't know if he should laugh or cry at it. Instead of doing either of those things, he got comfy on his bed and told his dad about his day with a giddy expression. After that we started weekly, sometimes monthly talking. He never once mentioned Tenko. He even let it slip several times that he had a maybe SLV, but not once about a brother. Tenko? Hitoshi asked, deciding to ignore the SLV part. Yeah, that's the name of my half-brother. Oh. Well, if they went behind your back to raise him, then maybe you should go around their back to meet him. So is being petty your solution to everything? Hitoshi grinned and shrugged, making him regret the decision to shrug pretty fast. Pretty much. Izuku scoffed. Well, I'm not like that. Yeah, your solution to everything is turning into a cat and pretending the world is irrelevant. But it is. He stared at Hitoshi's lap, then back at his face. Can I lay down on you? Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. You never asked before. Who are you? Hi. He laid down and Hitoshi started patting him, ignoring the pain he felt doing that. He still heard the hisses and Hitoshi's fast heartbeat. His own was fast, but he was tying it to the fact that he had just told Hitoshi about the first time he talked to his dad over the phone. I was serious, you know. I want names. He sighed. It was nothing, Aizu. Look, Toto. You are a Pat SLV. And Pat slaves need to be in top form. So you will tell me who did this to you. So I can make them regret and not touch you ever again. Maybe you should move to Kaken's school. He'd protect you for me. I can't just move out of nowhere to a new school. Besides, it's fine. This is nothing. I'm used to it. Izuku stared the boy and grabbed the hand patting his hair without losing eye contact. He noticed Hitoshi's beating and his own got even faster, but once again chose to ignore that. Then he put the hand near his mouth and bit it. It even drew a little blood. Maybe he was too harsh. Oh, what the hell? That was for the bullshit you are spewing. But Dash. You shouldn't have to be used to it. You shouldn't think it's fine because it's not, and I'm sure that if Zawa or Loud heard what happened to you, they'd gladly change you schools. I don't want to be a bother for them. They already did too much for me. He gave the hand another bite, this time even going as far as liking the blood after. Hitoshi would be lying if he said he wasn't blushing like crazy at the moment. Why? He managed to say amidst his gay panic. Because they care so much about you, Toto, you aren't a bother. Zawa has spent an entire hour talking about you once, and Loud just now asked me to be more present for you. So you better stop thinking you are just an obligation, because you aren't. Dash. He sat back up, this time facing the teen, and put his hands on Hitoshi's cheeks. You are gonna tell me names and then talk to Loud about changing schools, right? Yeah, okay. He gave Izuku a list and descriptions, and then they moved to talk with Hisashi. Izuku was sitting beside Hitoshi and giving his hand reassuring squeezes from time to time. Mike had no idea what was happening. He almost thought they were going to say they were dating, but the fro Izuku had on his face when Hitoshi wasn't looking made him think otherwise. Then Hitoshi started talking. And he felt like such a bad dad for not noticing. Somewhere along the story Hisashi started crying. Hitoshi almost gave up on telling everything, but the look on Izuku's face and the hand holding his made him think it was better otherwise. When he finished, Mike was ready to burn that school to the ground and maybe kill some brats while he was at it. But first things first. Toshi, why did you keep this from us for so long? Dash. He looked down ashamed and started playing with Izuku's fingers. He knew the boy wouldn't mind. I didn't want you to think adopting me was a mistake. Oh, Toshi. Yep, Hisashi was officially crying. He moved from his place on the sofa and rushed to his kid. He kneeled in front of him and hugged him. We would never think that. We love you, you know that, right? The teen sniffed and hugged him back, wincing slightly from the pain but finally letting go of Izuku's hand. Yeah, I know. Hisashi noticed Toshi's discomfort and let go of the hug. He kept his eyes on his son as he said, I need you to promise though, that if something like this happens again you'll come looking for me or show. Yeah, okay. His hand found its way to Izuku's again and the green boy smiled at him. Then he turned to Hisashi and said, you should transfer him to Kaken's school. Kaken would protect him if anyone even thought of bullying him, but trust me, they won't. Maybe, Hisashi said, I'll talk to Sho, see what he thinks about it. He nodded and Hitoshi found himself nodding too. Hisashi saw their hands intertwined together and smiled. But for now, why don't you catch up? You can stay over for the night, little listener, like you were planning to before. Yeah, Izuku's smile faltered, but then it was back on, I'd love to stay. With that, Hisashi left the room to call Aizawa, leaving the two alone. Hitoshi's face still had a worried expression, but it also held relief. He chuckled and it made Izuku's heart once again go off rails. Really, what is wrong with it today? I guess I worried for nothing. Izuku patted him. Anxiety can be a pain in the butt. Yeah, He looked at Izuku and his face went red. It really is. Do you want to watch a movie? Oh sure. After what felt like hours of trying to find one for them to watch, they settled on some random anime that had little kids on the cover. It seemed cute. Izuku, why is that kid's head enormous? Maybe he's smart. Oh sure, is this a factory? Are they slaves? What's happening? Shush, but I agree Isabella is SS. Everything is SS. This won't end well. This won't end well. This won't end dash. W. They both yelled at the TV. Okay, she's psychotic. I'm starting to think all the adults are. What are they, 10? Why are they already so psychotic too? They were raised this way, Zoo. It was over. But it was just starting. I want another season of this. Manga. It didn't take them long to find a pirate website that had everything. They went to Hitoshi's bedroom and snuggled together on the bed because either they did that or they wouldn't be able to read together. Not that either of them minded being this close. They were hooked. It was hard to stop reading when Hisashi called them for dinner. But they did. Mind reeling with information. Shota was there and they didn't even realize he got home at some point because they were so focused. Zashi filled me in, Shota said as they started eating. Hitoshi kept quiet so he continued with a sigh. I'm sorry if we ever made you feel like you were a burden, Tosh. We love you so much and seeing you hurt makes me mad, at myself for not noticing, at the school for letting this go on, and at the ones who did this to you. You never did, it was just my anxiety. I'm signing you up for therapy though. Hitoshi dropped his chopsticks, his fists clenched. Why? Because I don't want you to feel that it was okay for them to treat you that way. It's unhealthy and it could get you killed. And if you die I'll find a way to bring you back just so I can kill you myself. He didn't like the idea of opening up to a stranger but he looked at Izuku who was giving him a comforting smile, and then at his parents and his only choice was to agree. The rest of dinner was spent in a nice way with casual conversation about their days and stuff. The only thing off was that Izuku kept quiet most of the time, only really talking about what they watched and were reading. Hitoshi did notice his dad kept sparing glances at Izuku though as if he was expecting him to say something else. And when dinner was over Shota asked Izuku for help with something and they left them to go to the office. He could swear he could feel the tension coming from where they were talking to each other. Problem child, how are you feeling? Much better actually. I still have no idea what to do, but Toto is a great distraction. Aizawa shook his head disappointed. I get that distractions are important, but this will just keep eating you up until you deal with it. Yeah, but what do I do, Zawa? He sighed dejected. What do you want to do? At the moment? Go back there to Toto and keep reading that manga until we both pass out. Alright, that was easy, right? What are you getting at dash? So, every time you have doubts, just ask yourself what you want to do. And then do it. You are overthinking the whole situation because you are seeing the all, not the split problems. You should deal with one thing at once and go with your gut. Who knew you could be so insightful, Kidnapper-san? I thought besides being a hero all your brain power went to your cat hunting skills. Brat, he playfully said, ruffling Izuku's hair. When he got out of the room Hitoshi could practically feel that whatever was weighing him down so much was lighter somehow. Whatever they talked about must have been either therapeutic or a slap on his face. Either way he made his way to Hitoshi, smiled brightly upon seeing him and then with all the care in the world shoved him into his own room and plopped on the bed while bringing him down with him. Aight. Let's finish this today. They did not in fact finish it that day. For it was long and it was late, and they both fell asleep snuggling with the computer on top of them. At some point the laptop fell on the ground, but neither heard nor move. Mr. Laptop was simply forgotten and then almost stepped on the next morning when they woke up. Extra. Search histories. My heart is beating fast, sweaty palms when my friend is around. Am I sick? Can I have arrhythmia being only 14? Can recovery girl heal arrhythmia? After learning he was about to die, he rushed to Nizu leaving in the middle of the class. He practically kicked the door open screaming, "Enyu, I'm going to die." That made the principal laugh. How so, cub? He started hysterically walking to one side and the other. Google said so, sensei. Google said so. Yesterday when I was with Toto my heart started beating like crazy. Oh, I could hear his beating insanely too. So I Googled. Yes, during class, don't give me that look. What it could mean, and Google said I could be having arrhythmia and dying. Nedu shook his head. Just ignore it, cub. I'm sure there is another answer. Anxiety perhaps. But why would be near him make me anxious? He sat down defeated. I have to admit I'm not the best person when it comes to understanding human emotions. You think this has to do with emotions? Nedu handed him a cup of tea. Indeed. But I'm not good with dealing with human emotions either. We seem to have a conundrum then. The two sat behind Nezu's computer and started searching how to human emotion. Oh my, there seems to be a lot information. But can we trust it? Later Aizawa was staring at the two. He didn't know if he should laugh, cry or scream into a pillow about what he was hearing. Let me get this straight. He pointed at them accusedly. You want me, he pointed at himself, to explain how emotions work? Indeed. Both figures nodded excitedly. He sighed and murmured, I can't even believe they pulled me out of class for this sheet. Then he tried to explain, but he realized he himself was a mess at figuring emotions out. Later Nemuri was staring at the three with a giddy face. She gave them a full lesson. Izuku even took notes. At some point she even got a whiteboard and drew a human body to explain the science part of it. Of course that part the three of them knew, but seeing how it connected with the more philosophical part of it was the real magic. At the end of it she bowed, they clapped. And Izuku made a question that would give Aizawa nightmares and made Nemuri squeak. So, in conclusion, I have a crush on Hitoshi? Yes, she answered faster than Aizawa had the time to facepalm. Meanwhile Hitoshi's own Google history. What does it mean when you dream about someone? How do I know if I like someone? How to know if someone likes you? Am I gay quiz? What potato am I quiz? What hero am I quiz? How do I confess that I like someone? Date places around Mustafu. What would a certified genius like to do as a date? What would a dumbass like to do as a date? Tota. Do you want to do something this weekend? Greenie. Wise. I'd love to. Tota. Right, so there is this artsy street fair happening Sunday. We could go then grab something to eat and stuff. Greenie. Say date. Hitoshi stared at his phone. Then at nothing. Then back at his phone. Then he hugged the phone and started giggling like a madman. Extra 2. BC I forgot the first one was a extra cast who doesn't like the sound of birds singing in the morning? Endeavor isn't sure when it started. But his sanity is slipping each passing day. There are birds. PNG birds, that every FING night chirp loudly at his bedroom window right when he's trying to sleep. And they don't freaking stop. He just wants to sleep. Just for one simple night he wishes to sleep without birds. Unfortunately he can't burn them because the media already thinks he hates nature, so he doesn't need to give them even more ammunition. So one night he decided to sleep on the couch, and for exactly 2 minutes he is left alone, is enough time to make him think he's finally free, enough time to make him relax, not enough time for he to sleep, but it didn't matter because he was going to have a good long night, chirp chirp. Safe to say they had to replace the couch after that. He tried a lot of things after that. Soundproofined his walls, the noise still got in, having Fuyumi call a bit exterminator, she refused after all she didn't hear anything, making bird traps, they evaded it and pooped on him the next day, setting bird houses with food on the other side of the house, they ate it and then returned to bother him. So one night he had an idea. If the fuckers were singing at him, he'd sing back. The birds did not leave, but Natsuo decided that it would be for the best to take Endeavor to a psychic hospital. Not the same as their mother was. She didn't deserve that. Alas, Endeavor refused to go, saying he was completely sane. However, Shoto, who so far was avoiding everyone, appeared with a recording of him singing. We should bargain, Endeavor, he said with a stoic face, otherwise who knows where this might leak. That day Endeavor truly lost. Birds keeping him awake idea by Puppyunchunchflavis. Izuku stared at his own reflection. He looked like crap. He was tired. He had a headache that felt like a knife pressing against his brain, his eyes were kind of dull and his vision wasn't all there. For a second he felt like his eyelids changed shape, but when he blinked everything was normal again. Zu! Are you ready? Toya called him. Even though he called from far away, he could hear as if he was next to him. What the hell was happening to him? Yeah, I'm coming, he yelled back, quickly glanced at his own image, shook his head and ran off, grabbing his bag on the way. He was probably imagining things anyway. As Nedu had promised, he managed to make the process for the house to go faster, which meant they could move out. Part of him was sad because he liked living with Kaken, but there was another side of him that was glad. Toya's complaining was getting on his nerves. Truth be told, a lot of things were getting on his nerves lately. He climbed down the stairs and was met with all the Bakugos waiting for him near the door. Aizu, Mitsuki started, pulling him to a hug. Don't forget to visit, and if you boys ever need anything, and I mean anything, you are always welcomed here. Thanks, Auntie. Nerd. If you even think of not coming here at least twice a week, I'll hunt your butt off. Kaken, I'll give you a key of the house, laughing face. Toya grabbed his shoulder. Don't do that. He chuckled. Katsuki growled. Masaru stepped up and ruffled their heads. Call us when you get there. Yee, we will, uncle. He nodded approvingly. Can't believe you boys are moving out so soon. Mitsuki shook her head. Toya shrugged. It's your brat's fault. How is it my fault? You are incompetent at math? He didn't bother answering that. He simply had a look that said, see what I'm talking about. Mitsuki slapped Kat's head. I guess this is it, huh? This isn't a goodbye, Auntie. Besides, Kaken's birthday is next week. I'll definitely spend the night. You better, nerd. Izuku grinned brightly. Masaru gave them a bag containing food for a few days and then they were off. You okay? Toya asked after they got inside the taxi. He shook his head. My head is killing me, everything is loud. Come here. He scooted over and Toya wrapped his arm around him in a way his ear was pressed against his chest and the other was covered by his arm. Better. He nodded. It didn't take too long for them to get to their new home. They were pleasantly surprised to see it was furnished the way he talked about with Nizu. They picked their bedrooms and put their stuff on shelves and drawers with the promise of buying more because it wasn't a lot. When he finished putting it all up, his head felt like it was going to explode. His vision got foggy, and wait, was the world swaying to the side? Thump. Toya heard a loud noise, and when he went to check, he found Izuku passed out on the ground. As if on cue, the doorbell rang. He was obviously panicking, but still picked Izuku up and rushed to the door. When he opened, Nedu of all people animals was there. "Oh my," he said upon seeing a passed-out Izuku in Toya's arms. The thing is, he didn't seem at all surprised. Which only meant one thing: he knew this was going to happen. Toya all but growled at him, "What did you do?" Nedu chuckled, but his expression was dark. "He will be fine, Midoriya-san. I would never do anything bad for him. Put him on his bed. And grab some towels, he will most likely have a fever." "What did you do?" "We should take care of him first and fight later, wouldn't you agree?" He hated it, but he agreed. So he set Izuku down on his bed and ran off to look for towels. When he came back, Nedu was patting him affectionately. It made him sick, but he swallowed it and put the wet towel on Izuku's head. He heard a whisper and noticed Izuku started trembling. He was quick to grab a few blankets and put over him, and then he shooed Nedu and sat where the rat previously was. Izuku grabbed his hand, even unconscious, as if it was a lifeline. He turned angrily at the rat who had sat near Izuku's head again and was patting him. It made Toya angry, but Izuku was leaning to his touch. "Talk. It's quite simple really," he smiled. "I made his quirk evolve." "What?" He was gritting his teeth. "He is quite a special cub, isn't he?" He looked from Izuku to Toya. "And his quirk has so much potential, even the one to become a mutation. Quirks don't work that way. You can't one day wake up with a mutation." "Well," he chuckled, "it is one now." "What?" "My tea is quite special, Midoriya-san, capable of many things. It can end a headache, make someone tired, make someone hyper. I have all types of teas." "But why the hell would you force a mutation on him? And how the hell?" "Midoriya-san. The commission has a drag that temporarily erases the person's quirk. If they put their hands on him, they would use it and then brainwash him, and we'd probably lose him forever." Toya's face became even more pale than it usually is. "However, that drag doesn't work if it's a mutation. Even a minor mutation can save his life." "Did you ask him?" Did you effing ask him if he wanted this?" He would have said yes. "So you effing didn't? Get out." "Huh. Get out of our house." Nedu sighed. "I'll return with something that will make him feel better." Before Toya could yell at him not to come back, he was gone. Toya's mind was reeling. He wanted to burn that rat. He wanted to burn the commission for making the rat think whatever he was doing to Izuku was necessary. He seriously wanted to burn something. But before being an arsonist, he was a brother, so he laid down next to Izuku and snuggled him close. The boy was quick to tangle himself on his big brother. Toya didn't sleep. He couldn't sleep, so he just stood like that. 10 minutes later, the boy stopped shivering, and he didn't know if he should be more relieved or more worried. Then out of nowhere, Izuku shot up screaming. He was holding his own face as if it was going to fall apart, as if his bones were crushing him from the inside, as if his very foundation was changing. It hurt so much. He was crying, he was screaming, he was thrashing around trying to make it stop. Toya didn't know what to do. He noticed Izuku had started digging out his own skin and that his nails were dangerously bigger, so he tried to stop him from hurting himself. In the process, he himself earned a bunch of cuts, but he'd trade himself for Izuku anytime. He tried hugging him and kept saying in a soothing voice that everything was going to be okay, but Izuku didn't seem to be entirely there. Because of the chaos, he didn't even notice that Nedu was back and that he injected something on Izuku's neck. But whatever it was, it made him calm down and fall back to sleep in Toya's arms. It seems once again I got the timing right. It took everything in Toya to not burn him right there and there. And the only reason he did not do so was because he felt if anyone deserved to kill the rat, it would be Izuku himself. He was about to scream for him to get out again when the doorbell rang once more. "Fucking Shika. I'll get that for you, Midoriya-san." Hitoshi was excited. They were transferring him to another school. He had a date set with Izuku Sunday. He didn't have to go to school today. It was all perfect. So perfect that when Izuku said on text that he was moving out from the Bakugos today and sent his new address, Hitoshi couldn't help but buy some chocolate for him as a welcome gift and go there to help them set things up. Except when he got there, he heard shouting and then it stopped as quick as he heard it. Am I imagining things? He rang the bell and instead of either Toya or Izuku, it was Nedu who opened it for him. "Aizawa-san, you must be here for my cub, right?" Yeah, he was a little dazed. "Do you live here with them?" "Oh no, I wouldn't intrude in their lives like this. I simply came to welcome them." "Right. So, I suppose you want to see him." Hitoshi nodded. "Right this way." He started walking towards the bedroom but stopped when they arrived at the door. "I suppose I should warn you, his quirk is mutating at the moment, and he's in quite a lot of pain. I gave him a sedative, but I doubt it will be enough." That made Hitoshi's eyes widen. He got inside the room and the scene was that Izuku was crying and hugging Toya. And Toya was trying not to cry and hugging Izuku. Without even turning, Izuku asked, Toto, which made Toya look up. Hitoshi, right? What are you doing here? He showed the box of chocolates. I wanted to see if you guys needed help setting up and I brought chocolate. Izuku chuckled, but it was more of a yowl. So Hitoshi decided to approach slowly and with a nod from Toya hug Izuku's life out of him. The boy grabbed his shirt and once he was completely hooked to him, Toya grabbed that bag of chocolate and ate one. Hitoshi looked at him like he'd commit murder if he ate another one, so he did. Aizu, would it help if you chewed something? He nodded, maybe. Next he knew there was 3 chocolates being shoved at once inside his mouth. They were hard to bite and exactly what he needed. While he ate those 3, Toya searched around for something he could use as a chewing toy. He didn't find anything beside a towel, so Izuku bit on that for a while until after 5 minutes Nedu showed up with a dog toy that he bought on the pet store right at the corner. After 1 hour of him going from being awake, passing out and chewing, the pain gradually went away. Hitoshi and Toya were beaten on the couch regaining their breaths from the stress. Nedu the Sanuvabich was calmly drinking tea. Izuku stared at the mirror, his eyes were completely changed, they were still green but now his pupil had a weird format. And then there was his mouth and the source of most of his pain because now he had permanent fangs. Freaking fangs instead of his human non-pointy teeth. His hands also had longer nails like claws and he had an extra set of ears on the top of his head. They weren't cat ears exactly but they were fluffy and almost meshed with his hair completely. He stared at himself for a long time. Then tossed some water in his face and turned into a cat boy. It was easier, quickier. He shifted into a complete cat, then a rabbit, then a panther, then a frog, then a bird, then himself again. It was easier. He felt no restraint. It was better. When he left the room, Nedu was there outside the door smiling at him and offering him a cup of tea. He closed his eyes, took a big breath and took the tea. He knew. And Nedu knew. This was going to be their last shared tea for a while. I hope you realize I meant no harm, cub. He hummed but couldn't bring himself to speak. Well then I'll be off. Should you need anything, I'll be always at your disposal. See you Monday, cub. The rodent left and he kept staring at the place he was for a long time. He was conflicted to say the least. He shifted into a cat boy again and went to the living room. Immediately Toya and Hitoshi perked up and he tossed himself between the two. Say the word and I'll burn the rat. He shook his head, but still didn't say anything. He simply shut his eyes and let himself drown in Hitoshi's and Toya's sense. Why not Zu? Toya asked. Hitoshi was at a loss here, so he simply kept quiet and grabbed Izuku's hand like he had done for him before. Talking felt weird, so it wasn't just the outside that changed. Don't hate him. You should. But I don't. Why? It's different for us. He's an animal with a quirk. I'm a human who is more animal than I should be. There aren't many, he sniffed. There aren't many people who can relate. He didn't even realize he was crying. He hugged his own knees with the arm that wasn't being held hostage by Hitoshi, not that he particularly minded. I'm sorry. No, don't say sorry, Zu. Why are you saying sorry? Because I know I should hate him, that I should wish to never see him again, that I should want to destroy his career or whatever. But I can't. Kami, Toya brought a hand around him. You sound like you are breaking up with a lover or something. That made him chuckle and rub his eyes. It's worse token, I'm breaking up with a father figure. I can understand that feeling. He shook his head and let go of Hitoshi's hand to hug his brother properly. Did you ever miss him? He asked muffled, being squeezed against his chest by Toya's arms. The older kissed his head, sometimes. But then I think of all the shit he's done and he really doesn't have a lot of good moments. Izuku stayed quiet so he continued, but you have a lot of happy memories with Nedu, right? So it doesn't really apply and it makes sense you'd feel like this. Welp, Hitoshi felt like he was intruding but it was too late, he was here so. Should he offer input? He has no idea. Toshi decided to use distraction. Do you, wanna finish reading the manga? Why, okay, distraction was effective. He untangled himself from Toya and went to his bedroom. Well, his sheets were sweaty and needed to be changed, but not now. For now he grabbed his laptop and returned to the living room. He sat by Hitoshi again and let him open the website and find where they were. Toya took them being like that as an opportunity to make them something to eat, and by that I mean turning Kara on so she would make them something to eat, make some murder plans, just in case he ever decided to use them, and even though he hated it he contacted Katsuki. Because even though Hitoshi would probably be a great distraction, the blonde demon knew Izuku better than anyone else. So a while later there was a knock on the door, and before he moved to open, a certain brat busted it open. He scanned the room, landing his eyes on Toya he snarled, then he moved his eyes to his best friend and his face only showed concern. So with concern in mind he ran to the living room, grabbed the laptop, so it wouldn't be hurt by the process, put it away on the center table, pushed purple fucker out of the way. Purple fucker in question was starting to understand he could never beat the type of relationship Blasty and Izuku shared. And then proceed to give Izuku by pulling him out of that sofa what he likes to call tough love, a hug that'd make all the air in his lungs go away and his spine to be broken if he was any weaker. Where is that rat? I'm killing him. Kakaajin, he started sobbing again and hugging the blonde like he'd die if he let go. You can't kill him. Like hell I can't. Who the hell does he think he is? I'll show him. But. NOF buts you idiot, he freaking changed your body without your consent. Not only this is a crime. It isn't because legally he has rights to make decisions like this, he whimpered. But I is also creepy as if, and morally wrong enough blast his face away. But he made me stronger, he said sobbing. I wouldn't care if he made you the Emperor of Japan, he still should have asked. Izuku, don't be idiot. I'm not an idiot, I'm emotionally attached. Don't give me that, you and I both know you don't do emotions like normal. Kakama gave us a lesson who. That doesn't mean you should act on it. He pushed the greenette away, keeping his hands on the other's shoulder and locked eyes with him. Are you pissed? No. His hold got tighter. Pissed? No. You should have be. I'm pissed for you. Fine. I'm mad that he did without asking, but not mad about the final result. FB mad, then let's break some sheet. No. We can't break sheet. Why not? Right now Miss Ina's place, let's go. Fine. And just like there they were both gone, holding hands and stomping out, leaving both Hitoshi and Toya without knowing what the hell had just happened and how they should react to it. They had never seen Izuku yelling actually mad at something. Usually when Izuku was mad or sad he just closed off and flew somewhere, not whatever just happened here. Should I go? Hitoshi asked, unsure of what to do with his life. You can stay for lunch if you want. Look, Kara just cooked for 4 and now there are only 2. Just stay. Who knows? Maybe they'll come back. He still didn't like the idea, but sure. It was so awkward. And it just got worse when Toya decided to break the tension by not only giving him the shovel talk but also talking about protection. When they finished eating, Hitoshi was ready to dig himself a hole and die. A fact which of course Toya was fully aware of and enjoying himself while pretending to be taking what he was saying seriously. But Hitoshi, instead of killing himself, went back to his home and had an internal monologue discussion with himself if Izuku was actually worth the mental health issues that were surfacing thanks to him. It started with one dead rat on his temporary doorstep. Temporary? Because Shoto kicked him out, so he was living somewhere until his son came to his senses. Endeavor didn't mind it at the time. After all, it was one less rat in the world and he hated those BSers. He didn't think much of why it was there. After all, he expected it to be a coincidence. The second time it was another dead animal, this time he couldn't identify. It was a bit concerning, but once again he simply tossed it out and didn't think much of it. The third time he first smelled the thing. It was a stinking dead carcass. When he tossed it out he could feel eyes burning him, but there was no one there. The fourth time he found a dead animal on his doorstep, he thought, okay, I'm being targeted, so he looked at his security cameras looking for whoever hooligan was doing this, except he never found anyone. The fifth time he ignored it. As a response, the sixth, seventh and eighth time were all deposited in his bedroom on his bed. The ninth time he caught the perpetrator doing the deed, but did nothing to stop it. It was a cat. It was one thing to burn mice or birds, but cats? He wasn't a monster. The 10th time he tried arguing with the cat. Look, I don't know what are your intentions with these gifts and thanks, but no thanks, go give them to someone else. As a response, the next day when he got home from patrol, every single corner of his house had a dead animal in it. He moved out to another temporary house after a not-so-mysterious fire started. The firefighters were not impressed. His real estate agent, however, was very happy. He was buying his second house in a few days. Cats leaving gifts at his house by chapter thanker. Explodey sounds. Breaking sounds. Bam bam. Fush. Are you feeling better yet? Was the answer the blonde received as the greenette murdered a microwave. No. We can keep going. They did keep going until night arrived and neither of them could even stand anymore. Breaking things is way more exhausting than it sounds. So they were laying in the ground holding hands, sweating like pigs in the middle of the destruction themselves caused. So? What's the verdict? I suppose I can find why breaking things has a certain charm to it. Yeah. However, I'm still not mad at Nedu like you wanted Kaken. What about the rest of fuckers? What rest? The F&G Commission, Endeavor, your shitty father? He sat up. Katsuki did too, I don't know. Obviously I hate Endeavor for what he did to Toya and Mom. And yeah, the commission is scary. But I think it's more philosophical than actual. Emotions. Don't give me that crap. I'm not Dash. You are. You are, and letting that thing idea that you are more animal than human invade your mind again. But I Dash. If you say you are, I'll blast you. He looked at Katsuki and then sighed. Mom used to tell me stories. I can do that. He nodded and snuggled Katsuki. Right, so you remember that shitty extra that said he was my best friend in front of you? Yeah. You got so sad that day that you punched him. I bit him. But you also punched him, and then you cried because you said his blood tasted bad, he chuckled fondly, and the teacher blamed him. So your story to remind me I'm a human is reminding me that I once acted like an animal? You aren't getting it. You didn't act like an animal. You even let your emotions get ahead of you. You got sad, petty, angry, sad, all these things that as the years passed by you have convinced yourself that you didn't have. Oh. Yeah, and then when Auntie got burned, you also cried and got angry. I got numb. But you definitely cried and got all emotional. He sighed and kissed Izuku's temple. Stop being a dumbass and just remember, you are Beast Boy, right? And even if he was all quirky, he was still a human who dated FNG Raven in a few versions, which meant he FNG had feelings, you dumbass. He nodded and let himself melt in Kaken's arms, but I'm permanently mutated now. This changes Jack's hit, you'll still be an annoying but who likes attention, taking naps and warm things. That FNG made all the animals of the city declare war on that burning pile of sheet. You are Izuku Midoriya, a broccoli with them feels, and I'll be dead if you ever forget that. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks Kaken. Whatever. Kaken. I love ya. Yeah nerd, love ya too even though you are an idiot. He chuckled but closed his eyes. He could hear Katsuki's beating. Unlike Hitoshi, it didn't beat fast. It was normal, like his was at the moment. What should I do now then? That's FNG obvious. Win the FNG sports festival for me. He nodded. I can do that. That's easy. PFF. And I'm the arrogant 1-inch. I'm not arrogant Kaken, I just know. PFFF. Izuku was flying around the city, the moon was full, the winds were high and he felt fine. Mostly fine. Okay, he felt like shit. But it was better than he did before. He passed around Corellia Park and it was so different at night, he might even call it creepy. Granted it was also creepy during the day because barely anyone used it, but it was even more at night. He was just going to ignore the place. He almost died until he heard something. Something loud. And it was sad? He flew down following the noise and it took him to the lake. He got there and turned back into a human, well, as human as he could turn back to. The moon was reflecting on the clear water. He heard the sad calling once more and realized he could freaking understand it. He didn't even realize he started crying. He also didn't even realize he was being pulled underwater, shifting into a merman and swimming down until he met those eyes. Instead of eating his small form though the creature spoke and he listened to it. When he got home he felt drained, but also invigorated in a way. He went to the bathroom and stared at his own reflection for about 5 minutes until he decided to take a shower. In that shower he thought about everything. The things he heard, the things that are happening to him, the things that could happen, it was a lot. He was quite overwhelmed. After he left the bath it took a long time for him to get dressed. It was like he was existing in slow motion at the moment. He was probably just tired, but there was one more thing he had to do before going to bed. Greenie. Hey Toto. Can we do a rain check on our date? Maybe we could do something during the week. After the sports festival? I just can't tomorrow. Toto. When are you gonna be free? Greenie. I don't know. But I'll let you know. Once I know. Tonight. Toto. I'll be waiting. He shut his phone down and frankly he wanted to toss it out of the window but instead he did one more thing. Beast Boy, hey Tenko. Sorry for ignoring you but I'm ready to talk now. Are you free tomorrow? Oh, also here's my number, XXXXXXXXXX. It's annoying to have to use the game for this. Player Uno, I'm free. There is a coffee shop called The Bard's Tavern. Meet me there at 3? He closed the game and noticed he had a new notification by an unknown number on his messaging app. He sent one back and added his brother. Then he really tossed his phone away from him, not through the window though, he wouldn't waste money on a new one. He got inside Toya's bedroom and snuggled against him, falling asleep almost immediately. Hours later when he woke up he was practically laying above his brother's body, having claimed him as a bed. After all, stealing the bed wasn't enough. Mornin' heat stealer, Toya grumbled. Mornin' token. Care to get off? Nope. You aren't exactly light you know. Still no. He was tossed out. I'm meeting with my secret half-brother today by the way. Toya spit his food, Kara made disapproving noises in the back. She was already starting to develop feelings. Izuku wanted to hiss at her, but he wanted to live so instead he shot her a look of understanding for her pain. Why? He managed to get out. I want to meet him. He started playing with his food, they were eating soba. I feel that of all the things going on that's the easiest to deal for now. Okay fair. Want me to go with you? He could be dangerous. Nah, I need to do this alone. I think. I'll find you after to cry about it, don't worry. Yeah, great way of making me not worry. Hi. When the time arrived, he flew to that place and one look at the cafe and he was in love. It was a game cafe with an RPG thematic, everything about it screamed medieval tavern, the round desks, the oldie lights, the wooden everything, the long-bearded employer behind the counter, and there were so many board games everywhere that he thought that if heaven existed, it must look similar to this. He was drooling so much at the place that he didn't even notice Tenko approaching and putting a hand on his shoulder. "This place is cool, right?" He asked. His tone was kind of bored, but Izuku could see that he was actually really expectant of his answer, which was a furious nod. His eyes were literally shining when he turned at Tenko and grabbed his shirt. "I cannot believe I didn't know a place like this existed here. It's so cool. Ah, this makes me want to go to those LARPing things." Tenko smiled and grabbed the hand on his shirt. "We could go together." "Yes." He smiled bright, then his smile faltered because, "Wait, I'm not here for this," focused Izuku. Tenko noticed his shift, let go of the hand, and his anxiety started talking. "Do you, want to grab something to eat? Or drink?" I got carried away. Yep. We have a lot to talk about before making up plans. One thing doesn't need to invalidate the other," he said as he started walking to the table he reserved for them. "I guess it doesn't," and his smile was back. Tenko honestly felt proud. They sat on opposite sides of the table and decided what they were going to eat. A waitress dressed like a medieval peasant came to ask what they wanted. Tenko ordered a cup of cappuccino and Izuku a mocha plus 2 big pao de quejos and 2 patties for the both of them. After that was out of the way, neither of them really knew how to deal with each other. "So, what is it like living with Dad?" "Meh, it's nothing special, but he gives me everything I ask, so there is that." Their order arrived and Izuku was quick to sip his mocha and burn his tongue in the process. "What's like living with Mom?" "She was great, always so worried though. But she gave up on being constrictive a long time ago, so there is that." "You mentioned at the hospital you killed your entire family?" "Quirk accident. Dad found me almost dying in the streets, and unlike the heroes and citizens that ignored me, he lent a helping hand." "Oh. Yeah." He scratched his neck and Izuku took notice of the artist gloves. "I was a mess for a long time, but then Mom signed me up on therapy and stuff. She saved me from going somewhere quite dark." "That's good." They both drank their coffees in silence. "It's weird." Having someone else call them Mom and Dad, it's weird. I used to call Dad Sensei for a while, but then Inko slapped Dad for ever making me call him that and said that I should call them Mom and Dad. I didn't at first, but then they actually turned into that for me, so. I get it. More silence. This time Tenko broke it. "I don't know why they never let us meet. I think if we asked they'd probably say there was never a right time or something." "Probably." More silence. "What games do you play besides that one?" Tenko asked, trying to find a common link. "Just that." Tenko's face dropped, so he added, "But I really want to play Detroit someday, just don't have a PS, and my computer can't handle the rendering, so." "I played it." "I have it home, so. If you wanted we could play together there." "Do you still live with Dad?" "Nope." "Wait, how old are you?" 17. "And you live alone?" "Well, not alone, I have roommate." "Back up, wait, why don't you live with Dad?" "His house is too far from school and Kurojiri refused to warp me," he huffed annoyance. "Who?" "I'm sure Dad has mentioned his SLV?" "Right. Yeah, he's a warper, purple portal? Merber? At the hospital." "Right. Yeah, anyway, so he refused to warp me every day to school because he didn't want to wake up early, so Dad just gave me money to rent a loft, something about me being responsible enough," he huffed again. "So you aren't?" Izuku asked, tilting his head and holding his laughter in. "Nope. In fact, I hate when people think I'm responsible. Don't think that." "Sure." He was chuckling now. "I won't." "Good. You mentioned school?" "Yup, I'm at this bohemic high school. It's nice. I'm specializing in art and programming. There is a university I have my eyes on." "That's cool. What about you?" "Oh well, I'm at UA, but I don't know yet. It's not like I want to be a hero, I just want to be able to use my quirk, so." He shrugged. "I never really had any dreams for my future. I don't have any idea if that's what I really want to do. Like, I like building sheet, and Ned's classes were the highlights of my days, but heroics. Not my jam. Especially not after the sheet with the commission and that sheet pile of burning sheet." "DMN. Yeah. How did you find what you wanted to do?" "It's a long story. We have time." He finished his drink and reclined on the chair, relaxing. "Well, before Mom showed up, Dad was grooming me to be a villain. I didn't really have a say, but I was fine with that cause I was just really blinded with hate." He stopped for a second, searching on Izuku's face for any sign of fear, but found nothing, so he continued. "But when she did show up, she told me I could do whatever, that I didn't need to be a villain, and that Dad, if he wanted to live, was going to retire from being one anyway. So it might look like a choice, but it wasn't really one. She put me on therapy and the guy did something called art therapy, I thought it was bull at first until I started to love it, and then I decided to be an artist, and then I fell in love with games, and got interested in how they are made. I learned programming cause I was bored once, and then decided why not freaking study both? So that's it. It's not that long of a story. I cut a lot of parts. Well either way that's nice. I noticed you are wearing artist gloves? Yup, it's cause of my quirk. I asked Dad to take it once, but it felt weird being without it so I just asked it back. It lets me decay things. Wanna see? Sure. He took a glove off and decayed a napkin. He blew the dust away and stared expectantly at Izuku. For the green-haired boy, he looked like a puppy. That's a really cool quirk. Have you used it for your art? Like, making art with the ashes and stuff. I have actually. Heh, you are the first person who thought that besides of me. He smiled. Mom used to say that great minds think alike. Tenko smiled back. For a while the two talked about their lives, sharing stories, moments, likes and dislikes. They parted ways with the promise to meet each other again. Overall, Izuku thinks he worried for nothing. Maybe his other problems would be this easy to deal with. Who is he kidding? Exactly midnight Izuku appeared at Katsuki's window. Birthday, it's your birthday, he sang, until the window was open and a blonde stared at him in his pajamas with a smile. Once there was no glass separating the two, he attacked the birthday boy with a bone-crushing hug that took them both down on the bed, Izuku on top of him. I can't breath, the blonde tried. It earned him another squeeze. Then the greenette sat up on the blonde's lap, grabbed his shoulder and started rocking him back and forth. Birthday, it's your birthday. Hey, happy birthday to you. Hey, happy birthday to you. A hand found its way towards Greenie's mouth, promptly shutting him up. Yeah, it's my birthday, nerd. He removed the hand before it was bitten and the greenette started giggling. Where is my gift? Nope, you aren't getting it until we have cake. Oh come on, it will take like 20 hours to that. Just deal with it. He tossed himself back on his bed and Izuku fell ceremoniously on top of him. Get off. But you are comfy and warm and dash. What is it? What is what? My present. You know I can't tell you. I won't toss you out if you do. You won't toss me out either way cause you lob me. Nah, I actually hate your nerdy butt. That's a shame. I find it but in one of my greatest qualities. Who the F put that idea on your mind? Well, I see people staring at it. Conclusions were drawn. Maybe they are just scared at how unproportional it is with the rest of you. Nah, they are admiring the goods. Anyway, don't hate my butt. Get off me and I won't. You know, Kakin, I feel like you don't appreciate my butt enough. Of course I don't, you weirdo. I'm not a pervert. Even though he started this conversation, he had no idea how to continue it, so he didn't. Blasty took that as an opportunity to shove him to the side. We should play something. Like what? He intertwined their hands, otherwise he knew it wouldn't take long for Izuku to be above him again. Truth or dash? No. We already know everything about each other, it'd be boring. Fine. How was your date with the purple fucker? Oh, I forgot to tell you then. I didn't go, I met up with Tenko instead. Tenko as in, he looked straight at Izuku's eyes. Player one fucker? Yup. How did it go? He's nice, goes to art school, lives alone with a roommate who by his description, is a teenage mutant ninja turtle. He's even more of a nerd than me, as if that was possible. Oh, we found this LARPing community on Balmora Park and we agreed to go there next weekend. What else? Oh, his quirk is decaying things, and he doesn't like heroes either, but I suppose growing up with Dad does that to anyone. He has a few anger issues, so you'd get along I don't effing have anger issues. Sure, mister. I barked back at a dog once to assert dominance. And I did. The fucker cowered and never bothered you again. Hi. True. He snuggled closer to Katsuki, putting one arm on his chest and the other on his back. In response, Katsuki began patting him. Wanna sleep? You don't have school tomorrow. But you do, nerd, and you have a festival to win for me, remember? I can't wait for your turn. I just want this year to end quickly so we can study together again. You do know we won't actually study together, right? As if, I'm so going to crash your class to tell everyone your embarrassing stories. You wanna die? Kakin, that threat would be way more effective if we weren't cuddling. He huffed and brought Izuku closer as if that was possible. Whatever. You are such a tsundere. I pity whoever crushes on you. I don't need anyone. Besides me. Whatever, yeah, besides you. Hi. So that date with purple fucker. Right, I didn't exactly reschedule it, but in theory we are going to have a day after the sports festival, since they give us a day off to rest, so I'm planning to go that day after his school. Speaking of school, I told you, right? That he's moving to yours. You better make sure. He's not bullied him, K. Sure, nerd, I'll keep an eye on him. Good, he yawned, and in response so did Katsuki. Sleep? Yes, sleep. Turning his lights off without letting go of Izuku was a harder task than it sounded, but eventually he did and they slept cuddling in peace. Morning came and Izuku woke up later than he should have. He just tossed something in his mouth, gave Katsuki a hug, then another. At the third one he was crying about not waiting to go and the blonde literally kicked him out, thus making him fly to UA. Here is the thing about habits. They are quick to get and difficult to let go. So he, as he did every day, flew to Ned's office. Upon getting there he remembered he was supposed to be mad at the rat, so in the middle of his cheerful, good morning he closed off his face, crossed his arms and asked coldly, "What class do I enter with?" Which made the rat chuckle, he was being so obvious. You can choose, bear in mind though that whichever you decide the focus of the internships you receive will be for that area. Yeah, okay, sure. He should go with heroics then, if he wanted to be chosen by heroes instead of support companies. But did he want to be chosen by heroes? Was it worth the trouble? Him going to those hero studies or not would make a difference towards his end goal. 1F, the support bunch. As they were announced, he stepped in the stadium, he felt so small in that space. He tuned out the rest of the presentations in favor of refreshing his memory about what the challenges would be. First, a maze. He could choose to not end this quickly and have fun, but he just wanted this to end so he could go video call Kaken, so he'd finish this quickly. Then a scavenger hunt. He also could finish this quickly. And finally the 1v1 battles that happened every year. He had no idea how that would go, but it didn't matter, he'd do his best. Snipe rolled the roulette and it landed on the maze. He was curious as to why pretend they were random events, but he'd ask that later. A maze full of traps and obstacles rose from the ground. He had to admit, those walls were huge. He turned into a bird and flew to the exit. Simple as that. A few students with the ability to fly or hover seemed to have the same idea as him, and so they took the top 10. He barely even got first. Some gal from 1B was a few centimeters from stealing it, but he was quicker. Barely but was. As he waited for the non-flyers to finish he found a quiet place and video called Kaken. They talked. Mostly Katsuki talked about how he would have handled it instead of just boringly flying above everything, and Izuku argued that if they didn't want that to happen they should have clarified in the rules. The second round was announced and the idea was that there were several items hidden in the sand beneath them. For one to pass they'd need to find 10 and deliver them at once. You could also steal someone else's items. Only 16 people would be able to pass. So he decided to be sneaky. He turned into a chameleon hybrid and made his skin the color of the sand. The objects' smells were screaming at him, so he tracked them by lying on the ground and slippering around. Once he had 10 objects he made his way through the sand and delivered them. He got third place. Not bad. He was slightly curious as to who got first but not enough that would distract him from calling Kaken. After a while the stage was cleaned and they announced the recreational games. Kaken berated him to go so he ended up relating. Surprisingly he found Hikari and Chiri looking for a third person to join their team and he ended up joining them. He hated to admit it, but he had fun. They lost every game, but he had fun. The egg race in particular ended with a nice turn as in everyone turned on each other and started an egg war. These are your future pro heroes here ladies, gents and non-binary pals. The 1v1 matches came and he ignored most of them until his turn arrived. He was against Orenji, orange-haired gravity gal. She had a club, he had a ring that shot fire. Their match lasted longer than you can imagine. She walked in the air dodging and dancing around his flames. When he realized it was taking him nowhere the flames went back inside the ring. She attacked him stepping on nothing and swiftly pushing him around. At least he felt he was being pushed and pulled. After a while of them going back and forth and not getting anywhere he made his move. In one of the times she pulled him towards her club he turned into a snake midair and was quick to slither from her club to her neck and bit her. She fell and he got off of her being quick to shift back. He tuned out the crowd. They didn't matter, only Katsuki mattered today. That's more like it. The blonde shouted over the call Diamond. Her quirk was frickin' cool. I know right? She was so ominous with her answer when she was asked that I thought it was something shitty, but it turned out to be amazing. There are no shitty quirks nerd, only shitty people at being creative and controlling them. You are right, you are right. I'm always effing you right. His second match was against a support student, more specific one of the people that were expelled with him but didn't manage to come back. He doesn't really know them, because Izuku is an antisocial cat who doesn't interact with his classmates unless it's necessary, but he vaguely recalls him as one of the people that went along with Hikari's plan. He smelled like plastic. And the reason as to why he smelled like plastic came forth not long after the match started, for as soon as Snipe declared the match a go, a bunch of pipes started growing from the ground to encage him. He burned it. There were other ways he could have gotten rid of them, but he really wanted to use his baby. So he burned it. As flames consumed plastic, even more tubes began spluttering from the ground from above, everywhere. It was making a maze of plastic and flames. He found an opening, a very tiny opening, one that he turned into a fly for him to pass through, but once he was on the other side, he turned fully human, or as human as he were now, and punched Plastic Boy in the face. The boy stammered a few meters and then went back to his original strategy, too over-reliant of his quirk. Izuku took notice as he shifted and punched. I can do this all day, he sassed. He was turning this into a psychological warfare. Still the boy was holding up using his pipes as a defense. He however didn't notice he was being pushed back, and soon enough Snipe called it an end to their match. for he had stepped out of the stage. What a weakling. Well, I got to use my baby. Yeah, Mordor Jr., why did you even create it? Well, you have a fire-based quirk, and Token has a fire-based quirk. I wanted to be a part of the fire cult. So you were jealous? No. I wanted to be a part of the fire cult. Kaken. His third match was against Lady Luck. He honestly had no idea how this would play out. He hadn't been paying enough attention to see how she won the other matches. He was about to move. But then something struck him. Why the hell was he trying to win? Like sure, Kaken had told him to, but this would only hurt his goal, and his goal was to become an underground hero. He couldn't be won if he got this much attention. He couldn't win. He couldn't be remembered. Oh, he could. But he couldn't be liked. So he turned to the camera drone that was flying near him, showed his middle finger and said, F heroes. He was going to leave it at that, but then he remembered Aizawa, so he complimented with, but most specifically F, Endeavor, and the Commission. Yeah, those two. Again, he was going to leave it at that, but he turned and said one more thing, also. Happy birthday, Kachin. He blew a kiss to the camera and walked out of the stage. The crowd was uproar, not only because he threw the match saying heroes and all that to the world but also because it was the third match Hana Sunke had won without moving a muscle. Oi, what the hell was that nerd? That Kaken was me making sure people don't get the wrong idea. Besides, I wanted your birthday festival to be something special for ya. Huh? Unfreaking believable. Did you like it? You are gonna receive so much bad press. Like it? Never gonna get in the top 10, people might even call you a villain. Okay, but did you like it? Endeavor, the Commission? I mean yes them, but what the hell in national television? Cat, did you like it? Fine, I did. Then that's all that matters. Fucking a-hole. Labia too. After that the third place match was announced, and he had forgotten about that so he was thinking of just not showing up. He had just made a dramatic exit a few seconds ago, he couldn't go back in, it'd lose all the drama and he would become a joke. But he also didn't want them to think he was a coward not showing, so he did something. That yeah, now that Aizawa was complaining in his ear, he realizes it might have been a little extreme. He flew high until he could see the entire stage from above and drew a hand showing the middle finger with his ring flames. That made him be disqualified and sent to Nedzu's office. So there was he, Aizawa and Nedu all staring at each other, the Chimera was sipping tea, Izuku was sitting with the confidence he didn't know he had and Aizawa wanted to sleep. But instead of sleeping he had to explain to the problem child why what he did today was not okay. In the middle of his explanation however Izuku began his counterarguments, which were backed up by the Chimera for both their displeasure. And sure, Aizawa agreed with their points. However, this is still a society driven by heroes. By saying that you just made everyone your enemy. Okay, but won't this help me make underground connections easier? They'll see me and instead of being like, oh it's that hero brat who won the sports festival that one time, they'll be like, oh TI's that kid who told heroes to F off, yeah we can trust him. Aizawa pinched his nose, they had been going on like this for a while now. Can you just admit you were reckless and stupid? I would have been those things if I hadn't declared anything. He stared at the ceiling asking the gods for patience. Aizawa-san. Even though he took it to the extreme, he didn't hurt anyone, this is a free country still, so besides the bad publicity, nothing will happen, Nedu tried to argue. What if the freaking villains think he can be persuaded and kidnap him? I'll just bullshit my way out. Or join them, who knows, maybe they have a good ideology. I give up, the man said, storming out of the room. Izuku grinned, Nedu grinned, and then they looked at each other and Izuku's smile fell, I'm going home. Of course. I'll see you Wednesday, cub. He walked to the window and without turning back said, yes sure sensei. After he was gone Nedu stared at the unused cup that belonged to Izuku. He sighed. He hopes his cub will forgive him soon, pretending to be guilty and respecting his space is tiring. When Izuku got to Katsuki's house the blonde was waiting with the window opened, which was great, because if it was closed he would have definitely hit it. They talked about the sports festival and then about Izuku declaring his hate on national television, which the cherry on cake was the happy birthday he said at the end, and Bakugo couldn't even be mad because he was holding in his laughter. That was just such an Izuku thing to do that he couldn't even believe it took the Greenette 3 matches to do it. They ate cake, sang happy birthday for him and then it was time to open gifts. Izuku gave him a glove, he stared at it, then tried blowing it up, when nothing happened he grinned, you didn't. I did. He nodded smiling. What did he do, cat? This FING beauty is going to make me #1 hero. He held the gloves as if they held the secret of the universe. Upon doing so he noticed the small cat drawing on the side and smiled. The freaking nerd was really going to make that his brand. You better treat my baby well Katsuki, I made with lots of love. What does it do? If he built it like I asked, he said side hugging Izuku proudly, then it's gonna store my sweat. He had a maniac grin and his eyes were shining with the promise of having the power to destroy. I'll be stronger than all living might. Isn't it dangerous? Masaru was concerned not for his son, but for whoever was in the way. I laugh at the face of danger as he said that he let go of the greenette. It's not you I'm worried about. He murmured loud enough that except for the mutant in the room no one heard it. Anyway, with this you should probably get to do that thing you wanted. Hell yeah. We should go test it. Not now and not here, brat. Mitsuki stopped them before her yard was on fire. Thing. He sulked and grabbed another piece of cake. The night went on without much happening. They slept cuddling again, but right before they tucked in, Izuku was sitting on his own legs and gave him another thing, a ring similar to one of the ones he was wearing. What is this for? The blonde asked, curious while he inspected it. Tracker, he showed his own. If any of us is ever in trouble, it will let us know where and how badly we need help. He narrowed his eyes. We can handle ourselves. Why? Just in case. It's set for emergencies only, so like if we get too hurt, or if we are nearing quirk exhaustion. It works both ways so. The blonde put the ring on and Izuku immediately felt relieved. It was a fact he worried for Izuku as much as the greenette worried for him. He felt a small sting. Ow, what the F dash? Unless someone cuts your hand off it won't fall or get off. Ever. He had the nerve to look away, a bit ashamed for that last part, but then looked back at him with a small expectant smile. He took a big breath. He had to remember, Izuku cared about him, this was for their safety, still. It made him feel trapped and safe at the same time. Thanks nerd, but never taking it off? I can make it so that only you can. But you have to promise to keep it on you all the time. He sighed, no it's fine, I'd probably forget to put it on. Izuku smiled and laid down, prompting Katsuki to lie next to him. The blonde chuckled and turned the lights off. A date with Hitoshi. He had a date with Hitoshi today, and just now the reality of the situation hit him. Literally hit him, for Katsuki in the form of reminder, hit his face with a pamphlet of a circus that was in town. It was perfect for them, especially since he had no idea what they could do and just called Hitoshi on a whim. He met with Hitoshi on the station, and from there the two walked together to the carnival. It didn't take too long for them to get there, it was quite close after all. It still gave them time to talk. Hitoshi did the most talking for a change. He was feeling nervous. Tomorrow he would start at his new school, plus and anxiety was being a deer and screaming at his ear. Plus he had a lot to say about what Izuku did at the sports festival, and how much his dad complained at home. Hitoshi was still talking and Izuku was nicely listening and offering his input from time to time when they got to the carnival. There were a lot of tents and attractions. The first thing Izuku did upon getting there was dragging Hitoshi to a love apple stand and buying them both one each with Ned's card. The Chimera having screwed up didn't change the fact that he had given Izuku unlimited money to spend as he wished, and he'd do so. Thank you very much. The main attraction starts at 6, so we have time to spend till then. They had a lot of time. It was currently 3. Wanna get a tattoo? Hitoshi asked jokingly as he spotted a tattoo tent. Sure. What? It's not permanent, Toto. He hadn't even noticed it. He really was just making a joke when he pointed it out. Still, the two got a tattoo made by a guy whose mustache defied the laws of physics. Izuku's was a little explosion with an angry face which made it look like an angry muffin on his neck, and Hitoshi's one was a cute cat's face on his left thumb. How long until it fades? Hitoshi asked Mustache Man. I'd say 4 days. At that, Hitoshi realized his mistake. He should have chosen somewhere more discreet. Now everyone at the new school would not only think he was the kid with the villainous quirk, but that he was also a delinquent for having a tattoo, even it being a little cat. Izuku would have noticed the fact that Hitoshi's anxiety was spiking if he wasn't too busy freaking out internally if the cat was supposed to be him. Because if it were all BOI, he isn't sure if he's ready for that type of commitment yet. He just has a crush, he's not deeply in love. Wanna have a reading, boys? A lady dressed as a gyps asked. That broke them both from their minds. Is it your quirk? Izuku asked excitedly. She smiled and he noticed her tongue. It was like a snake's. It's a skill. Whatever, we have time, Hitoshi said and got inside the tent. Izuku shrugged, nodded and followed him. It was spooky. There were a lot of mirrors everywhere and props to make the whole thing have this mysterious magical aura. Have a sit, don't be shy, she told them, more specifically Hitoshi, who seemed hesitant even though he was the one with the highest initiative a few moments ago. They sat side by side and she closed her eyes and started murmuring things. Oh, you poor thing, she said, opening her eyes and pointing at Izuku. Life isn't easy for you at the moment, is it? Hitoshi's face turned so fast he got whiplash. Izuku stared at her unimpressed, so she continued, you lost so much you love, and now you feel like it's difficult to trust again. He squirmed a bit in his seat. I can smell on you, the fear of allowing yourself to be happy, just to have things taken from you again. Then what should I do? He asked and she smiled, pleased to have hit the mark. If I had all the answers you would be incapable of personal growth. However, there are 4 paths you can choose from. 4? He tilted his head. He was thinking there were only 2 this entire time. Indeed. The first would be to dive in head high and slay the dragon that disturbs you, The second would be to find a compromise. You have more power than you realize. The third would be to run away, leave everything behind and don't look back. The fourth would be to ignore the dragon. But I do warn, the dragon also has a mind and objectives of its own. Ignoring it could be dangerous. He nodded. It was an interesting take on things. What would you do? She smiled. I already had my fair share of dragons, but I was never brave enough to face them. She chuckled. And yet it seems it was fate. I found my happiness in the end, even if the road was bumpy. He nodded and she turned to Hitoshi. You however seem to be on the right path. I do. He turned to her surprised. Indeed, you already slayed your dragon, didn't you? More like it was slayed for me. It matters not, you can't slay a dragon with only one party member unless you are OP. But that's beside the point. Did she just use game terms to make a point? Yes, she did. What about psychological dragons, the non-physical ones that can't be slayed? There is an understanding that those are the ones you must face alone and that accepting help is weak. But I refute, to seek help is what makes you truly strong. You sound like a mental health propaganda, Izuku sassed. She chuckled, it's ironic you say that. She shook her head smiling, this reading took a turn. Before you boys go, let me just say one more thing. No matter what you chose to do, in the end, I believe in the end things will work out. Can you do a reading about our love lives? Hitoshi asked, eyeing Izuku for a second. He was curious as to what she'd say. Sue him. She chuckled and nodded. Is that something you both wish to do? Izuku shrugged. Sure. Is it okay for you two to do this together? She asked, all knowing, you might not like what you hear, and I wouldn't want to ruin your date. Izuku wasn't affected by the fact that she knew even though neither of them had said a word about it, but Hitoshi was dumbstruck, which made her chuckle again. I'm sure whatever it is we'd share with each other anyway, Izuku said. Hitoshi wasn't sure but found himself nodding at that. She turned to Hitoshi and for a moment just analyzed him. You never had people close to you, and you are scared of bringing new people in your circle because you didn't have a good experience with openness in the past. He nodded and she continued, I can say that the way you are now, your relationship will be toxic, not only for yourself but others. She eyed Izuku as she said that, but as Quick returned her gaze to him. What? He asked, incredulous, and Izuku grabbed his hand. It's simple, you have two extremes battling for control inside you, the cold one that pushes everyone away because he is afraid of letting anyone in, and the extreme opposite of that, the one that once one passes the cold one, it gets dependent. And this dependency becomes like a drag. You'll need your partner, and you will need your partner to need you, otherwise you won't be sure they'll stay. And you are terribly afraid of incertitude. Hitoshi looked pale. How can I fix it? How can I fix myself? You are not broken so that there is a need for you to be fixed. And I believe you are on the right path, learning to trust others, learning to trust yourself. These are all valid steps for it, and I can see that you are beginning to understand that. He stayed quiet, so she took that as her cue to move on to Izuku. She smiled, he did the same, then she opened her mouth. You have no idea what love is, do you? He shook his head and frowned. He had a class, he knew now. Being told what you are feeling is supposed to mean is different than knowing it for yourself. She added, and he slumped a bit defeated. Feck me, I guess, he murmured. Don't worry, kid, she chuckled. You have time to figure it out. There is one thing though that I can see clearly, even more than your doubts about what feelings are, that is, you weren't made to tie down with one person for the rest of your life. You heard me, and you are smart, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Even while you are here on a date with him, you don't think this relationship will last, do you? He avoided Hitoshi's gaze, and that was an answer in itself. It's not that. It's just, you don't like the idea of being stuck with someone in the same place forever. Some people are just like that, and maybe what you start here today will last long, just not monogamously. Is it wrong? She smiled brightly. Nope. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, the weird ones are the people that think tying down with one person forever is normal and the rest is wrong, in my opinion. Nature doesn't even work like that most of the time. He nodded. It made sense. So you are poly? Hitoshi asked. He wasn't too keen on the idea of having to share. But that could be his toxicity, as she mentioned talking. That this was giving him headaches. I guess I am. I never gave it much of a thought because romance has never been something I actively search. But it makes sense. He hummed and looked at their intertwined hands. Want my opinion? You should both experiment. Don't get stuck thinking if a relationship will get anywhere. Just live in the now, she added. Yeah, we should just go with the flow, right? Izuku asked the purple boy. He seemed insecure. Hitoshi couldn't blame him. He was feeling all kinds of insecure now. Yeah, he agreed anyway. Later the two were buying something to eat and Izuku said, Hey, don't take what she said to heart. She only made a reading based on our tics and body language. In the end, the only one who can say for sure about you is yourself. Yeah, sure. Izuku stopped and shoved his face way closer to Hitoshi's than necessary. But it was fun, right? He had a bright smile and a piece of meat stuck on his cheek. I guess, he absent-mindedly cleaned the meat from Izuku's cheek. The greenette leaned to the touch. I felt like I was under a scope being studied. Izuku giggled, and it was the cutest thing ever in Hitoshi's professional opinion. It made all thoughts of what the lady said disappear. I guess it was something like that. The process is similar to an autopsy at least, he chuckled. Ha! Yeep, you start with a bait, and watch as layer by layer the person reveals itself for you. You know how to do what she did. Hi, was his answer, and then he hopped away, taking Hitoshi's hand and leading him through the crowd. He stopped in front of another tent. It read, Mr. Compress's card show. They got inside the tent and there were so many marbles decorating the place everywhere. Wonderful. Welcome to my domain, a voice said. They looked around but couldn't find the person. Go on, take a seat. Suddenly 2 chairs were pushed in their direction. They looked at each other and then sat down, and a hand of cards appeared in front of Izuku's face. Pick one. He hissed and jumped, almost making the chair fall down, but another hand held him in place. Forgive me for my sudden appearance. Pick a card. He picked one and the magician appeared in front of him. He was wearing fun clothes and a cool mask. Good. Now give it back. He did, and the man cut a piece of the card. Hold it for me please, he said, giving the cut-off piece back, and then he ate the cut-in card. Hitoshi let a hysterical laugh escape his lips. That must taste so bad, he said. Quite yes. Can you give me the piece back? Izuku did, now less wary. Why thank you young kid, he patted Izuku's head and then moved in front of Hitoshi in a swift turn. Now you pick a card. It was a different deck with different pictures and colors. He picked one. The magician cut off a piece and gave back to Hitoshi the cut card. He moved in front of the two. Now watch as I dashed. He coughed, he put a finger up and coughed more and more. Hitoshi was about to ask if the man needed some water when he spit out a card. His card, the card that was on his hand the whole time, except it had the bit from the other card now in the place where it was cut. He heard Izuku gasping next to him and realized he was holding Izuku's card with his cut piece in the place of the original. They clapped in awe and the man bowed. Thank you for your time. That was so amazing, Izuku said, now almost falling off the chair for a different reason. He was too excited. His eyes were literally shining. Why thank you young man. How did you do it? Was it your quirk? A magician never tells its secrets. But I can say there was no use of a quirk involved. Ah, that makes it so much cooler. You are really cool, Mr. Compress. The man smiled under the mask and bowed once again, this time disappearing as he did. All the two could do was stare in awe as a voice said from beyond, the pleasure was all mine. Izuku was vibrating from excitement and Hitoshi was watching him with fondness in his eyes. They left the tent and moved to the next one. The whole way there Izuku kept talking about the act, trying to figure out how it was done. At some point Hitoshi reached for his hand and Izuku took it. Every time he was nearing a conclusion Hitoshi made some remark that broke it, and then he was at the start again in an endless circle. He never did figure it out in the end, but he had a fun time trying to figure it out anyway. They spent the remaining of the time until the main event just going around tense, spending Ned's money with useless trinkets and just overall having a nice time enjoying each other's company. And when the main event did happen they watched it squeeze together in the seats. There was a photographer offering to take pictures and turn them into keychains and they took it. They laughed at and with the clowns, they screamed of wonder when something cool happened. Izuku even offered himself for one of the clowns' act and made a complete fool of himself, which made Hitoshi and everyone there crack. To say they fully enjoyed themselves would be an understatement. And then at the end of the crappy show, because they were having fun but from an analytical point of view the juggler kept missing, the trapeze artist fell 2 times, they put at one point a huge dome with motorcycles and that was cool, but didn't match at all with the overall theme. The photographer person came back with their keychains and the picture was horrible but they didn't care one bit. Because they were fully immersed in the experience. You know, Izuku kicked a rock on their way back to the station. The sun was setting and the mood was quite nice. Mom always used to say the best circus were the crappiest ones. She would have loved this one then, Hitoshi chuckled. She would, he agreed with a smile on his face. It was really shitty, he giggled, but I had a lot of fun. Same. They stopped in the middle of the street and turned to each other. The sun was almost gone, there was a warm breeze that caressed their faces, some flowers flying around them and in Hitoshi's mind they were singing, shalalala lalalala shalalala. As if they were in a Disney movie. Izuku gently squeezed his hand and then let go. Thanks for coming today. I wasn't sure you would because it was on a short notice and I kind of ditched you Sunday but dash. It was my pleasure Aizu. I'm really glad you called me, he smiled. Izuku did too. Izuku swears he heard a shouting mob telling them to kiss. So he got on his pinky toes, because even though he doesn't admit it he is short, closed his eyes and leaned. He felt Hitoshi's hand on his cheek and the taller's breath on his face. Their lip, watch out. Fresh. And then they were on the ground. A bicycle on top of them and a girl flying head-on to the ground before them. Izuku did have his first kiss that day. It was a shame it was with the asphalt though. The blonde girl started crackling and Hitoshi noticed she was wearing the same uniform as his old hell school, a beige coat above a blue shirt with white stripes, a blue short skirt and finally a red loop around her shoulders. Izuku and Hitoshi moved the bicycle away, which took a considerable amount of effort and teamwork, and once they were freed they realized that they had all sorts of bruises. Which made the girl laugh even more, her twin bangs bobbing back and forth and becoming a mess in her head. She kept a Cheshire grin as she stood up, dusted off the asphalt of her clothes and offered them both a hand. Izuku took it and then Hitoshi did. Sorry for that, she giggled. There were no brakes. I was told. Toga, you have to test the brakes, but dash, she started laughing crying, there were none. They tricked me. Who tricked you? Izuku asked, tilting his head. Meanwhile Hitoshi had taken Izuku's hand and was trying to assess the damage done. Some dudes from my class. She kicked a rock. It flew high until gravity did its job. Why would they trick you though? Nobody really likes me, she said giddy, but even though she was laughing, her eyes were wet. They call me the crazy vampire beach, Hitoshi said at the same time as she did. That's exactly, she clapped but then hissed because the minute hurt. But how did you know that? She tilted her head. I was a student there, I transferred out because they didn't like me much either. She nodded. People are evil. Izuku nodded at that and felt himself hissing as Hitoshi touched a sensitive spot. Stop, yours is also bad, don't just worry about me Todo. Well, I should go. Lovely talk peeps. She was already climbing back the bike but Izuku stopped her. Wait, you are also wounded, we are ultimately all going to the pharmacy, right? Let's go together. She stopped to consider for a second but then nodded with a bright smile. Okay. As they started walking Izuku asked, so? Why did they call you that? My quirk. I love blood. Suddenly she turned around in front of him and strutted backwards. You two are really cute, all covered in blood and bruises by the way. And then turned back to walk normally again as if nothing had happened. Thanks. Hitoshi answered, unsure if he should take it as a compliment. You're welcome. Why did you want me to go with you too? You seemed to be having a moment before I hit ya. It was because he could hear her heartbeat and she was incredibly sad and pretending and he didn't want to leave her alone but he couldn't say that. Could he? He said that. Oh, she answered and her smile fell. I'm used to wearing a mask. Most people don't notice or find it creepy though. Well, our general consensus is that people SCK, right? Looked at them, really looked at them and her eyes lit up. You are the commission kid from the sports festival. Yep, he popped the she sighed, hugged him. I want to be your friend. We can be friends, he agreed. Hitoshi looked at him like he was crazy. We can. Hitoshi asked, but one look at their faces and he agreed, we can. A cat boy, a vampire and a cabbage, sounds like the start of a joke. Let's be jokes then. Izuku cheered. Yeah. She fist bumped them with a little jump. After that they arrived at the pharmacy, bought antiseptics, applied on each other, traded numbers and went their merry ways. Later Hitoshi would wonder how the day could have ended if they hadn't met her. Would they have finished that kiss? Would they have gone to one of their houses to hang out more? Would it have led to more kisses? All his thoughts led him to this conclusion and he fell asleep trying to not think about what could have been and instead relishing on what was. He had a new friend somehow. This was crazy. She was crazy. But he didn't mind a little crazy. You know, I never thought I'd see the day someone stood up to the commission on national television like you did, said Pigeon Man. They were currently sitting on the edge of a roof sharing a pack of chicken wings watching as the cars passed on the streets. I had a lot of pent-up frustrations about everything. Yee, I could see that. How did the commission react? They got said. There is a big possibility of them painting you as a villain in the making by the way. Oh goody, should I play the part if they do? Please don't, you'd be a terrifying villain. What's the deal about the gal who won by the way? PFF, smooth subject change. I didn't stay for the end, who won? A plain-looking gal with black hair and glasses, I think her name was Sunkei or something like that. Oh, she's lucky. Okay and? That's it. The two kept eating in silence for a while, just enjoying the sound of cars passing by and the wind hitting their faces. Once the chickens were over, they both liked their fingers in a similar way and Hawks put the colorful bucket away and grabbed 2 juice boxes. He had 2 options, grape and apple. Izuku picked apples and he stayed with grapes. I sent you a hero study invite by the way. Predictable. What would I even learn with you? I can teach you so many things. Like I could improve your flying and stuff. My flying is great, thank you very much. Wanna do a race? What are you? A child? Don't be a boomer, you are a literal child. Why don't you behave like one? I'm not a child, I'm a teen, which are known for being annoying, so I don't get why you are surprised. Ouch, hitting me with the facts. Izuku leaned a bit more on the edge and asked, do you ever just feel like dumping juice on the cars? Yes. The man answered with a serious face. Izuku smiled, Even though you are a spy and stuff, this is nice. Pigeon looked from him to the moon and smiled, yeah it is. Aizawa was tired. He was always tired, but today in particular he spent most night awake looking over the hero studies requests. So he was tired. He took one step inside 1A, and they were loud and he just wanted to nope out of there. And Hana, she was insane. Riza, or as Zashi likes to call her, Bony Girl, said. No one fought against me, she was frowning. That's not true. That one dude did, you just overpowered him so much that it didn't look like a fight, it was a one-sided massacre, Ichigo said. His hair looked even more pink today, as if that was possible. That wasn't a fight, she argued. But can we talk about Midoriya though? Akage, our resident cactus, said, bringing the attention to him, and suddenly Izuku was very much aware of himself. Yeah. What the hell was that? Riza asked, hopping near him. You were just like, this mic drop, happy birthday, and then gone. And then when you had to come back you were just like, nope, Hato said, waving his arms around. Izuku giggled. It just happened, I guess, he shrugged. Guy declares he hates the commission and Endeavor on live television and just treats it like nothing. Man, I wish I had that confidence. Fua joked. All right, everyone shut up, Aizawa said, bringing the attention to him. As he did so, everyone sat down on their seats and got quiet. The sports festival isn't just a place for you all to expose yourself without a goal. The whole point of this fest is so that heroes can scout you to work under them for a week. It's not an internship. It's a learning experience, so treat it as such. Now, on the board you'll see your name and a number next to it. That's the number of heroes that made you an offer. And don't worry, if you didn't get any you'll still go on 1 inch. Hana Sunkei, 2314. Jurioku Orenji, 1189. Mori Denwa, 1007. Kasa Denkyu, 785. Riza Shaku, 475. Madafua, 10. Kakutasu Akage, 6. Izuku Midoriya, 6. Second Hato, Ichigo Hakimitsu, 0. Go Hana. Riza cheered. Lower bros, Ichigo and Akage fist bumped. 6 bros. Hato started and he and Izuku fist bumped, chuckling. Alright people. I'll give you all the papers containing the heroes, you have until tomorrow to choose one, and don't forget your parents have to sign the permission slip. Izuku raised his hand. Yes, problem child, you don't need to have someone sign it. Izuku put his hand down. What's the highest number of offers someone has ever gotten yet? Kenneth. Around 7,000 I think. Damn, who was it? I have no idea. How many heroes even are there? Denwa asked herself. A lot. Izuku answered, in native ones also can send offers and their thingy is worth forever. Well, that SCKS, shouldn't they make licenses have an expiration date? Akage asked. No one in specific. They should. But they count with the fact that most heroes will die before it expires. The room grimaced at that. Here's to the future. Ichigo raised his hand as if he was holding a cup. The class followed him. They all said in grim tones. Once all the papers were delivered, Aizawa retreated to his cocoon and said, less talking and more choosing. People obviously continued talking. Izuku eyed his paper. Hero list. Wild Pussycats. He was sure the only reason the Wild Pussycats wanted him was because he looked like a cat boy, because his style matches none of theirs, so that's a no. Then Hawks is a no because of the commission. Ryukyu could be a good experience because she has a dragon quirk and he hasn't experimented with his dragon form yet. And Mirko could help improve his quirkless hybrid combat. However, he was way more interested in the support list. Hako Kengi, Brilliant. Rikia Yatsubashi, Detarat. Brilliant was the company that provided for most of the equipment for UA students. It's where Power Loader worked for a tad and he loved to tell stories of his time there. It would be definitely a good go. And then there was Detarat, that one was just starting to get on the hero support market. That was just a rumor. However, they were the top spot for lifestyle support items and had been for a long time. Plus it was the CEO himself that invited him. Maybe he should ask Nedu for his opinion? No Nedu. He has made his mind already anyway. Who did you get? Fua asked him out of nowhere. He told her his offers and she told him hers. There wasn't a single one that matched. The same pattern repeated with the rest of the lower offers gang. They were all sitting near and chatting. Who do you think I should go with? Hato asked sarcastically, showing his only offer again. Selkie, they all answered at the same time. Wait, I have a question. Midoriya said, if your quirk lets you control fish, would you be able to control Selkie? Guess I'll have to subtly find out, he said while checkmarking the name on the list. Let us know how that works out for you, Ichigo sassed, chuckling. Yeah, record it, Akage added. He will notice if I record it though, Hato said, being serious about this. They are messing with you, Hato-kun, Fua said. No, but I don't care, I feel like it's a good experiment. That's the spirit. Izuku cheered and high-fived him. Alright, me next, who matches me more? Chida, Rocklock or Fatgum? Said Akage. I want to say Takeshita because he's planty, and you are planty, but I honestly have no idea about anything about him besides that he's planty, Ikeda said. They all nodded. Well, that's not helpful at all, the redhead chuckled. I guess it depends on what you want to improve. I have a friend who interned with Fat Gums, so you could ask him how it went. Maybe he'll have some input on the other two as well, since he's been on the field. It's those second years you always eat with, right? Can the rest of us go too? Fewest. I guess he shrugged. Midoriya and his second-year friends, Ichigo started. Where would we be without them? He finished chuckling. When lunch came, Izuku and the lower offer gang, as they were calling themselves, walked along with Midoriya as he looked for their senpais. Upon finding them, he rushed a bit and the gang almost lost him, but Akage was keeping an eye out. When they sat down, Midoriya was just finishing explaining that they were having their hero studies and wanted an opinion on who to go to. Akage got Fat Gum, and you've mentioned him, so maybe you could tell him what it was like? This is Akage, by the way. He pointed at the redhead. Oh, Few also got him. You talk like the heroes are Pokemon's Aizu, Mirio said, chuckling, which caused them all to smile and Tamaki to relax a bit. I don't care now how useful I can be. Just tell them a bit about how your time with Fat Gum was. Nothing more, nothing less, Izuku prompted. The elf nodded and started explaining. At first he was stumbling over words and stuttering a lot, but as he went down on memory lane his speech became more fluid. While he retold his tales, the others ate and listened. For a while it was just him talking, and when he was done, Akage said, "So Fat Gum it is." After his declaration they turned to Fua. "I think I'll go with someone else, but thanks for the story, senpai," she said, smiling. "It's no problem. Right, Tammy?" The elf nodded and started eating. "So how many offers did you all get?" "None," Ichigo said cheerfully. His cheerfulness was sarcastic. Hato put a finger up as he was slurping soba. "We both got 6, Izuku said, pointing between him and Akage. 10, Fua said. "She is the goddess of the loser gang," Ichigo casually said. "All hail the goddess." Izuku agreed before she had the time to say that was nonsense. The 4 of them hailed her as Mirio laughed. Tamaki smiled with fondness and Fua tried to hide her embarrassment. But in the middle of their I, she realized that there was no reason for her to be embarrassed and said, "Fine, then as your goddess, my first order is that you lot get on top of random tables and scream something." The boys looked at each other, then at her. This was a challenge. She was challenging them. Hato was the first to get up. He had a sharp smile as he walked for a bit, pushed a few random students away so he had a path on that table and yelled, "All hail the loser goddess." Whoop. People were very confused until the other 3 yelled woo from their seats. After they had everyone's attention they got up and rushed to take other tables. "All hail the loser goddess," they all yelled, pointing at Fua, who was in the middle of laughing and dying. "We are her mere loser subjects," Izuku screamed. "For she holds the answer to all." Akage continued. With an impressive number of 10 offers from several minor pro heroes. Ichigo offered to their speech. "She is the leader of the loser gang." Hato continued. "She got more offers than all of US combined." "And oh, didn't," Izuku yelled again, laughing at his math mistake. "She almost did." Hato argued. "Okay, fair." The whole cafeteria waited for them to continue. It was silence until "W." The 4 screamed again and then got down from their respective tables. People didn't know if they should clap or laugh, so they did both, and that was that. When they sat back on their seats, Mirio ruffled Izuku's hair affectionately. "You bunch are insane," he laughed. "I prefer the term rule non-conforming," Ichigo said, serious, all sign that he had just screamed his lungs out. Gone. They all laughed at that again, and then the bell rang and they moved on for their classes. Izuku went once again with 1A because they were going to choose hero names. "Alrighty, let's see those names," Midnight said, excited. Ryza went first with her little plaque, "The Skeleton Hero, Undertale." "Perfect. Love it." Ichigo went next, "The Sugar Hero, Candy Crush." "That's hella kuti." "Proof." Next. Orenji was the next one, "The Nonsense Hero, Twister." "Oh, mysterious." "Like it." Next. "The Cactus Hero, Agave." "The Shadow Hero, Nyx." "The Lucky Hero, Fortuna." Midnight suddenly stopped. "I'm sensing a theme. So because I'm digging it, the next names have to either be a game or a god." "Okay, carry on." Several students erased what they had written and wrote another one. "The Bubble Hero, Sulis." "The Sea Hero, Netuno." "The Druid Hero, Acteon." "The Shapeshifting Hero, Loki." Hi, I love when a class matches their hero names, alright? Remember, even though they aren't official, once you start your hero studies they will be the ones used and it sticks. That's how Eraser got his name. "Eraserhead is a great name," the tired teacher said. "I don't know why you always uses me as bad example. Come on, Eraser. Your name is literally your quirk and what part of the body it functions. It's bad. But anyway, thanks for having me, adio." And with that she left. This was faster than I expected. You get a free study PRD. Just don't kill each other and don't give me a reason to wake up. With that the class turned to each other. Alright, since we have a free PRD, as your class president I say we discuss pressing matters, such as, what the hell was that during break? Hana said, yeah, what the hell? Prizes. We were challenged by our loser goddess. You elevated non-loser mortals would never understand, Ichigo answered. The other four nodded. The hell? They are matters of the lower ranks. Hato agreed, people like you just wouldn't know. We should just ignore them. Fuwa, you are the vice rep, please take your place in consideration when you answer, and please answer us. Moata shrugged, it's as they said girls. They are matters of the dejects. Fuwa is our goddess and Ichigo our jester, Izuku said nodding. I'm the jester. He seemed proud of that fact and it left Hana, Raiza and Denwa baffled. They'd never understand. Later Izuku was walking to Ned's office with his tail swinging and ears twitching at every sound. He got inside, stared at the rat and said, I'm going with Detarat. Not Ryukyu. He motioned for him to sit, but the boy simply ignored him and kept standing. I can train how to dragon anytime here, working in a support company I cannot. And may I inquire, why Detarat and not Brilliant? He sipped his tea. That's because I'm curious as to how lifestyle support works. Besides, Brilliant I was invited by a lab chief, whereas Detarat it was the CEO himself. So it has nothing to do with the fact that Brilliant works directly with UA and you don't want me on your metaphorical feet. Nope, he popped the nor with the fact that it was Detarat that used to provide for your clothes before I took over? Nope. Fine, I'll allow it. He set his tea aside and glanced a look at his computer. I really hope you have a great time there. I probably will. Let me know how it goes, okay Cub? Sure, he coldly said. Still mad at me I see. It has barely passed any time at all. That's fair. Perhaps by the end of your internship you'll be more willing to forgive and forget. Maybe. He turned away and left the room. Ned's aside and sipped his tea once more. This would be a long month to come. He could feel it. Accidents happen. Vamba. Sigma. I'm bored. Boardy board. Catboy. Hi board I'm Izuku. Villain. You didn't. Catboy. Edit 3. Vamba. Hi, Izuku I have crippling boredness star operator. Infinity.o, greater than over equal to less than over equal. Infinity, star operator. We should do something. Villain. What? Rob a car? Catboy. But we could rob a car. Vamba. I totally know how to drive D. Villain. This is a terrible idea. Catboy. And yet it was yours. Villain. I was joking. You agreed. Vamba. That's because it's a great idea. Let's be criminal tonight. Carrot nabla carrot. Catboy. Yeah Toto, let's be criminal. Oh speaking of criminal. I chose my hero name today. Villain. That's a phrase. Vamba. Did you go with my suggestion? Omega. Catboy. We had a theme to follow. A god theme, or game one, but anyway a god theme. Villain. Oh Cammy it's getting into his head. Vamba. If you picked any god besides Loki I'm blocking you underscore. Villain. Vamba. Cause Loki is a shapeshifter. Zuzu is also a shapeshifter. It's so perfect. Nabla. Cat Loki. Kneel before me beaches BC I went with Loki. Instead of robbing a car that day they simply met at Izuku's house and Toga gave Toya trauma by simply existing. They played Monopoly. Izuku was forbidden from being bank ever again after charging them taxes for the services, moving 3 extra pieces instead of 1. They are the bank people, he said, and they so stupidly agreed. And overall monopolizing the board in the bank's name. He even agreed they paid with slavery when they ran out of money to pay for the loans he gave. They weren't going to let him be bank ever again. Monday his internship would start and he'd be a responsible member of Detarat, but for now it was Friday. And on Fridays we steal cars. It started as a joke, they weren't going to steal a car. After all if they got caught it was the end of both Hitoshi's and Izuku's hero careers before it even started but then the joke became real. Then the joke became the fact that Endeavor had a car. Then the joke became the fact that they were driving said cars straight into the river wearing paper bag masks with faces on them that made it impossible for them to actually see through. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. It all started Friday when Izuku was returning home from UA and Toga texted their group chat sending a picture of Endeavor driving a fancy car followed by the caption, I didn't know trash could drive. Of course she did not appreciate the hero, after all she had been initiated in the broccoli appreciation cult and those in it must relinquish any positive feelings towards the flaming garbage disposal. But carrying on. Said message started a train of thought. Imagine if you were the number 2 hero and your car got stolen. They were memeing, and that's what they will claim on court if they try to use their conversation as proof of anything. After hours of talking and by now our resident catboy was already home enjoying a Kara-cooked meal with his flower-smelling adoptive brother they had devised a plan that included several raccoons, an explosion and paper bags. When night fell the 3 teens met at a local gas station near Endeavor's new house. They saw as raccoons invaded the hero's house by breaking windows and overall made a ruckus that included leaking the gas. Once the damage was done, Jeremy reported back and they rushed to the car. Toga was an expert at breaking in a car and Izuku was one at hot wiring it. Hitoshi was just there, but it felt like enough for him. They timed their breaking in and turning the car on with the inevitable explosion that came from Endeavor's kitchen when a single spark made the whole thing blow up. As they drove away, they put their masks on and depended on Izuku's animalistic instincts telling them to go left or right. Maybe this was a bad plan, Hitoshi said as they drove into yet another fence. Once they decided to remove their Beyondif LDS, their driving didn't get any better, just faster because now they had the confidence of God, anime, and sight on their side. They weren't even running from the police when they found their way into a lake. The car flew into the water under the moonlight. It would have been beautiful, poetic even, if not for the 3 screaming teenagers inside of it. Once the car crashed in the water and everything started flooding, they managed to leave through windows and swim away from it. It sunk slowly. Upon them getting out of the water, angry pigeon dude was there watching the 3 with a disappointed look. "Burbs son, why?" he asked. "Revenge," the boy said, which made the pigeon shake his head. "It could be worse. We could have chosen to avenge Midoriya with murder pigeon dude," Hitoshi said. The pro-hero side. "If you pretend nothing happened, I'll buy you chicken wings at least once a week, how about that?" Pigeon man considered for a bit, then he smiled and shook the wet teen's hand. "You got yourself a deal, Burbs son." The bird man flew away and they took that as an opportunity to leave the premises. That night when the 3 arrived at Izuku's house for a sleepover, Toya did not question why they were soaked. And certainly did not question when he heard Izuku on the phone asking Nedu to erase video footage from several street cameras. He is also certain the rat not only did not question his request, but also did as asked. And that was the tale of how Endeavor's car was found in the river as a fish house the next morning. "You have everything?" Toya asked for the 5th time. "Yup," he popped the He grabbed Izuku's face and squeezed it. "I'm so proud of you." Izuku tried to smile, but his face was being squeezed at the moment. Inko would be too. He nodded. "Alright." He kissed Izuku's head. "Go on, you'll miss your train." Izuku once again nodded and turned to leave, but then he turned back and hugged him. "Geez kid, it will only be 2 weeks. I knew, but it's in Jaku and that's so far. We will call each other and text each other every day, okay?" "I mean, that's obvious." He let go of the hug. "I'll miss Kara's food. She will be here when you come back." Neither of them decided to comment on the fact that the robot made a noise as he said that. "Alright, I'll miss you too." "I know you will." He kissed Izuku's head again. "But I'll be here too." Yeah, okay. It's just 2 weeks, Sue." 2 weeks. "Yeah, I can do this." He turned and walked away. 2 weeks away from Toya, from Kaken, from his kidnapper, his friends, his teachers. This was fine. It was fine. He got inside the car that was sent for him, greeted the driver and took a big breath. He could do this. He couldn't do this. Shut up, anxiety. He could and he can. You beautiful boy, don't listen to that spider. The driver vanished with his luggage and he stepped foot inside one of Detarat's bases. As soon as he did that, a bear-like person greeted him. "Hello. I'm Miyashita and for now I'll be your guide." He smiled. "Okay. I'll be in your care." They shook hands and Miyashita started walking and talking with him, following behind. Detarat has a long and proud tradition of providing basic needs for mutated people like us. He glanced back and shot Izuku a smile. "My clothes used to be all made by you until they got caught up in a fire," Izuku said. "Then you know firsthand." "Good. We have several departments here and they are too many to count, so I'll tell you the main ones." They got inside an elevator and he pressed the last floor. The clothes one, the accessories, the research facility, the call center, and finally the labs. You'll spend most of your time in either research or labs. How do things work? First, a client calls asking for a specific need. They take that request for the research facility. Someone takes the challenge, then once they figured it out the mechanics of said need, they take it to the lab. If it's an accessory, they work with that department for design. If it's clothes, the same but with clothes instead. It's all a nicely tied web. Ding. The elevator called, the door opened, Miyashita started walking again. He followed. "This floor is mostly offices and such. You know, bureaucracy is where you'll find me most of the time. I'm taking you right now to see the boss. Don't be scared, but he has a huge forehead." He chuckled to himself and Izuku giggled along. "We don't have housing in this building, so for the duration of your internship you'll stay at a hotel nearby provided by us. The neighborhood is pretty chill and I recommend going around to explore in your free time. If you have any." He winked and then pushed a door open. Inside the door there was this nice office and a tall man sitting using his computer busy. He had, as described, a huge forehead, weird orange-brownish hair, a pointed nose and obtruding chin. Besides all this, what most grabbed Izuku's attention was the 2 moles on his forehead. "What is it, Miyashita?" he asked before looking up, and when he did his face shifted into a smile. "You are here. Good. Great. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Rikiya Yatsubashi." He stood up and reached his hand. Izuku rushed inside and shook it. Izuku Midoriya, he said with a smile of his own. Thank you for having me, sir. He bowed and the man chuckled. Oh please, none of that. He got out from behind the table and sat on the couch, offering Midoriya to sit next to him with one hand and dismissing Miyashita with the other. Izuku sat down while examining the man before him. He seemed friendly. Right, I assume Miyashita told you how everything works? Izuku nodded. Then I'll get right to the point. That display with the fire you did, that was your own support item, right? Yup. He showed his hand. It had 3 rings on it. This one is a tracker. If anything happens to me or my friend, we will know and be able to find each other. This one shoots and stores fire and can only be destroyed by the flames of Mordor, and this one, it isn't perfected yet, but I'm trying to make it a storage ring. Why using purses if you could have a ring where everything fits, right? Astonishing. This isn't too known, but I tend to fund technologies that interest me. Of course you'd have all the credit for it, but I'd love if you continued expanding the ring business. He nodded. I can do that. I actually have a lot of ideas. May I ask though, why rings? Because they are practical and discreet. Why carry a handgun around that is easily recognized if you could have a smoother way of self-protection? Oh, I agree with that sentiment, but aren't meta abilities enough? You mean Quirk, right? Yeah, they would be if it weren't for the law. Sorry, yes, Quirk. I've just been reading this old book called Meta Liberation War that used that term instead of Quirk, and I suppose it stuck. He nodded, understanding. There are several book terms he sometimes thinks that make no sense either. Have you ever read it? Nope. He popped the man chuckled and stood. He walked around his table, opened his drawer and grabbed a copy of the book. He tossed it over to Izuku. Give it a read during your breaks. Sure. The man sat back down and Izuku set the book to the side. There is just one last thing, and if you don't want to answer, that's completely fine, but I'm dying of curiosity here. He chuckled at himself. Why did you tell the heroes and the commission to feck themselves? Endeavor burned down my house and is the reason my mom is in a coma, but he did that because the commission wants me to work for them as their SLV dog, which I refuse. I was having a day, so I decided to just let my frustrations out, and I don't know why I just told you all that, but well, here we are. I hope you aren't working for them, Mr. Yatsu. He laughed. Don't worry, I'm not. I actually share that sentiment sometimes. Well, I think I took enough of your time subduing my curiosity. How about I take you to the lab? Oh, sure. They both got up. Izuku grabbed his break time book. Yatsubashi opened the door for them, and they started walking. I actually wanted to ask, I saw that there are a bunch more headquarters spread out everywhere, so why was Jaku the one you invited me for? That's because this is one of the places I spend most of my time, second only to Daika. And I wanted to meet you. Oh, thanks. They got to the elevator and Yatsubashi pressed the floor for, I'm taking you to the lab so you get acquainted with people and the place, and then I'll do the same for the research. I suggest you take a day or two to observe things, but if you can't help yourself, you will have your own workstation in both of the places. Alrighty-o. They arrived on the floor, and at first it was a hallway full of doors. They went through door 5. Hey folks. Yatsubashi greeted the people. He received a few he's back, but most people just ignored him, which made Izuku giddy. Too busy to greet their own boss. Hey, I can't blame them. Anyway, he led the boy through the place as sparkles and stuff flew around. This is your space. That is your coat, your goggles. If you need anything, you can ask Shito. Shito in question peeped his head from the other side of the divider. Sup, all Izuku could see was the ginger hair, and then he was back at his station. But it should have everything you might need. This is a division focused on creative freedom and hero items. We are just starting to get in the hero business, and these guys are a front for this at the moment. I'm in heaven, Izuku whispered, amazed, which caused the man to chuckle and ruffle the boy's hair. On to our next location then. Floor 6, same thing, lots of doors. They got inside door 5, and inside there were a lot of sciencey things. If Izuku had to compare it to somewhere, he'd say it was similar to Willy Wonka's research room. Yatsubashi introduced Izuku to the friendly researchers who, unlike the inventors, greeted them and showed Izuku around. Rikia watched him go, already looking like he belonged to the place from the door. He eyed the book in the boy's hand and then the smile in his face. Well, he was already attached. He hoped the boy agreed with them. He called him out so that he could show where he would be staying, but Midoriya was far gone in the land of science. He shook his head fondly and turned around. I'll be back at dinner. All right, he heard back as he left back to his office. This felt nice. He was planning on just observing, he was. But then Shurue asked if he wanted to help him with his really amazing research about how to negate a quirk, and he ended up getting deep into the project and becoming, as Nara cheered, one of us, one of us, one of us. They took an afternoon to find a solution to the issue, and then with everything ready they sent the information to the other floors through something magical called the internet. Of course, it wasn't magical, nor new, but Izuku for some reason was expecting the process of sending the information to be through compression tubes or people. He really forgot that the internet existed and could be used, and was made fun of by Laura for that. At their break they started walking to a restaurant near there, and Izuku was ready to follow when a hand grabbed his collar and made him stay. Who dares? Oh, Mr. Yachts, he started with an angry scowl, but then his face turned 360 to a pleasant smile. It was honestly amazing to see. Wanna have dinner with me? Izuku looked around for a clock. It's already dinner time? Yup, that isn't their break. They are checking out. Yatsu finally let go of his collar and tapped lightly his dusting it. Oh. I guess I got carried away, huh? Except that wasn't dust and he now had an unknown substance on his hand. You did, but that's completely fine. So how about I treat you to dinner and then I show you where you'll be sleeping and such. He cleaned the substance in his own suit, but this wouldn't do, he needed to wash it. Oh yeah, there is that. As the two walked, he looked around for a sink. He found one on the other side of the room inside. Yep, sleepin' important. A good night's rest does wonders for the soul. He walked there and washed his hands. I'd known. My quirk has to do with how much stressed I am. He finished washing and now started his quest for a way to dry it. What's your quirk? Izuku asked, offering him a piece of paper. My stress turns into strength. He took it and used it to dry his hand, shooting Izuku a thankful look. That must be really useful for self-defense. It is. The man agreed, and then they were walking again towards the elevator. Yatsu pressed the first floor. Based on the fact you didn't even know it was already night, I'm assuming you didn't, but did you give it a read? You assumed right I didn't. I'll do it tonight though. I doubt I'll be able to sleep easily anyway. That's unfortunate. Do you need to take something to sleep? Sometimes. Most of the time I just sleep with my brother or my friend. They keep me warm and comfy and then I'm able to. Is that a quirk thing? At least I think so. I always considered it so. Fascinating. Ding. The door opened and they left. A lot of people greeted Rikia and he waved at them while guiding Izuku through the front door. Once they were outside, the streets were full and the night was inviting. I hope you don't mind, but I have an associate who will be joining us. They started walking. I don't mind. She is even more curious than I am, so forgive me if she starts asking questions. You don't have to answer them. Okay. And she's also a journalist, so if you do answer, know that it can be used against you. Izuku chuckled at that but nodded anyway. They walked a few blocks, being careful with cars and greeting people in the streets, until they got to the restaurant. Izuku was expecting something fancy because of who he was with, but instead he got a homely vibe and a local warm fuzzy place. He loved it. Yatsubashi looked around searching until recognition filled his face. There she is, he waved and a purple-haired, blue-skinned woman waved back. Chitose Kazuki, meet Midoriya. Izuku. Midoriya, this is a good friend of mine, Kaitoshi Kazuki. She's the executive director of Shueisha Publishing. Midoriya. Izuku, is it? I'm delighted to meet you. She stood and he shook hands with her. The pleasure is mine. Oh, so polite. They all sat down and Izuku noticed the woman had a crazy glint in her eyes. It was crazy but not unfamiliar. Her smell was kind of familiar too. Have we met? He asked and she fake gasped. My daughter told me you were good. I guess she was right. Your daughter? Mano, she is in her second year at UA. I believe you fought alongside her against her sister class. Oh yeah, boom girl. She chuckled. Yes, she can be quite explosive. You look nothing alike. What gave me away then? She asked amused. Your eyes and your smell. You have a sharp nose and eyes, dear. As they talked, Yatsubashi ordered for them all. Thanks. I'd love to interview you someday, by the way. There has to be a story behind your hate for the commission and endeavor and I'm dying to know. He nodded. Of course there is. I don't know about it being published though. It could provide sympathy from the public. Instead of letting the commission paint you as a villain, which they are already doing, you'd be able to tell your own side. Are they already painting him as a villain? He has no idea. He doesn't really check the news. I guess that if it would make people not see me as a villain, it could be a good idea. Yeah, I'll let you interview me. Oh, wonderful. When are you available? I dunno, he shrugged. How about now? Now? Both he and Yatsu asked. Fine, fine, we can eat first. She relented. And Rikia found himself whispering to Izuku, it's amazing, she always gets what she wants. Izuku nodded, impressed. Once they ate, and Izuku was pleasantly surprised Yatsubashi got it right, they moved to the hotel Izuku would be staying in. She went with them because she wanted to interview him, of course. It was a nice hotel, fancy, with a big room all to himself. He didn't even need that much space. The bathroom had a tub. He didn't even have one at his own house and he was technically rich. He found his clothes neatly folded, which was a bit creepy, but he wouldn't have even unpacked because he was lazy, so it was all good. Left the book Mr. Yatsu gave him next to the bed and sat at a chair. Chitose sat at another and hit the record button. Tell me everything. Chitose stayed there for a long time asking him every tiny bit of info about his life. At some point Yatsubashi ordered wine for him and Chitose and fruits for a late-night snack. Izuku almost gave away things about Toya by accident 3 times but managed to stop himself from saying too much. Maybe someday they could go to her to tell his tale, but not today and not without his consent. But either way, talking with her was easy. She even answered questions of his own about her quirk and life. His main question was about how could genetics change her daughter so much, and she showed a picture of her ex on her phone. She got his looks and my meta ability. Wow. Boom Girl was practically a carbon copy of her father. Yeah, he is a BSTRD, but I can't deny he's handsome. He nodded and she drank the last sip of the wine. Are you done? Yatsubashi asked hopeful. Yeah, I think I'm done. She closed her notepad and scratched under Izuku's chin. The boy's eyes went wide and then he melted on her hand. She chuckled, thanks for the time in the story. He had no strength to talk, his eyes were closed and all his focus was on the fact that she was scratching under his chin. She let go of him after a few seconds and he yowled, shooting her a betrayed expression. She chuckled at his antics and left the room taking her coat. Yatsubashi left after her saying, have a good rest. I'll see you tomorrow for breakfast. Izuku let himself sink in the huge bed snuggling a pillow. He closed his eyes, turned the lights off and told himself, I'm tired. I had a busy day. I need sleep. He turned to the other side. Then after a few minutes, turned back again. Then after several more minutes he turned with his belly up. Feck it, he stood and jumped from the window. Jellicle cats come out tonight. Jellicle cats come one, come all. The Jellicle moon is shining bright. Jellicles come to the Jellicle ball. Skimbly Aniduts made his way between the crowd. Mungertut arrived at the same time and walked towards him. The two stared at each other. Dots hissed, to which Mungertut answered with a hiss of her own. He growled and they started circling each other, and before Dots even noticed everyone was watching them. They were disappointed to see neither of them attacked and just kept growling and circling each other like a dance. The crowd was quick to lose interest. The few that kept watching as the dance progressed rushed to their sides to laugh at their faces. Suddenly they heard a noise and they all turned their heads in sync. A red fur cat known as Rumpelstiltskin was standing on the tallest scrap. They mealed and the message was loud and clear. He was back. The cats doing something else stopped what they were doing. The red cat jumped over the fence and they all started to follow, demanding answers. The cat bunch were guided through dirty street corners. A few beat and hurt cats tried to get near them, but they were always shooed away by hisses or claws. Dots found Miss Gumblebum on the way and snuggled to her. She liked his ear, and then there was Anne Merclary demanding she did the same for her. Dots hated her, and he let that very clear with a growl. Bum smacked him and he trotted away. They arrived at a car junk and immediately spread around finding places to hide and claim. A cat named Sphinx asked who was the cat they were supposed to find and why he was important, so Rumpel started his tale. Old Pheronome lived a long time. He's a cat who has lived many lives in succession. He was famous in proverb and famous in rhyme. A long while before Queen Victoria's accession, Old Pheronomes buried 9 wives. And more, I am tempted to say 99. And his numerous progeny prospers and thrives. And the village is proud of him in his decline. At the sight of that placid and bland physiognomy, when he sits in the sun on the vicarage wall, the oldest inhabitant croaks, well, of all things, can it be really? Yes. No. Ho. Hi. Oh my eye. My mind may be wandering, but I confess, I believe it is Old Pheronome. The cat as old as time appears from behind a car. He tries to jump on it but falls. Ms. Bum and Tut rush to his side to assist him get back up. He meows and everyone laughs at his comment. He sits down on a tire and tells his newest adventure. They spent the night hearing his stories and eventually they all fell asleep bundled together to the soft and constant meows. Izuku yawned for the 10th time during their breakfast. Did you have trouble sleeping? Yatsubashi asked, concerned between bites. It was fine. It wasn't a lie. He had a great time sleeping surrounded by fluffy and warm fur. The problem was just that it took a while for him to get there. The man offered a sympathetic smile. I take a while to sleep myself, you know. Izuku yawned again and he continued, usually I start counting to distract my head from everything else. I never went above a 200-inch. Like counting sheeps? But without the sheeps because they can lead to other thoughts. Just numbers. I guess I can try that. He nodded pleased. They enjoyed breakfast in a comfortable silence besides the occasional comment. When they were done, Yatsubashi paid and they walked together to the company. He wished the people at the reception a good morning and got inside the elevator. He hit the top floor's number and Midoriya pressed the 4th floor. They parted ways when inevitably Midoriya's floor arrived first. Izuku had spent most of his time yesterday at the research floor, so he wanted to balance things out by staying most of today in the lab. Of course, that wasn't the only reason. He had ideas. At lunch, Yatsubashi went to see him and found the department in chaos, because apparently Midoriya had made a hoverboard. One that folded itself and became a ring. His prestigious scientists were all taking turns to play with the thing and showing why they became people of science and not of sports based on the hit marks everywhere and the several bandages they were now wearing. He smiled at the scene. Can I have a turn? He asked. To which Midoriya, who was taking notes on how he could improve it by observing the others play with it, excitedly said, Yep. And thumbs upped at him. So he adjusted his suit as a brown-haired, messily dressed gal brought the hoverboard near him. Good look, she said before stepping away and taking cover behind a turned desk with everyone else. They even put their goggles down. He put one foot in the thing and felt it going slightly from left to right. It seemed fine, so he took his second one from the ground and with a balance he did not have he flew straight to a wall. He fell chuckling and tried again. It took him 20 tries until he managed to stay on top of it without falling. Okay, now what do I do? Lean to the direction you want to go, Midoriya answered serious. So he did that. And skate flied for exactly 6 seconds, 6 long and proud seconds. Until he fell again. Progress! He cheered, making everyone there laugh. Once they were done playing they actually left for lunch, this time to the company cafeteria. As they ate Midoriya talked about his morning, he was having the time of his life, and then she challenged me to a robot off. So we are having a robot off tomorrow during break. Oh, by the way, I started reading the book. How are you liking it? It's pretty interesting so far. I get what you said about getting meta ability stuck in your head. The narrator honestly uses that word way too much, he chuckled. But I agree with a lot of his points so I can put it past me to ignore the grammatics. You do. He looked like an excited puppy. Well, I just started and read only 100 pages so far but dash. That's a quarter of the book, impressive. Anyway, so I don't have an exact opinion formed about it yet, but it hooked me enough that I read 100 pages in my 30 minutes break so. You read fast, Yatsu chuckled. Do I? I guess I do, he giggled. The book actually reminds me of this webtoon I read once called Unordinary, where society pretty much worked the way Destro describes it as ideal. Except an organ like the Commission was in power and it ended up being really toxic and constraining instead of having people be as free as he wished. I don't know if you are into webtoons, but I recommend it. He smiled sharply. Where can I find it? An app called Webtoon, there is no mystery to it. We should start a reading club. Unfortunately, I wouldn't have the time for that. Oh right, you are an adult who does adult stuff like working? He chuckled fondly, sadly so. The rest of the lunch went by without a hitch and Yatsubashi couldn't keep his smile off his face. The kid kept surprising him positively and he knows he shouldn't try recruiting a kid for their cause because a battlefield is not the place a child should be, but every fiber in his being wants to. So, he manages to control himself and instead listens to what the kid is so excitedly saying about his experience so far. As Izuku walked back in the lab, a big chunk of metal flew right on his face. So this is where I die, not by the hands of a villain, not mindlessly broken by the Commission, it is by a single chunk of metal. Goodbye, cruel world. Right as he was about to be hit, a metal hand stretched out of nowhere and blocked it. He looked at the almost murder weapon and then traced the arm back to owner. Octavia, thanks for the save. That was so cool. Is the puts ready yet? He said, hopping to the black-haired woman. Behind him Harry mumbled something about stupid action and reaction, and picked the metal piece from the ground. Octavia smiled at him and ruffled his head. Couldn't have our bean dying on us. He leaned in and watched what she was doing. The Putzplash Celiu Octo, PPSO for shorts, was a freeze ray that was commissioned from a hero. They called it that because Octavia was Brazilian and every time something was going wrong she yelled puts and other alliterations of the word. So as a joke they started calling the machine that. Plash was because water makes splash, and Celiu is the name the hero wanted the thing to be called. To finish the Octo was her signature. Alright, I think TI's done. We gotta test it, she said, holding the weapon with vigor. The mechanical tentacles on her back made her rise from the ground and they took her to the testing area. Izuku followed excited. They both put their goggles on. Make notes, my young apprentice, she said jokingly and shot it. A wave of ice left the weapon, freezing everything that it touched. The speed could be better, he said, and she chuckled. Let's try with triple speed then. She turned a thingy on the weapon and shot it again. It froze less, but it froze quicker. She had a disappointed face. We are running out of gas. She went back to her workstation and Izuku watched as a few robots appeared to clean the ice. He loved it here. He hopped back to his own station and started working on a robot for his robot off with Himura. She was already working on hers and shooting him looks that said, I'll beat yo but. At the end of the day, as everyone changed their clothes, the two trash-talked each other about how their bot was superior and everyone watched the almost rap battle. It actually became one when Daichi started beatboxing. That was the scene. Yatsubashi walked in, his employees already out of their lab coats and safety uniform, laughing and beatboxing as Himura and Midoriya roasted each other's bot. At the end of it, Midoriya said, You might have won with your words, Himura, but I'll beat you with real skill tomorrow. We will see, she answered back with a wild smile. Izuku walked away from there to eat dinner with Mr. Yatsu without breaking eye contact with her. I see you are having fun, Yatsu said when they got inside the elevator and hit the first floor. I can't wait for our battle tomorrow. Oh, and Octavia finished the Putzplash. It's so cool. I almost died today too, but it was fine. You almost what? Don't worry, everything was under control, mostly. I'm having the time of my life, Mr. Yatsu. Thank you so much for scouting me. I'm glad you are enjoying your time, Midoriya. He smiled fondly. I actually have a surprise for you, but it's something better discussed over dinner. The elevator arrived and they left to the lobby. Yatsu and Midoriya both waved at the people there. Okay. Anyway, I'm starving. Where are we eating today? He chuckled and ruffled the boy's hair behind his fluffy ears. Do you like German food? I don't know. Let's find out then, he said, opening the front door and stepping out. Not only did he like the food, but he loved it. Everything was so good and meaty. Once they were done eating, Izuku felt full and sleepy. He was honestly ready to go to bed and stay there for 3 days. But Yatsubashi ordered dessert and started talking. So, I'm not sure if you are aware, but I received department reports from the employees, and they had a lot to say about you. Good things, I hope? Yatsubashi's face went dark and he shook his head. Izuku started dreading what he was going to say, but at the same time, he didn't feel his disappointed face was real. As he suspected, his face turned into a warm smile. Amazing things. Things that made me consider a lot. He tilted his head and Rikiya continued. As a company, we can employ young people at not only this program but also permanently as apprentices. Izuku's eyes went wide. Of course it's up to you to accept it, but I'd love to you have working on Detarat permanently. Of course you'd be paid and your schedule would be made with your school in mind, and you wouldn't have long shifts because you are still a minor, but I'd love to have you working at Detarat for more than just the studies. If you had to think about this, would it be here at Jaku? I believe we could find the best location-wise headquarter for you, but I'd like to take you to Daika with me. There is the main branch. He nodded. Daika was closer to home than Jaku was. If he flew there as a peregrine, it would take approximately 48 minutes. Maybe less, maybe more, however it would be around 3 hours by car. Jaku itself was 5 hours 44 minutes by car, and he fell asleep several times on the way. So going by car every time was out of question, and as a bird would be tiring to go every day, he had flown even for more time than that when he went to Fukuoka, but that was one time and he was in a daze. As he mumbled the math and logistics, Yatsubashi listened and even offered some input on his thoughts from time to time. Okay, I think it could work, he finally said. Yatsubashi smiled brightly. Wonderful. I'll get the paperwork started and tomorrow we can call your school to figure your schedule out. All right. It took a while for him to sleep again, but this time instead of leaving he decided to continue reading his book. Each passing turn he felt more and more agreeing with the narrator, except for a few parts like everything violence. Hadn't the guy ever heard of democracy? Jeez. He fell asleep naturally with the words meta-freedom on replay in his mind. He wondered what his dad would think of this. This, as he learned, was an autobiography, so the guy might have met his dad at some point. He'd talk with him tomorrow about it. Next day, instead of going straight to the lab, he stayed with Mr. Yatsu. At his office, the man video called Nedu, Izuku was comfortably sitting in the sofa eating an chocolate bar Miyashita gave him. Later he would find out too much chocolate can be deadly in this new form. Yatsubashi was sitting in front of him and the wall had become a huge screen that had Nezu's face in it. Izuku avoided eye contact with the rat as he and his boss discussed the logistics of Midoriya working there. In the end it was decided Izuku would work there on Fridays, and Thursdays, Mondays and Tuesdays he'd focus on heroics, and Wednesday he'd have the evenings off. During school events he'd be excused from work, and Nezu made sure to protect his cub as they wrote a contract deal. Should Izuku break the contract, nothing bad would happen to him. Should Detarat break it, it would be hell to pay. After all, this deal would have been horrible for Detarat if their goal wasn't to nourish and mold Izuku's to the company's vision. His salary would be 50.98703 yen plus benefits. He didn't even need money, but Izuku opened a bank account for himself anyway to save it. The contract had a 1-year duration, and after that they'd revise it. Once they were done with all the logistics, it was already lunch, and Izuku had done several bathroom breaks to unleash the chocolate. He cursed Nezu every time. As they ate, Izuku used his phone to tell Toya, Kaken, Tammy, Mirio, Todo and Toga the news. He received a mixture of congratulations and sarcastic bitterness as responses. Then he was finally free to do what really mattered. The robot fight. The testing grounds had become a battle arena. The word that Room 5 was having a bot fight spread throughout the entire department, and soon several people decided to join in their fun, and they had a full tournament between rooms. First each room would battle themselves, then once all the rooms had a winner, the winners would do a death match between themselves. The prize would be the golden cog. It was a normal cog painted gold, but it had bot champ written in it, which made it special. They made this in 5 minutes. So there was Izuku with his small yet efficient bot against the huge war machine Himura had built. He used nanotech plus vibranium to basically make his bot invincible to everything, and she used vibranium to make it strong and hit absorbent. Did they both waste company resources on this? Did they care? Everything was reusable after all. Izuku's bot had cat ears, a tail, and was overall cute. Let's call her Miku to make things easier. She was also small, which made her flexible and fast. Himura's was the exact opposite. Her bot, let's call him Big Gus, was a tank. Not only figuratively, he was literally built like a war tank, with arms and legs built on a tank shell. In one hand he had fists, in the other a chainsaw. Rogues versus tankers, natural enemies meeting so they could fight to the death. So there was small Miku against Big Gus in the arena circling each other. Gus attacked first, swinging his chainsaw and going for her head. She let him. The chainsaw ended her with one hit, and then like a big Hero 6 copycat she split her body into several pieces and climbed his body up. Big Gus' first and last mistake was to hit himself with the chainsaw trying to hit her. It reminded Izuku of that stupid robot from The Incredibles. He smirked smugly when Gus fell dead, head rolling off, wires exposed and bleeding oil. Miku rebuilt herself in a cat form and smugly liked her own metal paws. Everyone was cheering like crazy and they had this crazy glint in their eyes. They were facing a challenge, and if there's anything a good inventor likes is how to solve problems. Who's next? Izuku asked as Miku hopped on his lap, and he caressed her even though she was made of metal. Her next challenger was built like a ninja. He fought like one too, and if what she did in the first round was her only ability she'd lose, but it wasn't. She was like a ballerina evading the little ninja's sword, but evading wasn't all she could do, and the minute the ninja got cocky and more aggressive, her hand turned into a blade that pierced his metal skin. As the little ninja bot died, he thought of how insignificant his short life was. A single pixel tear left his eyes and then he was dead, drowning in his own oil. Fight after fight, Miku overpowered her opponents, but in the end their break ended and no one was able to beat her. Day 1 of the tournament was over, and each room's champion had been declared. Tomorrow the death match would occur. When dinner arrived, they left together as usual and walked to a nearby street market. They bought Ibi Furai for them at one of the vendors and sat where the little tables were set for it in the street. It was so casual and cozy. They ate, and Midoriya talked about the bot fight. He refrained from telling what the materials used for the confection of the bots was. He was really excited as he described the way his bot brutally murdered the other bots. And then it started throwing lasers. Freaking lasers. That one, I gotta say, I lucked out. It was pure luck that I decided to add a refraction function. You have so far described 33 different functions. Yatsubashi noted, amazed. There are a total of 150 different functions Miku has, and I doubt she will be able to explore them all during this tournament. Impressive. What will come of her should she survive this tournament? I promised her freedom. If Yatsubashi was drinking, he'd have spilled it. What? She got sentient and didn't want it to fight, so I promised her, if she did and won, she'd be Fred. She accepted those terms and seems to be on the path of winning. Yatsubashi was at a loss for words. So he simply nodded and kept eating. Midoriya was really just going to let that death machine roam free in the world. The boy was even less sane than he originally thought. Once they were done eating, they decided to explore the market. Izuku bought a bunch of trinkets for himself and his family friends, while Yatsubashi greeted people and bought a few fruits and vegetables. They were on their way back to the hotel when Rikiya got a call. Hello. He excitedly answered. Oh, he glanced at Midoriya. I'll tell him, thanks. The person on the other end talked, yeah, you too, and then he hung up. Izuku watched him with his head tilted. Check the news kit. The greenette nodded and grabbed his phone. He didn't even have to look for it because Toya had sent him a link. A link that led him straight to an article written by Chitose Kazuki. The truth about Yue's first year the commission is calling a villain. The article was long and it painted him as the wronged good guy and the commission as the big villain behind all his misfortunes. She didn't lie in the article and simply retold things as he told her, making some things exaggerated for more impact, sure, but overall she kept the story as it was. She did leave out stuff about Toya as he requested though, so that was nice of her. Once he finished reading, he had a smile on his face. He didn't want this much exposition and he should have probably thought of that when he declared those things in the heat of the moment, but it was nice having the commission exposed like this. Eventually his story would die, and he was more than fine with that. However, even with his story dead, there would be a seed of distrust towards the organization. And hopefully more stories like his own would come to light. Hopefully, he could convince Pigeon Dude to make his own story come to light. Hopefully. Later Midoriya was sitting in his bed with the lights off, blanks on top of him and several pillows around him as he held his phone and dialed a number. Hey little bush, how is the internship going? Honestly. He lay down holding his phone high so he could see his dad's face. It's amazing, he smiled. The people there are so amazing and fun, and Mr. Yatsu is honestly spoiling me, and I got to create a hoverboard and we had robot fights and Hisashi chuckled. I'm glad you are enjoying yourself, little bush. I'm especially glad you are focusing on support instead of heroics. Yay, he dissed the man. By the way, Mr. Yatsu offered me to work here officially when the hero studies end. I said yes. Nedza helped me draft a contract and I'm honestly so protected by it that I have no idea why Mr. Yatsu even said yes in the first place. The man frowned. As you youngsters say, that's ethis. Want me to look into him? No need, I think he's just genuinely nice. I can feel when people are malicious now, and he doesn't have a hint of it on him. Speaking of it, he lent me a book. Wait, let me just. He set the phone down as he picked the book from his nightstand. Here, he showed the book to the camera. I see. He had a look. A look that either meant he was thinking, that he was disgusted, or that he had no idea what it was, and that made him feel bad because he lived 200-something years. He should know everything. Are you familiar with it? Izuku asked after his dad didn't say anything else. Quite yes. I remember when Destro was arrested. I was there after all. You were allies? We acknowledged each other's existence and chose not to interfere with one another. At the time our goals didn't align. But he wanted Quirk freedom. Didn't you fight for that too? I was more keen on having control than he was. The system I wanted to create, the one that was created in the end, benefited the creation of villains, benefited me. The one he wanted was idealistic. In utopia. So basically he was genuinely trying to make the world better and you were just a S+ rank villain wanting villain things. I suppose you could put it like that. Welp, I agree with his views. Hitoshi chuckled. Of course you do. Ever since you reached me all you talk about is how you wished the stupid laws preventing you from using your quirk freely wasn't a thing. It's really annoying, okay? I just want to fly around and be a cat without the fear of being arrested. I get you, little bush, and I'm sorry I was blinded by my own ambitions at the time and ended up making society a bad place for you to live in. But to be fair, I wasn't planning on going soft and having a wife and kid. He chuckled fondly. Kids. Plural. I met Tenko. Oh, his expression shifted to worry. I like him. Why did you never tell me he existed? It was your mother's choice. I simply went along with her wishes as she dictated when we could officially meet. It all comes down to her again. I wonder how many more secrets she was keeping. Bodes. She is a lawyer. She is used to bluffing and lying, and did I ever tell you how I fell in love with her? He shook his head and hugged his pillow. One of my associates had been caught for a minor crime. She was his lawyer. I was there on the court as she destroyed the prosecution with conviction even knowing he was guilty. She won the case and I had a crush. He chuckled. I was a little stalkerish at first, I'm not going to lie. But she caught me one time and decided to confront me. I ended up telling her the truth, well, part of the truth anyway. I said that I was in the court that day and couldn't keep my eyes off her, then I accidentally met her in a few of the places she liked to go and kept going there in the hopes she would show up. She said, next time just invite me for a coffee. The next time we accidentally bumped, I invited her for a coffee and she said no. So the next time I bought her a coffee and she refused to drink it because it could have a drag in it. The third time we bumped she was the one to bring me the coffee. And I really wanted to refuse, saying the same thing as she had to me to be snarky, but I accepted. I was later described by your generation as whipped. But I have no regrets. Well, maybe one regret of not telling her I was a villain. I was really scared she'd leave me if I told her. My fears came to fruit because when I did it was way later than it should have. As he finished telling the story he had a sad smile on his face. Izuku didn't know what to say, and before he noticed a tear was escaping his eyes. Little bush, why are you crying? Izuku wiped the tears away with the back of his sleeve and stared at his dad. I guess I'm just thinking of what ifs. I'm sorry. She was the one who kicked you out. It's not your fault. Oh, it is. I should have told her sooner. I understand her anger. He shook his head and hugged his pillow deeper. I just wished she hadn't prevented me from seeing you. I know, Bush. I wish that too. When my 2 weeks here are over. I want to meet. You mean? Yeah, I want to properly meet you. We haven't all these years because of her. But she's not here. And I want to meet my dad. On the other side of the screen Hitoshi sobbed yes. Wise. We can finally hug. And do father and son things. And oh my little Bush, I love you so much. He closed his eyes and nodded, love you too, Dad. They hung up and Izuku sighed, wiping his tears with the back of his sleeve again. That was way more emotional than he had signed up for. He laid down sideways, still hugging his pillow. He closed his eyes and started counting. Deathmatch. Deathmatch. Room 6 had the biggest testing room, so all the others went there for the deathmatch. Of course, just because it was bigger didn't mean everyone fit inside there. There were over 200 people in a room built for there were a few claustrophobic people that couldn't stand being in there, and everyone was complaining about it being too crowded. So they decided to stream it on big screens so the annoying complainers could watch it there. What they didn't notice was that the stream was available for the whole world to watch, and the regular folk, future inventors and the science community all reached to the same conclusion: Detarat is going on the bot business and this is their unique way of advertising. Those were exciting news for the community. After all, Detarat was known for quality and innovation, and if they were going in that business then the prospect of advances in technology that would accompany them would be huge. One particular May Hatsum even stopped the prototype she was building for her UA entrance exam to watch it. There were 3 drones recording it, one focusing solely on the fight, one solely on the players, and one shifting between the two. The chief of the department went to the center of the makeshift battle arena they created and announced on a microphone, "Welcome to Day 2 of the bot fight tournament. Here we have the winners of each room. From room number 1, Choco Lady I, our resident minimalist. She was holding his bot who looked like a simple disc in one hand and waving with the other. From room number 2, Hamilton Miranda, our musical lover, he posed dramatically as possible at hearing his description. His bot were actually several tiny bots that were dressed in old clothes. As his name was called, they did a little dance. And Hamilton snorted and called them show-offs. From room number 3, Vokito. She is insane and denies it. She showed her middle finger out at the description and people laughed. Her bot looked like he had been through some shit. He had that look. The look of someone who went through war. She even painted a few bits of him red to simulate blood. From room number 4, Logan Sandy. He is the embodiment of the nerd stereotype. He fixed his glasses and shot the chief an angry look at his description. His bot looked like an alchemist from an RPG game, and Izuku was in love with the complexity of the clothes. There were several vials behind his back, and the expectation to see if he actually did alchemy was real. From room number 5, Izuku Midoriya. The intern our boss secretly adopted. Izuku blew the camera a kiss as someone shouted, "Not so secretly," which made everyone laugh including him. From room number 6, Token Sono. If he were one of Snow White's dwarfs, he'd be the sleepy one. He nodded with half-open eyes and the looks of someone who didn't sleep in a week. His bot looked like a branch. And finally from room number 7, Kijo, our compulsive accumulator. We have yet to see him throw anything out. He laughed at his description and scratched his beard, shrugging. His bot looked like a bear. The participants have been introduced, the stage has been set. So everyone, a big round of applause to fighters. The bots entered the arena, some more theatrical than others. And soon they were all staring each other, waiting for the excited chief to get out of the arena and yell, "Sistart." She did. All at once they all rushed on each other, all except Miku, who decided to stay behind to analyze her opponents. The simple disc, like a transformer, turned into a death machine and started killing off the assemble. The little dancers were giving him a run for his money though, because they kept evading and hitting with grace. Next to them the branch expanded and became vines. They weren't actually vines, they were mechanical, but they looked like actual vines a lot. That completely overpowered Cho's bot. Taking this as an opportunity, Bear attacked those two, taking out the branch who was too busy focusing on squashing trauma to notice him coming from behind. Next to there the alchemist was brewing something, and seemed to be done. He released the potion and the stage turned into a soap fest. It kind of reminded Izuku of Fuwa's Quirk, except it was apparently acid, because as soon as it touched the transformer and the assemble they melted. Mika divided into 3 and used 2 parts to fly over the soap and shoot at the alchemist. The mage deflected and shot a fireball at her. Izuku squeaked and looked at Logan with starry eyes. Mika let the fire hit her as it did nothing and dived full head to decapitate the mage. The mage dodged and counterattacked, throwing water at her. "He's the avatar," someone shouted. Back on Branch, Bear and Trauma. Bear had eaten the trauma and Branch had killed the bear. Now Branch was eyeing the fire-shooting mage, very much aware that he was flammable. Such self-awareness made him realize that this was a battle to death, and since he had developed a conscience, he did not want to die. He had so much to give to the world as a mechanic Branch. So he wielded it. His wielding it not only was unsuccessful but also gave Miku and the mage an opportunity to attack him. He was burned and sliced in seconds, regretting how short his life was. Mika had 150 functions. The mage had, so she did the math and waited while evading for him to run out of tricks. It ended when he created an explosion and she ate the explosion, shooting back at him with 10x the power. She looked at the crowd staring at her in awe and bowed. In the middle of her bowing she turned into a cat and climbed Izuku's lap. "And we have a winner. The intern beat us all," she chuckled. "We gotta up our game, peeps. The new generation is surpassing us." She got inside the arena again, grabbing Izuku on the way. Someone gave her the golden cog and she delivered to him. He proudly took it and kissed it, then Miku on his shoulder liked it. "A real shame you won't be staying with us for our next event," she sarcastically said, side hugging him. He shot the chief the shittiest smirk he ever had and said, "Oh, but I got permanently employed by Detarat, so who knows, maybe I'll stop by that day." She cursed loudly and they ended the feed. As it ended, Yatsubashi started receiving phone calls in his office. The whole department in fact exploded and Miyashita entered his room desperate. "Our lab department accidentally streamed their bot battle for the whole world and now people think we are going on robotics. We are getting 1,000,000 calls a minute of inventors interested in this and people wanting to buy batches. What do we do?" Yatsubashi hysterically giggled. "I guess we are going into robotics then. Put up a hiring notice. We are going to need more personnel. The building in Fukuoka is almost finished construction, so we will have our focus there." The bear nodded and left the room, yelling rushed orders and creating chaos. Yatsubashi turned back to his computer and sent an email to the marketing department. If they were going to do this, they were going to do this right. Going into robots is actually a great idea. Why didn't he ever think of this? It opens the possibility of him building a robot army for his cause with a front. This is perfect. He might even delay going into heroic support for a year or 2 to focus on this. This was a great thing. He couldn't stop giggling of happiness as he started all his preparations for the future. Izuku stared at his phone in shock. He had just finished his bath and grabbed his phone for his usual video call with Toya when he saw a notification from Nedu. He wasn't going to open it, but he realized if the Chimera messaged him it must have been important. So he opened it. Your stream grabbed a lot of attention in the support world. It is of no surprise, you were taught by me and Power Loader after all. And you are an excellent student. So, believe me when I say this is no joke. You received an invite for this year's convention at Island that will happen in August. And a scholarship at their university for when you finish UA. Of course, it's up to you if you go or not. But I highly encourage this. He dropped the phone in his shock, which made the screen crack. His hands started shaking and he started crying of happiness. He jumped and danced and screamed and tossed himself in his bed and started giggling like a madman. It took 10 minutes for him to calm down. He frowned at his cracked screen, but the phone still worked. There was just a blue line that wasn't supposed to be there that he chose to ignore. Yes. Record. I thought you might say that. Now there is only one complication. Since you are a minor, someone needs to accompany you. And since I'm your official guardian by law, I am that someone. However, I understand that you are mad at me. So I convinced them to give you an extra ticket besides the one you'd get. So you could take Toya and someone else of your choosing. Now he couldn't be mad at him when he was this considerate, could he? He wanted to tell Hirat he loved him and kiss his furry face as a thank. Because that was his excitement talking. Thank you. Thank you so much. I need to call Toya. Thank you. Record. It's my pleasure, Cub. He quickly closed their conversation and dialed Toya's number. His brother picked up, and he realized he would have to do the same with Kaken, Todo and Toga, his dad, Tamaki and Mirio. So he cancelled their call, leaving a very confused Toya behind and called everyone at the same time. Here's the problem with doing that. No one had ever seen his dad before. No one, besides Hitoshi, knew he even talked with his dad. He thinks he told Kaken about it, but truth is, he forgot. There were also several people that had never met each other there besides his dad. But he didn't think of that, because he was too excited to think. As everyone picked the call and had confused faces at the members of the call, he yelled, "I'm going to Island." Toya, poor Toya, he was drinking water. Kara hit his feet as she dried it later. He managed to ask the same time Katsuki yelled what? The rest were too dazed to say anything, but Hisashi did close his camera. I got an invite to the convention in August. I am so excited. And that's not all. They gave me a scholarship on their uni for after you. How long will you be out of Japan? Hitoshi asked. No idea. Little Bush, these are amazing news. I'm so proud of you. Izuku giggled like a little kid jumping up and down again. Oi, who is this fucker calling you Little Bush? Only Hino did that. That made Izuku stop. This is the moment the main character realizes he has made a mistake. In life, there are many moments where our poor choices lead to terrible outcomes. This situation does not necessarily need to have a bad outcome. You just need to tread carefully. Hello Katsuki. You've grown since last I saw you. I'm Izuku's dad. There was no saving this now. Wait, didn't you say he left you when you were 4 and you never talked to him after that? Mirio oh so smartly observed. I did. Didn't I? He chuckled and scratched the back of his head. Izuku is the son of 2 liars. It's no surprise he'd take it after me and Inko. Oi, who you callin' a liar you fucker? He's not wrong. She lied to us Kaken. This looks Lee-like personal. Should we leave? Tamaki asked, to which Toga answered hell no. Grab the popcorn. Why did you call Toga too? Toya asked having flashbacks. Obviously BC we are BFS. Hell no Blondie, the nerd's my nerd and don't you try steal that title. He can have a girl BFF and a male BFF right? They are different categories. So unless you a gal. Then shut the F up Blondie. She's got a point Hitoshi agreed, after all, he liked her more than he liked Katsuki. Shut up purple fucker you are a whole nother problem. Oh Katsuki, he is the love interest. Don't worry the love interest will never take the BFF role Toya snarked, to which both Izuku and Hitoshi blushed. My little bush has a love interest? Hisashi opened his camera letting the dark aura of a 200-year-old villain choke Hitoshi's soul. We are getting out of focus here, he tried salvaging. Yeah, the focus was that Izuku lied to everyone Mirio said, adding fuel to the fire. Next time he won't try salvaging. Why you gotta do me like this senpai? I thought we were friends. There are no friends in war was his answer. Okay, I get not telling everyone else because they don't matter. But why didn't you tell me? To be fair, I thought I did. I kind of just forgot to mention it. You forgot to mention it for 4 years? Seems unlikely Hitoshi sassed. Whose side you are on? At the moment, the side of chaos. Does he mean 4 years? Have you been talking to him since we were 12? And why the hell does he know that? Tell me. Like 2 days after we properly met. What the f? Oh, this is getting juicy. Toga had a pot of popcorn now. Izuku was considering throwing himself from that window and not turning into a bird on time. Yeah, that happened. To be fair, we were sharing deep stuff. He shared his darkest secret, which was only fair I shared mine. Katsuki, I'm the one who asked him not to tell anyone. His dad said he was simply being cautious because if Inko ever found out she'd be mad at both of us. You went behind Auntie's back? She went behind mine too. She freaking raised another child behind my back, Kaken. And the plot gets thicker. Mirio said, at this point he also had his bucket of popcorn. Why your mom Rai raised another child behind your back? Tamaki asked, not really believing what he was hearing. Yeah. That was my fault actually. I found him on the street dying and decided to adopt him behind both their backs. When she found out, she decided to raise him with me. Yeah, they just forgot they already had a child to raise together. Bush. What? It's true. Please tell me this gets even better, Mirio asked. Of course it fing does. Toya is being a quiet beach, but he isn't even Izuku's real brother. Izuku and Inko fing picked him on the streets and adopted him. I am his real brother Katsuki. Just because I was forcefully adopted doesn't make me less of a Midoriya. But he has the green hair, Tamaki observed. Katsuki, Toya and Izuku said at the same time. It's died. You adopted a brother? Hitoshi asked. Why didn't you tell me this? I forgot. My kami Izuku. Katsuki yelled, letting off an explosion in the distance because at this point it was a miracle he still was in the call and hadn't completely lost it. You complained about Auntie, but you are so worse. I'm not worse. I just forget things. Izuku, you have a perfect memory. You once told me a story about you and Katsuki from when you were babies and barely capable of walking. Toya deadpanned. Fine. I'm a compulsive liar. Happy? No, you fing aren't. Katsuki said, sighing. You are just fing stupid. Izuku huffed and crossed his arms. Well then. This stupid but is going to Island and not bringing you any trinkets. He purposely let out the fact that he wouldn't need to bring any tickets because he was taking Katsuki with him. All I did was watch. I get trinkets, right? Toga asked, excited. No. You are all terrible people. I don't know how I'm friends with any of you. I just wanted to share news I was excited about and suddenly this becomes an interrogation and Yurich. Aizu, your cancer is showing, Hitoshi said. My cancer is always fing showing because I am fing cancer. But since when do you have such a potty mouth? Toya deadpanned. Since I lived 15 years of my life with Katsuki. How is this sheet my fault? No one bothered answering that. I remember years ago when Aizu told me to stop cursing. Oh, how the tables have turned, Toya sassed. I remember when Aizu's method of dealing with emotion was to shut off from everyone. What happened to that? Mirio asked, joining the game. Nezu happened to that, Hitoshi answered. What about Nezu? Hitoshi asked. And it was something on Tamaki's, Mirio's and Toga's mind too. You didn't tell your own father? Toya. Would you have told yours? Touché. Stuff. What happened with Nezu? Hitoshi pressed. I want to know too. Toga added. Ugh, this is stupid, it's no big deal. The rat fing forced a mutation on Izuku's Quirk, Katsuki answered in a huff. For a while the line went silence. Excuse me. I have a rat to kill, Hitoshi said. His expression was even darker than when he was trying to scare Hitoshi off. No. Stuff. It was fine, I like the changes. He didn't ask you for permission. Kaken. Stop talking, will ya? I'm thinking. I could turn him into a Nomu. What are your thoughts, Aizu? Dad. No villain things. You promised you would shut that horrible project down. I can always reopen it for the rat. Maybe with a brain like his we will have one that talks. The doctor would certainly like that. I'm lost. What are they talking about? Mirio asked with a mouth full of popcorn. Uncle Sashi is a fing 200-year-old villain. They are probably talking about his villain things. Oh Katsuki, how it warms my heart to see you calling me Uncle Sashi again. Off, old man. And it gets better again, Toga yelled, laughing. And oh Nomu, and oh nothing, I like Nezu, okay? I don't like him, the man mumbled like a child that got called bad and lost their lollipop. You don't like heroes. Purity, he gasped, déjà vu. I regret not grabbing popcorn now, Amaki said. Ye sis, you should have, Toga said, ignoring gender roles. Oh my Kami. The news were given and besides Dad. No one even said congratulations. I feel sad and I'm just going to sleep. Bye, he said and hung up, not even waiting for their answers. Once he did that, he created a group with him, Toya and Katsuki, laid on his side hugging his pillow and said, got secrets. First, you changed my name to Tot. Second, I'm taking you both to Island with me. Got secrets but we still love him. TWT. You do? Bondi. Shut up. Even if you are fing moron. Of course I if and love you, nerd. And are you for real about Island? Got secrets but we still love him. Yeah, Nedza got 2 extra tickets for me. One for Toya and one for you. Well, I didn't have to choose you, but... Bondi. Ya nerd, I get it. You love me too. Forgot to leave. Well, I know who changed my name. I'm glaring at you right now, Katsuki. Can't believe I'm going to have to deal with him for the entire trip. Couldn't you have chosen Hitoshi? He's the only sane one. Got secrets but we still love him. Funny you should say that. Remember that Friday before I left when we came home soaked? And remember how they found Endeavor's car in a lake? Yeah. It was Hitoshi's idea. Blondie. Unifying believable. Forgot to leave. I take it back. You are all insane. Why am I the sane one? It feels bad being the sane one. It makes me feel responsible. Which I'm definitely not. Blondie. SCKS to SCK. Got secrets but we still love him. Funny. Tenko has the exact same speech. Maybe I should invite him for dinner when I get back. So you two could meet. Bitch sheet I just realized. He's technically your brother too. Forgot to leave. Hell no. Already got 5. I don't need a 6th brother. Blondie. SUCKS. To. SUCK. Forgot to leave. I gucking at you. Blondie. Learn how to type. Got secrets but we still love him. It's so much anger that he lost hand control Kaken. Forgot to leave. Iot Oyubidich. Triple A. Got secrets but we still love him. I'm getting concerned. Are you having an aneurysm? Should I send Tenko to check on you? Forgot to leave. Didn't you say you were going to sleep? Go to sleep then. Blondie. That was an obvious lie. Got secrets but we still love him. Yup, get with the program token. Me and sleep? Not compatible. Forgot to sleep. On that note, I scheduled a head doctor for you when you come back. I didn't before because everything that happened. But insomnia is an actual problem that needs to be treated Zu. You can't just depend on me or Katsuki to be able to sleep decently. Blondie. Oh, would you look at that? For once we agree. Got secrets but we still love him. Damn it, I'm outnumbered. Guess I'll just not go back then. Blondie. He jokes as if he was actually able to do that. You'd miss the cuddles and pats too much. Got secrets but we still love him. I hate when you are right. Blondie. You must hate me all the time then. Forgot to leave. How did you ever became friends? Got secrets but we still love him. We had no choice. I have a theory that if we hadn't be raised together, we'd hate each other's guts. Blondie. Probably. He closed the group chat and opened a private one with Kaken, turned in the bed and typed. Broccolis have feelings too. Kaken. Did you really get mad at me for not telling you? Explodey muffin. Not mad. Disappointed. Broccolis have feelings too. I'm sorry. If I could I'd fly over to show you how sorry I am. I really thought I told you. And you even mentioned him on the list of problems I had so. I really assumed you did that cause you knew. You know I'd never purposely hide something from you. I don't want to hide things from you. You are like, the only person I actually truly trust. Explodey muffin. Kind of. I said that day cause I thought you were gonna try find him. Since Inko is out of commission. And I thought that the fucker didn't want to be found. That you were also hurting from his abandonment. Broccolis have feelings too. Nope. Of everything that was stressing me out. Dad wasn't one of them that day. Hence why I ignored your comment about him. But either way I'm sorry. I should have told you. Explodey muffin. It's fine Aizu. At least the cat's out of the bag now. Broccolis have feelings too. Was that a pun? Did the oh so great Bakugo I hate puns Katsuki made a pun? Explodey muffin. This never happened. He snorted and let himself sleep, or at least he tried. When he failed he turned into a bird and flew away. He regretted not having slept at all for the entirety of the next day. But hey, he managed to stay awake and visit the research department instead of the lab. He had spent 2 days in the lab. It was time to give research another visit. After the day was over, he as usual had his dinner with Yatsubashi and the man was really excited about the new facility and robots. Really, if it weren't for the department's mistake, we might have never had this chance. It's so amazing what accidents can create sometimes. And it went like this for a while. He thought he'd be able to finally sleep when he got to the hotel, however his headache only got worse when he suddenly got a pigeon infestation. You know, when I said I'd buy you chicken wings every week I didn't expect you to fly, or however you came here, all the way across Japan just for this, he said staring unimpressed at the pigeon on his hotel door holding 2 buckets of fried chicken and juice boxes. I know, but I came here at the commission's orders, baby burb, he said, getting inside the room even though Izuku did not invite him in. Why make yourself at home, why won't you? He mumbled, closing the door behind him. Sue, what you been up to? The pigeon said, removing his shoes and tossing himself on Izuku's bed. Great, now I have to disinfect pigeon from my bed after you leave. Nothing much. Just winning bot competitions and stuff, you? Nothing much, just hero stuff. Ah yes, he sat next to the pigeon. Hero stuff, how very much specific of you. You are one to talk. He gave Izuku one of the buckets and opened the window so air would come in. This won't do at all. Wanna take this to the roof? Izuku asked at the same time the pigeon said, we should take this to the roof. They stared at each other for a while trying to figure out what they being in sync meant. Whatever conclusion pigeon came to, Izuku just knew it would annoy him based on the grin on the blonde's face. Let's go then, Burb's son. They sat on the edge of the roof as usual with their feet dangling in the air. There was just something about sitting on the edges of roofs that was so aesthetically and mentally pleasing. Even if Jaka didn't have any tall buildings except for Detarat's one and the hotel they were on top of. Still, because of this lack of buildings, the sky was clear, they could see the stars. So why did the commission make you come all the way here? He asked, taking a chicken wing and eating it. You fought their article with one that had more influence. They wanted me to figure out how the hell did you manage to grab the attention of Chitose Kizuki herself. They had an article about me? You didn't read it? Nope. Wait, let me read it to you. I think you will like it, he said, grabbing his phone. Oh goody. It took 2 minutes for Kigo to find it, and once he did, he cleared his throat and started a dramatic reading. The villain behind the hero in training, Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku is a shape-shifting animal. I'ma stop you right there. They called me what? A shape-shifting animal who, when the commission offered to teach and protect after his mother went through a terrible accident, refused to do so. Instead, he looked for support in the arms of another dangerous animal with a quirk known as the principle of Nedu. These creatures are a danger to society, and we believe Nedu is nursing Midoriya to become a terrifying villain who will target all of humanity in the near future. His acts at the yearly sports festival only show that his hatred towards the Monument of Peace, that is the Hero Commission, has already been groomed into his head. Beware, if you see him on the street, he might seem innocent on the outside, but that is just a mask, for he is highly intelligent and able to mimic human feelings to perfection. This looks like it was written by a 10-year-old who read way too many conspiracy theories. But what the hell, ugh, suddenly I'm glad I did that interview. And the question is how? How were you able to reach that woman? I have my ways, dear pigeon. I need something to tell the commission, or they'll change the person in charge of you, and I gotta say, the name I heard they were considering is not someone you want on your tail. Why is that? For one, they won't bring you chicken wings. For two, they'll kill everyone you love one by one until you relent. Wow. Yeah, she's no joke. So, tell me something. Tell me a lie, I don't care. Fine. Tell them I bumped into her on the streets, she recognized me and decided she wanted my side of the story. He raised an eyebrow at that. Funny enough, that's the truth, he said after being stared at for a while. It wasn't the entire truth, of course, but from a certain point of view, it could be. Pigeon looked back at the night and ruffled his hair. I believe you, Burb's son. You know, she'd tell your story if you decided you didn't want a leash anymore. The pigeon stared at the sky, at the stars, the moon. He ate another bite of his chicken wings. Izuku looked at him and kept looking as he started. Codename Hawks. Actual name Kigo Takami, taken in by the commission at the age of 5 after having accidentally saved a few people in an incident. Sold by his own mother to the commission and trained to be a weapon. Had to learn how to tune his own emotions out to carry unethical missions that were considered for the greater good. Stop, he glared, which made the kid glare back. Project Codename Hawks is forbidden from using his real name. Codename Hawks is to answer to the commission or to receive punishment accordingly. Hawks knew those words, he had read those words before and he didn't want to listen to them again. Don't. Punishments can include cutting off feathers and burning them, whipping, drags that make him easier to deal with. Withdrawn. Training includes pushing past subject's limits until he either breaks and dies, or shows progress. So far Codename Hawks has only shown progress. Medications to be given include a drag to make him dependent on us. Hawks was shaking and Izuku put a hand on his. Why do you know that? He said weakly. Why do you know that? Nedza sent me your file a few days after we first met. Kigo, and he shivered when he heard his name. It had been so long. Too long. His shaking got worse and he started crying. He should be better than this, he shouldn't break in front of his target. Kigo, he said again, you don't have to be their dog. Tell your story to Chitose, let the world know what happens behind those doors. The commission would deny it, would call me crazy and they'd hunt me. As I am now, I don't have any backup. Izuku pondered for a while. Not if you can prove it. Either way, I think you should talk with her, tell your story and see what she thinks is the best way to deal with the public. If it goes south, we could always fake your death and help you disappear. Who is the we that can fake deaths? If I told you before we went forward with it, I'd have to kill you for reals, he said, half joking, half serious. The two fell silent again as Hawks let everything sink in. I can sense when people are hurting, Izuku said, making Kigo look at him again, and you are the loudest my senses have ever screamed. Kigo stood up. I'll think about all this. See you next week, Burb's son. Alright. And Pigeon. Please don't let your fear decide for you. He nodded and flew away, leaving finished buckets of chicken wings and the 2 boxes of juice untouched. Izuku sighed. Guess I'll just have to drink them both myself. Next day he was having breakfast with Yatsubashi like always. They chose to eat in a bakery this time. The recently baked bread smell was a godsend. Kid, next week I'm going back to Daika and I want to take you with me so you meet everyone there, then the rest of the internship you can just spend there, so if there is anything specific you want to do here, do it today because tomorrow it's a day off and Sunday we fly. Sure, he poked his fried egg with the bread to destroy the yolk. You seem a little out of it today, is everything okay? The man was frowning. Yes. I have this. I don't know if I should call them a friend, but anyway, he's more like a spy sent by the commission to keep me in check, but whatever, and he's hurting and the commission is the one responsible for it, and I just wished he could realize that he could fight against them and get his well-deserved freedom. As he said that, Yatsubashi thought, oh look, an opportunity. You are way too good for this world, Kit, only you would be worried for the enemy, he said chuckling. It's kind of hard not to when we spend so much time together. He's not a bad person even if he's working for an evil corporation, he said and ate the piece of bread he had been playing with. No one is inherently evil. The concepts of good and evil itself depend on the point of view. I know that. He chuckled, I know that firsthand, Mr. Yats. For Yatsu he was referring to the Endeavor incident and the commission on his tail. He was there at the interview, he heard Izuku's story after all. But Izuku was talking about the information he omitted. Like his father being a villain and Endeavor's abuse Toya had to endure. He patted Izuku's head, your friend will come around, Kit, just keep showing him that he has support for whenever he does. He nodded determinedly. The rest of the breakfast they talked about Izuku's going to I Island in August. Izuku had told him the news the day prior and unlike everyone else, he congratulated him and reassured him there'd be no problem with his departure for a few days. Ever since the deathmatch Izuku had been meaning to talk with Logan, he didn't the day before because he got distracted, so today would be the day because otherwise he would never be able to do it. He walked to the lab department and went straight to room number 4. He peeked his head inside and saw a bunch of people arguing with each other while Logan was in the corner actually working and occasionally mumbling something about, useless mechanics don't know how they even got the effing job, so Izuku hopped all the way to his work desk and with a big smile said, hi. The man looked up and fixed his glasses, what do you want? I'm currently behind schedule thanks to that tournament. Well, it's just your bot was really cool. Especially his clothes and I was wondering how you did it. The man stopped what he was doing and looked away, well of course you'd find it cool. I don't have but anything. Izuku grabbed a random chair and rolled next to him expectantly. The man sighed, pay attention for I will not repeat myself. He explained all he did for the programming and mechanics in 10 minutes. Did you get that? Yes sir. He answered, thanks for your time. But what about the clothes? Logan doubted he had actually gotten anything but he didn't have the time to care. I asked Hirito from the clothing department to build it for me, he takes commissions. Izuku beamed, thanks, and left the room hopping, he had a Hirito to hunt. After he got the 3rd floor wrong, he decided to just ask Miyashita what floor it was. It's the 8th floor, I'd take you there myself but I'm incredibly busy. Thanks. So there he was on the 8th floor watching amazed at the production of clothes. Someone noticed him just standing there and approached asking, are you lost, kid? No, but I'm looking for Hirito. Sure, he's that blue-haired grumpy over there, she pointed at a person as she said that. Izuku thanked her and approached the man. What do you want? The man asked him without looking his way. I heard you take commissions? That made the man look at him and smile. I do, why? Got something in mind, kid? See, I need clothes with my DNA and I've been dying to have a fantasy-looking set that I was actually able to use my quirk on. Why like that? Let me take your measurements and we can design it. I will have it ready in a few hours. How you paying? With this, he showed his black card, and he swears he saw the man's eyes turn to $. 5 hours later he was reading a book about wormholes in the research department when Hirito appeared with a bag and delivered to him, have fun with whatever you will use this on. And here is my number, if you ever need anything else. Thanks Hirito-san. The man waved saying whatever and left. He rushed to the nearest bathroom and changed into the clothes. He took a picture dressed in them in the mirror and sent it to Tenko with the caption hope you got yours done because mine is. Then he changed out of them because he wasn't too keen on accidentally knocking any chemical substance in it and the research room had a lot of those. Image attached.png. Izuku was fidgeting with his ring, staring at the roof of the hotel wondering what the hell he'd do tomorrow. It was his day off and his last day in Jaku. He could explore, he could go watch a movie. Or he could build another robot to keep him company since the last one decided to ditch him. Yeah, that sounded like a great idea. So even though it was his day off he went to Detarat, which didn't go unnoticed by Yatsubashi, since he had to use the ID card to get inside and the man had put an alert for whenever Izuku went in or out of the building. He got to the lab floor and there was no one there since it was their day off. He put himself to work pouring a lot of love into this new robot so it wouldn't leave him like Mika did. More specifically, his programming wouldn't allow it. At lunchtime Yatsubashi met him there and just watched as he worked for a while without saying anything. Izuku obviously noticed the man there but he was so concentrated that he just decided to ignore his presence. After 5 minutes of him just watching he finally said, "Want to grab something to eat?" His belly growling at him decided for him. He nodded but then said, "I'm not in trouble for technically breaking in, right?" Which made the man chuckle, "Of course not. Why would I punish someone for being hardworking?" Well, Technically, I'm using company resources for personal things. You're right. I should punish you, he said with his face dark, but then shook his head. I'll just turn a blind eye this time. After all, the more you build, the more you improve. And I did say you could do anything, remember? Oh yeah. You did say that. He hopped off his seat, tossing his greasy gloves away and washing his hand. Where are we eating this time? Yatsubashi, like Izuku had done for him, gave the boy a paper for him to dry his hand on. I thought we could grab something to eat at the mall and then watch a movie. I heard there is new vigilante movie that is breaking all sorts of records. Okay, he nodded and the two left together. The trip to the mall took 30 minutes by car, and even though Yatsubashi had no rush, Izuku was starting to starve, so he rushed to the food court and bought the biggest meal he could. Yatsubashi calmly went behind and bought a normal meal. They sat together and ate, Izuku talking about his new project until they shifted the subject to Daika. I think you'll like the city. What's so special about it that you have already mentioned it 4 times that I'll like it? He chuckled. I'm just excited. And I want it to be a surprise for you, but it's hard keeping my mouth shut about it. Daika is my passion project. Izuku tilted his head. What do you mean? It's a surprise, Midoriya. He chuckled. You will see tomorrow when we get there. Izuku pouted because he wanted to know, but he nodded anyway and kept eating his feast. Soon they both finished and bought tickets to watch the movie. The movie took 2 hours to finish, and in the middle of it Yatsubashi fell asleep. He blamed his age. The whole way back to Detarat, Izuku made fun of him for sleeping in such an action-filled movie. And he kept making fun of him while he watched Izuku finish building his pet robot, and the next day when they met again on the hotel door, Izuku with all his luggage and him with a briefcase, before he even said hello he said, "Did you sleep well? Having slept during the day and all probably didn't let you sleep quickly, right? For your information, I slept like a corpse." I heard about that once, the little sheet said, giving his luggage to the driver, that old people have no problem sleeping in uncomfortable places. He smiled, but it was a smile that promised death. Even so, instead of murder, he simply grabbed Izuku's head and shoved him in the car. We take them in, we give them privileges, we give them attention, and they still call you old. Izuku laughed as he sat lazily inside the car. Yatsubashi sat next to him and the green-haired boy used his lap as a pillow. The trip to the airport took 40 minutes. 40 minutes that they kept mostly quiet besides the occasional comment. 40 minutes that Yatsubashi patted Izuku's head because if he stopped the boy growled at him. Never in a million years Yatsubashi thought the day would come where he'd feel attached enough to let himself be threatened into SB even for a minor thing like this. The plane trip took 1 hour. 1 hour of Yatsubashi very nervously holding Izuku's hand because we are in a literal death trap. How are you so calm? I can fly, Mr. Yatsu. If the plane falls, I'll survive. Can you fly people with you? He asked hopeful. Izuku shrugged, and as he did that the plane had a small turbulence, which made the man shriek and squeeze Izuku's hand's life out of it. Izuku ended up screeching as he did that. He was sure the man broke his hand. He didn't. He's being dramatic. Rip Izuku's hand. You will be missed. As he was screeching, a little robotic dragon head peeked from his vest. It blinked at them both and growled, telling them to shut up. Both teen and adult stopped their drama, startled at the robot. The bot in question retreated back to Izuku's pocket. Wasn't it a bird yesterday? Yatsubashi asked because yes. Izuku built a robotic bird. Not a tiny dragon. It evolved. He answered unsure. Robotics doesn't work that way? The man answered back also unsure. It does now. The plane did not crash. It did pass through a storm on the way though that reaped the life out of Yatsubashi. Even Izuku has to admit, he was scared as hell. At some point he even turned into a cat and snuggled into Yatsubashi's suit. The man did not mind at all. After all, having a comfort cat was helping a lot during that moment. Well, 2 comfort pets, because the bot dragon was also snuggling him. Sir, you can't have pets here, a flight attendant said, glaring at him. Well, you see, this one is a human who shapeshifted because he was scared, and this one is a robot, so, he said with a smile. You expect me to belie dash. Before she finished the phrase, Izuku shifted back, still in Yatsubashi's lap, and the robot retreated inside Izuku's vest. Oh, was all she said. Yeah, he was just scared and turned on accident. Terrible control of his quirk this one has, he said, patting Izuku's head and slightly pushing it against his chest so he wouldn't say anything. He absolutely did not trust the boy to deal with the situation, and if his growling was any indication, it was a good thing he assumed the worst. I'm sorry for assuming. Do you and your son want a jelly pack? She asked, which made Izuku let out a hysterical laugh and Yatsubashi to grit his teeth because there she was assuming again. He's not M-. Lady, how dare you assume this man is my father? This is actually a tragic story, you see. This man is the reason Mom and Dad had a divorce. He is actually my uncle, but Mom fell in love with him and then he became my new dad. But he will always be my uncle. My actual dad also became my uncle. The family tree got really weird now that I think about it, especially because after that Dad started dating Mom's dad, so my grandpa is also my stepdad from his side. Anyway, I was basically kidnapped to have a trip with this man. First you think I'm a pet, and now that just because we are together he is my dad. Lady, you shouldn't assume things. What if he was my sugar daddy? It would have been so awkward because then he'd been outed as a pervert, which he might be. Mom is way younger than he is after all. Did you know he slept during an action movie? Honestly, he could be my step-granddad from how mentally old he is. As he said all that, Yatsubashi was stunned and trying not to laugh. But yes, we want jelly packs. She smiled at them. It was clearly forced and showed that she had no idea how to react to the information dumped on her, and gave them 2 jelly packs plus a water bottle. Izuku happily took it, all thoughts of having been mistaken for a pet forgotten, and returned to his seat giggling while opening the pack. She left them alone after that and made a mental note to not talk with either of them ever again. Why? Yatsubashi asked after she was away. She mistook me for a pet. I do not appreciate that. He ate the jellies and the pilot said on the intercom, "Buckle your seats because we are about to start our descent." "Welcome to Daika," Yatsubashi said with his arms dramatically open and a smile that could rival the sun. As they left the airport, Izuku noticed that the city itself was very similar to Jakku in that except for Detarat's building, there weren't many tall buildings. There was a car waiting for them, and as soon as the driver saw them he grabbed their luggage and opened the door for them. They were driving towards the building when Izuku was about to ask what was so special about the city that made Mr. Yatsu so excited when he saw. In the streets there were several people using their quirks for regular things, like washing their yards, or going to work, fixing the electric pole. They were all using it, and even the police and heroes passing by simply waved and smiled instead of berating them. They dash. Yep, Yatsubashi said with a smile looking at what he was seeing. This is Daika. They are using their quirks. We have the lowest crime rates of all the country, our community is very tight, this is the closest to the society Destro dreamed that has ever existed. This is amazing, his eyes were literally shining, but how? How does a place like this exist? We bribed a lot of people, he said, chuckling and nodding to himself. The whole car trip Izuku spent it looking through the window, even going as far as putting his body halfway out of it to feel the air on his face. The city didn't have the smell of pollution that places like Fukuoka did. He waved at a few people in the streets and they were confused but waved back. Yatsubashi watched him behaving like an excited puppy with fondness in his eyes, until he grabbed his phone and called for a meeting with his generals. They had a lot to discuss. You know, Mr. Yatsu, my dad met Destro. That made the man look up from his phone and stare at the boy, waiting to see where he was going with this. And from what he told me, I think he would have really loved this place. I sure hope so, he answered with a smile and returned his focus on the email he was writing. I did it all for him. That made the boy go back inside the car and tilt his head at the man. Why? Destro was my father. His eyes went wide. Suddenly everything made sense. Oh, are you going to continue his legacy? I already am, kid. He ruffled Izuku's hair, and the boy's mind was quick to reach a conclusion about the implications of what the man had just said. If he was following the book religiously, then eventually a war would break out. And suddenly he realized he was being dragged into yet another mess. Still, maybe this mess could fix the other mess? But at what cost? Countless lives could be lost in a war, and for what? Ugh, what a mess. I hope you succeeds, Mr. Yatsu, he said, because he does, the world could truly improve with the things Destro proposes. But the man smiled at him. It was a sharp smile, one Izuku realized for the first time that it holds not only warmth but also a calculative gaze. Mr. Yatsu was smart, so maybe if he could convince him not to be so violent. I finished reading the book, by the way. What are your thoughts on it? I wish Dad wasn't the one to come out on top between their ideals. If Destro had succeeded, then my life wouldn't be a mess. He chuckled and looked back outside the window. Maybe if he hadn't chosen violence as the way to do it, he might have actually succeeded. If people fear you, they end up putting pressure on heroes and the government to hunt you down. But if people realize they have nothing to fear, they end up agreeing with your values, and when the government tells them to fear them, then people realize the problem is that shifted in Katsuki's lap so he could look at Mitsuki. Aha. Now try with words, she said, looking at him with a serious expression. He doesn't have to tell you, sheet, Kaken all but barked. She narrowed her eyes at them both, huffed and crossed her arms. Don't test me, brats, she said, speed walking ahead, to which Masaru followed, trying to calm her down. You used to be better at this, Toya remarked, holding his laughter. He stared at him but couldn't think of anything to say, so he shifted into a cat instead so he wouldn't have to talk with any of them. At the same time, Katsuki felt relieved because Cat Izuku was practically weightless for him, and mad because once again Izuku was using his shifting as a way to escape his problems. After a long ride home, one which Izuku spent sleeping using both Katsuki and Toya as pillows, they arrived at the Bakugo's place. Kaken took Izuku to his bedroom while the adults made dinner. And when I say made dinner, I mean ordered, because Toya couldn't cook, Masaru wasn't feeling it, and Mitsuki's food could be considered good fire fuel. It would take about 40 minutes for the pizza to get there, so as they waited, Izuku took this opportunity to catch up with Kat's all he missed. And by that he meant asking about how Hitoshi was doing at Aldra while laying down on Kat's lap, enjoying the feeling of Kat's hands in his curls. He's fine, nerd. Did he manage to get in your class? Yeah, I'm keeping an eye out. But you aren't, like, actively being his friend? Hell no. Why would I do that? I hate that purple fucker. I really don't get your hatred towards him. I don't get how you like him. Well, I don't want to hear it. Izuku tilted his head looking up to Kaken. Why? Because I have a feeling you are either going to be sappy and gross or you are going to spill some disturbing shit. There is no middle ground when it comes to you. Izuku smiled. Aren't you curious to which of the two it would be though? Nope. Not even a little bit? Nada. Guess you will never know then. Oh, how it must be terrible not knowing something when with just one word you could. I'm not gonna fall for that nerd. Fee. He huffed and pouted, the blonde poked his cheek until it deflated and became a smile. I missed you, Kaken. Ya nerd, I know. You missed me too, right? I know we talk to each other over text every day, but it just wasn't the same. Nope. Ah, come on, tell me you missed me. Why would I have? You are an annoying butt. Because you already told me you loathed me, there is no taking it backsies. Oh, how I regret that. Izuku giggled like a child. Did I tell you about BGMI? What about how Mr. Yatsu is the son of an idealist villain who was trying to liberate Quirks? The men we talk a lot. Unfortunately. Izuku gently slapped him. Would you rather we don't? Katsuki looked away, which was an answer on itself. Izuku thought so. Kaken, I told my dad I wanted to meet him. Haven't you already? Nope, we just talked on the phone, never once face to face. And I just. Now that mom isn't here, I guess I want to properly meet him. Want me to go with you, nerd? I don't trust him. You don't trust anyone when it comes to me. And I'm usually right, aren't I? Nedu ended up being sheet. Hitoshi, I have a feeling that he will absolutely break your heart, Toya. Don't even get me started on him. He's just a freeloader dash, Izuku laughed. Just a freeloader who takes advantage of your wealth. Toga, I haven't even met her, but she is the reason you committed a crime. Ah, that's another negative in Hitoshi's book. What about my senpais? They took you to a FING deadly lake that ya made you unlock a FNG cool form, but still you almost died. You are forgetting something though. What? Everyone you mentioned still wanted to get close with me even knowing how quirky I am. Pun intended. And that just never happened before. At Aldra most people just avoided me. Cat let himself sink in his bed and Izuku took that as an opportunity to climb him so he wouldn't stop patting him. I still don't like them. No one is good enough for you. He raised an eyebrow. Except for you, I assume. Thing obviously. Hi. He wiggled himself until he was completely on top of Katsuki with his head laying on his chest. Don't worry, Kaken, I don't think anyone is good enough for you either. Yeah, but unlike me, you bite people who get too close. I just dash. Bark. I don't even bark. It's like you do. My overprotective pitbull. That's what you are. If we are going on that line of thought, then you are a possessive kitten. I never denied that though. Boys, the pizza is here. Come in, they yelled at the same time, but neither moved. A good day. Endeavor thought he was having a good day. Rather, as good as it can be when none of his children talk with him and his house was currently in construction because the fire that broke out in the kitchen. Granted, it was his fault that it catched on fire because of a gas leak, but he was sure the gas had been tampered by the raccoons before. Still, construction was almost done and he was in a good mood. He had stopped a high-level villain that day and so far nature had left him alone. Of course, as he thought that he jinxed it. He sighed when he saw a dog staring at him like he had personally offended it. Suddenly one dog became 30 stray dogs. Suddenly 30 strays became angry strays that chased him down for multiple streets until one of them was able to bite him. The rest of his day he had to check if he had rabies, deal with the fact that multiple people had caught him being chased on cameras and find out Shoto decided to emancipate himself. This definitely wasn't a good day. Being chased by stray dogs idea by Wolfed 3mon99. Izuku was excited for Wednesday to arrive. Why you ask? Because that was the day he agreed to meet his dad on a burdog close to home, but for now he had school. Unfortunately, since Thursday and Fridays he was leaving school earlier to focus on support. That meant that Mondays and Tuesdays he'd focus solely on heroics, which okay, he didn't have anything against Kidnapper Sensei, and he loved to be able to PSS him off during classes, but he also wanted to share everything he did with Powerloader Sensei. And between his personal lessons with Nedu and Aizawa's classes he didn't have time. He could have gone to talk with him during breaks, but he missed eating with his senpais, so he stayed his breaks with them, oversharing everything that had happened. When he mentioned BGMI, Maki said that Nijire had a personal grudge with the girl over the beauty pageant during the autumn festival. Useless information but amusing to know about anyway. During heroics, Izuku crashed to Maki's class again, and this time, it was by Nezu's suggestion. In the sake of improving his hand-to-hand, he decided he wouldn't use his quirk against the second years. He lost some, won others. It was all very fun in his honest opinion, and after staying 2 weeks solely focusing on support and not exercising much, he was quite glad for the stretch. He ended up staying after classes were over to train with Mirio and Maki. The two improved a lot during their internships. Mirio interned with Sir Night Eye and Maki went with Majestic thanks to Fatgum recommending him. It was okay but I'm going with Fatgum again next year. And Majestic was too much. Mirio as always offered a bright smile and guaranteed him that going out of his comfort zone was great. That night he flew around and went to his and Hawk's usual building. He was concerned. The pigeon didn't meet him after their talk and didn't meet him again that night. He sort of wished he had Pigeon's number so he could ask him if he was okay. Maybe he should fly to Fukuoka to check on the bird man? A yawn broke that line of thought. He hadn't slept well at all those last 2 weeks. He needed rest. So after their usual meeting time passed, he flew back home disappointed and fell asleep cuddling his brother. Tuesday passed in a similar way, then staying later with his senpais and waiting for the peon just to be disappointed by him not showing again. Wednesday came and anxiety started tugging at him, saying everything that could go wrong with him meeting his dad. They would probably end up being awkward with one another. Either way, he swallowed his nerves and tried to remind himself that he thought things would go wrong with Tenko too, and it ended up being fine, more than fine even. Izuku found someone as nerdy as him to do things he always wanted to do but didn't want to do alone. So he flew himself to that bird dog, and when he didn't find his dad he grabbed them a table and ordered for himself. As he waited he grabbed his phone to distract himself and ended up finding several articles in the world of robotics about him. They were groundless and way too flattering. However, they put him in a good mood. He heard a ahem and looked up. Oh, he smiled. Hi dad. The man shot him a smile not unlike his own. Hey my little bush. What followed that was a warm hug. Izuku didn't let his anxiety dictate if this was the best move or not. His body simply moved on his own, and he was rewarded when he felt the man give his head a kiss and embrace him back. I missed you so much little bush. He nuzzled on his father's floral shirt and the man took that as an opportunity to pat his head. They stayed like that for what felt like hours. In reality it was a minute or two, when he heard his number being called and startled out of the hold. I'll grab your food and order for myself, his dad said, and then he was off and Izuku sat back down. Well, so far this was going great. The man appeared with his burger and fries and he was quick to dig in, not caring if he had to speak with his mouth full or not. But the man didn't talk. Instead he kept staring at him with fond eyes. I was thinking after this we could both visit your mom. Izuku stopped eating for a second to digest. If us being together doesn't wake her up, I'm not sure what will. He painfully chuckled. I guess. When was the last time you visited her? And I went with Kakin. That was when we met Tenko. Oh yeah, he mentioned he was going to visit her. How did it go with Tenko? We met the other day to talk and just met each other and we hit it off. It would have been nice growing up with him. Hitoshi lowered his gaze. Sorry. Instead of answering him, Izuku simply ate a potato. What else? How has your day been going? Well, I had classes until noon. I was finally able to talk with Powerloader Sensei about how my internship went and I showed him Penelope Dash. Who? My pet dragon. Well, it was supposed to be a pet bird but it decided to evolve. Hisashi blinked. Anyway, and he was crazy about it. Pen got so shy from all the attention. He spoke with a fond smile. Oh yeah, Miku cut the connection with the device I was using to monitor her activity, so now she can take over the world without me knowing, which is, not gonna lie, a minor inconvenience. And then I found out Mr. Yatsu is actually Destro's son, and that Daika City most likely is a front for him raising an army, and now he has a front for bot building. I don't doubt he is going to have a bot army like the Federation during the Clone Wars. Except better, because I don't doubt he has watched the movies. Their bots SCD when facing Jedis. Imagine if they had to face Quirks. Anyway, there is a serious possibility of war happening in the next few years. Oh, Mr. Yatsu is short for Yatsubashi. I should have realized that. And on top of that, ever since I told Pigeon Man that I knew about his tragic story, he hasn't shown for our usual stock with chicken meetings. I'm worried about him. Maybe I should ask Nedu to hack into the commission to get his number. He already did it once and I doubt they have increased their cybersecurity since last time. Who? Hawks. He was sent to spy on me for the commission, but I want to set him free from them, you know? No one deserves to be stuck working for an evil corp. Actually, I want him to free himself, otherwise I'll have to actively do stuff, and we already established that I'd rather not. Do you think I should set my SLV free? He asked completive. At the moment he said that a woman passed behind them but chose to ignore what he was saying in favor of saving her sanity. Cammy, no, I'm thinking of using him as a taxi. Is he even a he? You mentioned he was just shadows. He was once a he, yes. Can I meet him? I want to meet him someday. Bush, for as long as you have me, you can do anything you wish. What if I decided I wanted to have a rock band but that ended up leading me to a life of drags and my life ended up ruined forever? I'd still support you, but I wouldn't make it easy for you to get drags. And believe me when I say, one word from me and you'd be blacklisted from every dealer in Japan. Piece, you are retired, who even would take you seriously? Hisashi simply smiled, sending shivers down Izuku's spine. Why you are retired, right? You said you were. Of course I am, little bush. I can tell when people are lying now, you know, he said, eating another potato. Oh, Hisashi laughed. I'm just messing with you, little bush. Of course I retired. Inko would have killed me otherwise. Yeah, that felt like the truth, but now he knew his father could manipulate his senses. He wasn't sure anymore. He ate another potato, and the man's number was called. When he returned with his own food, the two simply ate in silence until they were both finished. So you said something about us visiting Mom? The man's smile brightened. I felt like it could be a good activity for us to do today. You know, to cement our decision. And then I wanted to meet this token you always mentioned and have recently found out you adopted, and maybe we could even call Tenko to eat with us. It could be a nice family dinner reunion. Izuku grinned, thinking how said Toya would be. That'd be a great idea. I should call Kaken too, since he's practically family. Of course, my little bush, anything you'd like. Should we go now? There's no rush. We could talk more if you'd like. Izuku nodded but couldn't think of anything. Hisashi also seemed to be at a loss for words. So, Inko? Inko, he nodded and they stood. Hisashi paid the bill. Inko was. She was the exact same she had been the last time he visited her. In a peaceful sleep. At least she wasn't all bandaged up anymore and the burn scars were fading. Hisashi took her hand. Hey honey. I met with Izuku. Nothing. We ate together and he talked to me about his day. And can you believe our little bush got a job at Detarat? He was so amazing. Island even invited him for an event in August and gave him a scholarship to their university. I don't know if I'm going to take it yet. But it's in 3 years, so I have a lot of time to think about it. Hi Mom. A lot of things have happened since we last spoke. Well, since I spoke and you laid there. Nothing. I had a date with Hitoshi. We were about to kiss dash. Hisashi made a sound that could only be described as a dying animal in pain, but then Toga ran into us. She didn't really have any friends, so of course me and Todo became her friends. And we hadn't had the time to go on another date, just the two of us, because well, we started to include Toga more, not that either of us mind. We have a lot of fun with her. Like we stole Endeavor's car the other day and drove it in a lake. Hisashi stared at him with a proud expression. We also played Monopoly, but they banned me from being the bank. He frowned. I really don't get why though. More silence. Izuku told me he met Tenko. I was right, they got along great. We had nothing to worry about all those years. I would have loved to grow up with Tenko. We have a lot of things in common. We invited him for dinner tonight with him and Toya, was it? Izuku nodded. Katsuki will also be there. After all, he's family. Oh, by the way, Dad. I might have let it slip to Mitsuki that I have been talking with you. She was not pleased. Hisashi sighed and patted Izuku's head behind his fluffy ears. That woman has never liked me. That was to be expected. What's the story? Hisashi motioned for him to take a seat and he did. The white-haired man let go of Inko's hand to sit near his son and focus on him. From what she told me, the two dated for a while, but when she met me, she broke up with Mitsuki. Not long after that, Masaru and her met, and the rest is history. So her hate is justified. So, if your mother actually loved her, she would have stayed with her. It was just a fling. It wasn't a fling for Auntie if her perpetual distaste for you is any indication. She's happy with Masaru, and she said the day she had Katsuki was the happiest of her life. And then she had to live with him. It's no wonder she has a lot of regrets. That made the man laugh loudly. The two went back to talk with Inko, hoping she would give any indication she was listening, but every time they were met with silence. When they finally left the hospital, the day was beginning to fade away. Mustafa is so beautiful at nightfall, his dad said as they walked back to his home. Izuku focused on the sunset in front of him and smiled. Yeah, it is. Ever since Izuku got home with a white-haired figure and introduced him as his dad, Toya began dreading. He had a terrible feeling that something awful was going to happen. And those feelings came to fruit as Hisashi set 2 extra plates on the table. At first he so naively thought Katsuki and Hitoshi were joining them that night. At the worst-case scenario, it was going to be Nedu and Katsuki. When he opened the door though, a pale male with an obviously tinted fading purple hair came into view. He looked younger than him but older than Izuku. And you might call it instincts, but he instantly knew who that teen was. With a wide grin the male started talking. You must be Token. It's a pleasure to meet you, Onizen. He instantly disliked the teen. And as he heard Izuku laughing behind him, he knew his brother did this on purpose. Tenko, a blur of green, appeared and hugged the stranger, quickly letting go after he was pleased by the head pats he received. Thanks for coming on such short notice. Of course, Sotudo, I wouldn't miss meeting my older brother. Not your brother, Toya mumbled, which caused both Izuku and Tenko to shoot him similar sheet-eating grins. Well, come in, make yourself at home, food is almost ready and Kaken is almost here. Oh great, this night could get worse. He was sitting down along with Tenko in an awkward silence while they waited for Kara to cook their meal. Hisashi was exploring the house, or more specifically Izuku's bedroom, and Izuku was about to sit down with them when he heard a knock and then a small explosion, leaving him no choice but to rush to the door. Be nice, Toya heard Izuku say to the blonde Pomeranian. I'm always effing nice. Suyer. Tenko. Kaken, you two already met each other. Ah yes, how lovely it is to see the not boyfriend again. I can't say the same, Katsuki growled, which made Tenko crackle. Katsuki, you haven't changed a bit, Hisashi said, emerging from the hallway. I don't remember your face, old man, but if I had to guess I'd say you are the same. Hisashi chuckled. You'd be correct in your assumption. Katsuki was about to shoot back something snarky when Kara made a sound. They all looked at her direction and noticed she had facial expressions, and it was telling. Them food was ready. Izuku slowly approached Toya. Since when does she have a face? It just happened the week before last around Wednesday. Huh. Wednesday I set Miku free. It's just a coincidence, right? Right. They watched her as she set the food on the table. The table was circular and they sat like this. Toya, Hizigati, Hisashi, Tenko. So, this is your last year at Aldra, is it not? Hisashi asked the blonde who was in the middle of swallowing noodles. He stared at his uncle as if he was an alien. Why do you wanna effing know, old man? I'm simply wondering, what are you going to do, dash? I see. You better take care of his dash. He scoffed. That's obvious. Hey, I can take care of myself. Says the guy who accidentally started working for a villain, the blonde stated. We don't know if he's a villain yet, he mumbled and slurped some noodles. The guy is effing raising an army zoo. Well, I think he is. There is no way I can be sure until dash. Until he makes you fight? I dash. Don't worry, Katsuki. If Yatsubashi tries to force Izuku to do anything, I will be having strong words with him. And by that he means manslaughter, Tenko said nonchalantly between bites. We have a no-killing rule in this household, Izuku said. I can look the other way if it's about keeping you safe, or killing my sperm donor, Toya said. Aizu put more effing food in your plate. Token, Tenko started, which made Toya make disgruntled noises. I want to know more about you since we are technically brothers. What do you do with your life? I'm not that hungry, Kaken. The freeloader sells flowers. He turned back to Izuku and started putting more food on his plate, and I don't care, you can't just eat that. That explains the smell, Hisashi said with a look. I ate a huge burger for lunch. I think that excuses me for a day. That's not how eating works. Katsuki, for the 100th FNG time, I'm not a freeloader. That's what a freeloader would say, the blonde mumbled and Izuku giggled. Did you go to college? What do you like? What would be your dream job? Tenko asked again. Was his answer. Hey blondie, can you pass me the salt? Tenko it. Now try with words, Token, Izuku said, patting him. Get it on your own, fucker. Izuku. Here it is, Tenten, flustered Tenko noises. I didn't enough off. Offended Tenko noises. What did I ever do to you, Onaizen? Exists. I'm simply trying to get to know the brother who lives with Otuto. Go annoy Katsuki then, he grew up with him. Tenko turned to Katsuki, to which the blonde growled, ah hell nah. Come on blondie, humor me, what do you want to do with your life? What's with him and asking about lives? Toya mumbled. I'm gonna be the FING #1 hero and make sure the FING commission learn its place. He's the only one here, besides you, who decided to have a normal boring job. It's not boring. But you have to agree it doesn't have all the action that being a hero dash, or a villain, Hisashi added, interrupting Izuku has. Fine, he grumbled. If not risking my life daily for some random NPCs is considered boring, then I will gladly be boring. What do you do with your life? Toya asked, and Tenko smiled brightly. It reminded him of Izuku's own smile. Finally someone asked, I'm currently studying to be an artist and a programmer. Last week even we had an event in my uni where we had to spend 48 hours programming non-stop. I was running on pure caffeine. No one cares, Katsuki grumbled. Shut up, Kakanai-kar. That is very interesting, Koko, Hisashi said. Oh my Kami, he calls you Koko, Katsuki laughed. Can I call you Koko? Izuku asked with shiny eyes. Why do you even ask? We all know you are going to do it anyway, Toya remarked. Hi. The door knocked. Were we waiting for someone else? Toya asked, to which Izuku shook his head. Toya stood and opened the door. Standing in front of him looking wasted was a chicken. Izuku. Why is there a chicken here? Izuku moved to the door and stopped when he saw the state the man was. Pigeon? Are you okay? What are you doing here? I need help. Should he let him in? It could go over terribly if a commission person saw his dad. But this was Pigeon. He was attached to Pigeon. Pigeon was hurting so bad Izuku could practically feel his pain himself. He couldn't make Pigeon go away, otherwise Pigeon wouldn't trust him anymore and wouldn't turn on the commission. He wanted Pigeon to trust him. We were just having dinner. The house is crowded tonight. Pigeon's eyes were wide and he got a little desperate. So Izuku sighed and grabbed his hand, but what's one more person you— And no, I already ate, I need to talk. Okay then, he started guiding him to his bedroom, and upon passing the table where everyone was sitting he noticed Hitoshi blocking his face and couldn't help but snort a bit. He closed the door off and stared at the pigeon on his bed. The man was visibly uncomfortable till he sat next to him and started rubbing circles on his hand. Alright pigeon boy, I'm here, talk to me. He hung his head low. I thought I was going to be the last one. The last project. Hawks had a lot on his mind lately. Still, he was a compliant birdman, so he reported his meeting with Izuku, giving the information the boy gave him about Hitoshi, but keeping out the fact he wanted to save him. He knew that he could use that on his favor to get closer to him, make him more vulnerable. However, he couldn't bring himself to say it to his handlers. Maybe some part of him, the one sick of everything, the one who just wanted a break, wanted to believe that maybe the broccoli could actually help him. So there he was at the commission's building. He had just left a meeting and was grabbing some water when he heard something. Something that shook him to his core. He heard a child crying. Pretending to be nonchalant about it, he walked towards the direction of the noise. He peeked his head in a training room closed off from the rest. He found a woman in a suit yelling at a blue-skinned little girl. She didn't have a shirt on and whip marks were scattered across her back. Too young. Too young, too young. Too young. Too young. It made him angry. Not angry. It was a stronger feeling than that, one that he couldn't even find the words for. They told him he was the last one. They told him they were shutting the project down. They told him they wanted Izuku because he wasn't too young. They told him they weren't gonna make someone that young go through what he did again. Everything for him not to kill that woman right there and flee with the little girl. But he couldn't. He had to be smart about this. So instead he took a picture with a location and time stamp. For 2 weeks he closed off in his apartment thinking of ways he could fix the situation. The more he thought about it, the more sad he became. He needed to talk with someone about this. He needed to scream and cry. He couldn't breathe in that place. He felt suffocated by the house he lived in for so long. A house the commission gave him to celebrate his independence. What a joke, he never had the power to be independent. His handler called him while he was in the middle of trashing the place. That call only meant one thing: they were monitoring his activity in the apartment. They had been watching him. This knowledge made him screech and toss himself out of the window. He had to disappear. He needed help. He needed to talk to someone. He needed to be reminded he was a human and not a weapon. He knew that there was a tracker in his arm. He found it years ago, so the first thing he did was fly to a medical university. An acquaintance that was borderlining friendship studied at and asked the boy to take it off of him. The white-haired male did so, and they scanned his body for more. They found another tracker on his neck and also took it off. The boy offered his house for him to lay low for a while, but he couldn't. What if his friend's father returned home? Even though he was kicked out by the younger of the brothers, the risk was still there. I'm actually moving out. There is still a risk he might visit my new loft, but I doubt it. He never cared about his children besides Shoto. He ended up agreeing to move in for a few days, but he knew that wouldn't be a permanent solution. Once the tracker was off, he flew to a river. The same one Endeavor's car had been mysteriously found, and tossed his phone in it. His handler had been calling him non-stop, and it made him realize they could track that too. He flew to the spot he used to meet Izuku, hoping he would find the boy there, but it was way too late for that. When he flew back to Natsuo's house to help him move out, it was already morning. Hawk-sen, can I ask you a favor? Fuyumi asked upon seeing him holding a box. He shot her his mask smile and nodded. A while back we found out our older brother, who we thought was dead, is actually alive. We were trading letters with him by birds, but he suddenly stopped sending us letters altogether. Could you maybe try looking into him? How are the birds? I have a maybe friend who has a whole legion of birds at his disposal. I can ask him to talk with the birds about this. Each day a different one came, but they were all green. Hawks almost dropped the box. Instead he just nodded dumbly and proceeded to carry the box to Natsuo's car. This had to be a coincidence, right? It couldn't be Izuku. He stayed with Natsuo, helping him settle in, and in the process bought himself a few things, like a new phone and clothes. When he was about to pay, he realized that if he used his card, the commission could also track that. So either he shoplifted or he needed a new bank sheet. He needed to get his life together. And he needed help because there was no way he would be able to do anything without the commission knowing. If it goes south, we could always fake your death and help you disappear, he remembered Izuku saying. That was exactly what he needed. So that same night he flew to Izuku's house and hoped he was serious when he offered it. Seeing the boy actually made all his strong feelings return. He got so caught up in his own head that he didn't even manage to file it for later, the fact that the person who opened the door had a similar face to Natsuo's. Izuku let all the information he was dumped on sink. Just disappearing won't do anything to help though, and what you actually want is to help. I'm not that selfless. You are telling me you would let them do as they please with that little girl then? The pigeon was silent and he felt his hand being squeezed. Look Kigo, I really think you should talk with Chito-san. Go public while you still have the public on your side. You are the 15th hero. Even if you don't realize it, you have a voice. After I go public with my story, will you help me disappear then? He nodded and smiled sharply. It was a smile that sent shivers down Hawk's spine. I know you are staying with Toa a Todoroki, but that's really dangerous considering who his dad is, but it is also dangerous for you to be here thanks to the commission watching me. If you don't mind Mutz though, I have a place you could stay. I have no money Burby. I have more than I need, don't worry I'll pay everything you might need. Why are you doing this though? I was a spy for the people who want to hurt you. Just because you work for someone bad doesn't make you a bad person. Either way staying here for one night won't kill you and even if they come to get you this is the safest the house has ever been. So you should rest for now pigeon. Take my bed, I don't sleep here anyway. The pigeon nodded dumbfounded. As I said before, the house is crowded tonight so I gotta go back there, but make yourself comfortable. Thank you Burb son. Izuku smiled and closed the door behind him. Kigo had a lot on his mind again, but he felt calmer than before. What was that about? Katsuki asked as soon as he stepped foot in the living room. The Burb snapped and decided to bite back. Then finally. Izuku nodded and let himself be pulled in a side hug by Katsuki. Don't leave me alone with those fuckers again. I won't Kaken, he said chuckling while the blonde dragged him to the living room. The scene they returned to would be forever ingrained in Izuku's memory. There was Tenko half on top of Toya on the couch force feeding the greenette a piece of the cake he brought them for dessert. Come on open up. You'll like it if you try it. Get off. I'm not above setting you on fire. Now, why would you do that? I'm only trying to feed you some cake. Upon seeing Izuku laughing in the back the older brother grunted, I'll count to 3. Come on Onaiz and eat my cake. I made it with so much care. What? Coco, didn't you buy it at a store? Hitoshi said watching them eating his own piece of cake. 2. Yes, which means I spent my money on it, eat it. 3. As he said the last number his skin began steaming until it was too hot for Tenko to be able to touch it. He screeched away, causing gravity to claim the cake and shove it into his own face and Kara's expression to become annoyed as the remaining cake fell on the ground she had to clean. That's Karma Beach, Toya remarked failing to hide a smirk. Tenko liked the cake from his face. You're lost Onaizen. Stop it in calling me that. Oh. Izuku suddenly snapped. You know what would really cause family bonding time? Don't say it. Twister. We should play Twister. Katsuki grunted as did Toya, but Tenko found that idea delighting. Oh that's a great idea. It's a effing terrible idea we are going to kill each other, Katsuki said. Oh shush Kaken, what better way than to bond than to be shoved in a tiny mat and forced into compromising positions? If that doesn't make us leave here as a family nothing will. I agree with him, Tenko said. Of course you FNG do. The blonde shook his head. Toya stared at all of them with a serious expression and said, there is no way I'm playing Twister with Dash. Later the 4 were playing Twister with Hitoshi spinning the color wheel, when the pigeon man left Izuku's room to grab a cup of water. He froze in his tracks when he saw a lot of faces he did not recognize. The baby Burb wasn't kidding when he said the house was crowded. He was at a loss. Should he just retreat to the bedroom? Should he pretend nothing was happening and grab the water? Should he greet them? His thoughts were interrupted by a Toya, left foot on red. For fuck's sake. A blonde growled, get away from me, Aizu his tights are touching me. If you don't like it then let yourself fall and loose Kaken, Izuku said with a sheet-eating grin. Tenko, right hand on yellow. Now that's not very nice Kaken, I'm simply trying to help with your conundrum. The boy he assumes is Tenko started moving and cursing as he moved the dubbed, Toya, started hissing. Who just kicked me? Toya asked with a growl. Izuku, right hand on green. Token I can feel you getting hotter stop cheating, he said while moving. Fucker is that why I'm so sweaty? Katsuki, left foot on yellow. Nah, you are just a naturally sweating beach Katsuki. I mean, he's not wrong, Izuku stated. Offended struggling to reach yellow blonde noises. Toya right hand on red. Onaizen our hands just touched, Tenko teased. I'm contaminated. Tenko, right hand on blue. Well I seem to be in a conundrum. I'm not moving, said Izu. He was almost entirely in the way. I'm not a contortionist. What better day to start being one? Izuku beamed. Tenko smiled back, albeit forced. I'll buy you ice cream? I'm rich try again. I'll convince Dad's SLV to take you to Daika. You couldn't convince him to take you to your own school which was closer. Try again. At that Hawks snapped out of his daze and made shocked noises. So far no one had noticed him there. Well actually they did. They just chose to ignore him and with time forgot he was there. His shocked noises managed to startle Tenko who almost fell but in a turn of events managed to hold himself together. As he did that though, he accidentally kicked Izuku who ended reclining slightly on Katsuki which caused the blonde to fall on top of Toya's feet. This doesn't count. Katsuki you are out. Bullshit. This is bullshit I say. Take it to the court. Izuku eyed Pigeon, as an outside observer what's your verdict? Guilty, he fell, and the rules are rules, the burb said quickly falling in the role given. As Katsuki stood back up he accidentally pushed Toya, which caused him to fall cursing loudly. Toya out, Tenko, get that foot on blue in the next 10 seconds or you are also out. Ugh Aizu please move a bit. I just need you to make a bridge. Well I could do that. Or I could stay as I am and simply watch you losing in a very slow and painful way. You can probably guess which one I prefer, the greenette grinned. See. This is why we don't let Izuku play anything. His sadistic side always emerges, Katsuki said to no one in particular, but Toya hummed, recalling their Monopoly game. I'm not sadistic Kaken, I simply play to win. Tenko is out, Izuku wins. The two got up stretching for having murdered their backs during the game. You don't play to win, Katsuki said giving him a glass of water, you play to brutally destroy your opponents while staying within the rules of the game. Kaken. Just be thankful I just do that in games. He winked at the pigeon who suddenly felt very much aware of the fact that they mentioned that their dad had a SLV at some point. But anyway, everyone this is Pigeon Boy, all the heads turned at him. He's a spy the commission sent to watch over Ma, but recently realized he was nothing but a puppet and decided to cut his strings. Well then, Hitoshi said letting his villain aura slip, you better not be toying with him Kigo Takami. I may be retired, but I still know several ways to brutally more dash. Dad. Stop, no mutter talk in this household. Did he just say dad? As it got too late for people to return home, Tenko ended up sleeping in their guest room, Izuku took Toya's to sleep with Katsuki, and Toya was tossed out to the couch. Izuku had actually offered him to stay with them but the older greenette had no interest in sleeping anywhere near the blonde. The next day everyone left, including the pigeon who returned to Natsuo's apartment. He still didn't feel safe about going there, but Izuku said he'd take him to the mutt that afternoon so for now he'd just go back there to ask details about their older brother they wanted him to find. He completely forgot to ask Izuku about the birds but he could always do it while he took him to the mutt. Back at UA, Izuku was currently sitting in the teacher's room playing with his pet dragon. Problem child what the F dash? He looked up to find his kidnapper with arms crossed and an exasperated face. Hey, why are you here? He sat up straighter and the dragon flew to his shoulder. I wanted to talk to you. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Why? Because it's been a while since we just talked you know. I like Toto but you were there first. It's not fair I spend all my time with him when I visit. I don't care if you do. Hitoshi needs friends. So do you hobo man. Aizawa opened his mouth but before he could say anything, your husband and Midnight Sensei doesn't count, he closed it. Well either way I wanted to spend time with you. You are weird. So are you. Most students hate me you know, or fear me. Hate to break it to you but no one fears you, and as far as I know the most they are towards you is indifferent. Freaking problem children all of you. Hi, but a New York way, what's up with your life? It feels like ages since we last talked. I talked with you yesterday. That doesn't count, it was during class and stuff. Aizawa sat down next to him shaking his head. Hitoshi's doing great at Aldera. I know, I have spies there, remember? Your spy doesn't like my son too much. My spy doesn't like anyone, it's not personal. But he wouldn't lie to me. Toshi told me you were going to meet your dad yesterday, how did that go? Great. I really think my Onisons bonded. Onisons? Plural? Yeah I had my secret brother and token meet. We played Twister. The hobo raised an eyebrow. Everyone survived? Well we did leave with a few bruises, the dragon hissed, what a cutie, but no one died, even Kaken only exploded a few times. So how was he? Who? Your dad problem child. Oh. It was awkward at first and he did threaten to kill the pigeon. We visited mom. He curled up on himself and the hobo patted him, he ended up leaning to the touch. It's hard seeing her like that, and we talk and talk but we don't even know if she is listening. She had no evolution? He shook his head, I don't think she will wake up. Stay positive problem child, you never know. He nodded and laid down on Aizawa's lap. The little dragon hopped next to him and curled up under his arm. He doesn't remember adding being clingy in his programming, but he also built a bird and it turned into a dragon so whatever. You want to have dinner with us today? I don't know how tired I'll be from coming and going to Daika, but I'll let you know if I make it. I still can't believe you chose support over heroics. HM. Well after the number 2 hero burned down my house and practically killed my mom and got away with it scot-free having only to pay an indemnity, and the hero commission started hunting me down I sort of lost faith in heroes. You can't blame me for liking support more. He sighed, I suppose I can't. What about you? What did you do during the 2 weeks you didn't have to deal with us? I met Toga. Oh. Why the hell did you two friend Toga? Gasp are you, a pro-hero, prejudiced against her? He pinched his nose bridge. She's just very energetic. So is your husband? That's different. I'm stuck with him because I stupidly said yes when he asked if I wanted to marry him. How long have you been married? 8 years more or less. Is Kaken died in 11. That's a long time, I doubt I would last that long with anyone. You went to UA together. Are you just assuming I studied here? Duh. Aizawa blinked. Duh. Izuku blinked. Showed aside, we did. But we didn't actually get together until a few years later. What happened that changed how you viewed him? After Oboro died, I was in a really bad place. He pulled me out of it. That's good. He snuggled deeper into Aizawa's lap. Well, actually it's awful, but it's good that you got out of it and found love in the process, even if what took you to get there was pricey. Wait. Figures. When did you adopt Toshi? He was 8, it's his story to tell, but he was in a bad place. Which is why we appreciate a lot that you were able to get through him. He doesn't open up easily, but don't push it. He nodded. When he's ready he'll tell me. You are a good kid. Thanks Hobo-san, you are a good kidnapper too. Freaking problem child, when will you stop calling me that? Never. Extra. How did Kigo meet the Todorokis? Kigo was just a teenager when the commission decided to allow him to fly around Japan to improve his flying. So as a good birdie who had been locked in a building for most of his life being forced to train to his limits, he did what anyone would do, flew everywhere. One of his favorite places to go was Mustafu, because it was where UA was and seeing teens like him just had an effect on him, one he couldn't describe. He hoarded the skies in Mustafu for a while until a bunch of pigeons led by a green one started to get aggressive with him. The message was clear, that was their territory and he was invading. Still he wouldn't leave Mustafu, so instead he just ventured further where the pigeons hadn't declared a territory. It was by accident he found the Todoroki state. The first time he saw Endeavor there he had been ecstatic. The hero was his idol and the reason why he wanted to be a hero in the first place. He was like a beacon of hope that his life would improve, and every time he felt sick or hurt from his training he just reminded himself, this will make me a good hero like Endeavor, one that will prevent what has happened to me from happening to anyone else because I will make sure everyone has free time. But then he saw how Endeavor treated his kids. And that was similar to how his own father treated him, of course with less booze and more burning, but that wasn't how it was supposed to be. Endeavor was supposed to be better. He knew better than to say something to someone though, so instead he just started to leave manuals like, how to heal burn wounds, dealing with abusive parents, how to emancipate yourself, and ointments, creams, bandages and stuff like that in hopes that it did some good. One day he was caught by Natsuo. At first the boy was angry saying he had no right to pry into their life. But I want to help, he said after being yelled at. Well, we don't need your help. You clearly do though. And I want to help. No means no birdie. But dash. No means no. The next day Kigo visited them again and Natsuo threw bread at him because his logic was that since he was a bird, and he wasn't giving up, he should feed him some bread. Fuyumi noticed the bread was missing and that was how she met Hawks. Unlike her brother she just thanked him for the assist but suggested that it would be better if he stayed away. If dad sees you, you are toast. Literally, Natsuo added. He nodded and flew away. Next day he knocked on the door. Fuyumi face-palmed, Natsuo grunted, Shoto grabbed some popcorn and Endeavor tried to kick him out but realized he could be a very persistent bird, so since he didn't want to commit murder he simply ignored his existence as he did to the kids the bird interacted with. The problem was though that with someone else there he couldn't be too cruel on Shoto. Of course Kigo was quick to realize this and started going there almost every day. He was, in Endeavor's opinion, a terrible influence on his kids. Hawks was feeling like a lost puppy. He was sitting in front of both Izuku's boss and Chitose Kazumi. Woman was fussing all over him while Izuku and his boss talked amicably about something else entirely. Izuku arrived at Natsuo's house around noon to take him to the mud. How he even knew where the new house is was beyond Kigo's, but he thinks these kinds of things are best not to question. When he got there as a green bird the white-haired Todoroki was excited and mad at the same time. That fucker simply vanishes and sends a freaking bird in his place again? Cuck. The bird flew to the pigeon man and poked his head. Izuku, he whispered, to which he received a nod. He stared at Natsuo and smiled. Sorry, this one's for me. The white-haired male narrowed his eyes. What? The bird flew to the couch and turned into Catboy Izuku whose tail started swinging from side to side. I'm an independent contractor to do boy, pigeon, meet me at the Drummond Ka station, and with that he turned fully into a bird and flew away, leaving a said Natsuo and an amused pigeon behind. Okay, shall we start then? Chitose finally asked him. Do you want us to stay or leave pigeon? Stay. He nodded and turned into a comfort cat for Kigo to pat while sharing his tragic backstory. Everything started when I saved some people in a car accident when I was 5. Izuku was chewing a pen that someone shoved in his mouth to stop his murmuring spree when suddenly a face appeared in front of him, the face of a certain blonde who had no concept of memory. Hey arsonist boy, what do you want? Can I pet your dragon? The dragon in question shot him pleading puppy eyes. It was amazing how effective that was for a robot. Go eat, he nodded dismissive and returned his focus to the problem he was facing. A client had requested a bracelet that had chemical formulas to everything. He didn't know them. So he was thinking of a solution that didn't involve him learning and that didn't use the internet because the freaking client requested that the device couldn't freaking connect to the internet. What kind of monster doesn't want internet connection everywhere? Well, a monster that doesn't have internet available perhaps. He nodded to himself and continued researching. What's its name? The dragon growled, "'Tis NWT. 'Tis a she. Sorry cutie, what's her name? Pewp. Penelope? Like the Barbie movie one." He nodded. "You are strange person arson boy. Who's soy sima pewson?" She eyes him curiously, filing that in her neat device and continued petting the dragon who seemed to love belly pats more than anything. Suddenly his eyes went wide and the pencil dropped from his mouth. The solution is so stupid, why didn't I think about this before? I just have to, and he's gone from the land of living. At some point BGMI shoved the pencil back in his mouth. It wasn't that she found it annoying or anything, but everyone else did and were shooting her looks that said either be useful and put the pencil back in or get out. This wasn't the room she worked in after all, so her brain added that last part. After a while Izuku himself removed the pencil and got up, leaving behind Penelope and BGMI to their own devices. Except Penelope was a good dragon and followed him, which meant the blonde would have to actually be useful and return to her room to work. Izuku rushed to the accessory department and found his project partner. Akira was already waiting for him with the specifics of how the bracelet worked and what the client wanted the bracelet to look like. Open. The greenette gave him the thingy with a salute and received one in return. He rushed back down to the lab using his company phone to accept yet another order. He had 2 hours left in his clock today until he had to go back home, and the order seemed simple enough. Who knows? Maybe he will break his building record? He didn't break his building record and instead ended up staying overtime because he really wanted to finish this. Penelope was helping Izuku by grabbing tools and being a great listener to his rambling. The two were an unstoppable force of productivity. At some point Yatsubashi came down. He was also working overtime or something like that. He went to the lab department because from his computer he saw the lights were on and he wasn't one to waste energy, so on his way out he went there first. Upon seeing Izuku alone with a bottle containing a substance he is suspicious of it being coffee and the boy building something like he'd die if he didn't finish it. He reclined on the door and with a smile said, "You know you can always finish tomorrow." "Right. I could, but I could also finish this today and do even more things tomorrow. If you keep this up you will end an overworker like me, Kit. Just 10 more minutes and this will become someone else's problem." Yatsubashi looked at the clock. It was already 23:30, 10 more minutes it would be almost midnight, meaning the boy would get home at 2 a.m. if this kept up. "Kit, it's really late. I can't in plain consciousness let you go back home this late. There is a reason you have less work hours. The night is dangerous. I'll just sleep in the streets then. Don't worry, I have slept as a cat in a random corner multiple times." Yatsubashi shook his head. "How are you still alive? Just come home with me, I have an extra bedroom." Izuku stopped the thing he was doing and looked at his boss. "Wouldn't it be better if I stayed with the mutt? At this hour the place is closed and you won't find a motel here." He looked back down and did final touches. "Have you ever offered this to another employer or am I an exception? I want my employers well provided for and well rested and have no problems with offering my house to do that." His options now were to either stay with the pigeon or his boss. "Don't worry Mr. Yatsu. I'll just stay with the Pidgeot Hawks." He narrowed his eyes. Where is he staying? With the mutt, but I'll just get in through the window crack. "Kit, I can't force you to come with me, but it's my responsibility to make sure you won't get injured and will be provided for while you work here. It's in your contract. So if you went to Nenkin's Inn, I'd have to go with you to make sure you get there okay, which would cause her to have to wake up to open the door to us. Which would end in you being tossed out because you aren't paying Hawkses. Actually I'm paying for him, but whatever. And you'd have to interact with her, which I'm sure you don't want to. Just spend the night, it won't trouble me." He finished the thing and tossed it to what he dubbed the done pile. Now he just had to send an email to the accessory department again with the specifics. "Fine, I'll stay with you, but don't panic if by the time you wake up I'm already gone. UA starts early." "Alright." He finished the email telling where his workstation was so that whoever grabbed this part of the job could finish this without he having to take it to them. Once he was done he stood up stretching. Penelope mimicked him and climbed his shoulders. Yatsubashi started walking and he followed him, turning the lights off as he got out of the room. He doubted he would sleep in an unfamiliar place, but all in all he could grab his phone and read something. Yatsubashi's house was simple. It had 5 bedrooms, but one of them worked as an office which was full of books, 2 bathrooms, a living room, a kitchen. Overall it was cozy and it just had 1 floor with a huge backyard. Yatsubashi had 2 dogs, Piper and Peter, a parrot, Mike, and an old chicken, Miss Butt. The chicken was looking at Izuku as if he had personally offended her. So he decided to just ignore her existence because the alternative was to hunt her existence, and he already had chicken earlier today. "You can take a shower, I'll make us something quick to eat. It's not good to sleep with an empty stomach." "Yeah, sure." Welp, he didn't have extra clothes. Should he just dress in the same ones? They were so smelly and nasty though. His boxers he just changed sides, but the rest. Yatsubashi was bigger than him though, so his clothes, even if just pajamas, would be so baggy. Ah, what the hell, he'd just sleep as a cat naked. When he was about to enter the shower though, his boss appeared with some clothes his size for him to sleep in. Thanks, that's hella his. Why the hell did he have clothes his size? Did the man have a kid? What the hell? After his shower, and it was quite nice, they ate sandwiches. Mr. Yatsu, what did you want to talk with Pigeon alone? The man narrowed his eyes. If I didn't want you there, Kit, it's because you don't need to know. Okay, I'm sure I don't need to know, but I'm curious. He chuckled. Curiosity killed the cat, kitty. He wasn't going to kill him. Mr. Yatsu was a good person. This was just a joke, not a funny one, but a joke, just a joke. He forced a laugh. I guess it did. I'll just ask Pigeon later. Why did you have clothes my size? Yatsubashi chuckled fondly. I'm quite attached to things. Am I a thing he's attached to? How rude, even calling me an animal is better. The next day at UA, Izuku couldn't keep his eyes open. He has no idea when he got to Ned's couch with a blanket on top of him, but he did, and when he woke up he took one look at the Chimera's worried face and all thoughts of being mad at him vanished. Thanks for the blanket, Nizu. It's no problem, cub. Power Loader sent you to me after you passed out in the middle of his explanation. He rolled to his back. Crap, I wanted to listen to it. He was talking about how to make someone invisible. TI was cool. The classrooms have cameras, cub. We can watch it together later so that I can answer any questions you might have. He sat up, warping the blanket around him, and nodded. Yeah, I'd like that. Thanks. You still have 20 minutes until break. If you want, you can go back to your nap. I'll wake you. He groggily shook his head, yawned, and stretched his arms. No, I'm awake enough. What ya doin'? The commission is trying to force my hand to take in an untrained hero as a heroics teacher for next semester. Izuku moved and grabbed a chair to sit next to the Chimera. That is, he inclined his head on Nizu's head. Who is it? All Might, Nizu said, patting him. He was quite pleased with the familiarity Izuku was showing him. The boy purred as he patted him and closed his eyes. I hope the commission ends up being the target of a terrorist attack or something before this goes through. I don't want a Kaken having an untrained teacher as his heroics. He could get hurt. Yes. Nizu stared back at his computer screen. Maybe it's time for a change in power. Izuku hummed and turned into a cat to steal Nizu's warmth more effectively. Izuku had just got to Daika for his shift when his phone buzzed. I need to fix the screen. Or buy a new phone. That's probably less expensive. Toda. Wanna do something this weekend? Greenie. No Toga? Toda. Nope. Just the two of us. Greenie. Ooh, maybe we can finish the date properly this time. Toda. Saturday? Greenie. Works for me. I'll leave the planning to you this time. Impress me, Aizawa Hitoshi. Toto is typing. Toto is typing. Toto is typing. Greenie. Stop deleting everything you type. Just say something. Anything. Toto. Something. Anything. Greenie. Cammy, you are perfect. Toto is typing. Toto is typing. Greenie. In exactly 10 seconds the elevator is opening. And I'll have to leave for work. So make up your mind. Toto. See you tomorrow. Greenie. See you tomorrow, love. And at that moment Hitoshi.exe stopped working. For the rest of their day neither of them could focus. For Hitoshi that meant he couldn't finish his homework. For Izuku however it meant several explosions, miscalculations that could be deadly and a big scolding that ended with him being sent home earlier. He decided to visit Pigeon instead of going home though, with a huge bucket of chicken. Roof? The Pigeon asked. Roof, he confirmed. So, how are you holding up? Izuku asked in between bites. I had a lot of time to think. And during this time I've decided to compile everything the commission has ever done that is considered a crime to release it to the world. Productive then, he chuckled and Pigeon ruffled his hair. Yeah, productive. The other option was to have a breakdown. Understandable. He nodded. Oh, by the way, what did Mr. Yatsu talk to you about after he kicked me out? Stuff. Aw, come on, don't be like this. It's nothing personal, it's just grown-up stuff. I'm paying for your internet, Pigeon. I can just stop paying for it. Kigo had a look of betrayal in his face. You wouldn't. You really think I wouldn't? You don't know me well then. You sadistic ball of fluff, he huffed. Yup, now tell me. He took another chicken, ignoring the boy. Please, I promise I'll keep it to myself. No you won't, you will at least tell Kaken, and Token, and probably Nizu, and of all people Nizu shouldn't know. This just makes me even more curious. Please bird son, leave it alone, I promise I'll tell you someday. Gimme a date. But don't know, he sighed, when you are 17. Knew that will take so long, 15. 15 is still a kid. 16 and we have a deal. Fine. He huffed, I'll send you the contract tomorrow. Contract? I need this signed. So I can hold it against you. He stared at Izuku as if he was looking at a meaning. You can be terrifying sometimes, baby bird. I'm aware, he said with a grin.